Chapter 2091. From the bottom of his heart, Qin Shao did not want to leave so easily, even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. If he was alone, Qin Shao naturally would not hesitate. No matter how dangerous it was, he would still give it a try. However, now that Ming Yuexin was with him, Qin Shao was not afraid of facing any danger or getting himself into trouble, but he also did not want to implicate Ming Yuexin. Therefore, this matter made Qin Shao very hesitant. As if seeing Qin Zhao's hesitation, Ming Yuexin waved her hand carelessly and said, "Since we are already here, there is no reason to leave so quickly. Unless there is no other way, then we will think of leaving. If we leave now, it is equivalent to retreating without a fight. You can afford to lose face, but I can't. You don't have to worry about me. You have already told me about the situation. I agreed to come in. Besides, don't you think it is very dangerous and exciting? I have always been looking for such thrills and excitement. This time I may find it. That's why I won't back out. It is not a big deal. Isn't it just some monsters? What are you afraid of? We have to believe in our own strength and wisdom. There will always be a solution." Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Shao looked at her in a daze. Did she have too much confidence, or did she just have a lot of courage? However, no matter which it was, Qin Shao felt that Ming Yuexin was indeed somewhat different from ordinary people in this aspect. "Don't be in a daze. Let's get out of here quickly, otherwise we will be trapped." Ming Yuexin patted Qin Shao. Qin Shao collected his thoughts and nodded. Indeed, this place was not suitable for them to stay for long. The two did not hesitate and quickly left, heading towards the depths of the myriad beast abyss. However, the two did not go far before they raised their eyebrows at the same time, sensing that there was a situation in front of them. They came really quickly. It seems that it is not so easy to leave here safely. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Originally, he thought that he still had a chance to avoid it, but now it seemed that he had been thinking too much. The number of beasts in the abyss of myriad beasts was truly too great. They were scattered far and wide, so if they summoned their companions, they could quickly rush over. Before the golden fox beast died, it must have sent out a distress signal. This kind of signal would naturally cause all the surrounding demonic beasts to rush over as quickly as possible. Underground, Qin Shao raised his eyes and looked at the ground. He saw that the originally calm ground suddenly had a huge wave, as if a tsunami had arrived. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. She held the berserker sword in her hand and stared at everything around her. In addition to the situation underground, there were still demonic beasts coming from all directions. At this time, Qin Shao sensed that the number of demonic beasts was as many as 5. They were approaching from different directions at an extremely fast speed. "Ming Yuexin, it's not good for us to get entangled with them. Let's not linger and leave quickly. If we can shake them off, then we can escape. Otherwise, the situation will be troublesome," said Qin Shao. There's no hurry. It's rare to encounter so many dangerous demonic beasts. I still want to have some fun with them. It's okay. These demonic beasts are only third-step heavenly venerables. They won't be able to cause any trouble. Our strength is more than enough to deal with these demonic beasts. Ming Yuexin was bold and didn't care at all. Qin Shao could only smile bitterly. It seemed that it was impossible to stop Ming Yuexin from fighting. This girl had no intention of retreating without a fight. She was still very playful. There was no other way. If Ming Yuexin didn't leave, Qin Shao could only stay and fight. For the time being, the 5 demonic beasts were not afraid of anything. They were only third-step heavenly venerables. They were more than enough to deal with them. However, they couldn't think of it that way. Once the time was delayed, there would definitely be more demonic beasts coming from behind. Therefore, the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it was for them. According to what Qin Shao knew, there were thousands of 4th-step heavenly venerables demonic beasts in the abyss of beasts. This was a very large number. With so many 4th-step heavenly venerables, as long as a few of them came, it would be enough to make them suffer. If there were too many of them, they wouldn't have a chance to escape even if they wanted to. Therefore, this was also the position that Qin Shao was very worried about. However, it was useless for him to worry. Ming Yuexin refused to leave. Bang! The ground suddenly exploded, sending mud and stones flying everywhere. A huge demonic beast drilled out of the ground. It opened its huge mouth and directly bit Qin Shao, as if it wanted to eat Qin Shao in one bite. This demonic beast's body was huge. It was probably 3,000 feet long and close to 500 feet tall. Its appearance was a bit like a crocodile. It had a very long head, thick and short limbs, and a long tail. However, upon closer inspection, it looked a bit like a dragon. Its whole body was covered with earth-colored scales, each of which was the size of a basin. From the top of the head to the tail of the North Pole beam, there were thick barbs that looked like sharp knives that were stuck on it, flashing with a cold sharpness. That open, bloody mouth, those incomparably sharp fangs, all revealed a fierce and sharp glint. If one was bitten by this demonic beast, it was likely that even the strongest immortal body would be bitten to pieces. Once the immortal body was bitten to pieces, one would not be far from death. Therefore, this was the most terrifying attack of this demonic beast. Ground armor dragon. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows. He recognized what demonic beast this was. It was the ground armor dragon. To be called a ferocious dragon, it was enough to see that it was somewhat related to dragons. Its body also contained a trace of the bloodline of the ancient divine dragon. Therefore, its body was also very strong. Although its bloodline was not as pure as that of a dragon, a trace of it was enough to be dangerous. The most dangerous thing about the ground armor dragon was that it could be invisible. It could come and go without a trace, making it very difficult to track its movements. Also, its skin was thick and its body was very strong. It was very difficult to kill it. Its strength was very strong, and its combat power was very long-lasting. If there were a few ground armor dragons, they could completely exhaust a fourth-step heavenly venerable to death. Fortunately, Qin Shao was only facing one ground armor dragon at this time. That was a little better. The ground armor dragon's sudden attack was also very fast. As soon as it felt him break out of the ground, it immediately attacked in front of Qin Shao. Qin Shao's flowing light wings flapped and turned into a stream of light to dodge. If he didn't have the flowing light wings, it wouldn't have been easy for him to dodge. However, with the flowing light wings, Qin Shao was not worried. He calmly dodged the ground armor dragon's fatal bite. Beast, eat my sword first. Qin Shao fully displayed the dragon-slaying sword art. The dragon-slaying sword art was said to be able to slay dragons, although it was not so strong. However, since it was called the dragon-slaying sword art, it was obvious that this high-grade immortal technique was very powerful. When the sword was unleashed, thousands of swords shone, and a sharp light surged into the sky. Streaks of sword light slashed down, annihilating the entire void in an instant. After the ground armor dragon missed, its long and huge hair swung over like a shadow. The powerful force was like a huge mountain that smashed down on Qin Shao. Its speed was also very fast, even catching up with the speed of the flowing light wings. Its tail and head were obviously the ground armor dragon's weapons. They were its two strongest attacking parts. Its speed was already very fast, so its attack speed was naturally even faster. Otherwise, how could it kill the enemy? The streaks of sword light slashed down on the ground armor dragon's tail, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. The powerful force forced the ground armor dragon to retreat, and it let out a few angry roars. What a strong defense. It's really not for show. I used all my strength to display the dragon-slaying sword art, but only left a few shallow white marks on its body. It seems that if I don't use some of my true power, it will be difficult to even hurt it. Moreover, it knows the Earth Shield technique. It will be easy for it to escape. Qin Shao snorted in his heart. At this time, the other four demonic beasts appeared in Qin Shao's sight one after another. A red flame beast that looked like a rhinoceros dashed over, its whole body bathed in a raging fire. The raging fire on its body seemed to be able to burn the world. The terrifying heat could be felt from afar. It was a double-headed red snake that was thousands of feet long. It was obviously very long. It had two huge heads, a long snake tongue, and inverted triangular eyes. It was obviously a very eerie person. It twisted its long body and quickly charged over. Boom! 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 It was a human-shaped demonic beast that was more than 100 feet tall. It looked a little like a barbarian. However, this demonic beast was covered in black hair, which proved that it was not related to the human race. It was a giant King Kong beast. In the sky, there was a giant bird that had a wingspan of more than 100 feet. It flew over like a bolt of lightning, with electricity flowing all over its body. It looked very divine. This was the streamer-winged bird, famous for its speed. Among the 4 demonic beasts, the streamer-winged bird was the fastest. It was the first to reach the front. Ming Yuexin did not hesitate. She directly went up to it and said playfully, "Big stupid bird, you look quite good. Why don't you let me ride you?" Hearing this, Qin Shao almost bit his tongue. What domineering words! This was a third-step heavenly venerable realm streamer-winged bird. She wanted to ride it as a mount. Wasn't this humiliating, the streamer-winged bird? What a boastful girl. You still want to ride me? I'll eat you first. Look at how fresh and white you are. I believe that your flesh and blood must taste very good. The streamer-winged bird said angrily. Heavenly venerable demonic beasts could speak human language. If they were willing, they could even transform into human form. Of course, most demonic beasts were unwilling to transform into human form unless they were forced to. Just like how humans were unwilling to transform into demonic beasts, human heavenly venerables could transform into other forms at will. However, they still preferred their original forms. Moreover, maintaining one's original form was the strongest state. Only then could one fully unleash one's strength. Bah, my flesh and blood are not delicious at all. Even if it is, you don't have such a good life to eat so much. It's very precious, Ming Yuexin said. These words were quite amusing. The streamer-winged bird and Ming Yuexin soon started fighting. Qin Shao was not idle either. The fierce battle was still ongoing. Just now, the ground armor dragon had suffered a loss at Qin Shao's hands. Naturally, it roared in anger and charged toward Qin Shao again. Domain form. Chapter 2092. The power of Qin Shao's inner world was still very strong. It was enough to suppress an ordinary 4th-step heavenly venerate. No matter how strong the ground armor dragon was, it was only a 3rd-step heavenly venerate. Therefore, when Qin Shao's inner world formed a domain, it naturally trapped the ground armor dragon, making it feel as if it had fallen into a swamp. Its speed and body were greatly restricted. The powerful force was like countless ropes, tightly binding the ground armor dragon and pressing it to the ground. What kind of domain is this? The ground armor dragon struggled with all its might, trying to get out of the domain. However, how strong was the power of Qin Shao's inner world? How could it let the ground armor dragon out so easily? You're just a 3rd-step heavenly venerate. What do you think you can do? You'd better just lie there obediently. Qin Shao sneered. He once again displayed the dragon-slaying sword art with all his strength, slashing down on the ground armor dragon's body. In a situation where the ground armor dragon did not have much resistance, Qin Shao's dragon-slaying sword art, coupled with the high-grade immortal weapon manic sword, was sharp enough. Therefore, Qin Shao's sword began to leave shallow marks on the ground armor dragon's body. If this continued, he would be able to really hurt and threaten the ground armor dragon. No matter how thick its skin was, it would definitely not be able to withstand being hit while standing there. Roar! The giant King Kong beast roared and ran towards Qin Shao. The ground trembled slightly with every step it took. It was obvious how strong the giant King Kong beast was. The giant King Kong beast's strongest means were its strength and body. It was similar to the barbarian tribe. Qin Shao had plenty of ways to deal with the giant King Kong beast. He had subdued a barbarian tribe creature previously. Using that barbarian tribe creature should be able to deal with the giant King Kong beast. However, there was no need for that for the time being. Qin Shao waved his hand, and the 8-sided Buddha mirror flew into the void. The light instantly enveloped the giant King Kong beast and trapped it in the 8-sided space. The King Kong behemoth's limbs were well developed, but its brain was a little simple-minded. Trapped within the 8-sided Buddha mirror, it could only roar and attack the 8-sided space, trying to break out with brute force. it would be very difficult to get out of the 8-sided Buddha mirror space by relying on brute force. Therefore, the giant King Kong beast attacked again and again, but to no avail. It could not break out at all. After dealing with the giant King Kong beast, Qin Shao continued to deal with the ground armor dragon. On the other side, Ming Yuexin was really domineering. She actually rode on the streamer winged bird. No matter how the streamer winged bird resisted, it could not break free from Ming Yuexin's hands. It could only let her ride it obediently. Not only was Ming Yuexin riding on the flowing light winged bird, but she was also holding back the other 2 monstrous beasts at the same time. She was dealing with 3 monstrous beasts at the same time. Moreover, she was extremely calm and did not seem to expend any effort at all. From the happy smile on Ming Yuexin's face, it was obvious that she was treating this battle as a game. To her, it was indeed not a challenge at all. Qin Shao could not help but admire Ming Yuexin. It was indeed a good method. After temporarily suppressing the 5 monstrous beasts, Qin Shao did not really intend to kill 1 or 2 of them. It was better not to kill them if possible. It was fine as long as they were suppressed. Ming Yuexin, it's about time. We should go. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid there will be more monstrous beasts coming. Qin Shao said to Ming Yuexin again. However, Ming Yuexin was currently having fun. How could she bear to leave? She replied, Qin Shao, don't be anxious. What are you afraid of? With the strength of the 2 of us, are we still afraid of these monstrous beasts? Even if there are more than 10 of these monstrous beasts, it will be fine. Even if a few 4th-step heavenly venerable realm monstrous beasts come, we can still suppress them. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Let me play for a while more. This is really fun. Do you want to play together? Fun? Qin Shao really could not see what was fun about this. This Ming Yuexin's girlish heart was really too heavy. Fortunately, Qin Shao had seen the double saints of He and Ha, so he quickly felt relieved. If she wanted to play, then he could only let her play for a while more. He just hoped that there would not be a terrible situation. However, not long after, Qin Shao frowned fiercely. His gaze swept to the distance in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, they're really fast. Sure enough, there are more monstrous beasts coming this time. What a strong aura. There are 4th-step heavenly venerable realm monstrous beasts coming. Ming Yuexin, stop playing. Let's go. Qin Shao was really a little anxious. If they delayed any longer, it would be difficult for them to leave. Although Ming Yuexin was very unwilling, she also noticed that a large group of monstrous beasts was rushing over, so they really could not play anymore. She was not afraid, but she did not want Qin Shao to be frightened, so she could only nod and agree. Okay, let's go. Ming Yuexin agreed to leave. Qin Shao secretly sighed in relief. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose a direction with Ming Yuexin and quickly left. However, they did not go far before they felt the aura of monstrous beasts coming from a distance. There was more than 1 monstrous beast coming this way. No, there are monstrous beasts in front. Let's go that way, Qin Shao said, and the 2 changed direction. However, they did not go far in this direction, and they also felt monstrous beasts in front of them. They changed direction again, and the result was the same. The situation was really troublesome. Qin Shao's face could not help but become cold. It was really what he was worried about. However, Qin Shao could only helplessly do this. If he had pulled Ming Yuexin away earlier, such a thing would not have happened. However, there was no use in saying this now. However, Ming Yuexin did not realize that she had done something wrong. She still looked very indifferent. He only exclaimed and said, "There are so many demonic beasts. We're going to be generals today. Our luck is so good. We only delayed for a while, and we actually attracted so many monstrous beasts. There are monstrous beasts everywhere. It seems that today's battle must be fought. Otherwise, we can't leave here. Haha, then let's fight. It's just right. I haven't had enough fun just now. Now I can have a good time. Have fun." Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Shao felt like crying but had no tears to shed. He sensed that there were at least 30 monstrous beasts, and there were 2 4th-step heavenly venerable realm monstrous beasts. Such a lineup of forces in addition to the 5 third-step heavenly venerable realm monstrous beasts just now, was enough to give Qin Shao a headache. He had to be on high alert. But Ming Yuexin, on the other hand, was still as indifferent as ever. Her strength had really reached such a level. If Qin Shao had to deal with them alone, Qin Shao felt that he would definitely not be able to handle it. After all, monstrous beasts were very difficult to kill. Their defensive power was very strong, and there were many of them. Once they surrounded them, it would be a disaster. However, it was useless to say anything now. He could only prepare to go all out. Ming Yuexin, this is not a joke. It is indeed very troublesome. Judging from the current situation, there will probably be more monstrous beasts coming later. Therefore, the longer we delay, the worse it will be for us. Don't be willful this time. You must listen to my command later. When I say go, you must not delay the battle. You must follow me. Do you understand? Qin Shao said to Ming Yuexin in a very serious and solemn manner. It was indeed not a joke. Don't worry, I know. I know what to do. Really, I am not stupid. I am very smart, okay? Don't worry, I will not act recklessly. If there is really something, I know what to do. You wait, take care of yourself. Don't let anything happen, and I have to save you. Ming Yuexin waved her hand and said. Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Zhao's heart instantly felt at ease. He did not know why, but this sentence seemed to make Qin Shao feel very convinced. Indeed, although Ming Yuexin was a little playful, she was still very smart. She should not do anything stupid. Knowing that she could not defeat them, she should know to escape. Since she dared to do so, she should have some confidence. Qin Shao still did not know Ming Yuexin's real strength and real means. Thinking of this, Qin Shao did not think about anything else. Since this was the case, then he would fight with peace of mind. Qin Shao did not wait for those monstrous beasts to surround them. He directly made the first move and killed his way out, taking some initiative. If he was surrounded, then he would be completely in a passive position. There was a big difference between being active and being passive. Golden Fox Beast, Red Flame Beast, Amethyst Lion Turtle, Double-Headed Crimson Snake, Giant Diamond Beast, River Monster, Ice Tiger, Ground Armor Dragon, Streamer Wingbird, Tashin Beast, and Green Snake. All of a sudden, more than 10 monstrous beasts appeared. Among them, the Amethyst, Lion Turtle, and Ice Tiger were 4th-step Heavenly Venerables, while the rest were 3rd-step Heavenly Venerables. Not long after entering, Qin Shao and the others encountered so many monstrous beasts. The weakest one was a 3rd-step Heavenly Venerate, and there were even 2 4th-step Heavenly Venerables. From this, it was enough to see how terrifying the level of danger in the abyss of beasts was. Even a 4th-step Heavenly Venerate with a little bit of experience could only nurse a grievance when faced with such a situation. Qin Shao locked his gaze on the 4th-step Heavenly Venerate Amethyst Lion Turtle. If he wanted to deal with it, he had to deal with the strongest one first. The Amethyst Lion Turtle's body was formed by pieces of amethyst. Its entire body was a treasure. Amethyst was an extremely rare and precious item. A piece of amethyst could be sold for a high price. If this amethyst lion turtle could be killed, just the amethyst on its body could probably be sold for at least 5 million Chaos Source Stones. Of course, it was not that easy to kill a 4th-step Heavenly Venerate Amethyst Lion Turtle. Qin Shao did not think of killing this Amethyst Lion Turtle. That was not very practical. Roar, human brat, I'm going to eat you. However, before Qin Shao could reach the Amethyst Lion Turtle, the Giant Diamond Beast and Ground Armor Dragon that Qin Shao had suppressed earlier roared furiously and charged over, blocking Qin Zhao's path. Since you're all here, I'll let you have a taste of my internal world domain. Qin Shao pursed his lips and repeated the same trick. The power of his internal world domain was fully unleashed again, forming a powerful domain that directly enveloped the Giant Diamond Beast and Ground Armor Dragon and restrained them. Qin Shao felt that suppressing 2 demonic beasts at the same time was very strenuous. The power of his internal world domain was strong, but in the face of the 2 demonic beasts' resistance, it was naturally very difficult to trap the Ground Armor Dragon as well as before. However, it was fine to be able to suppress it temporarily. Human brat, the two of you are so bold to barge into our abyss of beasts and kill our members. Humph, the two of you are going to die here. Both of you must die. Chapter 2093. From afar, Qin Shao could feel the powerful aura emanating from the amethyst lion turtle. This was a fourth-step, heavenly venerable realm amethyst lion turtle. Its immortal aura was powerful, and its eyes were as sharp as swords. It made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. It was as if it could frighten people's souls, and they didn't dare to look at it too much. Qin Shao didn't care too much about the third-step heavenly venerables, because the realm limited the strength of those demonic beasts. There was a big difference between demonic beasts and humans. Demonic beasts' innate bloodlines were very powerful. Even if they didn't cultivate, they could still grow naturally. It was just that if you cultivated diligently, your strength would be stronger, and there was a possibility of transformation. Take the armor dragon, for example. Generally speaking, it could reach the third-step heavenly venerable realm when it reached adulthood. If it cultivated diligently, it could stimulate more of its innate bloodline, and if it had an immortal fate, it might even transform to the fourth-step heavenly venerable realm. As for ascending to the level of ancient sages, there are definitely cases of such a thing happening, but it was still extremely rare. Demonic beasts' level of life generally determined their achievements, and their plasticity was far inferior to humans. Of course, their innate bloodline was powerful, and they still had their own advantages in many aspects. For example, as long as your innate bloodline was strong enough, you didn't need to cultivate from birth. You only needed to eat, drink, and sleep, and your strength would naturally increase. How enviable was that? Cultivation was an extremely painful and long thing. Who wouldn't want to be strong and be able to improve their realm without working hard? In the human race, some people with special constitutions also had some abilities in this area, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns in the human race. For demonic beasts, it was the same for all demonic beasts. It was just that demonic beasts were also divided into levels. The bloodline inheritance of the amethyst lion turtle was relatively powerful. An adult amethyst lion turtle was a fourth-step heavenly venerable realm amethyst lion turtle, and some of them could transform and step into the ancient sage realm. The amethyst lion turtle's innate ability, the amethyst field, is very terrifying. I still have to be careful when dealing with it. Don't fall into its trap. Qin Shao thought to himself. Facing the fierce amethyst lion turtle, he couldn't help but be on high alert. He had to deal with it seriously. Ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate exalted immortals would definitely retreat when facing an amethyst lion turtle. What Qin Shao had to face now was not only an amethyst lion turtle, but also a dozen demonic beasts that looked like wolves and tigers. Qin Shao had temporarily suppressed the Earth Armor Dragon and the giant King Kong beast, but facing the other forces, he couldn't help but have a headache. Despicable humans. I hate you humans the most. Despicable and shameless, willfully slaughtering the innocent, treating us demonic beasts as materials, money, and servants. If I see a human master, I will kill one if I see one. If I see two, I will kill a pair. The flesh of humans is very delicious. I have good teeth, so I'm not afraid of your tough bones. I love eating thigh meat the most. I've reserved a thigh. Don't fight with me. Those demon beasts said playfully. Pairs of green eyes stared at Qin Shao, treating Qin Shao as prey. It seemed that he had no choice but to get serious. Since that was the case, let's fight. Qin Shao withdrew the power of the world in his body and transformed into a huge dragon that was 10,000 feet long. Its huge body was a little overwhelming to all the demonic beasts here. Moreover, the dragon that Qin Shao transformed into was lifelike. If one didn't pay attention to it, they would really think that it was an ancient dragon. The dragonization skill allowed one to transform into a dragon when encountering wind and clouds. The dragon would soar up to the 9 heavens and soar between heaven and earth. The huge dragon danced in the air, carrying the power of the spirit of all living things. Its immortal power was vast and mighty, crushing those demonic beasts. Dragonization? How can you tarnish and humiliate a divine dragon? Umph. Human boy, you're just bluffing. Watch me smash you into pieces. Qin Zhao's transformation into a huge dragon didn't make those demonic beasts retreat. Instead, it angered them even more. The dragon was one of the four great ancient divine beasts. It was the supreme king in the hearts of demonic beasts. It was the source of bloodline inheritance. It could be said that it was the ancestor of all demonic beasts. Therefore, the dragon naturally had a supreme position in the hearts of demonic beasts. It was where the faith of the demonic beasts lay. Qin Zhao's transformation into a huge dragon by using the dragonization skill was a great disrespect to the ancient divine dragon. Therefore, these demonic beasts were naturally even more furious. Whoosh! The amethyst lion turtle also transformed into a purple flame and pounced on Qin Zhao. What a fast speed! It's worthy of being a fourth-step heavenly venerable realm demonic beast, the amethyst lion turtle. It can actually trigger the power of the heavenly Tao law as it moves. Seeing the amethyst lion turtle speed, Qin Zhao couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. He smelled a threat. The amethyst lion turtle could indeed pose a threat to Qin Zhao, so Qin Zhao didn't dare to be careless. He had to face it seriously. Stomp! Under the amethyst lion turtle's heavy hooves, Qin Zhao felt that the space seemed to be solidified in an instant. The power of the immortal Tao law also transformed into an invisible blade that attacked Qin Zhao. The immortal Tao law was everywhere. It was the basic power that constituted the operation of this world. The power of the law was like an invisible giant hand, an invisible net that wanted to trap and bind Qin Zhao. The power of the immortal Tao law directly pressed down. It was too powerful. Qin Zhao could only resist it with the power of the spirit of all things. However, the amethyst lion turtle attacked Qin Zhao fiercely again and again. The other demonic beasts also launched a frenzied attack on Qin Zhao. All kinds of methods and powerful forces swarmed over like monstrous waves that wanted to annihilate Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao naturally felt that it was very strenuous to deal with more than a dozen third-step heavenly venerable demonic beasts and a fourth-step heavenly venerable amethyst lion turtle. Even if he used his heart force, it was still very strenuous. Heart force had a great suppressive effect, but there were too many demonic beasts. Moreover, once the demonic beasts fought, they would be very bloodthirsty and crazy. They would fight without any regard for their lives. Under such circumstances, Qin Zhao naturally found it difficult to resist. How could he compete with these demonic beasts in terms of attrition? Demonic beasts had always been known for being good at fighting. Attrition was tantamount to suicide. It seems I have to use Sage Li's flying dagger. I thought that I could hold on for a while with the dragonization ability. I underestimated the madness of these demonic beasts. I'm outnumbered. This battle is indeed not easy to fight. The amethyst lion turtle hasn't even used its innate ability yet. I'm going to be forced to use my strongest move. It seems that I'm really in big trouble today. Qin Zhao smiled bitterly in his heart and shook his head helplessly. He glanced at Ming Yuexin. Ming Yuexin seemed to be having a lot of fun. She was being treated the same as Qin Zhao, but she seemed to be much more relaxed. She was having a lot of fun playing with the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts roared angrily and crazily besieged Ming Yuexin. However, they were all played around by Ming Yuexin. Qin Zhao couldn't help but admire her ability. Ming Yuexin was having a lot of fun. Qin Zhao was having a lot of trouble, but he couldn't say anything. The shortcoming of his cultivation level was also reflected at this time. His immortal power and immortal physique were very insufficient. In such a fierce battle, under the crazy attacks of these demonic beasts, it was naturally difficult to withstand. However, there was no other way. He could only use his strongest move. Qin Zhao shook his body and returned to his original body. With a wave of his hand, 9 Sage Li's flying daggers flew out and hovered around Qin Zhao's body. They bloomed with supreme sharpness and formed a ball of energy field, enveloping Qin Zhao like an air shield. The light of the god of war could reflect the sun and the moon. In the face of Qin Shao, who was possessed by the god of war, these demonic beasts were still fearless and still crazily pounced on him. Powerful forces came crashing down one after another, bombarding Qin Shao as if they wanted to destroy this world. The power of the immortal Tao law was too strong. If Qin Shao didn't have the flowing light wings to protect his body, he would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, the power of Qin Zhao's inner world was strong enough to make up for the lack of his cultivation level to a certain extent. Although Qin Zhao's cultivation level was only at the third step celestial venerable realm, he also cultivated several other cultivation paths, which were of great help to the improvement of his body. Therefore, the strength of Qin Zhao's immortal physique was actually not inferior to an ordinary fourth step celestial venerable realm. With the help of the power of his inner world, he became even more powerful. Coupled with the protection of the flowing light wings, it was indeed not that easy to hurt him. However, if he continued to fight like this, Qin Zhao's immortal power would be exhausted and he would eventually be defeated. At this time, Qin Shao was forced to use Li Sheng's flying daggers in advance, which was not a good thing for Qin Shao. It was imminent and it was time for him to go all out. He had no choice but to go all out now. Qin Shao waved his hand, and 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers flew out in all directions. Qin Shao performed the flying dagger Dao with all his strength, stimulating the power of the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. The 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers also bloomed with supreme sharpness, shining with shocking power. Each Li Sheng's flying dagger seemed to be able to sweep across the void and cut through the sky. The Li Sheng's flying daggers were indeed supreme sharpness. Those third-step celestial venerables were all scratched by the Li Sheng's flying daggers. However, Qin Shao had to deal with more than a dozen demonic beasts at this time, so the power of the Li Sheng's flying daggers was also scattered. 1 Li Sheng's flying dagger had to deal with 2 demonic beasts, so its power was naturally greatly reduced. Although it could hurt some demonic beasts, it was difficult to hurt them deeply. If it was only a small injury, those demonic beasts would not care at all. On the amethyst lion turtle's side, 1 Li Sheng's flying dagger could not do anything to it. It was beaten back again and again, unable to get close to it. Li Sheng's flying dagger? It seems that you're a disciple of Li Sheng. Seeing Qin Shao use Li Sheng's flying daggers, the amethyst lion turtle's eyes were slightly surprised, but it immediately felt relieved. I don't care if you are a disciple of Li Sheng or not. As long as you come to our abyss of beasts, you are courting death. Moreover, you dare to kill the demonic beasts of our abyss of beasts. You deserve to die. I'd like to see just how much damage you have left, human brat. How long can you last? The amethyst lion turtle also attacked crazily. Its attack power was indeed very strong. The power of the law of immortal Tao seemed to be at will in its hands. With a raise of its hand, it could strike out all its power and hit Qin Shao heavily. Qin Shao was now using all his means. Although he did not use the true incantation of Lin, the power of the true incantation of Lin was actually similar to the dragon transformation skill. Chapter 2094. Qin Zhao's most powerful technique was undoubtedly Li Sheng's flying dagger. He had already used his most powerful technique, and he was already going all out. Li Sheng's flying dagger was also accompanied by a heart force attack. Although heart force was suitable for group attacks, it did not have much effect on these monsters. First of all, these monsters were too crazy. Second of all, monsters did not need to comprehend and cultivate the immortal Tao by themselves. As their bodies grew, their strength and realm would also increase correspondingly. Therefore, even if their willpower was intimidated, as long as they still had a trace of consciousness, they could continue to attack crazily. This did not have a big impact on their strength. It could only suppress about 20% of their strength. This was different from dealing with humans. Once a human's spiritual will was strongly attacked, they might not have the consciousness to use their strength again. Therefore, heart force was very useful most of the time. Even when dealing with weaker opponents, one could crush them purely with heart force. For example, if Qin Shao were to deal with some third-step celestial venerables now, Qin Shao would be able to trample on them, and even kill them with heart force alone. Heart force did not have much effect at this time, so Qin Shao was under a lot of pressure. Now, he was relying on Li Sheng's flying dagger to fight against nearly 20 monsters, and he felt more and more tired. Especially at this time, the amethyst lion turtle was also going crazy and attacking ferociously, wanting to kill Qin Shao. Once it got close enough, it would be very dangerous. Li Sheng's flying dagger could only temporarily keep these monsters in check, but under the crazy attacks of these monsters, Qin Shao also felt that he could not hold on for long. Once his immortal power was depleted, it would definitely be a snowfall. Moreover, the most terrible thing was that the amethyst lion turtle had not used its innate ability yet. Some of the other monsters had already used their innate abilities to attack, and most of them had not. But now, Qin Shao was already feeling tired. If these monsters all used their innate abilities, how could he stop them? This problem really gave Qin Shao a headache. Cold. It was very cold. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura surged over, plunging the entire area into extreme coldness. The temperature suddenly plummeted. Qin Shao couldn't help but shudder when she was touched by this cold aura. She felt a chill in her soul. He felt that this chilling aura could even threaten his everything. His will, soul, immortal energy, and immortal body could all be threatened. The ice tiger is using its innate ability, ice sealing heaven and earth. This made Qin Shao a little worried about Ming Yuexin. She immediately looked over and saw that the world was completely frozen. Ming Yuexin was also frozen in a world of ice. This ice was no ordinary ice. It was the ice of the immortal Tao laws, the power of the laws. Being frozen by this ice was equivalent to being frozen by the power of laws. The power of laws would seep into your immortal body and destroy it, your soul, your will, and then kill you. This was the innate ability of the fourth step heavenly venerable realm ice tiger. It was a very powerful innate ability that was passed down through its bloodline. This innate ability was the most powerful means of a demonic beast. Once it was used, its power would naturally be frightening. Ming Yuexin, Qin Shao immediately became worried and anxious. He quickly transmitted a message to Ming Yuexin. If anything happened to Ming Yuexin, Qin Shao would also blame himself. Why are you so nervous? Are you looking down on me? Relax, relax. Take care of yourself. You are in trouble now. Don't worry about me. These demonic beasts can't hurt me at all. Ming Yuexin immediately replied. Her tone was still very relaxed. It seemed that Ming Yuexin was still very confident. Since Ming Yuexin said so, Qin Shao felt a lot more relieved. Just as Qin Shao relaxed a little, he immediately sensed that something was going to happen. Pieces of purple crystals appeared around him, forming a cage. Soon, Qin Shao was trapped inside. The purple light died, the whole world purple. Purple crystal domain. Qin Shao was surprised, and his expression immediately became serious. The purple crystal lion turtle had used its innate ability, the purple crystal domain. The innate ability of a fourth-step heavenly venerable realm demonic beast was very powerful and terrifying. The ice tiger's icebound heaven and earth made Qin Shao feel terrified. The purple crystal lion turtle's purple crystal domain was no less terrifying than the ice tiger's icebound heaven and earth. Sure enough, once the domain was formed, a terrifying power surged and filled the entire domain. This domain was not big. It directly trapped Qin Shao, and then a powerful force bombarded Qin Shao. The 9 Li Sheng flying daggers were blocked outside the domain. Qin Shao could only control the Li Sheng flying daggers to attack the purple crystal domain. However, he could not break the purple crystal domain for a while. The power of the law of immortal Tao surged toward Qin Shao. I knew that the purple crystal lion turtle's purple crystal domain was very powerful, but I still underestimated it. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I was a little careless just now. The purple crystal lion turtle seized the opportunity to attack and blocked my 9 Li Sheng flying daggers. If the Li Sheng flying daggers were inside the purple crystal domain, it would be much easier for me to break the domain, and I would have a better chance. Now that the Li Sheng flying daggers are blocked outside, and those demonic beasts are attacking the Li Sheng flying daggers to disperse the power of the Li Sheng flying daggers. Naturally, it will be difficult for the Li Sheng flying daggers to break the purple crystal domain. If the domain can't be broken, then I'll be trapped in it. The danger is very high. The flowing light wings can't protect me anymore. If I can't escape quickly, I'm afraid I'll be in danger. Qin Zhao's expression darkened. He knew very well that he was in danger, and this danger might only worsen. Therefore, he had to think of a way to break the purple crystal domain and kill his way out. With a berserker sword in hand, he fully displayed the dragon-slaying sword art. The sharpness of the berserker sword slashed at the purple crystal domain again and again, but there was no way to break it. The purple crystal domain was indeed much sturdier than Qin Zhao had imagined. Qin Zhao had also tried the dragon transformation art, but it still didn't work. He had also tried the true mantra of Lin, but there was still no way to break the purple crystal domain. This situation made Qin Zhao a little depressed. What was going on? He had so many methods, but none of them could do anything to the purple crystal domain. How could the purple crystal domain be so strong? It didn't make sense. The purple crystal lion turtle was only a fourth-step heavenly venerate demonic beast, while Qin Zhao's strength was equivalent to a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that he was completely capable of fighting the purple crystal lion turtle. But being trapped in the purple crystal domain, why did it feel like he was trapped to death? He couldn't break the purple crystal domain and walk out of it. Qin Zhao found it very difficult to accept this situation. What should he do? However, this matter really gave Qin Zhao a headache. He shook his head. He couldn't think of any good ideas for the time being. Li Sheng's flying dagger was restrained by those demonic beasts, so there was no way to unleash its true power and effect. At this moment, Qin Zhao really felt somewhat helpless. Qin Zhao couldn't help but think of the 7 treasures glazed vase that Fatty Kai had given him and the ancient saint protective amulet that Princess Xiaoyu had given him. The ancient saint protective amulet that Princess Xiaoyu had given him had been personally refined by the master of Fumu Immortal Palace. It contained a powerful attack of the master of Fumu Immortal Palace. Just how powerful would a strike from an ancient saint be? Most likely, even an experienced fourth-step Empyrean could be directly killed, right? This ancient saint protective amulet was too precious, so Qin Zhao was reluctant to use it. He still wanted to return it to Princess Xiaoyu. If he really used it, he would owe her a big favor. Unless it was really a last resort. In order to save his life, he had no choice but to use it. However, had he already reached this point? In fact, it was almost time. It was indeed almost time to save his life. Therefore, Qin Zhao had already made preparations in this regard. As for the 7 treasures glazed vase, Qin Zhao didn't know how powerful it was, but he guessed that it wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, he didn't try to use the 7 treasures glazed vase for the time being. If it really didn't work, he would use the ancient saint protective amulet. Qin Zhao hoped that things wouldn't come to this. However, the current situation was really not optimistic. What should he do? He had to grit his teeth and hold on. This was the only way. Qin Zhao definitely wouldn't use the ancient saint protective amulet so easily. Human boy, it's useless. Don't make a futile struggle. You can't escape from my purple crystal realm. Just accept your death obediently. You have to pay the price in blood for killing the demonic beasts of the abyss of beasts. Human boy, you shouldn't have entered the abyss of beasts. The abyss of beasts doesn't welcome any life forms, especially humans. We never let humans who enter the abyss of beasts go. We have to kill them first, and then quickly. You have some strength. Indeed, you're very strong. You're only a 3rd-step heavenly venerate, yet you have such heaven-defying strength. I'm afraid that your talent and potential are also extremely monstrous. You're probably a rare existence in the human race. We prefer to kill the geniuses of the human race. Therefore, you'll definitely die today. Don't have any more fantasies. The purple crystal lion turtle looked at Qin Shao playfully. Now, that Qin Shao was its prey, and in its hands, it could naturally hold its head high. We didn't come to the abyss of beasts to offend you or become enemies with the demonic beasts. We just came to travel. If you hate us so much and want to kill us, we can only fight back. However, there's a saying in the human race. Don't be happy too early. Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face if you jump to conclusions now? Although he was at a disadvantage and trapped in the purple crystal realm, Qin Shao couldn't be weak in terms of aura. He couldn't be controlled by the purple crystal lion turtle. If it was necessary to be tit for tat, then it had to be tit for tat. Humph, you're still so stubborn when you're about to die? Don't you have a saying in the human race that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? I think you're that kind of person. You humans are too hypocritical, too insidious, too despicable and cunning. I hate you humans. The purple crystal lion turtle sneered, full of hostility. Qin Shao chuckled and shook his head helplessly. There are bad people in the human race, but there are even more good people. You can't generalize. Chapter 2095. Qin Zhao's heart was filled with bitterness. His current situation was indeed very bad. If there was really no other way, he could only use the ancient saint's amulet. However, Qin Shao naturally did not want to use the ancient saint's amulet. After all, it was not his but Princess Xiaoyu's. It was naturally best not to use it. The power of the purple crystal territory was indeed very strong. Qin Shao tried his best to break the purple crystal territory, but to no avail. This caused Qin Shao to feel somewhat powerless. Such a feeling was very unbearable. It was something that Qin Shao had rarely felt. Was there really no way to break the purple crystal territory? Qin Shao was somewhat unwilling to accept the feeling of being completely suppressed. However, there was nothing he could do no matter how unwilling he was. At this moment, he was indeed completely suppressed. Qin Shao still underestimated the power of the purple crystal territory. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Zhao's Li Shang flying dagger was blocked outside and disturbed by the demonic beasts, so its power was greatly weakened. Naturally, it was very difficult for Qin Shao to break the purple crystal territory. If he could not break the purple crystal territory, he would not be able to walk out of it. The power of the territory pressed down on Qin Shao mightily. If this continued, Qin Shao would be exhausted to death. Qin Shao did not expect that he would be trapped by the purple crystal lion turtle. Originally, Qin Shao was quite confident in his own strength. His strength was enough to reach the level of a fourth-step heavenly venerable. Logically speaking, it was enough to fight the purple crystal lion turtle. However, due to his carelessness, he was trapped in the purple crystal territory. He was directly suppressed. This was Qin Zhao's miscalculation. Qin Shao had also underestimated the purple crystal lion turtle's strength. Human boy, let's see how long you can be unyielding. Don't make any futile resistance. You can't get out. Today you must die here. Not only will you die, but your companions will also die. All of you will die here today. This is the price you have to pay for breaking into the abyss of myriad beasts. This is the price you have to pay for killing the demonic beasts of the abyss of myriad beasts. Troublesome. It was indeed troublesome. Qin Shao had already tried his best. He had used all sorts of methods, but he was still unable to leave the purple crystal domain. If things went on like this, Qin Shao might really be forced into a dead end. At this time, he already felt that he was in a desperate situation. Qin Shao could not help but shake his head. If there was really no other way, he could only use the ancient sage amulet to try his luck. He felt that using the ancient sage body amulet was a little overkill, but there was nothing he could do about it. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. He was already prepared, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. He would not use the ancient sage amulet until the last moment. However, the current situation was indeed at the edge of life and death. If this continued, Qin Shao would not be able to hold on any longer. Furthermore, even if he were to use the ancient sage body amulet, he would still have to conserve his strength. Therefore, they couldn't delay it for too long, or it would be disadvantageous to Qin Shao. Helplessness, really helplessness. It seems that there is really no other way. I can't delay it any longer. Qin Shao shook his head. A look of determination flashed across his eyes. He was ready to use the ancient sage amulet. He could only owe Princess Xiaoyu a big favor and repay it in the future. He could not help but be thankful that Princess Xiaoyu had given him the ancient sage amulet. Otherwise, he might really die here today. He had just entered the myriad beast abyss. If he were to die here, Qin Shao would not be able to accept it. Crash! Just as Qin Shao was about to use the ancient sage body amulet, a peerless sharp light suddenly cut open the purple crystal domain from the outside, which greatly surprised Qin Shao. Looking through the crack, Qin Shao saw that Ming Yuexin had cut open the purple crystal domain. This scene shocked Qin Shao quite a bit. This was something that he had not been able to accomplish even after trying so hard for so long. However, Ming Yuexin seemed to be able to do it effortlessly. With a single stroke, she had sliced open the purple crystal domain. After recovering from the shock, Qin Shao did not hesitate. He immediately flew out of the purple crystal domain and quickly joined up with Ming Yuexin. We can't stay here for long. There's a big problem. Let's go quickly, Ming Yuexin said with a serious face. Hearing Ming Yuexin say such a sentence was really not easy. Qin Shao could not help but feel a little emotional in his heart. He had asked Ming Yuexin to leave several times, but she was unwilling to leave. Now, she finally realized that there was trouble and was willing to take the initiative to leave. If she had done so earlier, there would not be so much trouble. However, it was not too late to realize it now. It was also a happy thing. Qin Shao waved his hand and collected the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. As soon as he finished doing all this, Ming Yuexin pulled the jade sword in his hand and waved it. The two of them walked directly into the mirage. They advanced rapidly in the mirage and quickly left there. At the same time, a strange force wrapped around the two of them and concealed their auras. This series of methods impressed Qin Shao. It was no wonder that her concealment methods were so brilliant. This also gave Qin Shao great hope. With such methods, they still had a lot of confidence in escaping. After an unknown amount of time, Ming Yuexin stopped and pulled Qin Shao out of the mirage. After coming out, Qin Shao subconsciously looked around vigilantly. However, after carefully observing for a while, he did not find any danger. This made Qin Shao feel a little relieved. It seemed that they had already shaken off those demonic beasts. This method was indeed powerful. They had shaken off so many demonic beasts in an instant. It was no wonder that Ming Yuexin had such strong confidence and was unwilling to leave so easily. With such methods, there was indeed nothing to be afraid of. You see, I said it's okay. What are you worried about? Didn't we escape safely? Ming Yuexin said with some pride. In the face of Ming Yuexin's pride, Qin Shao had to say, "Yes, I know you are powerful. I admire you." Haha, that's more like it. Ming Yuexin laughed. Girls were full of vanity and liked to hear nice words, especially words that praised them. The more, the better. For the time being, they were fine, but the trouble would only get bigger and bigger. For the time being, they had escaped, but those demonic beasts would definitely not give up. As long as they were still in the abyss of beasts, it would be difficult for them to escape. They still had to face this big trouble. It was just a matter of time. Hiding, it was impossible to hide forever. Besides, Qin Zhao's purpose of coming in was to find Xiao Gu. If they kept hiding, what was the point of coming in? Hiding was definitely out of the question. Instead of hiding, it was better to find a chance to leave the abyss of beasts directly. Otherwise, they must find a way to find Xiao Gu's whereabouts, and then find a way to find Xiao Gu. But looking at the current situation, the situation was not very optimistic. The probability of finding Xiao Gu was not high. After all, this matter had become big, so it was likely that the demonic beasts of the entire abyss of beasts would come to deal with them soon. Thinking of this, Qin Shao could not help but shake his head. It was a little headache. Actually, there's still a way, Ming Yuexin suddenly said. Judging from his tone, he sounded very confident. Qin Shao immediately looked at Ming Yuexin and asked with an expectant look, "What way?" My way is to leave here as soon as possible. Then everything will be fine. Now we are in big trouble. If we don't leave as soon as possible, we will suffer. Who knows? We might even lose our lives here. Ming Yuexin said. Qin Shao thought that Ming Yuexin had a good idea. How could he not know about leaving? Leaving as soon as possible was indeed a good way to solve the problem. It was just that he was not willing to leave in his heart. If he left now, it would be too much of a failure. However, Qin Shao weighed the pros and cons in his heart and could only sigh helplessly. That's fine. Since you think so, then let's not take this risk. Let's leave here first and make other plans. If it really doesn't work, then we can only wait until we are stronger and come back in the future. We have waited for so many years. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. After all, Xiaogu was an ancient demonic beast. Its bloodline inheritance was still relatively noble. As a member of the Beast Clan, Xiaogu should not be mistreated in the abyss of beasts. It might even be given very good treatment. So how should he put it? In fact, in his heart, Qin Shao was not very worried about Xiaogu. Therefore, it did not make much of a difference whether it was earlier or later. The most important thing now was to weigh the pros and cons. After thinking this through, Qin Shao felt relieved. However, at this moment, Ming Yuexin patted Qin Shao and laughed heartily. Haha, I'm just joking with you. We just came in for a while. If we escape now, that would be too embarrassing. I can't afford to lose this kind of person. Therefore, we still have to go through what should be done. We also have to save those who should be saved. Qin Shao looked at Ming Yuexin. At this moment, Qin Shao felt that Ming Yuexin was not only cute, but also chivalrous. This kind of woman was worthy of respect. But Qin Shao thought for a while and shook his head. Ming Yuexin, this time we are in big trouble. We are in big trouble. I think that soon, all the demon beasts in the abyss of beasts will be looking for us. As long as we are still in the abyss of beasts, the combined power of the entire abyss of beasts will be a destructive force. Therefore, as long as we show ourselves, we will be in danger of being discovered. Once we are discovered, we will be in trouble. Ming Yuexin, you have to remember this situation clearly. Therefore, I think you should think about it carefully. If we want to leave the abyss of beasts now, there is still time. If we delay any longer, it will not be so easy to get out. Ming Yuexin said. What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for death. If we can't hide like this, we will be discovered by those demon beasts sooner or later. Therefore, I have no other choice. We will listen to you. Listen to me? Qin Shao pursed his lips and shook his head with a bitter smile. Since they were going to listen to him, then let's get out first. There are still many opportunities now. The longer they delayed, the harder it would be. Then let's go. Leave this place. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Uft. For some reason, Ming Yuexin was amused. After laughing, she patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, You are really rotten wood. You really want to go out when I say go out? Chapter 2096. Do you have a way? Qin Shao looked at Ming Yuexin in surprise, wondering how many heaven-defying abilities she had that he did not know of. Qin Shao felt that there was no other way. They could continue to stay, but they would definitely have to bear a huge risk, and it was very likely that they would be left here. Facing the terrifying power of the entire abyss of beasts and countless monsters, what good idea could Ming Yuexin have? Ming Yuexin smiled and said, Although the abyss of beasts is powerful and terrifying, we have caused such a big commotion. I'm afraid that many monsters will come out to find us. But after all, the abyss of beasts is also very large. No matter how many monsters there are, they will be scattered and spread out. Moreover, only 2 humans came in. It is impossible that all the monsters will come out to find us. If 30% of them come out, it is already very heaven-defying. So, in fact, if we are careful, we may not be discovered. But next, we need to keep a low profile and try not to make a move. Qin Shao was naturally aware of what Ming Yuexin had said, but he knew that things weren't that simple. Qin Shao shook his head and said, It is useless to keep a low profile. Those monsters are also very cunning. If 30% of them come out, it will be enough for us to choke. We've killed a demonic beast, and this grudge has already been formed. it will definitely arouse the hatred of those demonic beasts. So those demonic beasts will definitely not let this matter rest. Just now, so many monsters besieged us, but we escaped. This is also a shame for those monsters. So they will not let it go. The situation now is more troublesome. If we act carefully, I am afraid it will be difficult to get through safely. What's more, I still have things to do, which greatly increases the difficulty. Qin Xiao was indeed very rarely overconfident, and now he really did not have much confidence. But judging from Qin Xiao's own strength, the current situation indeed made it difficult for him to find a solution. Puffed. Ming Yuexin held her stomach and laughed. She pushed Qin Xiao with her finger and said with a smile, "Are you stupid? You forgot that I have a very powerful method to hide my aura? Therefore, as long as we keep a low profile, we can easily avoid those demonic beasts. Unless it's a demonic beast of the ancient sage level. Otherwise, there's nothing for us to worry about. We can easily traverse the myriad beasts abyss. I've already said so much. Why can't your brain wrap around it? You still haven't thought of this level." Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Xiao suddenly patted her head. That's right. Isn't Ming Yuexin's concealment technique very superb? Last time, so many fourth-step heavenly venerables did not discover her. Using this method of concealing her aura, she could indeed move freely in the myriad beast abyss. As the saying goes, the onlooker cannot see clearly. Qin Xiao indeed did not think of this level and did not think much about it. But Qin Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "You have such means, but I don't. It's fine. You can enter my inner world. I could just bring you along." Ming Yu thought. Qin Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. It did sound like a method, but Qin Xiao did not want to enter someone else's inner world. Entering someone else's inner world was tantamount to putting her life in the other person's hands. Not many people were willing to do this kind of thing. At least, Qin Xiao was not like this. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will do something to you? Ming Yuexin stared at Qin Xiao and laughed teasingly. She looked like she was teasing Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao shook her head and said, "You say it as if you can do anything to me. I completely believe you. It's just that I'm really against this kind of thing, so it's hard to convince myself. I don't like putting my life in the hands of others, unless it's my parents or the people I love the most." So, Ming Yuexin pouted and said, "I understand. To put it bluntly, I'm not an important person, so it doesn't matter whether you trust me or not. You just have to resist." "I understand. Forget it. I was just joking with you. I know your character. Well, I'll teach you the concealing secret technique. If you can successfully cultivate it, then our operation will not be a problem at all. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to protect you. There will still be big trouble unless you're willing to enter my inner world. However, it's not very practical. If I go in here alone, it'll be meaningless." Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Xiao could not help but be stunned. She was going to teach her the concealing secret technique? Although Qin Xiao did not know what kind of secret technique it was, she was sure that it must be an extremely powerful secret technique. Secret techniques should be extremely precious in any force. They were the foundation that could not be spread to outsiders. Secret techniques were also divided into strong and weak, high and low. How can this be? Qin Xiao immediately shook her head and said, "Secret techniques are not to be spread to outsiders. How can you teach it to me? You can't do that. Besides, I don't dare to accept such a big favor. Ming Yuexin, I appreciate your kindness." "Thank you." Ming Yuexin waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "What's secret technique? It's just a secret technique. It's nothing. I can teach this secret technique to outsiders. It's nothing. I'm very clear about this. To me, it's just a small trick. Don't think too much about it. As for the favor, you already owe me anyway. It doesn't matter if you owe me a little more, right? It's nothing? It can be taught to outsiders?" Qin Xiao frowned and looked at Ming Yuexin. She did not look like she was lying. It was just an extremely dangerous secret technique. Could it really be taught to outsiders so casually? Even 100 schools of thought in the 9 states of Huaxia did not have such generosity. The deeper the foundation of a force, the less likely it would be to do so. Could it be that in Ming Yu Xian's faction, an extremely dangerous secret technique was considered nothing? Impossible, right? At least, Qin Xiao could not imagine a situation where an extremely dangerous secret technique was nothing. Qin Xiao indeed owed Ming Yu Xin a favor. No matter how much he owed her, he would have to repay it. Qin Xiao had never liked to owe anyone a favor, especially a woman. But how should he describe the situation in front of him? He either had to leave the abyss of beasts or owe Ming Yu Xin a favor. No matter whether it was to enter her inner world, rely on her for help at a critical moment, or shamelessly practice the secret technique she taught him, the favor would run away. He cannot run away. Should he leave the abyss of beasts now? To be honest, Qin Xiao was indeed unwilling. Since he was already here, how could he leave in such a dejected manner? Wouldn't that be too sullen? Most importantly, since he was already here, he had to try his best to see if he could find Xiao Gu. Now that he had to leave without accomplishing anything, Qin Xiao really found it hard to accept. The problem was not that he was alone. If he was alone, then he would just try his best and wait until he really could not do it. With Ming Yu Xin with him, Qin Xiao had to think more about Ming Yu Xin. Qin Xiao, I don't care anyway. I won't leave the abyss of beasts easily. If you want to leave, then you leave first. If you're unwilling to accept my secret technique, then we will face the danger together. In any case, you will still owe me a favor in the end. Haha, I will definitely earn this big favor from you this time. So, I think you should accept it obediently. In this way, you will have enough strength to venture into the abyss of beasts. Moreover, you can do what you want to do. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? In life, how can one not owe others anything? While Qin Xiao was struggling and hesitating in his heart, Ming Yu Xin added another sentence, as if forcing Qin Xiao to obediently submit. However, one had to admit that Ming Yu Xin's words were indeed very reasonable. Qin Xiao had helped many people, but he also owed many people a favor. For example, Xiao Dao, Xiao Yu, Fatty Kai, the immortal court. In one's life, it was impossible to not owe anyone anything. At least, it was impossible for the time being. Unless one day, one could stand at the peak of the great wide world. Just like in the primordial universe, Qin Xiao had become the master of the universe's origin and stood at the peak of the primordial universe. Therefore, Qin Xiao could no longer owe others. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Xiao finally made up his mind. He pursed his lips and nodded. Well, Ming Yu Xin, then I thank you. I owe you a big favor first. Ming Yu Xin waved her hand and said, Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Don't take it to heart. Well, let's stay here for the time being. I can teach you the secret technique, but whether you can cultivate it or not depends on yourself. Fortunately, this secret technique doesn't require any natural treasures to assist in cultivation, but it will be very, very difficult. It may be much more difficult than any cultivation method you have cultivated before. So, I've given you a favor, but whether you can take it or not depends on your own fortune. Qin Xiao nodded. He naturally knew this, and he had long thought that this secret technique would be very powerful. The more powerful the secret technique, the more difficult it was to cultivate. This was proportional. A secret technique that didn't require any natural treasures to assist was rare. At least, Qin Xiao hadn't seen one until now. According to Qin Xiao's knowledge, a secret technique that didn't require any natural treasures to assist in cultivation was an extremely brilliant secret technique. It was even known as a saint technique that could connect infinitely. A saint technique was a supreme cultivation method that only ancient sages were qualified to cultivate. It was a new level, a new realm. If this secret technique was infinitely close to this level, it would indeed be much more powerful than any immortal secret technique that Qin Xiao had cultivated before, or even seen before. However, Qin Xiao didn't doubt Ming Yu Xin's words. After all, he had seen this method of Ming Yu Xin's before. It was indeed brilliant. Ming Yu Xin waved her hand, and the surrounding scenery suddenly blurred. Soon, they entered a world of nothingness. This was the ethereal realm. Ming Yuexin directly brought him into the ethereal realm and set up layers of restrictions to hide this place. This method was very brilliant. What a powerful restriction power! Qin Shao felt the restriction power in the ethereal realm and couldn't help but be surprised. Ming Yuexin said, "I can only maintain this restriction for a maximum of 3 million years. Whether you can cultivate this secret technique within these 3 million years will depend on your own fortune and efforts." Chapter 2097. A huge amount of information poured into Qin Zhao's mind. This was the secret technique's mantra that Ming Yuexin had taught him. After digesting this secret technique, Qin Zhao deeply felt how powerful this secret technique was. Indeed, it was far from comparable to berserk art, dual body technique, and dragon transformation skill. It felt like it was on a higher level, not on the same star level. It was no wonder that Ming Yuexin's concealment technique could reach such a terrifying level. Perhaps only semi-sage level experts would be able to detect this secret technique if they were to successfully cultivate it. Mirage meditation technique, combined with the mirage, communicates with the netherworld and hides one's aura in the ninth hell mansion. Coupled with the double concealment of the mirage, it is impossible for people to detect it. Brilliant. It's really brilliant. After familiarizing himself with Ming Yuexin's secret technique, Qin Shao could not help but exclaim. He admired the subtlety of this secret technique and sincerely admired the wisdom of the ancestors. The ancestors who could create this secret technique must be supreme existences with great intelligence. If one only walked in the mirage and used the mirage as a cover, such a method could still be detected. At least Qin Shao could detect it, but the mirage was just a cover. The real place to hide one's aura was the ninth hell mansion. Therefore, in the mirage, there was only a door left and no aura was left. If there was no aura left in the mirage, then one would not be able to detect it at all. Ming Yuexin said with some pride, "Of course, the mirage meditation technique is the top secret technique for concealing one's aura. Its value is infinitely close to that of a saint technique. It can even be said that it is the top secret technique for concealing one's aura under the saint technique. Of course, it is brilliant. If you can cultivate this secret art to perfection, there won't be anyone beneath ancient sage who will be able to detect your presence." The top secret technique? The top secret technique for concealing one's aura under the saint technique? These words sounded a bit exaggerated, but Qin Shao did not doubt them at all. It should be true. Of course, it wouldn't be fake. However, it was clear that it was simply too difficult to learn that secret technique. But so what if it was difficult? Well, had Qin Shao ever backed down? No matter how big the challenge was, Qin Shao would try his best to overcome it. At least for now, no challenge had stumped Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, let's start cultivating. I'll show you the main points of the true meaning that I've comprehended. However, I don't really know how to teach people, so you should just bear with it and watch. It's better than you cultivating in seclusion. No matter what, I've cultivated the mirage meditation technique to perfection." It was rare for Ming Yuexin to be so serious. Although her personality was very playful and cheerful, when she did things, she still had some manners. Qin Shao didn't hesitate either. She immediately began to practice seriously. Ming Yuexin was definitely a peerless genius. Even in the entire immortal realms, she was probably an existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It didn't seem to match her personality at all, but that was the truth. Qin Shao had no doubt about it. So, the two of them were like a pair of master and disciple, one teaching and the other cultivating. There was absolute safety here. Ming Yuexin was very confident that she could maintain this place for 3 million years. Her confidence was enough to show that this place was absolutely safe, unless there was a demon beast of the ancient sage level. But this possibility was naturally impossible. Not to mention whether there were demon beasts of the ancient sage level in the abyss of beasts. Even if there were, they wouldn't easily take action. Although Ming Yuexin had never taught others before, she seemed to be very experienced in teaching this time. The most important thing was that she had a very deep understanding of the mirage meditation technique, so it was easy for her to teach. In addition, Qin Zhao's talent and comprehension were also very strong. Coupled with the mental cultivation method, it was easy to understand. But even so, Qin Zhao also clearly felt that the difficulty of cultivating the mirage meditation technique was indeed much more difficult than any cultivation method he had practiced before. It was definitely not just a little bit. To cultivate this secret technique in 3 million years was enough to make Qin Zhao feel a little desperate. It was basically an impossible thing. But fortunately, this secret technique was not like the dragon transformation art, where it was either success or failure. 10% at the very least would be able to reach about 70%. If it was the mirage meditation technique, then it would have several levels of advancement, just like the other immortal techniques. From the initial to the small success, to the great success, and then to the perfection. It could be said that the vast majority of cultivation methods would follow this rule. The same was true for the mirage meditation technique. There were 5 levels of advancement. Like the dragon transformation art, there were only 2 levels of advancement. Such a situation was still very rare. Being able to cultivate the mirage meditation technique to the perfection stage was definitely a feat. This is giving me pressure, but also giving me motivation. I, Qin Zhao, have never been afraid of challenges. What others can do, I, Qin Zhao, can definitely do. Qin Zhao secretly encouraged himself in his heart. With a resolute force of faith, he comprehended and cultivated. Qin Zhao could easily enter a selfless state of cultivation. He entered the real consciousness world, forgot everything, and immersed himself in cultivation. The effect of such cultivation was naturally wonderful. However, the challenge he faced this time was really too big. Time also passed quickly. Although the secret technique was difficult to cultivate, fortunately, Qin Zhao had Ming Yuexin's careful guidance, which also saved him a lot of detours and a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if Qin Zhao comprehended and cultivated by himself, it would be impossible for him to reach the entry level of this secret technique in 3 million years. With guidance and without guidance, the difference was like heaven and earth. Adding on Qin Zhao's innate talent and comprehension, as well as the fact that this was a great challenge, it was related to whether or not he could continue to search for Xiaogu. As such, Qin Zhao had a very powerful willpower that forced him to overcome this challenge and cultivate this secret technique. The power of faith was incomparably powerful and the most dangerous. It could do anything. Under the stimulation of this force, Qin Zhao's cultivation went much smoother than he imagined. Although it was indeed very difficult, Qin Zhao had also cultivated several upper-grade immortal arts and secret techniques over the years. He had cultivated the dragon-slaying sword art to the great accomplishment realm, and the dragon transformation art to the perfection realm. He had also accumulated a lot of experience. Therefore, if he continued to cultivate, the effect would naturally be much better. After 1 million years, Qin Zhao had a breakthrough and entered the threshold of the mirage meditation technique. He had a good start with this extremely dangerous secret technique. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Stepping into the door of a secret technique was the most difficult hurdle to cultivate a secret technique. As long as he smoothly stepped through this hurdle, the road ahead would be much easier. After 2 million years, Qin Zhao ushered in another breakthrough and reached the minor accomplishment realm. To be able to reach such a level in a short 2 million years was a matter worthy of celebration. It was indeed a monstrous and heaven-defying feat. Ming Yuexin could only maintain this space for 3 million years, so Qin Zhao could cultivate in peace for a little more than 3 million years. Ming Yuexin couldn't help but praise Qin Zhao again after 3 million years. The breakthrough this time naturally meant that he had reached the level of great accomplishment. He was just one step away from great accomplishment. At the level of great accomplishment, it was about 70% complete. Qin Zhao, you're very capable. You're very experienced. You have only cultivated for 3 million years, but you can cultivate the mirage meditation technique to the great accomplishment realm. I am impressed. Ming Yuexin was not stingy with her praise and praised Qin Zhao. to be able to reach the great accomplishment realm in 3 million years. Qin Shao was very satisfied. It even exceeded his expectations a little. After all, Qin Shao knew that this secret technique was too difficult to cultivate. It was impossible to reach a high level in 3 million years. It was very unrealistic. But the result of his hard work was very gratifying. It exceeded his expectations and could be considered a happy thing. If he wanted to reach the level of great success, it would be far too difficult. Not only did it depend on talent and potential, but it also required a certain amount of time. It was not something that could be done overnight. Qin Shao obviously didn't have the critical time now. This was not a place for closed-door cultivation. If he wanted to cultivate, he would have to wait until he left the myriad beast abyss. Now that he was walking in the myriad beast abyss, he still had an important mission. Therefore, Qin Shao also stopped cultivating and was not ready to continue. Reaching the great accomplishment realm should be about the same. Unless it was an extremely powerful fourth-step celestial venerable, it should be very difficult to detect his traces. If there were no accidents, he would not expose himself so easily. Listening to Ming Yuexin's praise, Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. He said somewhat modestly, "It's okay. It took me 3 million years, but I only reached the great accomplishment realm. It's a pity that I didn't cultivate it to the great accomplishment realm. Previously, I only used 1 million years to cultivate the dragon form technique to the great accomplishment realm. In contrast, this time's performance is a bit unsatisfactory." Ming Yuexin gave Qin Shao a disdainful look. She snorted and said, "You can keep pretending. Don't think that I'm not happy in your heart. You want to cultivate the mirage meditation technique to the great accomplishment realm in 3 million years? You are really trying to break the sky. Even with such good cultivation conditions, it took me, let me count. It took me 5 million years to cultivate it to the great accomplishment realm. 3 million years? Dream on." Qin Shao looked at Ming Yuexin in a daze. 5 million years to cultivate it to the great accomplishment realm? To be honest, Qin Shao had to admit defeat at such a speed. If Qin Shao was given another 2 million years, Qin Shao felt that it was almost impossible for him to cultivate the mirage meditation technique to the great accomplishment realm. Even if Ming Yuexin's cultivation conditions were much better than his, external things were still external. The most important thing was still to rely on oneself. To cultivate a powerful secret technique to the great accomplishment realm, external forces would not play a decisive role, no matter how powerful they were. Then how much time did it take you to cultivate it to the great accomplishment realm? Qin Shao asked again. After thinking for a while, Ming Yuexin said, "It seems about 2 million years. I don't remember much. I only remember that it took me about 5 million years to cultivate it to the great accomplishment realm. I didn't pay special attention to other things." Didn't pay special attention to. Qin Shao could not help but secretly click his tongue when he heard this. Sure enough, it was hard not to be impressed. Chapter 2098. What's wrong? Were you hurt by me? Ming Yuexin patted Qin Shao's shoulder and joked when she saw Qin Shao in a daze. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "I'm not shocked by you. I'm not that jealous. Besides, it's even more impossible for me to be envious of you. It's just that I was a little shocked just now. I have to admire you. It's not a shock to me. Instead, it stimulates me and promotes my determination to cultivate." "Haha, it seems that your heart is as firm as a rock. Not bad, not bad." Ming Yuexin smiled and said, "You've already cultivated the mirage meditation technique to the advanced level. The rest is up to you. Now we should continue to move." "But Qin Shao, aren't you looking for your beast servant? You and your beast servant should have formed a master-servant contract. Your bloodline has already merged and your soul is connected. Logically speaking, shouldn't you be able to find your beast servant through soul sensing? The abyss of beasts isn't that big. You're already in the abyss of beasts, so you should be able to sense your beast servant. In that case, wouldn't it be very easy to find it?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I've naturally thought of this method. I've already sensed it the moment I came in, but I didn't sense anything. You didn't sense anything? Then what's going on? Ming Yuexin asked in confusion. Qin Xiao said, I don't know what's going on either. I think there are only 3 possible explanations for this situation. First, Xiao Gu is no longer in the abyss of beasts, so I naturally can't sense it. Secondly, Xiao Gu is trapped or confined somewhere, and that place is protected by a formation or restriction set up by an ancient sage, so it can also block my senses. Third, speaking of the third, Qin Zhao's mood became a little heavy. He hesitated for a while before continuing. Third, Xiao Gu is already dead. Naturally, I can't sense it. But I think the third possibility is the least because I've been paying attention to the situation here. For the time being, I haven't received any news of Xiao Gu's accident, nor have I received any news of Xiao Gu leaving the abyss of beasts. Moreover, Xiao Gu is an ancient giant beast. Among the monster beasts, it should be considered a relatively noble bloodline. So, I think the second possibility is the highest. That's why I say that we'll probably have to search the entire abyss of beasts. Ming Yuexin nodded to show that she understood what was going on. She thought for a moment and said, Yes, Qin Xiao, don't worry. I also think that the second possibility is the most likely. After all, the creatures that live in the myriad beast abyss are all demonic beasts. The demonic beasts' bloodline levels are very strict. Those with a high bloodline will generally receive good treatment here. If that's the case, then we can only search carefully. Maybe we really have to search the entire abyss of beasts. But it seems like you don't have much time. If you want to search the entire abyss of beasts, I'm afraid it'll take you more than 10 million years. Qin Xiao frowned. It took him 3 million years to cultivate the mirage meditation technique. He didn't have much time left, less than 1 million years. Searching through the entire abyss of myriad beasts in such a short amount of time would be a difficult task, not to mention other things. But for the time being, Qin Xiao didn't think so much. He shook his head and said, Let's not worry about that for now. Finding Xiao Gu is more important. Everything else is secondary. If the prodigy insisted on looking for trouble, Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of anything. So what if he couldn't beat him? Others might be afraid of him. But Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of anything. He just didn't have the ability to fight against the prodigy for the time being. So sometimes he could only endure. However, there was a limit to Qin Xiao's patience. It was impossible for him to endure it again and again. It was impossible for him to endure without a bottom line. Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin began to search the abyss of beasts. Both of them used the mirage meditation technique to conceal themselves very well. They walked very freely. Even if they flew directly in front of the monsters wouldn't be able to detect their presence. Indeed, many monsters in the entire abyss of beasts were on the move, looking for their whereabouts. They would encounter monsters from time to time. Without the mirage meditation technique, it would be absolutely impossible to walk so freely in the abyss of beasts. In practice, Qin Xiao also felt the power of this secret technique. It was indeed a little heaven-defying. No wonder it was the #1 secret technique to hide one's aura under the same technique. This name was really not just for show. It was too powerful. Along the way, Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin also encountered many fourth-step heavenly venerables, but they were all safe and sound. They weren't detected. Walking in the abyss of beasts made the two of them feel like they were walking in their own backyard. They could stroll leisurely and didn't have to worry about being besieged by monsters. If the two of them wanted to, they could kill a few monsters by surprise. Of course, this was completely unnecessary. After all, killing demonic beasts did not benefit them in the slightest. Moreover, if they killed too many monsters, they would probably provoke more monsters. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. Along the way, Qin Xiao also tried to sense with his soul, but he didn't find anything. In the blink of an eye, 1 million years had passed. It was already 10 million years away from the agreed time with the prodigy. So be it. Qin Xiao was already mentally prepared. He didn't care about this for now. Regardless of whether it was 1 million years, Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin could be considered to have walked the entire abyss of beasts. Finally, The two of them stopped at a place and stared at the front. Qin Shao said, "My soul feels that other places are unimpeded. Only this place feels a little hindered. I feel that there should be another paradise here, and this area has been covered. If Shao Gu is still in the abyss of beasts, then it should be here. This is the only place left." Ming Yueshi nodded and said, "Yes, I also feel it. This area is covered by a powerful method, and there are powerful formations and restrictions to hide everything. If I'm not wrong, this is very likely the core of the abyss of beasts." Qin Shao nodded and said, "According to the information I received, there's indeed a holy land in the abyss of beasts. I think this is the holy land of the abyss of beasts. Since we can't find it anywhere else, it can only be here. Even if it's a holy land, since we're already here, we have to give it a try. I'll first study the situation here and see how to enter. If we use brute force, it'll obviously not work. We'll startle those demonic beasts before we even enter. At that time, I'm afraid we won't even have a chance to enter." After saying that, Qin Shao walked over and began to study it. This restriction formation was indeed powerful. Qin Shao couldn't understand it at the moment. It would not be an easy task to break through the restrictions of this formation and enter it. Qin Zhao's mechanical armor technique was only at the level of initial success. If he could improve it further, it would be almost there. Therefore, Qin Shao could clearly feel a strong resistance. "Don't dawdle. Hurry up and come with me." Qin Shao was still pondering on how to break the restriction formation and enter when Ming Yuexin suddenly patted Qin Shao and said, "Don't worry." Ming Yuexin was stunned when she heard that. She looked at Ming Yuexin in surprise. Ming Yuexin waved her lily-white hand and directly opened a hole in the void. Ming Yuexin pulled Qin Shao and pulled Qin Shao into the hole. Through the hole, they entered a new area. After the two of them entered the new area, the hole automatically closed up. At this time, what appeared in front of Qin Shao was a strange building. The reason why he said it was strange was because it was different from the buildings of the human clan that he had seen before. It was very different. A stretch of buildings, a stretch of strange scenery. Did he just walk in so easily? This. Wasn't this a little too strange? Qin Shao looked at Qin Shao in a daze. The latter's face was calm, as if nothing had happened. This matter, to her, seemed to be an extremely small matter. It was simply insignificant. Shao Gu. After calming down, Qin Zhao's soul moved and immediately felt Shao Gu's aura. Such a discovery made Qin Shao immediately happy. It seemed that he was right. It was indeed the second possibility. Shao Gu was fine. He was just in a hidden place, and his soul was isolated. Shao Gu was fine. Shao Gu was fine. The thing that Qin Shao had been worried about finally had a result. "Master, is that you?" In Qin Zhao's mind, an extremely excited voice suddenly sounded. It was a little shaky, but it was not as immature as before. It seemed to have matured a lot all of a sudden. This was Shao Gu's voice. His voice was trembling, which showed how excited he was at this time. It's me. Qin Shao became a little emotional and responded repeatedly. Qin Shao immediately felt that Shao Gu was flying towards him at high speed. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Shao Gu to appear before Qin Zhao's line of sight. However, he was still in a concealed state. Therefore, although Shao Gu had arrived, he could not see Qin Shao. However, he could clearly sense Qin Zhao's presence, which made Shao Gu look a little surprised. They had not seen each other for almost 20 million years. After such a long time, Shao Gu had indeed changed a lot and grown a lot. However, his current size was not as big as before. He was only about the size of a small mountain. Although he was still relatively big, he was already very small compared to an ancient beast. What surprised Qin Shao was that Shao Gu's body was actually emitting the aura of a third step heavenly venerate. What a good fellow! He had actually reached the third step heavenly venerate level. It seemed like Shao Gu's potential was really great. This was indeed somewhat beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. After all, Shao Gu had only been a universe grade previously. He had not expected that Shao Gu's cultivation speed would not be any slower than his. He had actually reached the third step heavenly venerate level. This kind of speed could not be said to be not astonishing. Furthermore, The cultivation speed of the beast race's cultivation was actually relatively slow. Therefore, Qin Xiao was very surprised to see that Xiao Gu was also a third-step heavenly venerate. Firstly, he was from a human race. Secondly, he had a lot of immortal opportunities, and his innate potential was heaven-defying. That was why he had reached his current cultivation level. It seemed like Xiao Gu had been treated very well in the Abyss of Beasts all these years. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach such heights. Chapter 2099. Master, Master, Xiao Gu missed you so much. At this time, Xiao Gu was as excited and happy as a child. If it wasn't for his huge body, he might have directly jumped into Qin Xiao's arms. Xiao Gu shrank himself and rubbed his head in front of Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao patted Xiao Gu's head affectionately and said happily, "Xiao Gu, I missed you too. I wanted to come and find you for a long time, but I didn't come until now. How had you been all these years?" Not good, not good. Xiao Gu shook his head and said sadly, "Xiao Gu didn't have a good time without Master. I've always missed Master. I wanted to run out and find Master many times, but they trapped me here and didn't let me leave the Abyss of Beasts. Master, why did you only come to find Xiao Gu now?" Xiao Gu thought that Master didn't want Xiao Gu anymore. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "How could I not want Xiao Gu? It's just that the Abyss of Beasts is too dangerous, so I didn't dare to come in rashly." Ming Yuexin suddenly said, "I think you guys shouldn't be sentimental here. There are already powerful demonic beasts coming. It seems like you're in no hurry to leave." Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Xiao suddenly reacted. Yes, this was the sacred land of the Abyss of Beasts, where many powerful demonic beasts lived. He had appeared for a while now, so those powerful demonic beasts must have noticed him. Moreover, Xiao Gu was too excited just now, so he didn't control his behavior and caused quite a commotion. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. More than 10 powerful demonic beasts had arrived, and all of them emitted the aura of a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Trouble. Such a situation made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. He sensed that something bad was about to happen. Audacious humans. How dare you break into the sacred land of the Abyss of Beasts? You deserve to die. You two human brats are quite capable. You actually managed to break into this place. It seems like your goal is not small. Speak, why are you here? Who cares what their goal is? Let's kill them first. No human has ever trespassed into our holy land. Those who do will die. Little Gu, hurry up and come over here. Humans are detestable. Don't get too close to them. Don't be fooled by them. These fourth-step Empyrean demonic beasts all bared their ferocious fangs, revealing their ferocious appearances. Xiao Gu stood in front of Qin Xiao and gazed at those fourth-step heavenly exalts. This is my master. I told all of you that I have a master. Little Gu has waited for so long. Master has finally come to find Little Gu. Don't hurt my master. Master? Your master? When the fourth-step heavenly venerates heard Xiao Gu's words, they all widened their eyes in shock and looked at each other. It was clearly very difficult for them to accept this news. At least to them, they still felt that they were very noble and proud. How could they recognize a human as their master? Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Little Gu, as a descendant of the ancient giant beast clan with a high bloodline, how can you recognize a lowly human as your master? Little Gu, hurry up and come over here. Let's kill these two humans first. The fourth-step heavenly venerates were all enraged. They became even more resentful of Qin Xiao. At this moment, how could Xiao Gu possibly leave? Xiao Gu shook his head resolutely and stood in front of them. No, I won't move aside. None of you are allowed to touch my master. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. He is my master. He will always be my master. Without my master, there would be no Little Gu. If you want to kill my master, then kill Little Gu first. So what if you're a human? Not all humans are bad and despicable. At the very least, many of the humans that Little Gu knows are very kind-hearted and loyal. They're all hot-blooded men and indomitable heroes. Your prejudice against humans is too great. It's only because you've never left the myriad beast abyss. You've never come into contact with humans, so you have no idea what the human race is like. You're just subconsciously rejecting the human race and discussing the human race in your bones. That's too blind. Shut up. Xiao Gu's words immediately provoked the wrath of the beasts. Once a thought was deeply ingrained, it was very difficult to change it. Little Gu, you've been completely brainwashed. These two humans can't be left alive. They must die. Little Gu, if you're really stubborn, then we'll have to lock you up first. You're too immature and gullible. We can't watch you walk further and further down the wrong path. You'll understand our good intentions in the future. Little Gu, move aside. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer. It's useless. You're not strong enough now. You can't change anything. These beasts clearly had no intention of changing their minds. Not a single one. Little Gu was going crazy. What to do? What to do? If they really fought, its strength was indeed not strong enough. Qin Shao also frowned deeply. He had really entered a wolf's den this time. What should he do? From the looks of these beasts, there was no room for negotiation. Little Gu's words had no effect at all. Instead, they were even more determined to kill him. This time, Qin Shao would have to face a force that even he couldn't contend against. If these demonic beasts were to attack, he would definitely die today. Ming Yuexin also frowned slightly. Her eyes flickered with a strange light. No one knew what she was thinking at this time. However, she could feel that the situation in front of her was indeed not good. No matter how much she had experienced and how many tricks she had up her sleeves, she was only a fourth-step heavenly venerate after all. She could not go against the heavens. Most of the power of the abyss of beasts was probably gathered here. The sharpest power was unimaginable. There were more than a dozen fourth-step heavenly venerate beasts in front of her. Clearly, there were more that had not shown themselves. Fight? That would be courting death. The only possibility was to escape. Find a chance to escape. But now, even if he used the mirage meditation technique, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Ming Yuexin, I'm sorry. I've caused you so much trouble. Sigh. Qin Shao said to Ming Yuexin guiltily. Ming Yuexin glanced at Qin Shao and replied, What's the use of saying all this now? I was the one who instigated you. It's not your fault. Forget it, forget it. Let's fight. If it really doesn't work, I'll die with you. Anyway, you won't lose out, right? If you can die with me, who knows? Maybe in the future, there will be a good story to tell. Something like two people dying together for love. It will be very spectacular. Qin Shao did not know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of situation was this? She was still in the mood to make such a joke? Qin Shao was not afraid of death. He had never been afraid of death. However, if he implicated Ming Yuexin this time, he would indeed feel very guilty. As if she could see Qin Shao's thoughts, Ming Yuexin waved her hand again and said, Don't worry. It's really nothing. I don't care about life and death. If we're really so unlucky, there's no other way. Besides, as long as the ancient sages don't intervene, we may not really die here. Even if we really die here, I'm just a clone. If I die, so be it. It's just a clone. It's not that difficult to resurrect. If we all die, I'll just find someone to resurrect us. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal? Qin Shao could not help but look at Ming Yuexin a few more times in shock. How big a deal was this? This was a very big deal, okay? It was easier said than done to resurrect a fourth-step heavenly venerable. As everyone knew, the ancient sages did have the ability to resurrect life. However, it was indeed very easy to resurrect ordinary first-step and second-step heavenly venerables. The lower the level of life, the easier it was to resurrect. The higher the level of life, the harder it was to resurrect. In general, the stronger you were, the harder it was to resurrect you. Although Qin Shao was not a fourth-step heavenly venerable, resurrecting him was definitely not easier than resurrecting a deceased heavenly venerable. It was even more difficult. Firstly, Qin Shao's strength had already reached the level of a fourth-step heavenly venerable. Secondly, Qin Shao cultivated several cultivation paths at the same time, which would also increase the difficulty of resurrection. Ming Yuexin was born noble, and her fate was naturally high. It was conceivable that her level of life was also very high. Therefore, it was not an easy task to revive Ming Yuexin. Ordinary ancient sages would probably not be willing to resurrect the two of them. Moreover, ordinary ancient sages might not be able to resurrect them. Although Qin Shao did not know some of the specific circumstances, it should be similar. If it was really so easy to be resurrected, then even fourth-step heavenly venerables would not be afraid of death. However, Ming Yuexin said confidently that as long as the ancient sages did not take action, they should be able to escape. How confident was this? Did Ming Yuexin have such a powerful method? However, Qin Shao did not doubt this at all. Don't talk so much nonsense with him. Since Xiao Gu is so stubborn, it's good to teach him a lesson. Just don't kill him. Yes, let's do it. These monsters did not hesitate much and immediately prepared to take action. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and oppressive. Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin did not hesitate and were ready to go all out. This time, they had to go all out again, and they had to put in more effort than the last time. The danger this time was far from being comparable to the last time. Xiao was also angry. He also joined Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin's camp. As Qin Zhao's servant beast, he was naturally loyal to Qin Shao. How could he not help Qin Shao when he was in trouble? Qin Shao waved his hand, and 9 Li Sheng's flying knives flew out, exuding a powerful sharpness that could compete with heaven and earth. If they wanted to fight, then let's fight. What did Qin Shao have to fear? It had really come to this point. They could only stop by fighting. At worst, they would die. Master, Xiao Gu is willing to fight to the death here with you. As long as you are here, Xiao Gu will be here. If the ancient people die, Xiao Gu will also die. Today, let Xiao Gu accompany you in a great battle. Our master and servant relationship will not be in vain. If you go to the netherworld, Xiao Gu will still follow you. The young and tender Xiao Gu said some mature words, which made Qin Shao feel moved. He did not expect Xiao Gu to say such words. Qin Shao looked at Xiao Gu, nodded heavily, and said, "Well, then we, master and servant, will fight side by side until we die. Either we live together or we die together." Why should we be afraid of death? Chapter 2100. Li Sheng's Flying Dagger. Seeing Qin Shao unleash Li Sheng's flying dagger, a few of the fourth-step celestial venerables' demonic beasts couldn't help but look a little surprised. For a moment, they actually stopped and didn't continue to attack. When the other demonic beasts saw this, they also stopped and looked at those demonic beasts with puzzled looks. They didn't understand what was going on. Qin Shao also didn't understand. Why did those demonic beasts seem to be in awe of Li Sheng's flying dagger? His Li Sheng's flying dagger wasn't that powerful. It shouldn't be able to make those fourth-step celestial venerables' demonic beasts feel awe, right? This situation was a little inexplicable. What's going on? Ming Yuexin also asked in confusion. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't understand either. But I feel that it might not be a bad thing, right?" Ming Yuexin frowned and said, "But why do I have a bad premonition?" Bad premonition? Qin Shao frowned. His mind suddenly tightened, and he couldn't help but look into the distance. He only felt a ray of light. A moment ago, he clearly felt that it was still very far away, but the next moment, it had already arrived in front of him. This feeling really gave Qin Shao a big fright. When he fixed his eyes on it, a demonic beast appeared in front of him. It wasn't tall or powerful. It was actually an amethyst lion turtle. But from the powerful aura emitted from its body, it could be felt that this amethyst lion turtle was a sacred beast, an ancient sage-level demonic beast. The aura of a sacred beast was enough to suppress this world. The supreme sacred light could reflect the sun and moon. Everything under the sky had to submit to its feet and be ruled and controlled by it willingly. In the face of a sacred beast, Qin Shao couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship it, but he tried hard to control it. When those fourth-step celestial venerables saw the newcomer, they all retreated respectfully. The holy beast's gaze didn't have much aggressiveness. Instead, it gave off an amiable feeling. There wasn't much sharpness in its gaze. Instead, there was some softness in its gaze. Its gaze fell on Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin. It paused on both of them for a moment, and a few traces of light flashed in the depths of its eyes. Are you a disciple of sagely? The sacred beast looked at Qin Shao and asked. His voice was very gentle, and it didn't make people feel any pressure. Although Qin Shao didn't know what was going on, she could tell that it must have something to do with Li Shang. Furthermore, for the saint beast to treat it with such importance, it seemed like the situation inside was not small at all. This made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. He could not help but think that this might be an opportunity for him. Senior, I'm not a disciple of Sage Li, but I have a deep relationship with Sage Li's disciples. I've also practiced the way of the flying dagger, Qin Shao answered truthfully. Firstly, Qin Shao didn't like to lie. Secondly, in front of a saint-level existence, lying would only be counterproductive. The holy beast looked at Qin Shao, and its expression dimmed a little. After a moment of silence, it said, since you have some relationship with Sage Li, and you've also practiced the way of the flying dagger, you can be considered half a disciple of Sage Li. Although the two of you killed a monster of my clan in the Abyss of Beasts, I'll take it as an unintentional act, and I won't pursue the matter. All right, the two of you should leave the Abyss of Beasts quickly. Won't pursue the matter? The holy beast's words made Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin happy. Just now, their hearts were beating like a drum, and they were in a state of turmoil. If the holy beast wanted to attack them, then they would be dead today. There was no need to think about it, and Ming Yuexin would have no chance of survival. However, to their surprise, the holy beast let them go just like that. Holy beast, Xiaogu also wants to go with Master. I hope the holy beast can grant my wish. Xiaogu suddenly said, looking very determined. Qin Shao was also thinking about Xiaogu's matter. Since he came this time, he naturally wanted to take Xiaogu with him. Therefore, Qin Shao also respectfully bowed to the holy beast and said sincerely, Senior Holy Beast, Xiaogu and I are like brothers, and we both came from the same hometown. Back then, when we were still mortals, we roamed the world together and relied on each other for survival. We have also experienced many trials and tribulations, including life and death. We are friends. When we came to the immortal region, we were separated by an accident. It has been nearly 20 million years since we last met. Therefore, I hope the holy beast can grant our wish and allow Xiaogu to leave with us. In the face of Xiaogu and Qin Zhao's request, the holy beast shook his head and said, It's not that I don't want to grant your wish, but it's better for Xiaogu to stay here. This place is the most suitable place for Xiaogu to grow. Xiaogu's growth will definitely be restricted outside, and his growth will be slower. However, if Xiaogu stays here, he will be able to reach the fourth step heavenly venerable realm in another 10 million years. Then, he will have the opportunity to break through to the saint realm. You should understand this situation, so I'm more willing to let Xiaogu stay here. Xiaogu did not care so much at this time. He had already thrown everything aside when he saw Xiaogu. Therefore, Xiaogu did not listen to the holy beast's words. Instead, he shook his head and said, Holy beast, Xiaogu is still willing to follow Master. Even if my growth is slower, Xiaogu does not care. Hearing the holy beast's words, Qin Shao was a little hesitant. If he really wanted to take Xiaogu away by force, it would not be very beneficial to Xiaogu. Xiaogu had stayed here for less than 20 million years, but he had already grown to the third step heavenly venerable realm. If he continued to grow like this, his momentum would be very good. Such an effect was far from being able to achieve by following him. Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice but to consider carefully. If a third step heavenly venerable Xiaogu wanted to travel outside with him, it would be very dangerous. He would probably not be able to participate in battles. If Xiaogu grew to the fourth step heavenly venerable realm, his strength should be very strong. Moreover, once Xiaogu stepped into the fourth step heavenly venerable realm, he would have the opportunity to step on the ancient road. Qin Shao had no choice but to consider this situation carefully. He also hoped that Xiaogu would be better. Little friend from the human race, I see that you are a reasonable person. You should be aware of this situation. Xiaogu is a descendant of an ancient giant beast. He has the bloodline of an ancient giant. Moreover, his awakening is very good. Only here can his innate potential be stimulated to the maximum and help him grow quickly. Moreover, There are many ancestors who are carefully guiding him, so he will grow very quickly. There is also a high chance that he will step on the ancient road. If you take Xiao Gu away now, you may destroy his cultivation path. If you really see him as a brother, I think you should think more about Xiao Gu. He is a very good seedling with great potential. Of course, if you insist on leaving, I won't force you. However, you have to think about the consequences. The sacred beast said to Qin Xiao again. His tone was very serious. However, he had to admit that every sentence was reasonable. Qin Xiao indeed had to think about this situation carefully. In fact, Qin Xiao already had an answer in his heart. He saw Xiao Gu as a brother and naturally did not want him to destroy Xiao Gu and affect his cultivation. He wanted to take Xiao Gu away, not because he needed Xiao Gu to be his helper, but because he wanted to give Xiao Gu a better cultivation environment. If this place was very good, why did he have to leave? Qin Xiao also nodded and said, "All right, Senior Sacred Beast. I agree that Xiao Gu should continue to stay here." However, before Qin Xiao could finish, Xiao Gu disagreed. He looked like he was about to cry. His eyes were already filled with tears as he looked at Qin Xiao. He looked like he was about to cry. "Master, don't you want Xiao Gu anymore? Don't you like Xiao Gu anymore? Is it because Xiao Gu is too stupid and too weak to help Master? Master, please don't leave Xiao Gu behind. Xiao Gu wants to follow you. I want to follow you forever and never be separated." Seeing Xiao Gu's pitiful face, Ming Yuexin's heart was greatly aroused. She could not help but tug at Qin Xiao, indicating that Qin Xiao should take Xiao Gu away. He looked very pitiful. Seeing Xiao Gu's sad appearance, Qin Xiao actually felt very uncomfortable in her heart. How could he want Xiao Gu to stay? However, he had to admit that the sacred beast's words had indeed convinced him. He also weighed in his heart and felt that it was better for Xiao Gu to stay here. "Xiao Gu, listen to me." Qin Xiao patted Xiao Gu's head and said seriously, "I know you want to leave with me, but think about it. You're not strong enough now. Even if you leave with me, I'm afraid you'll spend most of your time in my inner world. Moreover, you can't come out to fight when I'm fighting. You know you want to help me. When I'm in trouble, you'll come out to fight with me. However, the prerequisite is that you have to be very strong, right? If you can grow to the 4th step Heavenly Venerable realm, then you can help me. Staying here is the best environment for you to grow, so I can't take you away. That will harm you. Don't just think about me. You have to think about yourself too, okay? Xiao Gu, listen to me. Master will still come to see you in the future." However, Xiao Gu still felt wronged and reluctant to leave, so he did not speak. "Senior Sacred Beast, how about this? I have a presumptuous request. If I have time in the future, I like to come to the Abyss of Beasts to visit Xiao Gu. Please allow me to come in the future," Qin Xiao said again. The Sacred Beast nodded and agreed. "Yes, that's not a problem. However, only you can come in the future. You can't bring anyone else. Otherwise, you won't be welcome here." This request was naturally not a problem. Qin Xiao nodded solemnly. Of course, of course." The Sacred Beast said, "How about this, Xiao Gu? As long as you grow to the 4th step Heavenly Venerable realm, I'll let you leave the Abyss of Beasts at any time." Hearing this, Xiao Gu's watery eyes lit up slightly. He looked at the Sacred Beast and then at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded at him, indicating that he agreed. Xiao Gu then said reluctantly, "All right, Sacred Beast, I'll listen to you. Sacred Beast, you have to keep your word. You can't go back on your words. When Xiao Gu grows to the 4th step Heavenly Venerable realm, you have to let Xiao Gu go." The Sacred Beast shook his head helplessly and said, "Silly child, when have I ever not kept my word? Don't worry, I won't go back on my words." Only then did Xiao Gu feel at ease. However, Xiao Gu still stuck to Qin Xiao's side and said, "Master, then can you leave later? Stay and accompany Xiao Gu." As he spoke, Xiao Gu looked at the Sacred Beast with a begging expression. "Sacred Beast, please let my master stay and accompany me." The Sacred Beast nodded and said to Qin Xiao, "Then you can stay for 1,000,000 years." Chapter 2101. Linfu City. It's already been almost 11 million years, right? Qin Xiao hasn't returned yet. It's said that Qin Xiao has already died in the Boundless Territory. What do you mean it's possible? The news I heard is that he has already died in the boundless territory. Sigh, what a pity. It can't be. He's really dead? Is it possible that he's just trapped in the boundless territory? I don't know a little. The boundless territory seems to have countless spaces, and it's very easy to trap people. If he's really trapped for more than 10 million years, I'm afraid he'd have died long ago. That's the boundless territory, one of the most dangerous places in the entire southern wilderness. It's not strange at all that he died in the boundless territory. It's a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. Geniuses like Yaozha always make people feel pity, but we can only feel pity. I still don't quite want to believe that Qin Shao really died in the boundless territory. He's a person who often creates miracles. So, I'm more willing to believe that he's just trapped for a while, but he'll still break out. Yes, I'm also willing to believe that Qin Shao isn't dead. There were several rumors about Qin Zhao's death in the past, but didn't Qin Shao return in a dazzling light each time? He broke those rumors. This time, I feel that it's the same as before, so let's not jump to conclusions. Sigh. We can only blame Qin Shao for showing off too much and refusing to follow the prodigy. So it's normal that the prodigy can't tolerate him. Don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. Be careful that the walls have ears. It's been almost 11 million years since the prodigy gave Qin Shao the mission. The agreed time limit of 10 million years had already passed, and Qin Shao still didn't show up and return to Linfu City. So strictly speaking, the mission this time was already considered a failure. The mission failed, and Qin Zhao's people didn't return for a long time. Naturally, there were many rumors that spread like a flood. It was also worth pondering whether or not there was a deliberate person behind these small relationships. But every time something happened to Qin Shao, it would inevitably become the hot topic of discussion in the streets and alleys of Linfu City before and after tea. It would become a topic of discussion for a while. Furthermore, every time, there would definitely be very bad comments. What was strange was that every time this kind of discussion happened, it would be overwhelming and spread all over the city. The entire Linfu City would be in an uproar, as if they were afraid that no one would know about it. On a street, two figures were walking with serious expressions. Their expressions were somewhat angry and somewhat ugly. They were barely holding it in. Desolate land. These people are too vicious. Why do they like to curse Qin Shao so much? I believe that nothing bad will happen to Qin Shao. There must be someone playing tricks behind the scenes, maliciously spreading such rumors, causing everyone to think that Qin Shao had died in the boundless territory. How sinister, 9 Dragons said indignantly. Desolate Land nodded and said, Yes, how can I not know about this? If I'm not wrong, it must be the prodigy or his people behind this. This isn't the first time. Every time something happens, it will cause an uproar. The two of them were angry, but more than that, they felt helpless. How could they stop other people's mouths from spreading? Gossip was a fearful thing. That was indeed the case. That trash Qin Shao is finally dead. Great, this is great. I've hated him for a long time. This kind of person should die early. That's right. He should take a piss and look at himself. Who does he think he is? How dare he be disrespectful to the prodigy? He deserved to end up like this. It's good that he's dead. He should have died a long time ago. We let him jump around for so many years. Two people beside Desolate Land and 9 Dragons began to talk without restraint, insulting Qin Shao verbally. How could Mang Huang and Jiu Long endure such blatant insult from the two of them? Desolate Land and 9 Dragons did not hesitate and immediately looked over, glaring angrily at the two people who spoke. The two people who spoke looked very ordinary and didn't seem to have any background. Their aura was only at the level of a first-stage heavenly venerable. What are you talking about? Desolate Land asked angrily. The two men also glared at Mang Huang and his companion, and immediately began to clamor in a very bad mood. Who are you? I'm talking. Why are you interrupting? Get lost immediately. What? I'm going to scold Qin Shao. You don't like it? Are you Qin Zhao's admirer? If so, I can only say that you're blind to admire trash like him. It seems like you're even more trashy than trash. Get the hell away from me, lest you dirty us. Get lost. The two of them spoke one after another. Every word was as sharp as a knife. It could be said that they did not hold back and were extremely sharp. They obviously did not care about Desolate Land and Nine Dragons at all. They chased them away in disgust and even verbally insulted them. It was as if they had a deep grudge against each other. Faced with such unreasonable insults and insults, no matter how good-tempered a person was, they would be infuriated. Meng Huang and Nine Dragons had heard a lot of gossip along the way. Their moods were heavy and they were in a bad mood. However, how should they put it? Although they were not very nice, there are not many unpleasant words. These two people's words were too harsh and unpleasant, so Desolate Land and Nine Dragons could not bear to listen. Naturally, they wanted to argue with these two people. However, they did not expect these two to be so arrogant the moment they opened their mouths. Nonsense. I'm too lazy to talk to unreasonable people like you. Qin Xiao is our brother. You better apologize to Qin Xiao now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Desolate Land said coldly. His meaning was very clear. Desolate Land and Nine Dragons could not tolerate this kind of thing. Hearing Desolate Land's words, the two men laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Interesting, very interesting. I don't know why there are so many arrogant and ignorant people in this world. You're not going to be polite? That's great. I want to know how you're going to be rude. Come. Show me what you're capable of. You're the trash of trash. You're not going to be polite? Haha, this joke is quite refreshing. The words of these two men were clearly trying to infuriate Meng Huang and Li Qiye. Desolate Land had always been very steady in their actions. They would not act rashly and would always observe the situation before acting. However, today's incident made Desolate Land so angry that they wanted to kill someone. These two people still dared to be so arrogant. Desolate Land was surprised and finally could not take it anymore. All right, since you want to know what I'm capable of, I'll show you. After saying that, Meng Huang immediately attacked. The Nine Dragons didn't hesitate either. Naturally, they attacked as well. When the two men from Desolate Land attacked, the other two men did not hesitate either. They responded quickly and attacked as well. One of the men's lips curled into a sly and sinister smile. Suddenly, a strange and sharp light flashed in his hand. This strange and sharp light was incomparably sharp. Its immortal aura was abnormally strong and far exceeded the power of a first step Heavenly Venerable. It was enough to threaten a second step Heavenly Venerable. This force suddenly shot out from the man's hand and directly attacked the two men from Desolate Land. Desolate Land and Nine Dragons attacked in a hurry and naturally did not make full preparations. Therefore, they were caught off guard and did not have time to defend themselves. Danger! The two men subconsciously noticed it, but it was too late. There was no way for them to dodge, so they could only brace themselves and face it head-on. This sharp light was indeed powerful. It directly slashed the two men from Desolate Land. It almost sliced their bodies off, but it still left a deep wound on their bodies. A large piece of their immortal body was devoured. The two men from Desolate Land were seriously injured. They kept retreating and suffered great loss. They only had at most 70% of their strength left. It was only the first exchange, and they were already in such a sorry state. The situation was obviously not good. They were about to lose. The two men took advantage of the situation and pursued. They did not intend to give the two men from Desolate Land any chance to escape. They wanted to kill them first and then quickly. Nine Dragons, hurry up and run. Ask for help from Fatty Dagger Money and the others. I will stop them. Meng Huang urgently said to Nine Dragons. At the moment of life and death, Desolate Land chose to sacrifice himself for a righteous cause. However, how could Nine Dragons accept this with a clear conscience? No, Desolate Land, how can I escape? If we leave together. If we die together. Why don't you leave first, and I will hold them back? If I am so afraid of death and leave you behind, how can I face Qin Xiao? Nine Dragons shook his head and refused to leave. Desolate Land became even more anxious. Nine Dragons, now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, none of us will be able to leave today. We will all die here. One death is better than two, right? I believe that Qin Shao will come back. When Qin Shao comes back, he will avenge me. You have to live. You have to identify the enemy. We can't all die here. No, absolutely not. So hurry up and leave. Leave? Mang Huang was practically roaring when he said the last two words. Desolate Land's desperation could be heard from his voice. Nine Dragons hesitated. He really did not know if he should leave or not. Desolate Land was right. If they did not leave, both of them would die. Two deaths was better than one. He also wanted to be the one to die. However, Desolate Land would definitely not leave at this time. What should he do? Was he the only one who could escape? What should he do? Ha ha ha, you want to escape? No, no, no. None of you will be able to escape today. None of you will be able to escape. Just obediently accept your death. Soon, soon. You will all die. You will all die. The two men quickly rushed forward and attacked Mang Huang and his companion from the front and back. Mang Huang and his companion didn't even have a chance to escape. Moreover, the two men were very skilled. They did not even have a chance to break out. Seeing such a situation, the two from Desolate Land could only feel helpless. It seemed that they could only fight with their lives today. Were they really going to die here? They did not want to. Stop it now. How dare you touch my Fatty Kai's brother? Do you want to die? I think you guys are really tired of living. You even dare to touch my two elder brothers? Chapter 21:02. When the two saw Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao, their expressions suddenly changed. They didn't dare to continue and ran away in a panic. The two of them ran very fast. By the time Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao arrived, they had already disappeared. Xiao Dao wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Fatty Kai. Don't worry about those two. Let's see how Desolate Land and Nine Dragons are doing. As long as they are in Linfu City, they won't be able to run away. We'll definitely find them again. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao helped Desolate Land and Nine Dragons to the side with concern. Fatty Kai checked the two's condition and gritted his teeth. They were really ruthless. They wanted to beat you to death. What kind of grudge do they have with you? It was normal for cultivators to fight when they didn't agree with each other. It was just that if there wasn't any deep hatred, they wouldn't risk their lives unless they were really angry. Moreover, they were in Linfu City. It was obviously not good to do something like this in Linfu City. Desolate Land smiled bitterly and shook his head. We don't even know those two. We didn't offend them at all. It's just that we heard them scolding Qin Shao too harshly, so we came to reason with them. Who knew that these two would be so rude and ruthless to us? Those two are extremely talkative. They are truly abominable. Even now, Nine Dragons was still unable to calm down. He could only blame himself for not being strong enough. He was almost killed by them when he attacked. But even if he died, he couldn't take it lying down. Xiao Dao was also very angry after hearing this. He was very indignant. Recently, rumors have been spreading all over Linfu City. Someone must be wantonly spreading such rumors behind Qin Zhao's back to slander him. Some people just want to watch the show. They dare to say anything. They can't wait for Brother Qin Shao to be in trouble. They're really despicable. Fatty Kai frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. After thinking for a while, he said, "Brother Desolate Land, why do I feel like something is wrong?" Wrong? The three from Desolate Land looked at Fatty Kai in confusion. What was wrong? Desolate Land continued. It's like this. Think about it. Even if the two of them insulted Qin Shao, even if the two of you tried to reason with him, even if they were enraged, even if they started a fight with you, you still wouldn't be able to do anything. All of this can be explained reasonably. But there's one thing that doesn't make sense. You said that both of them are first-step Empyreans, right? Desolate Land nodded. The two of them were indeed first-step Heavenly Venerables. So, even you guys didn't expect to be beaten up so badly, right? After all, among first-step Heavenly Venerables, your strength isn't considered strong, but it's definitely not weak either. At the very least, he should be above average. So think about it. Do you really think that those two people are simple to deal with, to be able to torture you so badly? If he's not a genius, then he must be someone who hides very deeply, or someone who has some means of harming others. But from your description, those two people who only know how to talk big don't seem to be capable people. Would a truly capable person run his mouth so unscrupulously on the side of the road? And what they said was like what a hooligan would say, and it just so happened that the two of you heard it. Don't you think that they said it on purpose to provoke you? After hearing Fatty Kai's words, Desolate Land and Nine Dragons were stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it did seem to be the case. Otherwise, there were indeed some things that didn't make sense. This was Linfu City, not the outside world. Because Linfu City had its own rules, it could be said that order was maintained very well. The people in Linfu City wouldn't easily make a move, let alone kill someone. Rashly killing someone was against the city's rules and would be punished. Who would dare to act recklessly? But those two people dare to do so. Fatty Kai's train of thought was getting smoother and smoother. He continued, "So, I want to ask if there's any deep hatred between you and those two people. Why did you let them do this?" Desolate Land and Nine Dragons shook their heads. It was the first time they saw those two people, so they didn't think about it at all. But with my understanding of you, you wouldn't easily offend others. And this matter itself is strange, so it's even more thought-provoking. So I made a bold guess. Someone wanted to kill you. And those two people came with the purpose of killing you. So they just happened to appear next to you and say those words to infuriate you, provoking you to attack first. Then, when they counterattacked, they conveniently killed you and created a situation that seemed to be very reasonable. If Xiao Dao and I didn't happen to be here, I'm afraid you would have died in their hands by the time we arrived. But you don't know them, and you have no grudges with them. So, there's only one possibility if they want to kill you. At this point, Fatty Kai's words became a little heavy. Desolate Land and the other two naturally understood what Fatty Kai meant. They knew what he wanted to say. There was indeed such a possibility, and it was very likely. At present, it seemed like it was very likely to be so. First, they spread the news that Qin Shao died in the Boundlessly territory. Now, they want to kill you. This method is really ruthless. This is an indirect revenge on Qin Shao. Such vicious methods have been done a few times in the past. This time, it's just that it's more vicious. If they don't succeed this time, I'm afraid they will do it again in the future. So, the two of you have to be more careful in the future. And Xiao Dao, you have to inform your Exinhua clan's people in Linfu City. Tell them to be more careful. It's also possible that the power behind this will target your Exinhua clan. But with your Exinhua clan and Princess Xiao Yu around, I believe those people won't dare to act recklessly. But it's better to be safe than sorry. We still have to be careful. Xiao Dao nodded seriously. Indeed, they had to be careful. It seemed like this time, something big was really going to happen. Now, they could only hope that Qin Shao was fine and that Qin Shao would return soon. As long as Qin Shao returned, all the dark clouds would disperse. Just as Fatty Kai finished speaking, the four people's minds suddenly moved, and their faces suddenly surged with a strong sense of joy. Because they just received a transmission. It was sent to them by Qin Shao. Qin Shao had returned and was about to enter Linfu City. Before he arrived, they were already notified. Ha ha, it really feels like our wishes have come true. We were just talking about Qin Shao. I didn't expect him to be back already. Good. That's great. This is great. Now that Qin Shao is back, all the schemes and machinations will fall apart on their own. Let's go, and welcome Qin Shao. But, speaking of this, Fatty Kai said to the three people with a serious face, I think it's better not to let Qin Shao know about this. We know Qin Zhao's character. If he knows about this, he will definitely investigate to the end. He will find the two people and then find the person behind this. This matter is very likely to involve that person. If that person really exists, with Qin Zhao's character, I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. So, Desolate Land nodded heavily and said, Don't worry, Fatty Kai. Even if you don't say it, 9 dragons and I know what to do. Of course, we can't let Qin Shao know about this. We can't let Qin Shao have any trouble with that person because of us. In fact, it's nothing. It's just a small injury. You have to help us cover it up later. Let's just pretend that this matter didn't happen. Fatty Kai was not worried about Desolate Land and 9 dragons. The only thing he was worried about was Xiao Dao. So he focused on Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao didn't want to tell Qin Xiao about this matter. He didn't want to hide it from Qin Xiao. But after hearing Fatty Kai's words, he also realized the seriousness of the problem, so he didn't dare to say anything more. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Xiao Dao nodded to show that he understood. He would keep his mouth shut. In the sky above Linfu City, a figure flew in the air and flew into the city. The guards of the city naturally recognized the person. They respectfully welcomed him into Linfu City without stopping him. Being able to fly in the sky above Linfu City was a symbol of status. It was a privilege that only a few people could enjoy. As soon as Qin Xiao appeared in Linfu City, he immediately attracted countless gazes and countless heated discussions. Qin Xiao was used to such a welcome. Every time he came back, it was almost the same situation, so he didn't find it strange. But this time, the momentum seemed to be even greater, and the heated discussions were also more intense. Soon, Qin Xiao saw Fatty Kai and the other three. It had already been 11 million years since he left. The time he spent this time was really long. But what made Qin Xiao happy was that Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao had both broken through. They were exuding the aura of a second-step celestial venerable. It was something worth celebrating. Desolate Land and 9 dragons were still in the first-step celestial venerable realm, but the aura on their bodies was obviously much stronger. It seemed that their strength had improved a lot over the years. But speaking of which, it was indeed not easy to break through to the second-step celestial venerable realm. Haha, Brother Qin Xiao, I knew you would be fine. You really didn't disappoint us. Fatty Kai greeted him with a smile. Xiao Dao also looked excited as he shouted, Big Brother Qin. Desolate Land and 9 dragons came forward one after another. Seeing Qin Xiao return safely, they finally felt relieved. It's good that he's fine. It's good that he's fine. Ever since the rumor of Qin Xiao's death in the Boundless Territory spread in Linfu City, they had been very uneasy. Now, they could finally let it go. Qin Xiao, you've broken through to the third-step celestial venerable realm. Desolate Land's eyes were sharp. He quickly discovered that Qin Xiao was already in the third-step celestial venerable realm. Qin Xiao's aura was actually more restrained, and he didn't deliberately release his aura. So if one's realm wasn't high, one would need to observe carefully to be able to discover it. Ah, you're really in the third-step celestial venerable realm. Haha, this is great news. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Xiao, you really bring us a big surprise every time you come back. Sigh, Xiao Dao and I have worked hard these years. It wasn't easy for us to break through to the second-step celestial venerable realm. We thought we had caught up to you. Chapter 2103. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Qin Xiao's gaze fell on Desolate Land and 9 dragons. Obviously, he had noticed something. Brother Desolate Land, 9 dragons, what happened to you? How did you get hurt? And it's not light. Qin Xiao asked. Desolate Land shook his head and said, It's a shame. 9 dragons and I went out to train last time, and we were unlucky enough to encounter an extremely vicious person. After fighting for a while, we were all badly injured. We just came back not long ago, and we're still recovering. Today we went around the city with Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao, drinking and chatting. You didn't come back for a long time, and we were all worried about you. That's why we wanted to come out and relax. Fatty Kai nodded and said, that's right. They're all worried about you. They've been feeling depressed, so I pulled them out to drink and talk to them. I kept telling them that we have to believe in Brother Qin Xiao. He'll be fine. See, you came back immediately. Hearing Fatty Kai's words, Xiao Dao rolled his eyes at him. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. He naturally didn't believe Fatty Kai's words completely, but he didn't doubt Desolate Land's words at all. He also felt warm in his heart. Everyone was so worried about him because of their brotherhood. This was what Qin Xiao cherished the most. Qin Xiao, you're back. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came. As soon as the voice fell, the person had already arrived in front of him. The powerful aura was like a huge mountain pressing down on them. It made the sun and the moon dim in comparison. Qin Xiao knew who it was from the voice. It was Hao Guilong from the Haochu clan. He had fought with Qin Xiao a few times before. Seeing how Guilong again, Qin Shao felt that he was even more arrogant than before. There was a strange coldness in his eyes as he looked at Qin Shao. There was a hint of gloating in his eyes. You seem to be in a good mood? Qin Shao looked at Hao Guilong and replied coldly. Qin Shao hated Hao Guilong. It was the kind of thing that would make people feel displeased and disgusted the moment they saw it. It was rare for Qin Shao to hate someone, but Hao Guilong was one of those people. Hao Guilong chuckled. Yes, you're right. I'm in a good mood right now. 11 million years. You used 11 million years to come back. And from what I see, you shouldn't have obtained the boundless water either. You came back late and didn't get the boundless water. How are you going to explain this to the heavens chosen? However, you did gain something. Who would have thought that after going to the boundless hellish region, you would still be able to return alive? Not only did he come back alive, but his cultivation also increased by a level, stepping into the third step of the heavenly venerate realm. Looks like your luck is indeed pretty good. Unfortunately, it's useless no matter how good it is. This time, you didn't complete your mission, so you'll definitely be punished. So, how can I not be happy? Ha, of course I'm happy. Hao Guilong laughed wantonly, not concealing his good mood at all. His good mood naturally stimulated Qin Shao. You don't have to worry about that, Qin Shao replied coldly. He had obtained the boundless water, and he had obtained it within the stipulated time. However, he had delayed it for 6 million years because of Jiang Zhu and Shao Gu. Explanation? Qin Shao wasn't worried about that. He just wanted to see how the heavens chosen would fare. Humph, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Then, come with me to see the heavens chosen. Hao Guilong sneered and made an inviting gesture. Qin Shao, fatty desolate land, and the others immediately became worried. Qin Shao said to the four of them, Don't worry. I'll go see the heavens chosen first. What should come will come. You guys go back first. When I'm done with my business, we'll have a drink together. After saying that, Qin Shao left with Hao Guilong, flying toward the Immortal Palace. Qin Shao is back. He's really back. I told you he wouldn't die so easily. There are always some brainless rumors. It's so embarrassing to hear them. Anyway, it's good that he's back. Oh, not only is he back, but he's also gained a lot. Didn't you guys notice that Qin Shao is already a third-step celestial venerable? It's really the aura of a third-step celestial venerable. He's really a peerless monster. He's heaven-defying again. He's been in the boundless territory for 11 million years, and he's already a third-step celestial venerable. I can't help but admire him. He stayed in the boundless territory for 11 million years, and he's already a third-step celestial venerable? Why does it sound so unbelievable? However, he didn't complete the heavens chosen mission. Looks like he's going to be punished. As soon as Qin Shao appeared in the Immortal Palace, many people started to talk about him. Qin Shao followed Hao Guilong and soon arrived at the heavens chosen cultivation place. It was the same place where he met the heavens chosen last time. The heavens chosen still had supreme, immortal power. He stood there as if he was the sky. Everything here revolved around him. He was the supreme ruler of this place. Everything had to submit to him. He could control the life and death of all living things with a single thought. Standing in front of the heavens chosen, Qin Shao felt no less relaxed than standing in front of an ancient saint. In terms of aura, the heavens chosen was indeed infinitely close to the level of an ancient saint. The heavens chosen's realm had always been a mystery. Now, it seemed that even if he wasn't an ancient saint, he wasn't far from it. At least, he was a half-step saint. Moreover, he was probably an extremely dangerous half-step saint. Just like the only personal disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, Xing, and he was a half-step saint. The aura he gave off wasn't any weaker than an ancient saint. Facing the heavens chosen, Qin Shao knew very well that he was no match for him. He was far from being a match for him. This was a feeling that he had never felt before other fourth-step celestial venerables. Facing a celestial venerable, Qin Shao only felt such invincible power from young Master Xing and the Heavens Chosen. The Heavens Chosen was playing chess leisurely. He looked very focused. Qin Shao stood there for a long time. The Heavens Chosen didn't even raise his head to look at him. He left Qin Shao there, as if he wanted to intimidate Qin Shao. The Heavens Chosen's arrogant attitude made Qin Shao very uncomfortable. Qin Shao stood there and didn't say anything. He just looked at the Heavens Chosen calmly. He wanted to see when the Heavens Chosen would speak. However, what Qin Shao didn't expect was that he would wait for 100 years. During these 100 years, the Heavens Chosen had been playing chess very seriously. He didn't find it boring at all. It was as if he was playing a very fun game. For 100 years, he didn't raise his head or look at Qin Shao. It was as if Qin Shao didn't exist at all. The feeling of being completely ignored made him feel humiliated. Or rather, it was humiliation. The silent humiliation was like a cold knife that suddenly stabbed into one's heart. This method seemed gentle, but it killed without spilling blood. Arrogant people couldn't stand being ignored like this. Since the Heavens Chosen is so busy, I'll take my leave first. After waiting for 100 years, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to continue waiting. Therefore, he directly said this and was about to leave. How dare you? Before the Heavens Chosen could speak, Hao Guilong, who had been standing by the side, immediately shouted. He pointed at Qin Shao and scolded, Qin Shao, how dare you be so impudent and rude in front of the Heavens Chosen? Humph! Qin Shao snorted coldly. He glanced at Hao Guilong and said rudely, I've seen several ancient sages and the city lord of Tianshan Mountain. I've never seen someone so arrogant. I've waited for 100 years. I've given the Heavens Chosen enough face. I've also shown my attitude. I'm weak. I admit it this time, but I have my bottom line and my patience is limited. I'm sorry if you exceed my bottom line. It's impossible for me to wait any longer. After saying this, Qin Shao looked at the Heavens Chosen fearlessly, showing where his bottom line was. Qin Shao had already admitted his defeat by coming to see the Heavens Chosen. He didn't want to make things too ugly between them. If the Heavens Chosen insisted on this, he would just shed all pretenses of cordiality. It was no big deal. Why should Qin Shao be afraid? Qin Shao had expected the worst result long ago. He had already prepared for it. If the storm was coming, so be it. How could a man who couldn't cut his way through brambles and thorns, and brave through the wind and waves, become an indomitable hero? Clack! The Heavens Chosen put down a chess piece. The sound of the piece landing was particularly clear and crisp. After putting down the chess piece, the Heavens Chosen finally raised his head. His eyes fell on Qin Shao. His eyes were like a peerless sword that hadn't been unsheathed. Although it hadn't been unsheathed, it couldn't hide its peerless sharpness. When he looked at people, they would feel very uncomfortable and wouldn't dare to look into his eyes. You're not convinced? The Heavens Chosen uttered a few words indifferently. This kind of understatement was a kind of contempt. Qin Shao said bluntly, Yes, I'm not convinced. I'm also very uncomfortable. Heavens Chosen, if you have something to say, just say it. The Heavens Chosen smiled faintly and said, It's been 11 million years. You've been overdue for 1,000,000 years. Do you have anything to explain to me? Qin Shao said directly, There's nothing to explain. I'm overdue. I admit it. The Heavens Chosen said again, Good. You're quite straightforward. Since you admit it, what about the infinite water? Humph, the infinite water? It's good enough that you're still alive. Do you really think you can find it? If you could, you wouldn't have been overdue for 1,000,000 years. Before Qin Shao could say anything, Hao Guilong, who was beside him, began to mock Qin Shao. Are you so sure that I can't find the infinite water? Qin Shao looked at Hao Guilong with a cold smile. Hao Guilong sneered. Of course I'm sure. I don't believe you can find the infinite water. Do you think you can find such a rare treasure just because you say so? If you could find it, you wouldn't have waited until now to come back. You would have come back long ago. Why are you trying to bluff now? If you have it, take it out. Humph. Qin Shao looked at Hao Guilong and said, Judging from your expression, you're sure that I can't take it out, right? Yes, you're right. I'm sure you can't do that. No matter what, you've failed the mission. It's not a big deal to add another one. Hao Guilong nodded and said. Qin Shao curled his lips and opened his palm. A bottle of infinite water appeared in his hand. He looked at Hao Guilong and said, Then I'm sorry to disappoint you today. What? Hao Guilong opened his eyes wide. The way he looked at Qin Shao became more and more sinister. Chapter 2104. Boundless Water. This was the boundless water. How could it be so easy to find? Boundless water was rarely seen in the boundless territory. Even if he had the strength, he might not be able to find the boundless water. What's more, Qin Zhao's strength was not that strong. Wanting to find the boundless water in the boundless territory was easier said than done. Moreover, it only took him 11 million years. That was a very short time. The Heavens Chosen had never thought that Qin Shao could complete the task he gave Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao had done it. What they did not know was that Qin Shao had used less than 5 million years to obtain the boundless water. Moreover, he had obtained more than one bottle, but a total of 10 bottles. Boundless water. The Heavens Chosen's eyes fell on the bottle in Qin Zhao's hand. He had confirmed that it was indeed the boundless water. He gave Qin Shao this task to punish Qin Shao and teach him a lesson. He wanted to let him know his own limitations. Therefore, this mission itself was impossible to complete unless one was really lucky. Under normal circumstances, Qin Shao would not be able to complete it. Therefore, the Heavens Chosen was surprised that Qin Shao had actually found the boundless water. Even though it was 1,000,000 years later than the time he had said, it was still a heaven-defying achievement. Not only did he find the boundless water, but he also made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It was a double harvest. Such a huge ordeal was not a problem for Qin Shao. Instead, he returned with a great harvest. Did the Heavens Chosen help him indirectly? Seeing Qin Shao take out the boundless water, Hao Guilong was flustered and exasperated. It was such a good opportunity to humiliate Qin Shao, but he swallowed it back. Gritting his teeth, Hao Guilong said, "So what if you found the boundless water? The task is still a failure. It's just that the failure looks a little better. It's just a bottle of boundless water. You spent 11 million years to find it. You're really incompetent." Incompetent? Why don't you go look for it? Qin Shao really wanted to curse Hao Guilong in his heart, but there was nothing to argue with someone who was deliberately blind. Now, it was up to the Sky Prides. The Heavens Chosen suddenly waved his hand, and an invisible force rolled up in Qin Zhao's palm, directly taking away the bottle of infinite water in Qin Zhao's hand. Qin Shao reacted immediately. She tried her best to grab the infinity water, but she found that she couldn't catch it. In the blink of an eye, the bottle of boundless water was in the hands of the Heavens Chosen. The Heavens Chosen picked up the bottle of infinite water and casually played with it. Then, he placed it on the table without any intention of returning it to Qin Shao. Qin Shao frowned and stared coldly at the genius. Was he going to snatch it by force? "Prodigy, what do you mean by this?" "What? Does a genius like you care about a bottle of limitless water?" Qin Shao said coldly. Since he had already offended this guy, it didn't matter if he offended him a little more. Seeing this, Hao Guilong said again, "Qin Shao, I think you don't understand the situation at all. This mission was given to you by the Heavens Chosen. Since you brought back the infinite water, it naturally belongs to the Heavens Chosen. Until now, you still don't understand this? Otherwise, why would I give you this mission? I asked you to find the infinite water and present it to the Heavens Chosen. Do you still want to take it back? What? You want to snatch it? Why do you have to make it sound so dignified?" The anger in Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but erupt like a volcano. Detestable, detestable, truly detestable. Shameless words. Truly shameless words. Crack! Qin Shao couldn't help but clench his fists tightly as he glared at the Heavens Chosen. However, the Heavens Chosen was still as calm as ever, as if he didn't care about Qin Zhao's anger at all. To the Heavens Chosen, no matter how angry Qin Shao was, he was just an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow from him. It was Qin Zhao's first time being robbed in such a dignified and shameless manner. Although a bottle of limitless water couldn't fetch a high price, it could still fetch 1,000,000 chaos source stones. It was considered a sky-high prize for a fourth-step heavenly venerate. However, what angered Qin Shao the most wasn't the loss of 1,000,000 chaos source stones. Losing 1,000,000 chaos source stones wasn't a big deal for Qin Shao. He didn't care too much about it. However, the Heavens Chosen was trampling on Qin Zhao's dignity. How could Qin Shao tolerate this? So what if he couldn't tolerate it? All he could do was endure it. If he really fought with the Heavens Chosen, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Both the Heavens Chosen and Hao Guilong would probably want him to make the first move. In that case, the Heavens Chosen would have enough reason to ruthlessly trample on him. If Qin Shao didn't make the first move, the Heavens Chosen wouldn't go too far. Otherwise, it would cause some gossip. The more powerful and the higher the status of a person, the more they would care about such things. What's wrong? Qin Shao, are you still not convinced? Hao Guilong tried his best to provoke Qin Shao. Naturally, he didn't hold back with his words. So what if you're not convinced? Are you trying to go against the heavens? If you're not happy, you can say it. Hao Guilong looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression. He enjoyed the feeling of stepping on Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't dare to say anything. That kind of sullen and humiliated look was exactly what he liked. Being suppressed by the Heavens Chosen, Qin Shao had been enduring it. If he made the first move, he would only be in a more difficult situation. It would also give the Heavens Chosen a chance to deal with him. Now, enduring was the best way. Qin Shao had thought about it over and over again. He kept reminding himself that he had to endure it. Only by enduring it for a while could he calm down. After suffering such humiliation today, Qin Shao, would definitely get it back in the future. This could also be considered a wake-up call for him. It reminded him again that if he didn't have enough strength, he would only be bullied by others. The reason why the Heavens Chosen could trample on him like this was that he was much more powerful than him. Even if Qin Shao tried his best, he was still vulnerable in front of the Heavens Chosen. The gap between them was too big. That was why the Heavens Chosen could suppress Qin Shao so much that he couldn't breathe. Okay, I don't want the infinite water. Can I go now? Qin Shao looked at the Heavens Chosen and said. He felt very uncomfortable suppressing the anger in his heart, but there was no other way. He tried his best to control his emotions. He couldn't lose his temper. If he lost his temper and fell out with the Heavens Chosen, because of this, the consequences would be worse. Moreover, Qin Shao not only had to think for himself, but also for the desolate land's big brother and the 9 dragons. In fact, no one was strong enough to go against the Heavens Chosen in Futai mountain range. Qin Shao was no exception. Even Princess Xiaoyu couldn't do it. If there was anyone in Futai mountain range who could make the Heavens Chosen afraid, it would be the master of Futai Immortal Palace. If he could solve this problem with a cup of infinite water, Qin Shao gritted his teeth and let it go. Ha ha ha. Qin Shao, are you out of your mind? You want to leave just like that? You're underestimating the situation. Hao Guilong sneered. Qin Shao frowned and looked at Hao Guilong coldly. What did he mean? He had handed over the infinite water and suffered humiliation. Wasn't that enough? Was he really going to have to risk his life for this? Qin Shao wasn't afraid of risking his life. It was just a matter of whether he could do it or not. You didn't even complete the mission. How could I let you go? What are you thinking? How could I let you off so easily? Since you didn't complete the mission, you must be punished. How could I let you off so easily? Hao Guilong sneered again. Punish him? Qin Shao frowned deeply. Judging from the current situation, Hao Guilong's words basically represented the Heavens' pride. After all, the Heavens Chosen didn't object to any of Hao Guilong's words. Hao Guilong must have accepted the Heavens Chosen's order. Qin Shao looked at the Heavens Chosen coldly. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Was the Heavens Chosen really forcing him? Was the Heavens Chosen really forcing him to make a move? Was the Heavens Chosen really going to deal with him after he made a move? Was the Heavens Chosen's goal to cripple him? Many infuriating thoughts came to Qin Shao's mind, making him extremely angry. Qin Shao, the Heavens Chosen, finally spoke. Although you found the infinite water and fulfilled one of the conditions, you've been here for more than 10 million years. You've only fulfilled one of the 2 conditions. Therefore, the mission is still considered a failure. But since you've handed over the infinite water, I'll give you a lighter punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, the prodigy waved his hand and a powerful force swept towards Qin Shao like a hurricane. The hurricane was like a huge wave, directly sweeping Qin Shao into it. Qin Shao didn't even have the chance to resist or escape. He only felt the space being folded and rolled up. So he couldn't escape or resist at all. He was directly swept into it. Being swept into it, the violent energy bombarded Qin Xiao wildly. Qin Xiao's immortal body was shattered and his qi and blood flowed backward. He was in great pain. Soon, Qin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did the hurricane disappear. All the power disappeared, but Qin Xiao was also seriously injured. 30% of his immortal body was shattered, and his vitality was almost damaged. Humiliation, a great humiliation. Qin Xiao had never been so humiliated in his life. At this moment, Qin Xiao's anger had reached its peak. He already had a very strong impulse to attack. He was on the verge of exploding. As the saying goes, a warrior prefers death to humiliation. How could the heavens, chosen, humiliate him like this? How could he swallow this? Too much, this was too much. Qin Xiao had already been humiliated verbally. He had even handed over the boundless water. Now he was still being so ruthless to him. He was humiliating him physically as well. All the humiliations added up, and the impact on Qin Xiao was incomparably huge. When he came here, he had warned himself that he had to endure. He had to endure a little longer. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer a great loss. He didn't have the ability to fight with the heavens chosen now. He could only endure and suffer. Qin Xiao was indeed prepared for the worst. He also thought that he would be humiliated, but he didn't expect the heavens chosen to go so far. This was simply trampling on him and mercilessly ravaging him. He really couldn't bear it. But did he really have to fight? Qin Xiao was very clear about the consequences if he did. Okay, I'll endure it this time. But I, Qin Xiao, will remember this hatred. I will repay it double in the future. I, Qin Xiao, swear to God. Otherwise, I won't believe in this Qin. Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and secretly swore in his heart. Chapter 2105. His heavy heart was like a pool of stagnant water. It had lost its liveliness, color, and vitality. After suffering such humiliation and being ruthlessly stomped on the ground, Qin Xiao's current mood was indeed very bad. With a heavy heart, Qin Xiao did not stay in the Fumu Immortal Palace for long. Instead, he went to Linfu City. The Desolate Land's big brother and 9 dragons were still waiting for his news. However, Qin Xiao did not go directly to the Desolate Land for the time being. Instead, he strolled casually on the streets of Linfu City. Of course, Qin Xiao walked in the mirage and did not really show his face. If he really did show his face, he would definitely attract the attention of others. It might even cause a big commotion. At the moment, he just wanted to walk around aimlessly to calm down and feel better. Qin Xiao did not like this kind of heavy heart, so he was trying hard to adjust his mood. Walking around casually was a very pleasant way to do it. As he walked, his mood naturally became better. Qin Xiao liked to keep things in his heart instead of being constantly thought about. That would be too tiring and affect his mood, which would affect his cultivation. The gains would not make up for the losses. Perhaps to me, this is also a blow, a setback, a tribulation. It is a test for me in all aspects. I admire myself for being able to endure it. I have to weigh all aspects of my heart in order to restrain this strong impulse. Perhaps this is not a bad thing. At least, it has strengthened my resolve to become a desire. Without strength, I will never be able to get revenge for this humiliation. People will not be defeated by setbacks. They will only be defeated by themselves. As long as you are strong enough, there is nothing in this world that can defeat you. I believe that I, Qin Xiao, am like this. The only person who could defeat me is myself. No one else can. Yes, I am weak now. I'm not strong enough. I have been bullied. However, this has also encouraged me, spurred me on, and urged me to move forward. Some things were easy to understand once you thought about it and thought about it. After walking for a while, his mood naturally became better. As they walked, Qin Zhao's attention was suddenly drawn to the sound of 2 people discussing in low voices. Qin Xiao noticed the 2 people's conversation because he heard his name. Originally, it was not strange that people in Linfu City would talk about him. However, in addition to his name, he also heard the name of the Desolate Land's big brother. That was why it attracted Qin Zhao's attention. Okay. Brother, let me tell you something secretly. That day, I personally saw two of young Master Qin Zhao's brothers being bullied by others. If it wasn't for young Master Kai and young Master Xiao Dao arriving in time, they would have probably been killed by others. It can't? Who in Linfu City had the guts to attack young Master Qin Zhao's brother? Are you tired of living? I don't know. Logically speaking, in Linfu City, no one would dare to be so bold. But previously, wasn't there a rumor that Lord Qin Xiao died in the desolate land? I really don't understand why there are such rumors so often. What about the rumors? Could it be that someone is spreading it maliciously behind the scenes? Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this every time, right? Yes, I think so too. Therefore, I feel that there must be a powerful force behind this that is against Lord Qin Xiao. Also, his two brothers were almost killed. I feel that it has something to do with the power behind this. Otherwise, even if it was an argument, there is no need to kill them, right? This is Linfu City. Who knows about this? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Listening to the conversation between the two, Qin Zhao's expression suddenly turned cold and deep. I noticed earlier that Brother Desolate Land and 9 Dragons were seriously injured. It turns out that they were not injured when they went out to train like Brother Desolate Land said. They were injured by someone. At that time, Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were also there. It seems that just before that, Brother Desolate Land and 9 Dragons were almost killed by someone else. There might be something fishy about this. It's not that simple. Brother Desolate Land refused to tell me just now. This proves that the situation is not simple. Otherwise, they would not dare to tell me. It seems at this time, I thought too well. The reality is far crueler than this. Qin Zhao's mood, which had almost recovered, became heavy again. He transmitted a message to Fatty Kai, asking where they were. He was going to find them now. Soon, Qin Xiao found Fatty Kai and the other 3 in a secluded courtyard. You're back so soon. It seems that there's nothing else. Qin Xiao, you don't look good. What's wrong? Fatty Kai saw Qin Xiao coming and immediately got up to greet him with a smile. But when he saw Qin Zhao's gloomy face, he knew that something was wrong. The other 3 from Desolate Land also got up to greet him. They looked at Qin Xiao with concern. They did not know what had happened. In fact, they had always been very worried about Qin Xiao, but they had no way to participate in this matter. They could only wait here for the news. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Desolate Land and 9 Dragons. Being looked at by Qin Xiao, Desolate Land and 9 Dragons suddenly felt uncomfortable. They felt strange. Qin Xiao, what happened? How did Heaven's Pride treat you? Desolate Land could not help but ask again. Qin Xiao did not answer Desolate Land's question. Instead, he asked, Brother Desolate Land, tell me honestly, what happened to your injuries? What? Hearing Qin Zhao's question, Desolate Land and 9 Dragons could not help but be stunned. They looked at each other. They knew that Qin Xiao probably already knew the truth of the situation. At this time, if they hid anything, they would only get what they wanted. Fatty Kai grinned and looked at Qin Xiao with an awkward expression. This idea was originally his. Now that Qin Xiao saw through it, he was naturally embarrassed. Desolate Land and 9 Dragons did not want to talk about this matter. Fatty Kai gritted his teeth and said, Let me say it. Actually, this is what happened. Therefore, Fatty Kai stood out and told Qin Xiao everything, including his analysis. Crack! After hearing Fatty Kai's words, Qin Xiao clenched his fists again. The fire of anger burned in him again, and it was even stronger than before. Damn it! Qin Xiao also believed that Heaven's Pride was behind this matter. If it was not Heaven's Pride, then it must be Hao Guilong. Only one of the two had such a possibility. It was very obvious that this matter was targeted at Qin Xiao. It was an act of revenge. The target was obvious, and it was a well-planned act. Therefore, it was not difficult to see that the person behind this matter must be someone who had a deep hatred for him. Hao Guilong was more likely to be the culprit, but Qin Xiao did not think that Hao Guilong was a fool. Linfu City was full of rumors about his death, and these rumors must have something to do with Hao Guilong. However, Hao Guilong should know that he, Qin Xiao, might not have died in the boundless zone. Therefore, logically speaking, Hao Guilong shouldn't be so ruthless. Otherwise, when Qin Shao returned, wouldn't he still settle the score with Hao Guilong? Therefore, the biggest possibility was that Heaven's Pride was behind this matter. Qin Shao had just come back from Heaven's Pride. He had just suffered a great humiliation and was furious. Now that such a thing happened, it was hard for him to control his anger. Qin Shao, don't be rash. 9 dragons and I are fine. We just suffered some minor injuries. It's not a big deal. We'll be fine after resting for a while. Actually, it might not be what Fatty Kai said. It's possible that we just met a vicious person. Since it's over, let it go. It's not a big deal. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It's not a big deal to suffer a loss once in a while. You'll get used to it. Desolate Land knew Qin Zhao's character. He was afraid that Qin Shao would recklessly seek revenge on Heaven's Pride, so Desolate Land tried to persuade him. Some things can be tolerated, but some things can't be. Endangering one's life is the bottom line. It's absolutely intolerable. It's the dragon's reverse scale. I won't tolerate it anymore. I'll get to the bottom of it. I've been humiliated and bullied, but I can still endure it. However, this matter has already endangered the lives of Big Brother Meng Huang and the others. This is absolutely unacceptable. Endangering your life is the same as endangering mine. I won't let it happen. Therefore, I have to get to the bottom of it. I have to get an explanation. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Qin Shao, listen to me. Desolate Land was a little anxious. He wanted to say something, but Qin Shao interrupted him. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't listen to Desolate Land, 9 dragons didn't know what to say. He could only look at Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao had always been Qin Zhao's supporter and admirer. Naturally, Xiao Dao didn't say anything about this matter. Fatty Kai wanted to speak a few times, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Fatty Kai also knew Qin Zhao's character. He didn't know how to persuade him. At this time, no one could persuade him. He could only think of another way. Fatty Kai, can you help me investigate those 2 people? Qin Shao suddenly looked at Fatty Kai and asked. This sudden matter made Fatty Kai stunned. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze. He didn't react for a while. After being stunned for a long time, Fatty Kai nodded and said, Good. Of course there's no problem. I've already sent people to investigate. There should be news soon. I'll go ask again. Maybe there's already news. Okay, thank you. Qin Shao nodded. Qin Shao always liked Fatty Kai's efficiency. This time, he didn't let Qin Shao down. Not long after, Fatty Kai sent a message, but it wasn't good news. Qin Shao, according to the news I received, those 2 people have disappeared from the world. There is no trace of them. In such a short time, it is impossible for them to escape from Linfu City. But in Linfu City, we can no longer find their whereabouts. This matter is too strange. Was it strange? Qin Shao sneered. I don't think it is strange at all. Doesn't it explain everything? What? Not strange at all? Not only Fatty Kai, but the 3 people from Desolate Land also looked at Qin Shao in confusion. How could it not be strange at all? Chapter 2106. Obviously, everything was premeditated. Tell me, who in Linfu City has the ability to make 2 people disappear from the face of the earth in such a short time? Qin Shao said again. The 4 people from Desolate Land were lost in thought. The 4 of them naturally understood the meaning behind his words. Fatty Kai said in a low voice, Qin Shao, do you mean that the Heaven's Chosen One is behind this? Logically speaking, only Heaven's favorites would have such capabilities. Hao Guilong shouldn't be able to do that. However, there might be. But I think it's more likely that the Heaven's Chosen One is behind this. In fact, Fatty Kai and the others had guessed this before, but they didn't dare to think too much about the Heaven's Chosen One. And this kind of method was indeed inferior. They thought that the Heaven's Chosen One wouldn't bother to use such methods. Qin Shao said coldly, even if Hao Guilong did it, he wouldn't dare to do it without the Heaven's Chosen One support. So, in the final analysis, the Heaven's Chosen One is the one behind this. It's not wrong to put the blame on the Heaven's Chosen One. Only a Heaven's Pride like him would have the ability to do so. The Heaven's Chosen One is too arrogant. Crack, crack, boom. Qin Shao clenched his fists again. The anger in his chest gushed out like a volcanic eruption. He couldn't suppress it anymore. As it crossed his bottom line and touched his reverse scale, how could he bear it anymore? So what if the consequences were serious? Qin Shao was willing to bear all the consequences. If he continued to tolerate it today, then perhaps the next time it would really take their lives. If he didn't do it today, when would he do it? He wouldn't have another chance to do it next time. He couldn't bear this anger anymore. He couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Shao, calm down. You must calm down. Qin Shao, forget it. It's all in the past. Fatty Kai and the others also felt Qin Zhao's anger. They knew Qin Zhao's character, so they persuaded Qin Shao worriedly. Bear it for a while, and then everything will be fine. If Qin Shao really went to settle accounts with the Heaven's Chosen One at this time, he would definitely suffer a great loss. The consequences would be unimaginable. No one knew what the Heaven's Chosen One could do. Qin Zhao's mind was set. His eyes were resolute. He wouldn't change anything. Qin Shao looked at Meng Huang's group of 4 and said resolutely, some things can be tolerated, but some things cannot. Enduring for a while can sometimes lead to peace and quiet. But this time, the situation won't be peaceful. It will only lead to more danger. Next time, I'm afraid none of you will be able to escape. Perhaps I won't be able to escape either. So this time I can't bear it. I can't back down. I must solve this problem. At least, I must make it clear. I'd like to see how domineering this Heaven's Chosen One is. I'd like to see how much he wants to bully me. Qin Shao. If I continue to bear it, then I'm not Qin Shao. So, you don't need to say more. I made up my mind. Brother Desolate Land, you and 9 dragons should get ready. Maybe we need to leave Fujin Ridge or even the Southern Wasteland. This, Meng Huang and the other 3 were also stunned. The 4 of them looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't know what to say. They knew that Qin Shao had made up his mind. It was impossible to change his mind. Now, they could only hope that Qin Shao would be fine. It seemed that they really had to prepare for the worst. There was no other way. Fujin Immortal Palace, where the Heaven's Chosen One cultivated. After trampling on Qin Shao and humiliating him, Hao Guilong was obviously in a good mood. He had never felt so happy before. He had been waiting for this day for more than 10 million years. Finally, it was here. Humph! Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, I thought you were a tough guy. Turns out you're just SOSO. I was hoping you'd burst out. Too bad, you let me down. But it doesn't matter. Being able to humiliate you so much that you don't dare to fight back, it's enough to release the hatred in my heart. You've endured it this time. You'll have to endure it next time. There's still a long way to go. There'll be plenty of chances to trample on Qin Shao. Hao Guilong was indeed very proud. He had planned all this, and it seemed to be very successful. After feeling satisfied, Hao Guilong said respectfully to the Heaven's Chosen One, "How can Qin Shao be a match for you? Many people say he's the second strongest Heaven's Chosen One, but I've always thought he didn't deserve it. Far from it. Now, it seems like I'm right. With his little strength and backbone, how could he be qualified to compete with you, Heaven's Chosen? He's not even on the same level as you. He's not even qualified to carry your shoes." A faint smile appeared on the Heaven's Chosen One's face. He was minding his own business and didn't seem to care much about this matter. For him, it was just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Indeed, he had never taken Qin Shao seriously. At most, he felt that Qin Shao was a little capable and might have a little impact on him. However, the force of the impact was definitely extremely small. Hao Guilong wanted to trample on him, so he was happy to help. It was just that simple. It wasn't a big deal. I'm not qualified to carry your shoes because I don't know how to do that. I'm not like you, Hao Guilong. You're born to carry someone's shoes. For you, carrying shoes is a perfect match. In this aspect, I'm willing to admit defeat. At this moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was naturally none other than Qin Shao, who had returned. This time, Qin Shao was different from before. This time, he came with a burning sharpness, a monstrous anger and fighting spirit, a determination to fight to the death, and a conviction to fight to the death. Therefore, this time, Qin Shao showed his sharpness to the fullest. He didn't hide his true self at all. This time, Qin Shao came to ask for an explanation from the Heaven's Chosen One. So why should he be polite? Just now, Qin Shao indeed had to endure everything. He felt very aggrieved and uncomfortable. It felt like he had been suppressed all the time. But this time it was different. If the Heaven's Chosen One was a sheathed sword, this time it was a peerless blade. The sharpness was dazzling, as if it was going to break the sky, tear the earth apart, and shock the eternal firmament. What? Qin Shao? How dare you come back? Seeing Qin Shao, Hao Guilong's good mood was ruined. His face darkened at once, and he stared at Qin Shao with coldness and viciousness. Not only did Qin Shao come back, but he also insulted and humiliated him. How could he tolerate that? Besides, Qin Shao was showing great disrespect to the Heaven's Chosen One. What was he trying to do? Anyway, no matter what he was trying to do, it was a good thing for him. Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao. It seems like you don't want to take the road to heaven. Instead, you came to hell. You're courting death. Good. I was looking forward to this, but you didn't do anything. It seems like you know about that matter. You can't escape from my grasp. This time, I'm going to play you to death. I'll definitely avenge my Haochu family. You Qin Shao, I won't stop until I kill you. Hao Guilong naturally knew what was going on. He sneered and looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression. It was as if he was looking at a prey that had delivered itself to his door. Qin Shao strode over. Every step he took was sonorous and firm. It was as if he was stepping on the sun, moon, and stars. In the face of Qin Zhao's arrogance, the Heaven's Chosen One only glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. He continued to play his chess leisurely. The demeanor of an expert was too powerful. He was like a divine radiance from the 9 heavens, disdaining everything in the world. Heaven's Chosen One, you're too much. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. His voice was as loud as thunder and as sharp as a blade. Qin Zhao's thunderous roar didn't affect the Heaven's Chosen One at all. The Heaven's Chosen One only smiled faintly. He didn't even raise his head and continued to play his chess. Just like before, Qin Shao was completely ignored and looked down upon by the Heaven's Chosen One. Even a glance at him was unnecessary. The Heaven's Chosen One's aura was so overwhelming that the Heaven's Chosen One felt suffocated. Qin Shao, how dare you talk to the Heaven's Chosen One like that? How dare you? The Heaven's Chosen One didn't say anything. Hao Guilong took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Shao. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and yelled. The Heaven's Chosen One was behind the scenes, but Hao Guilong was also the mastermind. Qin Shao wouldn't let go of either of them. Qin Shao looked at Hao Guilong coldly and said angrily, "You know what you've done. Don't worry. I'll make you pay for what you've done. But right now, I don't have time to deal with you. Get out of my way. It's none of your business. You want to be tortured? I'll help you later." You. Qin Shao insulted Hao Guilong so bluntly. Hao Guilong's face darkened instantly. The muscles on his face twitched. He said angrily, "How dare you? How dare you do whatever you want here? I think you really don't want to live anymore. Do you want to die?" Qin Shao gave Hao Guilong a cold glance, saying, "Yes, I do want to die. Do you have the ability to kill me? If you don't, get out of my way right now. Otherwise, I'll kill you first. You've been defeated by me. How dare you shout in front of me? You're just a dog relying on its master's power. No matter how high you jump, you're still a dog. If it weren't for your master, the Heaven's Chosen One, you'd be a dog that anyone can step on." Qin Shao rarely scolded someone so rudely, but he didn't need to be polite to Hao Guilong. Therefore, he didn't show any mercy when he scolded Hao Guilong. Hao Guilong's face darkened completely. He had never been scolded like this before. He was furious. He hated Hao Guilong. He wanted to kill him. But he also knew that he wasn't as powerful as Qin Shao. More than 10 million years ago, he couldn't defeat Qin Shao. Now that Qin Zhao's cultivation level had increased by 1 level, his strength must have improved a lot. Now, he was even less of a match for Qin Shao. Wasn't it courting death to fight against Qin Shao? But even if it was courting death, he couldn't swallow his anger. However, Qin Shao ignored him. He looked at the Heaven's Chosen One with cold eyes and said in a bone-chilling voice, "Heaven's Chosen One, You have to give me a satisfactory explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, Qin Shao, will lose my life today. Yes, that's right. My strength may not be as good as yours, but I won't lose to you in the slightest. Cultivators like us don't fear death. Since I've come here today, I'm ready to risk my life. I've prepared for the worst. Chapter 21:07. An explanation? The prodigy suddenly chuckled. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shao with disdain, like a dragon looking at a small earthworm. His high and mighty attitude was displayed to the fullest. This was naturally revealed, and there was no need to deliberately pretend at all. Perhaps only the prodigy and the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace possessed such a supreme attitude. Then what kind of explanation do you want? Qin Shao was the first person in the entire Fuda Immortal Palace who wanted an explanation from the prodigy. The prodigy's tone was calm, but there was a peerless dignity in it. No one dared to offend his peerless immortal aura. However, Qin Shao did not show any signs of weakness. His tone was firm as he said, I have always known that this world respects martial arts, and that strength is the law of survival. Only the strong can decide everything. Only the strong have the right to speak. In front of you, Qin Shao, have no right to speak. So when you bully me, I tolerate it. When you humiliate me, I tolerate it. I don't have the strength to reason with you, to talk about right and wrong, and to talk about fairness. But there is a limit to my tolerance. I have my principles, my bottom line, and my reverse scale. If you bully and humiliate me, I tolerate it. You threaten my brother's life. That's something I can't tolerate. The prodigy chuckled and said nonchalantly, Your limits, your bottom line, and your reverse scale are worthless to me. They can't even withstand a single blow. His casual words revealed the prodigy's peerless demeanor. Qin Shao had already expected that the prodigy would retaliate in such a manner. His anger had already transformed into his boundless will to fight. But before the battle, he had to make things clear. Even an ant has the will to shake the heavens. Why would it be a human? I know you're behind this. Even if you didn't give the order personally, it's still related to you. My purpose for coming here today is very simple. Either I die here, or I find a mastermind and the perpetrator of this matter. I only need 3 people. The 2 try to kill my brother, and Qin Shao looked at Hao Guilong and continued. And you, the mastermind, Hao Guilong. Hao Guilong sneered disdainfully. He lifted his nose and said mockingly, So what if I did it? What do you want? If you have the ability, go find those 2. If you can find them, kill them. If you can't find them, do you want to kill me? Humph. We're both prodigies of the Fuda Immortal Palace. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me. Hao Guilong was very fearless. He admitted that he was weaker than Qin Shao, but that didn't mean Qin Shao could kill him. Moreover, he was protected by the immortal rules of the Fuda Immortal Palace. As a prodigy of the Fuda Immortal Palace, Qin Shao had to ask for the permission of the Fuda Immortal Palace's master if he wanted to kill him. Moreover, he was a prodigy now. With the prodigy here, what could Qin Shao do? Therefore, he could sit back and relax. He didn't have to worry about anything at all. He had already thought of a way to deal with all the situations that might arise. Whether or not I have the ability, you will only know after you try, Qin Shao said in a cold voice. His eyes were filled with a strong, murderous intent. If it was before, Qin Shao wouldn't have the confidence to kill Hao Guilong. But now he had some confidence. He could give it a try. Of course, it would be difficult. After all, apart from Hao Guilong, there was another 4th-step celestial venerable in the Haochu clan. Moreover, they both had their original bodies and clones, which were equivalent to 4 4th-step celestial venerables. If they really fought, it would be very difficult to kill Hao Guilong. In other words, it was almost impossible to succeed. But even if he didn't kill Hao Guilong, Qin Shao wouldn't let him go easily this time. It was enough to teach him a lesson for now. As for the rest, he would deal with it later. As long as Qin Shao was given time to grow, Qin Shao believed that he would be able to end Hao Guilong's life one day. He must kill this person, just like how Guxian and Dao huffing from before. So what if they had a strong protective umbrella? In the end, they still died in Qin Zhao's hands. Time could change everything. How Guilong felt Qin Zhao's intense killing intent and heard Qin Zhao's sharp words. He was slightly startled, but he quickly composed himself. You want to kill me? Do you really want to start a fight here? It's not that I'm looking down on you, Qin Zhao. If you have the ability, you could try it here. If you kill me, I'll admit defeat. Hao Guilong said on purpose. He wanted to provoke Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao didn't care about Hao Guilong's attitude. What he wanted was Heaven's Chosen's attitude. He wanted to see if Heaven's Chosen was going to interfere in this matter. If Heaven's Chosen was going to interfere, he would offend Heaven's Chosen even if he had to risk his life. Qin Zhao looked at Heaven's Chosen coldly. He was waiting for Heaven's Chosen to speak. I'll give you a chance to get lost. Don't dirty my place. The Heaven's Chosen said indifferently. Crack! Qin Zhao's anger had reached its peak. It seemed that Heaven's Chosen was determined to protect Hao Guilong. In other words, he wasn't trying to protect Hao Guilong. Instead, he just wanted to take advantage of him and trample on him once. Did Heaven's Chosen really think that Qin Zhao was a pushover? Or, in Heaven's Chosen's eyes, Qin Zhao was just an ant that could threaten him? Was that why Heaven's Chosen didn't like Qin Zhao? Qin Zhao, have never offended Heaven's Chosen. Since the first time we met in the Disciples competition, you attacked me. Later on, you gave me an impossible task. Even now, you're still bullying me, humiliating me, and trampling on my dignity. You're humiliating me. Once or twice, I'll tolerate it. As the saying goes, don't do things more than 3 times. I can't tolerate it anymore. Today Qin Zhao, must fight. I must fight to defend my dignity. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhao waved his hand. 9 Sage Li's flying daggers flew out. He used Sage Li's flying daggers as soon as he attacked, which showed how determined Qin Zhao was. Qin Zhao had no way to deal with Heaven's Chosen. The disparity was too big. He could only fight with his life. Sage Li's flying daggers? Seeing Qin Zhao take out 9 Sage Li's flying daggers, Heaven's Chosen and Hao Guilong were both surprised. Even Heaven's Chosen couldn't help but take a second look. He was also surprised that Qin Zhao could have Sage Li's flying daggers. Moreover, it seemed that Qin Zhao had practiced the flying dagger Dao. Those who could practice the flying dagger Dao were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was even rarer to have Sage Li's flying daggers with 9 upper-grade immortal weapons. If Heaven's Chosen didn't know that Qin Zhao was a disciple of Fu Dao Immortal Palace, he would have thought that Qin Zhao was Sage Li's disciple. From the looks of it, Qin Zhao must have had an extraordinary opportunity outside. Could it be his harvest in the Boundless Li region this time? If so, wouldn't Heaven's Chosen be his benefactor? It seems that I can't keep this guy alive. If I keep him alive, sooner or later, he'll threaten my position. The enmity between him and me has already been formed. Given his temperament, he will definitely remember this enmity. If he grows up in the future, he'll definitely be a threat to me. I can't let him threaten me. Heaven's Chosen had a thought in his mind. Previously, he just wanted to suppress Qin Zhao. He didn't want to do anything to Qin Zhao. Although Qin Zhao was indeed a peerless genius and had a chance to grow up, Heaven's Chosen didn't think that he could really threaten him. But now he had such a feeling. Haha, you're overestimating yourself. The Heaven's Chosen chuckled indifferently. He continued to sit there, leisurely holding a chess piece in his hand as he looked at Qin Zhao calmly. Qin Zhao controlled the 9 Li Sheng flying daggers and unleashed their sharpness. Hao Guilong immediately raised his guard and prepared to attack. But this time, Hao Guilong didn't need to make a move. So he stepped aside, leaving Heaven's Chosen to fight. Qin Zhao's endless sharpness couldn't get close to Heaven's Chosen. There seemed to be an invisible wall in front of Heaven's Chosen that could block all sharpness, power, and immortal aura. The sword moved, the momentum moved, and the sharpness moved. But Heaven's Chosen still didn't move. Even if I'm overestimating myself, I, Qin Zhao, will fight today. If heaven blocks me, I'll defy heaven. If earth blocks me, I'll shatter earth. Since Heaven's Chosen wants to block me, I'll fight you to the death. Having said that, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate. He activated the 9 Li Sheng flying daggers with all his strength, displaying the sharpness of the daggers to the extreme. The unparalleled sharpness instantly annihilated this space like a flood, shocking the heavens and earth. Hao Guilong also felt the power of Qin Zhao's Li Sheng flying daggers. He was so shocked that he stepped back again. So powerful, as expected of the Li Sheng flying daggers. This kid, how lucky is he? He was angry at Qin Shao, but also envious. But this kind of thing couldn't be envied. Qin Shao was about to attack when a saint aura suddenly descended. An invisible giant hand completely enveloped this space, crushing the sharpness of Qin Zhao's Li Sheng flying daggers. As soon as the saint aura descended, Qin Shao felt his Li Sheng flying daggers tremble violently, as if they had lost their center of gravity. They tottered and lost their sharpness. Sensing this supreme saint aura, Qin Shao knew that the master of Fumu Immortal Palace had arrived. Qin Shao had seen the master of Fumu Immortal Palace once in the disciples' competition, so he knew his aura. He didn't expect to provoke the master of Fumu Immortal Palace. Qin Shao was very respectful to the master of Fumu Immortal Palace, so he didn't dare to attack again. Instead, he took back his Li Sheng flying daggers. As expected, 2 figures landed. They were the master of Fumu Immortal Palace and Princess Xiaoyu. Greetings, Palace Master. Hao Guilong immediately saluted respectfully. Qin Shao didn't dare to be negligent. He also saluted respectfully. Greetings, Palace Master. Only the chosen one stood up unhurriedly. He bowed slightly to the master of Fumu Immortal Palace without saying anything. It was a greeting. This attitude made people feel that the chosen one was on the same level as the master of Fumu Immortal Palace, as if he wasn't a disciple of Fumu Immortal Palace. He didn't even salute the master of Fumu Immortal Palace. However, the master of Fumu Immortal Palace apparently accepted the chosen one's attitude, which was somewhat thought-provoking. The master of Fumu Immortal Palace glanced at Qin Shao and the other 2 and said, "It's very lively here today, but the smell of gunpowder is also very strong. It's about to spread to the whole Fumu Immortal Palace. We're all from the same sect. Why are you fighting so fiercely? What kind of enmity can't be resolved? Why are you fighting so fiercely?" Chapter 2108. The words of the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace sounded like a family head coming out to mediate a conflict between his clansmen. His words were gentle and peaceful. Harmony was the most important thing. He didn't use his own authority to make arbitrary decisions. Qin Shao didn't believe that the master didn't know about this. With the master's strength, everything that happened in the Fumu Immortal Palace couldn't be hidden from his heaven's eye. But as soon as the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace came out, he stood in the fairest position as a mediator. This seemed to be the right thing to do. But it wasn't the case for Qin Shao. This time, he was the one who was bullied and humiliated. He was also the one who was threatened with his life. Not only him, but Meng Huang and 9 dragons were also implicated. So this time, it was a trap set up by Hao Guilong and Tian Jiao to kill Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't believe that the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace didn't know about this. Even if he didn't know the whole story, he should know something. But even so, the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace only came out to mediate. To put it bluntly, he just wanted Qin Shao to stop and calm the situation down. But he didn't want to uphold justice for Qin Shao, or even say a word. So the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace's words made Qin Zhao's heart cold. As the palace lord of the immortal sect, as the supreme ruler of the Fudai mountain range, as an existence that everyone respected, how could he be so biased? Qin Shao had always respected and admired the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace. But this time, he was bitterly disappointed. Tian Jiao, as the #1 disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace, you should take care of your juniors. Let's forget about this. The master of the Fumu Immortal Palace said to Tian Jiao. Tian Jiao smiled casually and said, "I don't want to pursue this matter. It's just a trivial matter." The master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace looked at Hao Guilong. Hao Guilong didn't have the attitude of a genius. He lowered his head slightly. How Guilong. You should focus more on cultivation in the future. Don't play any tricks. It will only affect your cultivation. Next time, don't play such tricks again. Otherwise, I'll hold you accountable. Towards Hao Guilong, the master of Futu Immortal Palace showed some dignity, but didn't blame him too much. Hao Guilong didn't dare to say no. He immediately nodded to show that he understood. After speaking to the two of them, the Fuku Immortal Palace master finally looked at Qin Shao and smiled faintly. He said, "All right, Qin Shao, go back and cultivate. Your talent and potential are extremely good, and your luck is also very good. Your future can be said to be limitless. Everything else is trivial. Don't be too hung up on some things. It's all in the past. What's the matter? Just talk it out. There's no need to fight to the death. You have a great future. Don't ruin it with your own hands. You have the backbone to shake the heavens. This is a good thing, but everything has a limit. You should understand that too much is easy to break. Let's stop this here." The master of Futu Immortal Palace master didn't say anything about the genius, but he still scolded and warned Hao Guilong. If Qin Shao stopped here, he believed that Hao Guilong wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the future. As for the genius, he wouldn't do such a lowly thing. Thinking about it this way, he felt that it was barely possible to stop here. But how could the faith in Qin Zhao's heart be broken so easily? If he was willing to bear it, he wouldn't have to come here. Because he couldn't bear it. This was his principle, his bottom line, his reverse scale. How could he just let it go like this? Besides, the master of Futu Immortal Palace master's words sounded fair and just, but if one listened carefully, one would find that he was biased. He wasn't biased towards Hao Guilong, but he was biased towards the genius. After all, Hao Guilong was the genius, the #1 disciple of Futu Immortal Palace. He was second only to the master of Futu Immortal Palace master. He was recognized as the supreme being. No matter how monstrous his talent and potential were, what was the use? He still couldn't be compared with the genius. This was the cruel reality. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao looked at the master of Futu Immortal Palace master and said seriously, "Master, I admire and respect you. As a disciple of Futu Immortal Palace, I shouldn't go against your words. But this time, I've suffered too much. I can listen to you and let it go. But there's one condition. I can leave Hao Guilong alone. However, I want Hao Guilong to hand over the 2 culprits who tried to kill my big brother Mang Huang and the others. As long as Hao Guilong doesn't do anything else in the future, I'll let it go." Handing over the 2 culprits and letting Hao Guilong go was the limit of Qin Zhao's tolerance. Qin Shao respected the master of Futu Immortal Palace master. This was Qin Zhao's bottom line. Qin Shao made this decision after careful consideration. No matter what, he was a disciple of Futu Immortal Palace. He could ignore the attitude of the genius, but he had to respect the master of Futu Immortal Palace master. Even so, Qin Shao wasn't happy. The master of Futu Immortal Palace master was biased in this matter. But Qin Shao still had the principle of respecting his master. The master of Futu Immortal Palace master looked at Hao Guilong and said, "Hand over the 2 people." Hao Guilong didn't dare to disobey the master of Futu Immortal Palace master, but he hesitated, looking troubled. Seeing this, the master of Futu Immortal Palace master said angrily, "What? You won't listen to me?" Hao Guilong was frightened. He hurriedly said, No. That's not what I meant. It's just, I'm afraid I can't make the decision." Can't make the decision? The master of Futu Immortal Palace master understood. He looked at the genius. Qin Shao also looked at him. He thought Hao Guilong was the one who did this from the beginning, and the genius was only supporting him. But now, it seemed that the genius was also involved. Apparently, the 2 young geniuses had hidden them, so Hao Guilong couldn't hand them over. The heaven's favorite was still at ease. He smiled at the master of the Fujio Immortal Palace and said, "Master, they are indeed with me. However, I have promised them that I will ensure their safety. I, a prodigy, will not go back on my promise. So, I won't hand over the 2 people. Won't hand them over? Won't listen to the master of Futu Immortal Palace master?" The immortal aura of the genius was really strong. Qin Shao looked at the genius coldly. It seemed that the genius was determined to step on him. Qin Shao didn't believe that the genius would make such a promise to two first-step celestial venerables. How Guilong should be the one to make such a promise? How could the genius make such a promise? To a prodigy, this should be an insignificant matter. But a promise from the genius, how important was that? How could he, a genius, make a promise so easily? Obviously, the genius said that on purpose to deal with the master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master. But the master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master was no fool. How could he not know what was going on? But the genius still made such a promise, which meant he was confident that the master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master wouldn't say anything. The master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master's face darkened. He didn't say anything. He knew the genius. He didn't need to say anything more. Qin Shao finally understood. It seemed that the master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master was biased towards the genius today. Qin Shao's heart was already cold. Now, Qin Shao was in despair. Hoping that the master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master would uphold justice for him was a fool's dream. Since that was the case, there was nothing to linger about here. As the master of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, as the ruler of a mountain, if he couldn't be fair, if he couldn't be respected by his disciples, then what was there to linger about here? Now that he had thought it through, everything became clear. On the contrary, Qin Zhao's mood relaxed instead. Qin Shao bowed deeply to the master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master and said, "Thank you for your appreciation and love all these years. Thank you for giving me a chance to become a disciple of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master. You also gave me a good space to grow and allowed me to reach where I am today. This is what I owe Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. I, Qin Shao, will remember this favor and will never forget it. If Fu-Tu Immortal Palace is in trouble in the future, I, Qin Shao, will definitely offer my help. However, I, Qin Shao, am not fated to be a disciple of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. I have no desire to stay here any longer. Therefore, I am voluntarily expelled from a sect and am no longer a disciple of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. As for the immortal arts and secret arts I have cultivated in Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, I can't return them. Everything else I can return to Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. I have nearly 30 million Chaos Source Stones on me. Take it as my repayment to Fu-Tu Immortal Palace." With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao sent all the Chaos Source Stones he had to the master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master. With a shake of his hand, the Berserker sword appeared in his hand. This high-grade, immortal weapon also belongs to Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. I will now retrieve my soul brand and return it to Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. Qin Shao wanted to retract the soul mark from Berserk Sword, but he immediately realized that Berserk Sword was desperately resisting, preventing him from retracting the soul mark. Qin Shao was shocked by the situation. He had never encountered such a situation before. How Guilong sneered inwardly at Qin Zhao's action, but he was quite pleased. The master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master raised an eyebrow. Truth be told, he liked Qin Shao very much. Moreover, Qin Shao was a peerless, monstrous genius, a heaven-defying genius with limitless potential. There was too much room for growth. If he was properly nurtured, he would have a great chance of setting foot on the ancient path. How could the master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master let go of such a good seedling? Prodigy, I think that the master of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master looked at Prodigy, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Prodigy. Palace Master, I've already said that I will not go back on my word. There is no room for negotiation. Everything else is negotiable. He used this to threaten Palace Master. I don't think he is suitable to stay in Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. Since he is unwilling to become a disciple of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, why should we force him to do so? Some people think that they're geniuses with decent talent and potential. That's why they can show disdain for everything. They're extremely arrogant. This world has no lack of geniuses. However, not all geniuses can mature. How many of them can set foot on the ancient path? They are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. He is only a third-step heavenly venerable. Does he really think he has the potential to become an ancient saint? Chapter 2109. The prodigy's words once again expressed his stance and determination. It seemed that he was determined to kick Qin Shao out of the fuming immortal palace. The Fuku immortal palace master couldn't help but frown a little. This was a difficult problem for him. Sigh. The palace master sighed inwardly, then said to Qin Shao, keep the sword. You've already taken out so many chaos source stones, it's enough to buy what you've got. You are a peerless genius. You're very good in all aspects. I believe that in the future, you will definitely walk very high and stand very high. If you don't want to be a disciple of the fuming immortal palace, I won't force you. It's your choice. Qin Shao didn't want to take the frenzy sword with him. Since he wanted to leave the fuming immortal palace, he'd return whatever he could. However, there was something strange about the frenzy sword. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take back his soul brand. The berserk sword itself actually had a very strong resistance, causing Qin Shao to be unable to forcefully retract the soul imprint. It was Qin Zhao's first time encountering such a strange situation. Since the master of the Futu Immortal Palace had said so, Qin Shao could only give up for now. Well, he'd just treat it as if he'd bought it. A high-grade immortal weapon wasn't worth too many chaos source stones. Immortal weapons weren't like immortal arts. Immortal weapons couldn't be imparted to others, but immortal arts could. Of course, Qin Shao wouldn't impart his immortal arts to others. All right, then I'll take the frenzy sword. Thank you, Palace Master. Now that this matter is settled, I will leave Fuda Immortal Palace immediately and announce to the world that I am leaving Fuda Immortal Palace of my own free will. Qin Shao clasped his fists towards Fuda Immortal Palace Master to show his gratitude. The Palace Master shook his head, lamenting in his heart. What a pity, what a pity. He was such a good seedling. How could he let him go just like that? But what else could he do? If he had to choose between the two, he had no choice. Ha ha ha. Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao. You still want to fight with a genius? Using leaving the Fuda Immortal Palace as a bargaining chip? You've gone too far this time, haven't you? You've underestimated him. His position in the Fuda Heavenly Palace is not something you can imagine. Do you really think that the Palace Lord will fall out with the Heavens Chosen because of you? You think too much. You think too highly of yourself. The height of a prodigy is far beyond your reach. Even if the prodigy wants to kill you today, the Palace Master won't save you. At this time, Hao Guilong was feeling the happiest. Although he couldn't kill Qin Shao, he was able to beat Qin Shao to the ground. There was no way for him to turn the situation around. If he left Fuyu Immortal Palace voluntarily, he would no longer be a member of Fuyu Immortal Palace. Since they weren't from Fusu Immortal Palace, it would be easy to deal with them. Even if they didn't deal with him, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Great, this was simply too great. Qin Shao had asked for it. He couldn't blame anyone else. Qin Shao laughed at himself after hearing the Fuda Immortal Palace Master's words. He had overestimated himself. It seemed like he was nothing in the eyes of the Fuda Immortal Palace Master. He was just an insignificant person. He only had some talent and potential, some luck, but he hadn't really matured. He was nothing. Compared to the prodigy, he was as light as a feather. Since this matter was over, so be it. Qin Shao, don't go. Princess Xiaoyu bit her red lips and walked over. She pulled Qin Shao and said to the Fuda Immortal Palace Master, Master, if you let Qin Shao leave Fuda Immortal Palace, please forgive me for being unfilial. I will leave Fuda Immortal Palace willingly. Nonsense. The master of Futu Immortal Palace, who had always been gentle and elegant, finally showed some anger on her face. She yelled, You are my only disciple, and I have taught you everything I know. Are you going to betray your sect? Do you want to learn from Qin Shao? You haven't even grown your wings, yet you want to leave this sect so casually? Master has been good to you and your clan all these years, hasn't he? He let you cultivate all the way to the fourth step of the celestial venerable realm. Is this how you repay him? Princess Xiaoyu said, I don't dare to forget Master's teachings. I don't want to betray the sect, nor don't want to recognize Master. It's just that Xiaoyu wants to leave with Qin Shao. I don't understand. Qin Shao didn't do anything wrong. He was the one who was bullied and humiliated. Why is he the one who has to leave the sect in the end? How Gui Long, is at fault for this matter. He is the mastermind behind all this, but he is still safe and sound. He didn't even receive any punishment. Senior Marshal Brother Tianjiao is also at fault. He's the one who supported Hao Guilong and made things difficult for Qin Shao. He humiliated Qin Shao and bullied Qin Shao. Isn't he taking advantage of his position to bully others? Master, you don't punish the two who are at fault. Instead, you force the innocent Qin Shao to leave Fu De Immortal Palace. What's the meaning of this? Master, you're the master of a palace and the supreme ruler of Fu De Mountain Range. You have the power to decide everyone's fate. As a spellcaster, why do you treat your own disciples so unfairly? I just feel that Master's actions will chill the hearts of the people in the world. Half of my heart is also chilled. That's why I want to leave with Qin Shao. Even if others don't understand him, I do. I just feel that kind people shouldn't be bullied like this. They shouldn't be treated so unfairly. Qin Shao has already endured time and time again, giving in time and time again. He has given you enough respect, Master. He's already lowered his demands to the minimum. He only wants the two culprits who hurt his brother. As for those two people, they were just scapegoats at best. They were little Luo who only took people's money to do their jobs. Forget it. However, if we can't even obtain such a request, then what reason does Master have for Qin Shao to continue to stay in our Fu Su Immortal Palace? Master's actions have thoroughly chilled Qin Zhao's heart. You've chilled a good disciple who's willing to dedicate his life to Fu De Immortal Palace. You've chilled the heart of a genius with great potential to embark on the ancient road. Qin Shao has a mortal physique, but he's still a rare genius. He should be treated with respect. If he leaves, I'll leave too. If he stays, I'll stay too. Since Qin Zhao's value is far less than senior brother Tianjiao's, I'll try my best. Then I, Xiao Yu, will also overestimate my capabilities and place my bet on Qin Shao. Although I'm still not as good as senior brother Tianjiao, I'll follow Qin Shao without any regrets. Princess Xiao Yu's words revealed her true feelings. She stood up for Qin Shao. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't bear it anymore, she wouldn't have said those words to her master. She was also chilled, but the master of Fu De Immortal Palace was her master. These words truly moved Qin Zhao's heart. At such a dangerous moment, she stood up for him and tied her fate to him. She really showed her true feelings in the midst of adversity. Moreover, there were probably some feelings in this true feelings. Princess Xiaoyu was willing to sacrifice everything for him, including her character. Lil Yu's pursuit of strength was not very great in the first place. Nonsense, this is nonsense. Princess Xiaoyu's words obviously displeased the master of Fu De Immortal Palace. How dare a disciple threaten her master? If it were a male disciple, the master of Fu De Immortal Palace would really punish him. Let's go, Qin Shao. Let's go together. No matter where you go in the future, I'll go with you. This world is very big. I believe there'll be a place where we can shine. The big stage of the celestial realm is big enough for the two of us. Princess Xiaoyu pulled Qin Shao and was about to leave. However, Qin Shao pushed her hand away and said, "Sister Xiaoyu, don't mess around." Mess around? You also think I'm messing around? Princess Xiaoyu's expression turned gloomy. Her face was filled with sadness. Qin Xiaoyu let out a sigh and said, "Elder Sister Xiaoyu, listen to me first. I'm just a disciple of Fu De Immortal Palace, not anyone's disciple. Therefore, I won't feel too much pressure when I leave. Since you're so disappointed, why don't you just leave? It's not a big deal. When I joined Fu De Immortal Palace, I didn't say that I'll stay here until I die. But you're different. You're the Palace Master's personal disciple. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. No matter what, the Palace Master is your teacher and will always be your teacher. You can't treat the Palace Master like this. At least, the Palace Master still loves you very much. Besides, if you leave with me, what will happen to the Exinhua clan? Xiao Dao alone, can he protect the entire Exinhua clan? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the Xianhua clan. If you leave, you'll be disrespectful to your teacher. You'll be unfilial and disloyal. Secondly, you'll be unfilial and disloyal to the Xianhua clan. So, no matter what, you have to stay in Fuda Immortal Palace and follow the Palace Master. Cultivate well and become stronger. As for me, you don't have to worry about anything. Fuda Immortal Palace, to me, is just a small stage. Even if it's the southern wasteland, it's still an incomparably barren land. I've already thought about it. After settling down, I'll go to the 9 continents of Huaxia. Now, I'm just moving my plan forward slightly. It's nothing much. There's a vast sky waiting for me. I believe that I'm a big fish that can jump high and far. Qin Zhao's words silenced Princess Xiaoyu. She didn't think too much about some things in her impulsive state just now. But now that he had calmed down a little and heard so much from Qin Zhao, he finally realized some key issues. Yes, even if she didn't think for herself, she had to think for the Xianhua clan. Fuda Mountain Ridge was her home, where her ancestral roots were. How could she give it up? The palace master was her teacher for life. How could she betray her? Disloyal and unfilial. How ironic would that be? No, she couldn't do that. She really couldn't. Qin Zhao, if you give up on this matter, I can give you a chance. I will nurture you well and provide you with the opportunity to step onto the ancient road. The master of the Fumu Immortal Palace suddenly said. But there wasn't much sincerity in his words. Qin Zhao didn't want this at all. What he said just now was the lowest he could go. Qin Zhao smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Palace Master. But there's no need for that. I've already made up my mind, and I have no intention of changing it. It's just that I don't have the fortune." Chapter 21:10. After saying that, Qin Zhao turned around and left resolutely, bringing with him a wave of sadness. After he left, Qin Zhao's heart was bleeding and trembling. It was very difficult to feel this pain without experiencing it personally. How could Qin Zhao make such a rebellious decision if he hadn't really reached the point where he had no other choice but to despair? In fact, Qin Zhao was the one who suffered the most, and the one who was hurt the most was Qin Zhao. However, Qin Zhao had no choice. The actions of the Fuxiang Immortal Palace's master had made Qin Zhao's heart bitterly disappointed. Disheartened, he made the most extreme decision. However, Qin Zhao did not regret his decision. Even if he was given 100 more chances, he would still choose this decision. If there was a grudge, Qin Zhao would remember it. If there was a favor, Qin Zhao would also remember it. The news of Qin Zhao's departure from the Fuxiang Immortal Palace spread like wildfire in the Fuxiang Immortal Palace before he could announce it himself. It immediately caused a huge uproar, shocking the entire Fuxiang Immortal Palace. Obviously, it was Hao Guilong who spread the news. His method was the same as the previous few times. It was obvious that the previous few times were also Hao Guilong's masterpieces. He was indeed very good at playing this game. Now, the entire Fuxiang Immortal Palace was in an uproar. Like a violent storm, discussions swept through the entire city. Many people even came out to look for Qin Zhao, wanting to know the truth. Qin Zhao did not dare to stay in Fuxiang Immortal Palace. Qin Zhao went back to his cultivation place. After informing Qin Yi and Qin Er, he left. After leaving the Fuxiang Immortal Palace, Qin Zhao did not return to Fuxiang Immortal Palace. Instead, he went all the way north until he found a quiet place. He stopped and sent a voice transmission to Fatty Kai and the Desolate Land, asking them to meet him. Desolate Land and 9 dragons were already prepared, waiting for Qin Zhao's news. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were not idle either. They were also waiting for Qin Zhao. Hence, after receiving Qin Zhao's voice transmission, the 4 of them rushed over as fast as they could to see Qin Zhao. However, at this moment, everyone was in a bad mood. Qin Zhao was not in a good mood. No matter what, being forced to leave the Fuxiang Immortal Palace was a blow to Qin Zhao. Fuxiang Immortal Palace. Like this, there was nothing worth it for him to stay. After all, the Fuxiang Immortal Palace was the first force Qin Zhao joined after he came to the Immortal Realm. Although it was only a small faction, it carried the trajectory of Qin Zhao's growth and many beautiful memories. Fu of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace, Qin Shao. Immortal Qin Shao of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace of the Immortal World. Moreover, Qin Shao was a very sentimental person. Since he became a disciple of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace, he naturally had deep feelings for the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace. Sigh, Qin Shao, it's our fault. We've implicated you. Desolate Land sighed and shook his head. Qin Shao patted Desolate Land's shoulder and smiled. Brother Desolate Land, what are you talking about? If we're talking about implicating, it should be me who's implicating you. It's nothing. If this place doesn't want me, there will be a place for me. There's nothing to miss. I've seen through everything. That's all there is to it. As a person, there are always times when you worry about gains and losses. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine. At least on this point, I have a clear conscience. Sigh. Fatty Kai deliberately raised his voice and sighed heavily. That sorrowful look coupled with that chubby face was really a little comical. Xiao Dao was also very sad. He looked at Qin Shao as if he was about to cry. Brother Qin, you're not really leaving the southern wasteland, are you? Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao and asked. He was very reluctant to part with Qin Shao. Everyone was reluctant to let Qin Shao leave. Qin Shao curled his lips and nodded. Yes, I'm leaving the southern wasteland. Actually, I've already prepared to go to the 9 states Huaxia. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Now, I'm going to bring this plan forward. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's early or late. The plan to go to the 9 states Huaxia was made by Qin Shao in the Boundless Li region. Now, Qin Shao was indeed done with everything. He saw Jiangzu and Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu continued to stay in the 1,000 Beast Abyss. Last time, he stayed in the 1,000 Beast Abyss with Ming Yuexin for 1,000,000 years. When he returned to Lin Fu City, Qin Shao was very worried that Ming Yuexin would come back with him. In fact, Ming Yuexin did plan to follow Qin Shao back to Lin Fu City. Just as Qin Shao was in a dilemma, Ming Yuexin suddenly let out an inexplicable cry. Then, she quickly bid farewell to Qin Shao and left. Qin Shao did not know what had happened. However, this was a good thing for Qin Shao. Otherwise, if he really brought Ming Yuexin back to Lin Fu City, he didn't know what kind of trouble it would cause. Doesn't that mean that it will be very difficult for me to see Brother Qin again? Xiao Dao's voice was somewhat choked with sobs. Qin Shao helplessly smiled bitterly and said, That's right. It might really be very difficult to see you again. If there's nothing particularly important, then I probably won't return to the southern wasteland in the future. Of course, that's only in the short term. After all, you're all still in the southern wasteland. I cannot come back to see you. But the chances are definitely very few. There's no banquet in the world that doesn't end. You all should take care of yourselves. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll all be 4th-step celestial venerables. Maybe one day you'll also set foot on the big stage of the 9 continents Huaxia country. Maybe at that time, we can still fight side by side. Fatty Kai joked, Brother Qin Shao, when Xiao Dao and I break through to the 4th-step celestial venerables, I reckon that you'll have already set foot on the ancient road. There will still be a huge gap. Qin Shao shook his head and said, How can it be so easy to set foot on the ancient road? It's not something that can be done in a short time. You're 4th-step celestial venerables, so it's relatively easier. Fatty Kai smacked his lips and said, It's relatively easier, but that's because our talent and potential can't be compared to Brother Qin Shao. So this kind of thing is really uncertain. For Brother Qin Shao, there's no difficulty in becoming a 4th-step celestial venerables. But for Xiao Dao and I, it's too difficult to become 4th-step celestial venerables. It's probably the same as when you set foot on the ancient road. Haha, Xiao Dao and I will work hard and strive to break through to the 4th-step celestial venerables before you set foot on the ancient road. Then, we'll go to the 9 continents Huaxia country to find you. Qin Shao, just you wait. Wait for the day we come to find you. Qin Shao nodded and patted Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao's shoulders heavily. He said solemnly, Okay, you two work hard. I'll wait for you. Come on, let's work hard together so that we can fight side by side on the big stage of the 9 continents Huaxia country in the future. Yes, we will. Come on. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao nodded their heads heavily indicating that they would work harder and harder. In fact, they had already worked very hard. At this time, they had also broken through to the second step, celestial venerables. Among their peers, they were already considered the best, and they had also been greatly influenced by Qin Shao, which was why they had reached this point so quickly. Brother Desolate Land, 9 dragons, I cause you to have to wander with me again. Originally, you had already settled down, Qin Shao said somewhat apologetically. Desolate Land and 9 dragons immediately waved their hands. Desolate Land said, Qin Shao, don't say such things. This has nothing to do with you. To be honest, our lives were saved by you. Without you, we would have died long ago. Everything that we have now is also thanks to you. What else can we say? We have already settled everything. If you want to leave, we naturally won't stay in Linfu City anymore. We will also leave with you. In the future, the 3 of U.S. brothers will wander the world together. The world will be our home, and we will forge a future together. Fatty Kai looked at Desolate Land and 9 dragons with an extremely envious expression. He said, Sai, I really envy you guys. We wanted to follow Qin Shao, but Qin Shao didn't let us. Only you guys can be taken by Qin Shao of his own accord. Ha ha, Fatty Kai, this is nothing to be envious of. 9 dragons laughed and said jokingly, what can we do? Who asked you to be so fat? You are full of meat. Even if we wanted to take you, we couldn't. Otherwise, if others saw us, they would think that we were taking a pet. You and Little Knife should just stay at Fuda Immortal Palace and be your disciples. Work hard in your cultivation. When you become a 4th step heavenly sovereign, come find us in Huaxia country. I will wait for you guys. Good luck. Show off, Fatty Kai and Little Knife said in unison. Ha ha, if you don't show off now, then you won't have the chance. So, you guys just have to bear with it and let me show off a little longer. 9 dragons laughed brightly. Brother Qin Shao, you are becoming more and more unkind. A voice suddenly sounded with a hint of blame. 3 gorgeous figures were striding towards them. Soon, they arrived in front of them. These 3 people were naturally none other than Bai Shan, Fairy Zi Quan, and Tai Yulo. After the 3 of them became core disciples, they had more cultivation resources. After not seeing them for more than 10 million years, although they hadn't broken through to the 4th step heavenly realm, Qin Shao could clearly feel that their strength had improved a lot, and their aura had also become stronger. It seemed that in these 10 million years, they had improved a lot. This was a matter worth celebrating. Qin Shao was happy for them. Bai Shan, Fairy Zi Quan, Tai Yulong, long time no see. How have you been? Qin Shao nodded to the 3 of them. In Fuda Immortal Palace, apart from Fatty Kai, Little Knife, and Princess Xiaoyu, Qin Shao had the best relationship with Bai Shan and the other 2. Sigh. Qin Shao, oh you. His return this time has indeed given us a few big surprises. Although we don't know the details, we still feel that you were too impulsive to leave Fuda Immortal Palace. But I know your character. Since you did this, you must have your reasons. So, we can only silently support you. No matter where you are in the future, no matter if you are a disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace or not, I will always treat you, Qin Shao, as a brother. I hope that when you have a meteoric rise in the future, don't forget about us, people who once fought side by side. Although I'm very reluctant to let you leave, I still wish you well. Ha! You should go to the 9 provinces China first. It won't be long before we also go to the 9 provinces China to explore. Who knows, maybe we can meet again. Qin Shao came forward and gave Bai Shan a bear hug. He smiled and said, Good brother, you understand me. We will definitely have a chance to meet again. I will wait for you in Huaxia. Chapter 2111. Wait. Seeing that Qin Shao was about to leave, Fatty Kai stopped Qin Shao and said, You're not going to wait for Princess Xiaoyu? Aren't you going to say goodbye to her before leaving? Xiao Dao nodded and said, That's right, big brother Qin. Say goodbye to my sister before you leave. Otherwise, she'll be very sad. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and helplessly. He shook his head and said, No, I guess Princess Xiaoyu is trapped by the palace master now. That's good. I've already seen her before. She knows that I'm leaving, so it's not a big deal to say goodbye to her. Just tell her for me when you get back. I won't say goodbye to her. All right, take care of yourselves, everyone. I hope that the next time we meet will be different. I'm looking forward to your growth, to fighting side by side in the future, and even more so to our romance. He was really leaving the place where he started his journey in the immortal domain. Actually, Qin Shao hadn't stayed in the Fudo Immortal Palace for long. Most of his time was spent outside. But how should he put it? After all, the Fudo Immortal Palace was the first force he joined in the immortal domain. Naturally, he had special feelings for it. The Fudo Immortal Palace had helped him grow a lot. Actually, Qin Shao didn't get a lot of cultivation resources from the Fudo Immortal Palace. Most of them came from the opportunities he got from the outside world. But humans still had to know how to be grateful. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. No matter what, Qin Shao was indebted to the Fudo Immortal Palace. They'd recognized him and nurtured him. So now that he was leaving, there were places and people he couldn't bear to part with. Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, Princess Xiaoyu, Bai Shan, Fairy Zichuan, Tai Yulong, Man, and Immortal Yanku. Qin Shao couldn't bear to part with them. But in the end, he still had to leave. This feeling was a bit like someone who was about to leave his hometown. The strong nostalgia was the most difficult thing to give up. However, Qin Shao did not regret it. It could only be said that he was not fated with the Fudo Immortal Palace. Being forced to this point, he had no reason to stay. It didn't matter if they said that he had betrayed the immortal sect or that he was arrogant. By the way, Qin Shao, I have one more thing to tell you, Fatty Kai suddenly said. Qin Shao looked at Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai took out a spatial ring and handed it over to Qin Shao. Fatty Kai said, Brother Qin Shao, I gave you 6 kinds of rare materials before. Here are 2 more. Now, in addition to the Soul Essence Stone, the other 8 materials have all been gathered. Qin Shao took the interspatial ring and glanced at it. Inside were 2 rare materials, the Thought Flower and the Glazed Blood of Rock Flame. They were priceless materials. In addition to the previous 6 types, there were a total of 8 types. He couldn't help but admire Fatty Kai's father's ability. He was able to find such rare materials. Now, only the last material was missing, and he could practice the dual body technique. Also, the last material, the Soul Essence Stone, has been found. The situation is like this. Fatty Kai sent a message into Qin Shao's mind. After checking the information, Qin Shao understood the specific situation. Using the Soul Essence Stone in exchange for helping him do something? I don't know who this person is. When was he last in Qianshan Ridge? Now, his whereabouts are unknown. Qin Shao frowned slightly. How could he find this person? Fatty Kai said, From what I know, this person should still be in Qianshan Ridge for a while. Even if he's not in Qianshan Ridge, he shouldn't have gone far. If you go look for him now, Qin Shao, you should still be able to find him. At most, it will take some time. For the time being, I don't know what he needs help with, but I think we can find someone to ask first. Oh, by the way, that person is an extremely dangerous third-step celestial venerable. You've seen his appearance just now. He's addicted to alcohol and often appears in taverns. And he's temperamental. Wherever he appears, it's always easy for some small things to happen. So as long as he appears, it's still relatively easy to find him. He should still be in Qianshan Ridge. An extremely dangerous third-step celestial venerable needed to do something for him. It seemed that it was not simple. It seemed that it was indeed very difficult to get the Soul Essence Stone in his hands. If it was based on a normal price, it was indeed not worth it. However, Qin Shao now needed the Soul Essence Stone. It could be said that he was buying horse bones with 1,000 gold coins. There was no other way. Well, then I'll go take a look first and see what he wants. Qin Shao nodded. By the way, Fatty Kai, I owe you the Chaos Source Stone needed for these materials. I'll return it to you in the future, and I'll remember this favor. Originally, Qin Shao did not lack Chaos Source Stones. However, he had given them all to the master of Fu Su Immortal Palace. The bottle of infinite water was also taken away by the genius. Therefore, Qin Shao could be said to be poor now. He could not take out a single Chaos Source Stone, and he did not have any treasures on him. Other than the berserker sword, the 8-sided Buddha mirror, and the 9 Li Sheng flying daggers, there was nothing else. And these were all his weapons. Naturally, he could not sell them. Therefore, speaking of which, Qin Shao was probably the poorest he had ever been since he entered the immortal realm. He still owed Fatty Kai a lot of chaos source stones. He could only think of a way to repay it in the future. Fortunately, Qin Shao did not have many thoughts about money. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for him. After everything was settled, Qin Shao bid farewell to everyone and left with the desolate land and the 9 dragons. This place would eventually become his past. Fatty Kai and the others watched Qin Shao until he was out of their sight. They still did not retract their gazes. Xiao Dao, why are you crying? You don't have to, right? You're making it sound like a parting of life and death. You're a man. Why are you crying? Fatty Kai suddenly patted Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao wiped away his tears and glanced at Fatty Kai. You're still talking about me. Look at your eyes. Aren't your eyes red too? Why are you still pretending? TCH, that's just saying got into my eyes. I'm not crying. Don't accuse me. Fatty Kai immediately found an excuse. Baishan shook her head and let out a long sigh when she saw their sorrowful expressions. She said, let's go back. Fujin Ridge is just a tiny place. It can't accommodate a big fish like Qin Shao. It's only a matter of time before he leaves Fujin Ridge. In this world, all good things must come to an end. We should give Qin Shao our blessings. The Huaxia Kingdom of the 9 States is the stage of our cultivator's dreams. Qin Shao is going to pursue his dreams. We should envy him and take him as our role model. We should work hard to cultivate and improve our strength. We should strive for the day when we can also step onto the stage of the Huaxia Kingdom of the 9 States. We can compete with the sun and the moon and compete with the heaven and earth. Isn't that the best thing in life? Soon, Qin Shao and the others left the territory of Fu Su Mountain Range. Qin Shao stopped and looked at Fu Su Mountain Range. He looked at this familiar place. Heaven's pride, how Guilong, I, Qin Shao, will remember what you did to me. When I set foot on the land of Fu Su Immortal Palace again, it will be the day when I settle the score with you. Qin Shao and the others continued to move forward. Soon, they reached the territory of Thousand Mountain Range. Qin Shao had been looking for that man's whereabouts. However, because there were too few clues, it was not easy to find him. If what Fatty Kai said was true, then it was very likely that the man was in the city. There were many cities in Thousand Mountain Range, but the oldest and most famous one was Thousand Mountain City. Therefore, Qin Shao thought about it and decided to go to Thousand Mountain City first. Originally, he wanted to take the desolate land and the 9 dragons to find Jiangzu. However, this matter was not urgent and could be put aside for now. Thousand Mountain City was originally built by the Thousand Mountain Immortal Sect. Its status was equivalent to Fu Su Mountain Range's Lin Fu City. Thousand Mountain City had existed since the Thousand Mountain Immortal Sect was founded. It had existed for an unknown number of years. After the Thousand Mountain Immortal Sect was destroyed, Thousand Mountain City was divided among several great powers. Among them, the Qinshan clan was the most powerful. However, the Qinshan clan did not monopolize the entire city. Because there were still a few major powers maintaining Qinshan City, it was able to maintain its prosperity and didn't decline along with the destruction of Qinshan Immortal Sect. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there were Jianghu, there would naturally be restaurants. The Azure Flower House was one of the most famous restaurants in Thousand Mountain City. Of course, because it was famous, ordinary people could not afford to drink to their heart's content here. Those who could enter the Azure Flower House were all famous people in Thousand Mountain City. Ordinary people did not dare to enter and were not allowed to enter. Those who were not well-dressed were not allowed to enter the Azure Flower House. However, there was an exception. In one of the best private rooms in the Azure Flower Pavilion, there was a man in tattered clothes who was extremely sloppy and whose hair and beard were very messy. He ate meat in big mouthfuls and drank big bowls of wine. The expensive wine was poured into his mouth in big mouthfuls, as if he was drinking plain water. He even spilled a lot of wine, which looked too wasteful. It wasn't the wine that was being wasted, but money. When he finished the wine, he would add more. When he finished the wine, he would order more. Moreover, the wine he ordered was of the best quality. It was an incomparable enjoyment. Even the waiter who was waiting by the side was secretly shocked by such extravagance. How many chaos source stones would this meal consume? It would probably be more than 10,000. What troubled Little Fool the most was that the scruffy-looking man did not look like someone who could take out a lot of chaos source rocks. Was he not afraid that he would not be able to pay for such a lavish meal? The Azure Flower House was not a place where one could dine and dash, even if he was a third-step heavenly venerable. "Waiter, hurry up and get me some more good wine and dishes," the sloppy man suddenly shouted at the waiter. This put the waiter in a difficult position. How many times had it been? How long had he been drinking? More? If he really wanted to dine and dash, it would be difficult for him to explain. The waiter wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. He said awkwardly, "Sir, you've already drunk a lot. These dishes are very expensive." You see, the meaning behind his words was very clear. The sloppy man frowned and glared at the waiter. The waiter was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What a terrifying gaze. "Waiter, go and get more good wine and dishes. This meal is on me." Just as the waiter was in a difficult position, three figures suddenly walked over. The handsome young man in the lead said to the waiter. He was elegant and had an imposing aura. Although his clothes were not very luxurious, they were at least neat and proper. Moreover, the aura he exuded was very powerful. One look, and one could tell that he was someone with a strong background. Chapter 21:12. The three people who had entered were none other than Qin Xiao and the other two. Coincidentally, after arriving in Qianshan City, Qin Xiao asked around and found out that a sloppy man often went to the Qianhua building to drink. Because his appearance was too sloppy, it was easy to recognize him, and it was not difficult to find him. Of course, the sloppy man did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. He was not worried that someone would find him. In fact, he even hoped that someone would find him. A third step heavenly venerate. After sizing up Qin Xiao, the interest that had just surged up dissipated. He wanted a fourth step heavenly venerate. A third step heavenly venerate was of no help to him. Qin Xiao sat down directly opposite the sloppy man and chuckled. "Why, are you not willing to drink with me?" The sloppy man brushed his messy hair and reclined on the chair. He looked at Qin Xiao and said, "Of course I am willing to drink with you. However, I don't care what purpose you have for coming here. If you are here for the Origin Essence Soul Stone, let me give you a word of advice. You are not strong enough to obtain the Origin Essence Soul Stone. Therefore, don't waste your money. Go back to where you came from." Qin Xiao smiled, but he didn't get up and leave. Instead, he looked curious as he said, "You're right. I'm here for the Soul Essence Stones. You're waiting for a good price to sell it. The value of the Origin Essence Soul Stone is not very high. At most, it is not more than 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. However, as the saying goes, rare goods are worth hoarding. It is normal for you to ask for a high price. However, if you want a high price, you have to be able to sell it. I think your price this time is a little too high. It's really making people flinch. It's hard for me to imagine what kind of fourth step heavenly venerable would be willing to sell his life for a piece of Essence Soul Origin Stone." The sloppy man's expression turned gloomy. He looked at Qin Xiao with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. He was a little angry. "Oomph." The sloppy man snorted and said, "That's my business. You don't have to worry about it. Looks like you didn't come here to treat me to a drink. I'm not in the mood to drink anymore. Get lost." This sloppy man's personality was indeed a little strange. He was very temperamental. You don't have to be so judgmental about whether or not he's drinking out of kindness, right? Qin Xiao pursed her lips. She looked at the sloppy man and said seriously, "Although I'm only a third step heavenly venerate, it doesn't mean that I can't help you. Aren't you afraid that you'll miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity by rejecting me without even talking about it? With the chips you're offering now, it's impossible for a fourth step heavenly venerable to work for you unless you're a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Since I know about your situation and still came to find you, I naturally came prepared. Do you really not want to know more? Oomph, no more? The sloppy man sneered disdainfully. What's there to know? You're just a third step heavenly venerable. Even if you have some immortal treasures and some tricks, you can only reach the strength of an ordinary fourth step heavenly venerable at most. Moreover, I see that you're still young and don't have much foundation. How experienced are you? I won't believe you. I'm afraid your strength is far inferior to mine. What use do I have for you? All right, kid. It's good for young people to be confident. If you go overboard, you'll be arrogant. I've seen many arrogant young people, but they all rely on their mouths. Qin Xiao shook her head and smiled helplessly. It seemed that if she didn't show her strength, she wouldn't be able to convince the sloppy man at all. However, there was no way to show her strength here. After thinking about it, she felt relieved. After all, her cultivation realm and age were there. It was normal that it was difficult to convince others. The more this was the case, the more Qin Xiao was sure that what the sloppy man wanted to do was probably to deal with a fourth step heavenly venerable who was still quite experienced. At least, it was not an ordinary fourth step heavenly venerable. Qin Xiao still had some confidence in dealing with a fourth step heavenly venerable who was still somewhat experienced. Although he might not be able to kill the sloppy man, defeating him should not be a problem at all. If he wanted to kill the sloppy man, it would be difficult. Therefore, Qin Xiao was not very confident. Therefore, Qin Xiao also wanted to understand the situation and see if he could make a deal with the sloppy man. This was a great opportunity to obtain Essence, Origin, Soul Vitality Stones. Qin Xiao naturally didn't want to let it go so easily. Bang! At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open with explosive force. A young man who looked like a young master walked in with two powerful men. This young master was only a first step heavenly venerable. The two men behind him were actually third step heavenly venerable great immortals. Their auras were powerful and sharp. It was obvious that they came with ill intentions. That's him. As soon as the young master came in, he pointed at the sloppy man and said to the two men behind him. The sloppy man looked at the newcomer, and a trace of haze and coldness flashed in his eyes. You're really courting death. You're just a little brat. How dare you bring people here? Die. The sloppy man said coldly. His figure suddenly moved, and in an instant, he arrived in front of the young master. He grabbed the young master and grabbed his lifeline. The sloppy man only needed to exert a little strength, and the young master would die in his hands. He was just a first step heavenly venerable minor immortal. In front of the sloppy man, he was as weak as an ant, unable to withstand a single blow. Most importantly, the sloppy man easily captured the young master in front of the two third step heavenly venerable great immortals. This was simply a good method. The two third step heavenly venerables turned pale with fright and were extremely surprised. They didn't expect that the sloppy man would attack them without saying anything, catching them off guard. They originally thought that with their powerful auras as third step heavenly venerables, it should be enough to suppress the sloppy man and make him not dare to act rashly. However, they were completely wrong. The sloppy man did not act according to common sense and directly attacked ruthlessly. The young master's life was in the sloppy man's hands. His face was already pale with fright, and he no longer had the arrogance he had when he came in. You really don't know what's good for you. Last time, you provoked me, but I didn't kill you. You actually dare to bring people here to seek revenge. If I still don't kill you, wouldn't I be too weak? The sloppy man was like a poisonous snake at this moment. He said coldly, and his killing intent surged. No, don't. The young master was terrified and wanted to beg for mercy, but his throat could no longer make any sound. The fear of death quickly spread through the young master's body. When death came, he was powerless to resist. A powerful force surged into the young master's immortal body, instantly shattering his immortal body. His soul collapsed, his will dissipated, and his vitality was completely cut off. He was killed in an instant. After killing the young master, the sloppy man casually threw the young master's body to the ground. Seeing the sloppy man's fierce methods, Qin Xiao frowned slightly. He had long known from Fatty Kai that the sloppy man was a temperamental and eccentric person. Now it seemed that he was indeed eccentric and ruthless. However, At a glance, he could tell that the young master was not a good person. He was just a second-generation, rich young master. He probably did many evil things in his daily life. In fact, Qin Shao had always hated this kind of person. If he died, then he died. It was nothing. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch today. The two-third step celestial venerables were stunned for a long time before they suddenly reacted. Their faces were filled with extreme anger, and their eyes were spitting fire as they stared at the sloppy man. Their killing intent was monstrous. How dare you kill a member of the Jin clan? You deserve to die 10,000 times for your crime. Why don't you quickly surrender and let us deal with you? You're really courting death. The two-third step celestial venerables shouted fiercely, and their immortal pressure burst out completely. It was obvious that they were going to attack the sloppy man. The powerful immortal might suppress the sloppy man, making him surrender without a fight, allowing him to avoid a battle. But how could the sloppy man surrender without a fight? Therefore, the two-third step celestial venerables calculations were clearly wrong. How despicable! The sloppy man laughed lightly and directly attacked the two-third step celestial venerables. How dare you! The two-third step celestial venerables were even more furious when they saw that the sloppy man still dared to attack. However, as soon as the two-third step celestial venerables clashed, their expressions changed drastically. This was because the sloppy man's strength was too strong. His attack was incomparably sharp, and his power was surging. His immortal pressure was vast, and it roared wildly as it smashed onto the two-third step celestial venerables. The two-third step celestial venerables were directly sent flying, and even the protective restriction of the private room of the restaurant was directly broken. Naturally, the private room was not spared. It was completely destroyed. The sloppy man was an extremely powerful third-step celestial venerate. He had the strength of an ordinary fourth-step celestial venerate. When an expert of this strength attacked, the destructive power was naturally very shocking. Although the restaurant had a protective restriction, it could still be broken if the strength was too strong. Once the restriction was broken, the building naturally could not be spared. One by one, the private rooms were destroyed and collapsed. Such a huge commotion caused the entire Azure Flower Tower to be in a mess. Many cursing voices could be heard as figures walked out from the ruins one after another. However, the battle was not over. The sloppy man chased after the two-third step celestial venerables. Every attack he made was ruthless, and there was no room for mercy. Therefore, the destructive power of each attack was incomparably shocking. Although the Iris Tower was very big, it could not withstand such torment. One by one, the buildings collapsed. If this continued, the entire Azure Flower Brothel would be destroyed. There were also two-third step celestial venerables guarding the Iris Tower. At this moment, they were shouting at the sloppy man to stop, but it was to no avail. The sloppy man turned a deaf ear to those shouts. He ignored those shouts, and it was as if he wanted to kill the two-third step celestial venerables. The two-third step celestial venerables were also unlucky. Their strength was not good enough, and they were completely suppressed by the sloppy man. They could not even breathe, and they did not have much strength to retaliate. If they did not have some life-saving skills, they would probably die very quickly. However, the current situation was not optimistic. If this continued, death was only a matter of time. Chapter 21:13. At this moment, the sloppy man was fighting 1 against 4, but he still had the upper hand. He was firmly suppressing the 4 third-step heavenly venerables. Such a scene shocked many people. They never thought that the unkempt man would be so powerful. These days in Qinshan City, many people had seen this sloppy man. Originally, they thought that he was just an ordinary immortal. He was so dirty that they would avoid him when they saw him. He always had an unpleasant smell on him, just like a beggar. They did not expect him to be someone who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. His strength was not ordinary. Qin Shao. This person's temper is very bad. I feel that he doesn't care about the consequences. Desolate Land frowned and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded and said, "He is indeed very bad-tempered. One look, and you can tell that this Qinghua Tower is the property of a big force." He just tore it down. If there's trouble, you have to find him. You have to be careful when dealing with him in the future. But let's not care about him. I'm just making a deal with him. Everyone takes what they need. Of course, it also depends on what he wants to do. If it's possible, then we'll make a deal with him. If it's not, then forget it. In terms of strength, at least I can suppress him. I'm not afraid of him playing any tricks. It's also good. Maybe I can use this opportunity to make him believe me and be willing to make a deal with me. That's not a bad thing. Desolate Land nodded. This matter was so big that a fourth step heavenly venerate would definitely come. Sure enough, a supreme aura came crashing down, suppressing everything. Stop! A thunderous roar resounded through the area like thunder, shocking everyone. Only then did the sloppy man stop. As for the four third-step Empyreans who had suffered a great loss, they had already escaped and quickly retreated to the side. The sloppy man was still like a venomous snake as he stared at the person who had just arrived. There was not much fear in his eyes. He was confident that he could fight against an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate. Who are you? You have some guts, daring to kill people in my Qian clan's restaurant and wantonly demolish the building. What do you want? Do you want to become enemies with my Qian clan? You're merely a junior at the third-step heavenly venerate realm. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my Qian clan? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. You better give me a good explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to leave this place in a good condition. You killed a member of the Jean family. I'm afraid that the Jean family won't let you off easily. I really don't know where you get your confidence from to act so presumptuously. Who gave you the courage? The person who spoke was a man in golden robes. He was a fourth-step exalted immortal of the Qian clan, exalted immortal Qian Li. The Azure Flower House was one of the most important businesses of the Qian clan. It had been open for countless years in Qian Mountain City, and very few people dared to cause trouble here, let alone tear down the Azure Flower House. For such a matter, the Qian clan naturally had to send out a fourth-step Empyrean. The Azure Flower House happened to be under exalted immortal Qian Li's control. Therefore, exalted immortal Qian Li rushed over as soon as he received the news. Even though he arrived quickly, half of the Azure Flower House was already destroyed. It would probably take several years for it to fully recover. This was a huge loss for the Qian clan. Of course, the loss was secondary. The most important thing was that their reputation had been violated. How could they tolerate such humiliation? For you. How dare you kill a member of my Jean family? You deserve to die 1,000 times over. As soon as exalted immortal Qian Li finished speaking, a thunderous roar descended from the sky. Another powerful aura descended. It was clearly another fourth-step exalted immortal. It was the Jean clan's clan leader. The Jean clan leader looked at the dead body on the ground. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. His anger soared to the sky, and his killing intent surged. He glared at the unkempt man fiercely. Who are you? How dare you kill a member of my Jean family? Today, I will make you pay with your blood. With that, the Jean clan leader looked at exalted immortal Qian Li and said, Exalted immortal Qian Li, this person is so arrogant and ignorant. It seems that he is tired of living. Since he dares to provoke the supreme immortal might of our two clans, we cannot let him leave here alive. Otherwise, what will happen to the dignity of our two clans? Half of your Azure Flower House has been destroyed. Your reputation has been tarnished. Our Jean family's reputation has also been tarnished by his hands. This person can fight 4 people alone. It seems that his strength is not bad. That's why he is so arrogant. Therefore, why don't the two of us join forces and quickly kill this person? What do you think, exalted immortal Qian Li? Although the Jean clan leader was furious, he was no fool. He could tell that the unkempt man was not weak. Although he was only a third-step exalted immortal, his strength was most likely at the fourth-step exalted immortal level. Therefore, if he wanted to kill the unkempt man alone, he would have to put in a lot of effort. He might not even be able to do it. Therefore, he naturally invited exalted immortal Qian Li to attack together. If 2 fourth-step exalted immortals attacked together, it would be a sure thing. Moreover, They had a reason to attack, so they were not afraid of others gossiping. That's what I was thinking. Exalted Immortal Qian Li immediately replied. The two of them hit it off as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Exalted Immortal Qian Li and the Jin clan leader both walked out. Their supreme auras surged, and their overwhelming immortal might descended, enveloping this part of the world and suppressing the mountains and rivers. The two of them were overflowing with killing intent. The unkempt man's gloomy eyes flashed with a complicated expression. He did not expect that his actions would provoke two fourth-step exalted immortals to kill him. How could he fight against two fourth-step exalted immortals with his strength? What should he do now? The unkempt man gritted his teeth and looked at the Jin clan leader. That brat provoked me and even brought people to seek revenge. Shouldn't I kill him? If he wanted to reason with the Jin clan leader, he was clearly weaker than him. You dare to say that you deserve to kill a member of the Jin clan? If I don't kill you today, even the heavens will not tolerate it. The unkempt man originally wanted to reason with the Jin clan leader, but he did not expect that his words would enrage the Jin clan leader even more. The unkempt man felt like crying. It seemed like he would not be able to escape this time. He had only been feeling good for a moment and did not think too much. This time, he had dug his own grave by provoking two fourth-step exalted immortals. Despicable, truly despicable. If there was only one fourth-step exalted immortal, the unkempt man will have nothing to fear. Therefore, the unkempt man looked at exalted immortal Qian Li and said, I did not know that the Azure Flower House was the property of the Qian clan. It was an unintentional action during the battle just now. I will compensate you. Before exalted immortal Qian Li could speak, the Jin clan leader spoke first. Exalted immortal Qian Li, you cannot listen to him for some small benefits. The Jin clan will help you repair the Azure Flower House. Let's kill this person together. Thank you very much, Jin clan leader. Exalted immortal Qian Li laughed heartily. He did not expect to get back some **T. That was naturally a good thing. Exalted immortal Qian Li was very happy. The unkempt man gritted his teeth. Showing weakness was not going to work. Was he destined to die here today? Despicable, despicable. The unkempt man's heart was filled with resentment and hatred. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. I won't let you have it easy. The unkempt man said viciously. The Jin clan leader snorted disdainfully and said, You are still so stubborn when you are about to die. Save it. You will pay the price for your heinous crimes. You asked for it. You can't blame anyone else. Exalted immortal Qian Li, do it. The Jin clan leader and exalted immortal Qian Li were about to attack the unkempt man. The unkempt man had also become a little crazy. It seemed like he could only fight with his life. Naturally, he wouldn't do something like sitting on the ground and waiting for death. Then he would fight. If he really died, then everything would be over. Exalted immortal Qian Li, long time no see. You are quite impressive. Just as the unkempt man was about to fight with his life, a voice rang out. Hearing this voice, the unkempt man was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. Who else could it be but Qin Shao? With such a casual tone, the unkempt man could tell that Qin Shao was not afraid of exalted immortal Qian Li at all. That was why he could speak to exalted immortal Qian Li with such an imposing manner. When he saw Qin Shao, exalted immortal Qian Li frowned deeply. His gaze landed on Qin Shao for a while before he said coldly, Qin Shao, it's you. Why are you here again? Qin Shao pointed at the unkempt man and said to exalted immortal Qian Li, I came to find him. We were just about to sit down and drink when something unpleasant happened. It ruined my drinking mood. After saying that, Qin Shao looked at the unkempt man meaningfully and said, If I help you deal with today's matter, will you believe me? Okay, if you can really deal with it, I will naturally believe you. The unkempt man's tone changed. After getting the sloppy man's affirmative answer, Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled. She then said, Okay, then you just follow my instructions and leave the rest to me. After hearing Qin Shao's words, exalted immortal Qian Li frowned deeply. His expression was gloomy. You know each other? This was clearly not good news for him. Clan leader Jean also frowned when he saw Exalted Immortal Qian Li's solemn expression. He looked at Exalted Immortal Qian Li in confusion and sized up Qin Shao. There was nothing special about him. Wasn't he just a third-step heavenly venerate kid? He didn't look very old either. What kind of strength could he have? Or could it be that he had some sort of powerful background? He didn't look like one. However, Exalted Immortal Qian Li's reaction was indeed thought-provoking. Hence, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he observed carefully. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, we know each other. Not only do we know each other, but we are also partners. Hence, Exalted Immortal Qian Li, you should know that if you want to attack him today, I will have no choice but to join the battle. Of course, I don't think today's matter is a big deal. There is no need to make a big fuss and fight to the death. What do you think, Exalted Immortal Qian Li?" The meaning of Qin Zhao's words was very clear. He was firmly on the unkempt man's side. If they wanted to attack, he would attack too. His words were very important. Exalted Immortal Qian Li couldn't help but take it seriously. How could Exalted Immortal Qian Li not know Qin Zhao's strength? He didn't dare to attack him the last time. How could he dare to do so this time? Furthermore, it was indeed as Qin Shao said. Today's matter wasn't a big deal. There was indeed no need to fight to the death. That was something that couldn't be attempted. Chapter 21:14. Qin Shao was humbling himself and giving Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing a lot of face. Of course, Qin Shao was also hoping that Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing would give up and not get involved in this matter. To be honest, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of fighting two fourth-step heavenly venerates. However, it would be best if he could resolve this matter without fighting. Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing had already decided to give up after seeing Qin Shao stand up for the sloppy man. Last time, Qin Shao had punished his son for 3,000 years, and he had accepted it in the end. Was he going to fall out with Qin Shao over such a small matter? Wouldn't that be foolish of him? Furthermore, Qin Shao had humbled himself and given him a lot of face. All the more reason for him to give up. Therefore, Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing said, "All right, since fellow Qin Shao has said so, I'll appear too petty if I continue to pester you. Doing business has always been about making money through harmony," Lin Feng said. "Since you've damaged something, you've paid for it. It's no big deal." Seeing that Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing had given up, clan leader Jean was a little anxious. Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing, what is the meaning of this? He's just a third-step heavenly venerate brat. Why are you being so polite to him? Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing, are you really going to swallow this humiliation? This isn't like you, Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing. If you and I work together, what's there to worry about not being able to deal with these two? Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing shook his head. Clan leader Jean, I've already made my intentions clear. Since I've already spoken, it's fine. My Azure Flower Brothel has always valued peace and harmony when doing business. There's no such thing as an unresolvable grudge. My matter has already been settled. As for the matter between you and them, it's up to you, clan leader Jean. However, as an old friend, let me give you a piece of advice. It's better to let this matter slide. Let this matter slide? A disciple of his Jean clan had died here. How could he let this matter slide? However, clan leader Jean could hear the deeper meaning behind Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing's words. It seemed that Exalted Immortal Thousand Plowing was very wary of this young man called Qin Shao. This made clan leader Jean very puzzled. Who exactly was this young man? What was his background? He was only a third-step heavenly venerable brat, so why was he able to intimidate even exalted immortals? No matter how strong this kid was, Immortal Qian Li represented the Qian clan, the most powerful clan in the Qian mountain ridge. How could he be afraid of an outsider? This didn't make sense. It was completely. With so many doubts, the Jin clan leader was unable to make up his mind. He was only himself. In Shao, Immortal Thousand Immortal. Killed Immortal Thousand Qin was hand. But now he was alone. If Exalted Immortal Thousand Plow was unwilling to help, then he would have to deal with two people at once. One was a very powerful, sloppy-looking man, while the other was a young man that even exalted immortal Thousand Plow was wary of. He couldn't just let things end like this, right? Wouldn't his Gene clan's reputation be swept to the ground? Clan leader Gene. After dealing with exalted immortal Thousand Plowing, Qin Shao looked at clan leader Gene. Clan leader Jin's deep eyes looked back at him like a silent lion. Qin Shao continued, I don't think there's a need to talk about right and wrong. Everyone knows what's going on. There are some things that shouldn't be discussed too openly. After all, there's no such thing as fairness in this world. There's no such thing as absolute logic. A first step heavenly venerate offended a third step heavenly venerate and was killed. To put it bluntly, he deserved it. He can't blame anyone else. If clan leader Gene wants to fight, we'll accompany you to the end. If clan leader Gene doesn't want to fight, I'm sure he'll compensate you for accidentally killing a member of your Gene clan. Let's see if you, clan leader Gene, are willing to drop the matter. Qin Shao looked at clan leader Gene with a faint smile on his face. Qin Zhao's calmness completely revealed his confidence. This was the demeanor of an expert. Clan leader Gene was a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Furthermore, as the clan leader, he'd clearly lived for an extremely long time. He'd experienced far too many ups and downs. How could he not have a discerning eye? Naturally, he could tell that the young man before him was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that even exalted immortal Thousand Plowing was so afraid of him. He was definitely not simple. He was definitely not a simple character. If he could avoid offending such a person, it was best not to. Furthermore, exalted immortal Thousand Plowing had also warned him. Furthermore, even if he wanted to fight today, he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. He'd likely end up suffering a loss. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, clan leader Gene also began to consider retreating. It seemed that today was indeed not the day to shed all pretense of cordiality. Otherwise, it'd be difficult for him to clean up the mess. Seeing that clan leader Gene was already considering retreating, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He immediately shot a look at the sloppy man. The sloppy man was tactful. He immediately cupped his fist at clan leader Gene and said, I'm sorry, clan leader Gene. What happened just now was truly unintentional. I was having a good time drinking in the Azure Flower Tower when your clansmen brought people over to kill me. That's why I killed him in a fit of anger. If it were anyone else, I'd kill them. I'm not targeting your Gene clan. Although clan leader Gene found it hard to accept, there was nothing he could do. This time, he could only endure it. Clan leader Jin's face was cold. He clenched his teeth and said coldly, I'll investigate this matter thoroughly. I'll definitely settle things with you later. Let's stop here for today. Let's go. With that, clan leader Gene waved his hand and left with his people with a dark expression. His last words were clearly for others to hear. He just wanted to find a way out for himself. After sending clan leader Gene away, the sloppy man compensated exalted immortal Qianli with 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. This could be considered as a token of goodwill. After everything was settled, the sloppy man left with Qin Shao and the other two. They directly left Qianshan City and found a quiet place to sit down. Qin Shao specially took out some wine and dishes to drink with the sloppy man. The sloppy man sipped his wine while sizing up Qin Shao. Qin Shao. This name, he had never heard of it, even though he had been in the southern wilderness for so long. What's the matter? Can you see something on my face? You're a big man. What's the meaning of staring at a big man like me? Although I'm more handsome and delicate, I should still be more masculine. Do you have a special hobby in this area? If that's the case, then I'll have to stay away from you. I don't like that. Qin Zhao's teasing caused the sloppy man to roll his eyes. Making such a joke with him was clearly not funny at all. The sloppy man finally spoke. I just want to know who you are and what background you have to be able to make 2 fourth-step Exalted Immortals retreat with just a few words. Exalted Immortal Qianli is from the Qin clan. The Qin clan is the #1 power in Qianshan Ridge. Even Exalted Immortal Qianli doesn't dare to provoke them. I really want to know who you are. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled faintly. He naturally knew what the sloppy man was implying. He was worried that he had some background and that he had used his identity to make exalted, immortal Chinli retreat. I'm not a big deal. I'm just a very ordinary cultivator. Ordinary as can be. No identity, no background, and you should be able to sense that I'm not from the immortal region. I ascended from another region. So, what kind of background do you think I have? I used to be a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Now I'm not. So, I'm just an itinerant cultivator now. I don't have any identity or background. Ascended from another region? The sloppy man did not notice it earlier. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, he carefully sized him up and found that it was indeed so. Qin Zhao's body had an aura that did not belong to the immortal region. This was because he had not been assimilated by the immortal region. If he carefully examined it, he would be able to detect it. Fuda Immortal Palace? He had heard of this before. He knew that it was one of the 10,000 mountain ranges in the southern wasteland. It was not very famous. Of course, it was better than the 1,000 mountain range, but it was still not considered a big force. If that was the case, then he really did not have any background. He was very ordinary. He was so ordinary, but he could make exalted immortal Chinli so wary. Could it be that his strength was really so strong? Although the sloppy man found it hard to believe, it seemed that he had no choice but to believe it. So now, shouldn't we talk about business? Qin Zhao suddenly said. The sloppy man looked at Qin Zhao and nodded. He was convinced by Qin Zhao. However, the sloppy man still asked in confusion, since you have the strength to deter exalted immortal Chinli, with your cultivation level and age, you're definitely a peerless genius. I don't understand. Are you only interested in the essence soul origin stone that I announced to others? As you said, an essence soul origin stone is only worth 500,000 chaos source stones at most. It's not that valuable. Is it worth it for you to make a move? Qin Zhao smiled and said, yes, logically speaking, it's not worth it. However, as the saying goes, buy horse bones with 1,000 taels of gold. I do need essence soul origin stones right now. So to me, it's worth far more than 500,000 chaos source stones. Since you have a ready-made essence soul origin stone, I can't be bothered to go through so much trouble. I'll directly make a deal with you. Isn't that better? Moreover, whether this deal goes through or not doesn't depend on me alone. It also depends on you. So, I'll first listen to what you want me to do for you. If I can accept it, then it's naturally not a problem. If I can't accept it, then I won't agree to the deal. Since it's a deal, we're just taking what we need. It's just that you happen to have what I want. It's very simple. The sloppy man nodded and said, all right, then I'll make it clear. As long as you can help me do one thing, I can give you everything I have, let alone essence soul origin stones. I can even give you my life. However, I have to say that this is indeed very dangerous, but still possible for you to do it. Here's the thing. The sloppy man explained the situation in detail to Qin Zhao. After listening to him, Qin Zhao finally understood what was going on. This matter was indeed somewhat difficult. To put it simply, he wanted Qin Zhao to help him kill a very powerful fourth-step heavenly venerate exalted immortal. Although it was a little difficult, it was not enough to make Qin Zhao lose confidence. Chapter 21:15. However, before making a formal answer, Qin Zhao still had to clarify all the situation and explain it clearly to avoid any disputes later. I won't kill the innocent for no reason. If I want to kill someone, I will only kill those who have committed the most heinous crimes. Although from your description, the Black Hawk Overlord you said is indeed a person full of evil, it's only your side of the story. So, I will confirm it later. If it's really as you said, then there's no problem. If not, I will change my opinion. Although I need the Essence Soul Stone very much, I will never abandon my most basic principle for the sake of the Essence Soul Stone. I, Qin Zhao, can kill those who deserve to be killed. I won't kill those who don't deserve to be killed for my own selfish reasons. The sloppy man looked at Qin Zhao strangely, as if thinking how could there be such a strange person? It's just killing a person. Is there a need to distinguish between good and bad people? Besides, how could there be a distinction between good and bad people in this world? Which immortal's hands were not stained with blood? Which one didn't step on countless bones to reach the top step by step? Do you need so many reasons to kill a person? However, The sloppy man could also hear that Qin Zhao's words were so firm that there was no room for change. Even so, the sloppy man could only let Qin Zhao do as he wished. He nodded and said, "Okay, then it's as you said. After the matter is done, except for the essence soul stone, I don't need everything from you. I just need you to promise to do something for me. Don't worry, it's a small matter. It won't make things difficult for you. At most, it will take a little bit of your time." Qin Zhao said. The sloppy man agreed and said, "Of course this is no problem. I've said it before. Even if you want my life, I can give it to you. What's more, it's just helping you to do something. No matter what it is, as long as you ask, I will never frown. As long as you can help me kill the Black Hawk Overlord, then I will die with no regrets." Qin Zhao nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. However, I can't go with you to kill the Lord of the Black Hawk yet. I still have some things to take care of. Furthermore, before going to kill the Overlord of the Black Hawk, I still need to practice some secret techniques. That way, I'll be more confident. Only then will it be bigger." Cultivate a secret technique? The sloppy man frowned and looked at Qin Zhao. He knew that the reason why Qin Zhao wanted the soul essence stones was to cultivate a secret technique. Now that Qin Zhao said that she wanted to cultivate a secret technique, the sloppy man naturally thought in that direction. Qin Zhao continued, "I have a secret technique called the dual body technique. Cultivating it requires soul essence stones. I have already collected 8 kinds of materials, and only the soul essence stones are left. However, I haven't done anything good for you yet. I don't have any intention of asking for essence soul stones from you. I still have a secret technique to cultivate. I have already obtained the materials needed for that secret technique. It's just that I haven't had the time to cultivate it. This time, I'm going to help you kill the Lord of the Black Hawk, so I naturally have to make more preparations. Only then can I be prepared. You want to succeed, but I want to succeed even more. Therefore, I naturally have to make all the preparations that I can. I don't know the Lord of the Black Hawk, and I don't know what kind of strength he has. Just from what you said, I know that he is very powerful. Perhaps the actual situation is more powerful than you think. Therefore, at present, I don't have much confidence. I can only improve my methods as much as possible and have more confidence." The sloppy man nodded and said, "All right, there's no hurry. Even if I have to wait for tens of millions of years, it's nothing. As long as I can kill the Lord of the Black Hawk, even if I have to wait for several universe eras, I'm willing to wait, let alone this little bit of time." Qin Zhao said, "All right, in that case, it's settled. However, I shouldn't make you wait too long. At most, a few million years should be enough." At most, a few million years? How could it be so easy to cultivate a secret technique? Qin Zhao's words really shocked the sloppy man, and he gave Qin Zhao a strange look. How could it be so easy to cultivate a secret technique to perfection? If one wanted to kill the Lord of the Black Hawk, one had to cultivate the secret technique to perfection before it would be of any use. However, before cultivating the Berserk technique, Qin Zhao first brought the Desolate Land's big brother and 9 dragons to the Mu clan to see Jiangsu again. The sloppy man also went with Qin Zhao, but he was acting very low-key now. "Desolate Land, 9 dragons, haha, it's been almost 20 million years, and I finally see you again. Great, great, haha. Yes, Jiangsu, we haven't seen each other for almost 20 million years. Actually, when we were in the primordial universe, we often didn't see each other for hundreds of millions of years, but we didn't feel this way. Now that we've been apart for almost 20 million years, it feels very, very distant. It's good that everyone is fine. It's great that we've all broken through to the heavenly venerate realm. Haha, I remember when we were in the primordial universe, this was something that we dreamed of. Now it's easily realized. This is all thanks to Qin Zhao. Without him, we would have died long ago. Yes, Qin Zhao is our lucky star. Everything we have now is thanks to Qin Zhao. The Desolate Land's big brother, 9 dragons, and Jiangsu also exchanged greetings when they met. They were quite emotional, and their feelings for each other became deeper and richer. After chatting with everyone for a while, Qin Zhao went to find a quiet place to cultivate. Qin Zhao had wanted to cultivate the Berserk technique for a long time, but he never had the time. He found a secluded place near the Mu clan, and Qin Shao deliberately set up a formation restriction. This way, ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover the situation here, and it wouldn't cause any commotion. Then, Qin Shao asked the sloppy man to stand guard for him. The sloppy man was very willing to do this kind of hard work. After everything was ready, Qin Shao began to cultivate. The berserk technique only needed the berserk chi as an auxiliary material, but it wasn't easy to cultivate. Qin Shao took out the berserk chi, calmed his heart, and prepared to cultivate. The most difficult part of the berserk technique is to control and digest the berserk chi for my own use. The berserk chi isn't energy, so it can't be absorbed. It needs to be controlled before it can be used at will. When Qin Zhao's heart calmed down completely, he opened his mouth and swallowed all the wild, explosive qi in the bottle into his body. Hiss! As soon as the berserk qi entered Qin Zhao's body, it suddenly became incomparably violent. The berserk qi was like a dragon or a tiger, incomparably violent. Its killing intent soared to the sky, tearing everything apart. It surged wildly inside Qin Zhao's body, wanting to break through Qin Zhao's immortal body and shatter everything. If the berserk qi broke through his immortal body, then Qin Zhao's body would explode and he would die. Therefore, as soon as the berserk qi entered his body, Qin Shao almost screamed in pain. He was quite shocked and tried his best to suppress the berserk qi, trying to control it. Otherwise, if the berserk qi was allowed to wreak havoc like this, his immortal body would be severely damaged, and there was even the danger of his body exploding. The berserk qi was indeed quite a threat to Qin Shao. If his immortal body was just a little weaker, then he would probably explode and die. He wouldn't even be able to cultivate. It seems that I underestimated the berserk qi. It's really domineering and powerful. It's no wonder that cultivating the berserk art only requires one material. Just the berserk chi alone is enough to explode. What I need now is to use the berserk art to control the berserk chi for my own use. Fortunately, my immortal body is strong enough, my soul is strong enough, and my heart is firm enough. Therefore, it's very difficult for the berserk chi to corrode me. But the berserk chi has been surging wildly in my body, and it's indeed a great influence on my cultivation. But I believe that I can overcome this difficulty. I will definitely be able to. This step was very difficult, but Qin Shao believed that he could do it. Qin Shao immediately circulated the mantra of the berserk art and began to cultivate. It wasn't easy to cultivate a secret art. It was just a matter of whether you could control it or not. This was the time to test a person's talent, potential, temperament, and will of the soul. There were many other factors that would be tested, but the most important thing was talent and potential. Qin Shao was obviously very good in all aspects and could withstand the test, especially his talent and potential. It was monstrous and heaven-defying. Therefore, for Qin Shao, this cultivation didn't pose much of a hindrance. His cultivation went very smoothly. Time flew by quickly. The sloppy man was very competent. He patiently acted as a guardian, not allowing any power to approach this place. The desolate land and the 9 dragons stayed in the Mu clan. Jiangzu accompanied them, and they cultivated together. Soon, 1,000,000 years passed. The sloppy man suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked in a certain direction. His eyes widened slightly. Qin Shao, you're out already? You're not cultivating anymore? Or have you reached a bottleneck? The sloppy man couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao had only cultivated for 1,000,000 years, but he had stopped. He couldn't help but overthink. Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled at him, saying, "You've reached a bottleneck? Impossible, it's impossible in this lifetime. How can I, Qin Shao, reach a bottleneck so easily?" Ha! He was obviously joking, but there was also some meaning in his words. That was, he hadn't reached a bottleneck. Could it be? Thinking of this possibility, the sloppy man's eyes widened even more. He looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. No way, right? Don't tell me you've already cultivated that secret technique to perfection, asked the sloppy man. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, you're right. I've indeed cultivated it to perfection. It's been 1,000,000 years. That's not short. Almost there, right? What did he mean by not short? What did he mean by almost there? A million years, just a million years. This was already very, very short, okay? This was a secret technique, a secret technique. In just a million years, he had cultivated it to perfection. Perhaps even many fourth-step celestial venerables couldn't do this, right? But Qin Shao, a third-step celestial venerate, had actually done this. It was really an incredible thing. He couldn't help but admire him. The sloppy man was dumbfounded. But looking at Qin Zhao's appearance, he didn't seem to be lying. After being stunned for a long while, the sloppy man slowly came back to his senses and believed this fact. In his heart, he really did admire Qin Shao. For a moment, he felt like prostrating himself on all fours. Suddenly, a thought came to him. In fact, the sloppy man had thought of this before, but he didn't think too much about it. Chapter 21:16. Qin Shao, how confident are you in killing the Black Hawk tribal lord now? The sloppy man suddenly asked. This was what he was most concerned about, and it was also what he wanted to accomplish even if he had to risk his life. As long as he could kill the Black Hawk tribal lord, he could even give up his life. Qin Shao thought for a moment, but shook his head slightly and said, I really don't know how to answer you. If you want to talk about confidence, it's really hard for me to say right now. After all, I don't know much about the Black Hawk tribal lord, and I don't know how strong he is. Just based on what you said, it's not accurate at all. Maybe he has some hidden means. These are all things that are hard to say. I really don't dare to say that I'm confident, but I can only say that I'll do my best. It's naturally good to be able to increase my strength as much as possible, and I'll naturally have a greater chance of success. I've cultivated the berserk art to perfection. If I go all out, my strength will increase a little compared to before. Let's fight with all our strength. Although Qin Shao said so. In fact, Qin Shao had also calculated in his heart. As long as he didn't face a particularly powerful fourth-step heavenly venerable, then he had a certain chance of winning. Of course, it only meant that he had a certain chance of winning, but it was hard to say whether he could kill the enemy. After all, it wasn't so easy to kill a fourth-step heavenly venerable. The sloppy man gritted his teeth, and a touch of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had made a very big decision. The sloppy man immediately looked at Qin Shao and said with a solemn face, Qin Shao, if I give you the Essence Soul Origin Stone now, you should have a greater chance of success with that dual body cultivation technique, right? Hearing the sloppy man's words, Qin Shao was slightly stunned. He looked at the sloppy man and said with a smile, if you give me the Essence Soul Origin Stone now, aren't you afraid that I won't help you? Your strength is not as good as mine. If the thing is really in my hands, you can't do anything to me. The sloppy man said, of course, I've thought about this. Although you give me the feeling that you're a gentleman with an awe-inspiring aura, I'll tell you frankly that I really don't trust you. I don't trust anyone. But I don't want to wait any longer, so this time, I'm going to stake it all on you. If I don't die, I'll die. Moreover, an Essence Soul Origin Stone doesn't have much value. Wanting to attract a fourth-step heavenly venerate to help me is basically like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It's all ready to meet you. Since that's the case, why don't we fight to our heart's content this time? Although I don't know your strength, you should be very strong. You were able to cultivate a secret technique to perfection in a million years, which is enough to prove your monstrous talent. When the time comes, I'll fight with you. There's still a chance. I'm not doing this because I completely trust you. It's just that I have no other choice. That's all I can do. Of course, I can't just give you the Essence Soul Origin Stone like this. I need you to swear to the heavens with your soul that you'll help me kill Lord Blackhawk. I just need you to fulfill your promise and help me kill him. I won't force you to succeed. What do you think? If you can do it, I'll give you the Essence Soul Origin Stone now. Qin Shao smiled and nodded without much hesitation. All right, that's not a problem. Qin Shao, always keep my promises. Even if you don't ask me, I'll do it. But I can understand that you want to be at ease. Swearing to your soul is nothing. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He took the lead and swore to the heavens with his soul. Soon, the oath was completed. Seeing Qin Shao do it so quickly, the sloppy man completely believed in Qin Shao. He felt that he made the right choice this time. This was probably his only chance. Therefore, he had to risk it all. He had to risk it all and risk it all. After Qin Shao swore, the sloppy man flipped his palm, and a strange black stone appeared in front of Qin Shao. This kind of black was a black that could devour everything. Perhaps it was not called black. It looked like a small black hole. No matter could be seen inside. It was as if there was no matter at all. It was very strange. Qin Shao immediately felt that his soul resonated with this strange stone. The essence soul origin stone contained the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. It contained the essence of the universe. It contained the soul of all living things and the essence of the heavenly Tao. It was very special, very rare in the world. Although it was Qin Zhao's first time seeing it, he was very sure that this was the essence soul origin stone. It was the most important material needed to cultivate the dual body technique. Qin Shao took the essence soul origin stone. Now that he had all the materials, he could start cultivating the dual body technique. Qin Shao also didn't expect that he could cultivate the berserker technique and the dual body technique at the same time. If these two secret techniques were cultivated to perfection, coupled with the dragon transformation art, the true word of Lin, and the even more powerful Sage Li's flying dagger, Qin Shao would have a lot of tricks up his sleeves. You're really bold. Aren't you afraid that someone will steal the essence soul origin stone from you? Qin Shao joked. The sloppy man chuckled and said, "It's not that easy to steal something from me, right? If it's really a fourth-step heavenly venerable, I'm afraid that he won't even bother with an essence soul origin stone, let alone kill someone to steal. Haha, if I knew that the thing was on you, I would have killed you directly and snatched the essence soul origin stone. Wouldn't it be much easier? In this way, I still have to kill the Black Hawk Overlord. I'm afraid the difficulty is more than 10 times. Qin Shao joked. The sloppy man also knew that Qin Shao was joking, so he didn't care. Instead, he said, "Lord Qin Shao, I think you should hurry up and cultivate the dual body technique." Qin Shao nodded and continued to cultivate. Compared to the berserker technique, the dual body technique was obviously more difficult to cultivate. The difficulty of the dual body technique was that one had to cultivate a new body and bestow a new soul to it. Only then would it be equivalent to a doppelganger. It was precisely because of this that the price of cultivating the dual body technique was very high. Without a certain amount of financial resources, it couldn't be cultivated. Just the value of the 9 materials alone, according to the market price, would cost 2 to 3 million. But unless one's luck was heaven-defying, 2 to 3 million wouldn't be able to buy these materials. Many times, it was like buying horse bones with 1,000 gold coins, so one had to pay more. If one wanted to create a new body, one would know the price one had to pay just by thinking about it. Qin Shao spent 1,000,000 years to refine a new body. In addition to the essence soul origin stone, the other 8 materials were used to refine a new body. After the refining was successful, Qin Shao curled his lips. Even though so many materials were used, the strength of the refined body is still much weaker than my original body. However, it has reached the standard of an ordinary 4th-step heavenly venerable. It's almost there. If I can also have a high-grade defensive immortal artifact, then it will be enough. But in my current situation, I can forget about a high-grade defensive immortal artifact for the time being. I'm so poor that I don't even have one. The first step was completed. Next was the second step, which was to cultivate the dual body technique. The cultivation of the original body technique was not particularly difficult, but it still took Qin Shao 1,000,000 years to feel that it was almost there. However, this was not a complete success. There was still the third step, which was also the most important step. The third step was to use the essence soul origin stone to bestow a new body with a new soul. This was different from cultivating a doppelganger. To cultivate a doppelganger, one needed to divide the soul and divide it into a new body. However, the dual body technique was fundamentally different. The dual body technique didn't need to divide the soul. It only needed to use the essence soul origin stone to bestow the power of the soul to the doppelganger. In fact, it was equivalent to the soul of the original body, but with the help of the essence soul origin stone, one could control the doppelganger. In this way, Even if the doppelganger was killed, it wouldn't have any effect on the original body. This step was very difficult, and it was also the most crucial step of the dual body technique. Whether it could be done or not depended on this step. After cultivating to this step, Qin Shao also became more serious. No matter how difficult the challenge was, it couldn't stop Qin Shao, nor could it defeat Qin Shao. It also couldn't repel Qin Zhao's infinite fighting spirit. 1,000,000 years, 2,000,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 2,000,000 years had passed. Qin Shao cultivated the berserker art, and it took him 1,000,000 years to cultivate it to perfection. However, it took him a total of 4,000,000 years to cultivate the dual body technique. Only then did he finally reach the perfection stage. Two Qin Shao came out, one in white, the other in blue. Looking at the two Qin Shao, the sloppy man immediately knew that Qin Zhao's cultivation had reached the large success stage. To be able to cultivate an extremely difficult secret technique to perfection in just 4,000,000 years, this was heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. In just 5,000,000 years, he had successfully cultivated two secret skills in succession. If this news spread out, who knew how many geniuses would be scared to death? He had seen many geniuses, but he had never seen such a monstrous genius. Perhaps he was too ignorant, but such a monstrous genius should be as rare as phoenix feathers and Sheelan horns in the entire immortal realm. Although the strength of the clone is the same as the original body, the body is indeed much weaker. Moreover, the body cultivated is not like the real clone, which can cultivate on its own. To put it bluntly, the dual body technique is just a secret technique. Only when it is used can the clone be used. However, it is almost equivalent to two of himself. In battle, it can still play a miraculous role. The strength of the original body is the same as the strength of the clone. It is equivalent to the strength of the clone being doubled. But I believe that the actual performance in battle will not only be doubled. Qin Shao was very satisfied with the dual body technique. This was equivalent to having an extra clone. Moreover, his original body could also use this secret technique in the future, which was very good. After successfully cultivating the berserk explosion technique and the doppelganger technique, Qin Shao had gained more confidence and confidence. He was determined to win this battle. Also, this was his first battle in the 9 provinces Huaxia. Whether he could win or not, it would also have some impact on his confidence in entering the 9 provinces Huaxia. Let the road of the 9 provinces Huaxia begin with this battle. Let's go. I will go back to the Mo clan first and explain to my 3 brothers. Then we will go and kill the Black Hawk Overlord together. Qin Shao said to the sloppy man. Chapter 21:17. Brother, desolate land, 9 dragons. I'm leaving and preparing to enter Huaxia. Are you two willing to remain in the Mu clan, or do you want to come with me to Huaxia? It seems that you've grown quite a bit in the 5,000,000 years you've spent in the clan. Life here seems to be quite harmonious. If you come with me to Huaxia, I'm afraid you'll have to spend most of your time in my internal world. It'll be very difficult for you to cultivate in peace. That's why I'm actually more willing for you to stay here. For one thing, you'll be able to look after Jiangsu. For another, you'll have a stable environment for cultivation. Qin Shao asked seriously as he looked at desolate land and 9 dragons. It was time to come up with a plan. Everyone had their own path of cultivation. Qin Shao couldn't always bring desolate land and 9 dragons with him. After all, the difference in their levels was too great. If Qin Shao could participate in an environment that desolate land and 9 dragons couldn't, Jiangsu, on the other hand, really hoped that desolate land and 9 dragons would stay. That's right, desolate land and 9 dragons, why don't you stay? The Mu clan will definitely welcome you with open arms. The patriarch has already said this before. You are all rare geniuses, and you are willing to stay. If you're willing to stay, it'll be great news for the clan. The Mu clan isn't very strong, but it'll at least provide us with a stable environment for cultivation for the time being. They'll also provide us with a lot of cultivation resources. That way, our path of cultivation will be much smoother. Huaxia may be a big stage that everyone yearns for, but that stage also represents great competition and great danger. It may not be a good thing for you to enter Huaxia so rashly. Perhaps it'll add even more danger to your future path. One had to admit that Desolate Land and 9 dragons did indeed want to follow Qin Shao to Huaxia. After all, everyone had the same goal, to climb higher. But they also understood that it was just as Jiang Zhu had said. Entering Huaxia would add too much danger for them. It might not be a good thing in the end. Therefore, the two of them discussed for a while and weighed the pros and cons before deciding to stay. He decided to stay in a Mu clan and cultivate in peace for now. It wouldn't be too late for him to enter the 9 states of Huaxia when he was strong enough. Qin Shao was now very poor and had nothing to give to the people of Desolate Land. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao released the barbarian. Master. The barbarian respectfully saluted Qin Shao. Barbarian life? A third-step Empyrean of the barbarian race? The sloppy man's eyes widened when he saw Qin Shao release a third-step heavenly venerable from the barbarian tribe. He looked at Qin Shao in surprise. It wasn't an easy task to subdue a barbarian as a servant. In the future, you will protect them for me. Stay with them for the time being and listen to their orders. Do you understand? Qin Shao said seriously to the barbarian. The barbarian looked at the 3 people of Desolate Land. Although he was very unwilling, he didn't dare to go against his master's orders. He nodded his huge head and said, "Yes, master. I will definitely protect them." Qin Shao nodded and said to the barbarian, "Thank you for your hard work. I will make it up to you in the future." Then he said to the people of Desolate Land, "Brother Desolate Land, keep the barbarian in your inner world from now on. If you run into any situation where you have no choice, let the barbarian take care of it for you. With the barbarian protecting you, I will feel much more at ease. As long as you don't provoke any powerful enemies and aren't too unlucky, there shouldn't be any problems. However, the world is unpredictable, so it's better to be safe than sorry. It's always better to be prepared." The people of Desolate Land knew that this was Qin Zhao's goodwill, so they didn't reject it and accepted it. "All right, then we won't stand on ceremony. Go, Qin Shao, chase your dreams and step onto the big stage that you should be on. You will always be our pride, the pride of our primordial universe. Everything we have now is given to us by you. We will always be proud of you. Although we can't catch up with your footsteps, we will do our best to cultivate and improve ourselves. Let's strive for the day when you can conquer a land and lead us to build a force so that our primordial universe can truly take root in the great thousand worlds. Whether it's in the immortal realm or other saint realms, we will firmly follow your footsteps and move forward." Qin Shao smiled. This was his dream, the direction he worked hard towards, and the goal that everyone was looking forward to. Everyone was working hard for this. They were full of passion and fighting spirit. After all, they had to break up and leave. Qin Shao had never been a wishy-washy person. After explaining everything, he left with the sloppy man. Qinshan Ridge was originally close to the edge of the southern wasteland, so Qin Shao and the sloppy man quickly arrived at the edge of the southern wasteland. What appeared in front of the two was an incomparably huge nether river. Of course, this was not the real nether river. It just looked like an endless nether river, so everyone called this place the Nether River. This nether river was a dark area that separated the southern wasteland from the 9 continents Huaxia, Jade Lake's sacred ground, and Jiuhua's sacred ground. It was a very obvious dividing line, and it was precisely because of the existence of this dividing line that it was not easy to reach the 9 continents Huaxia from the Nether River. One had to cross the Nether River first. As far as Qin Shao knew, there were many dangers hidden in the Nether River. Many foreign races lived in the Nether River, and over time, the unique power of the Nether River had formed. It was precisely because of this that ordinary 4th-step celestial venerables would most likely die if they entered the Nether River. It was definitely not easy to successfully cross the Nether River to reach the 9 continents Huaxia. If one was below the 4th-step celestial venerable's realm, it was basically impossible to cross the Nether River. It was basically impossible for them to survive. The dangers of the Nether River were probably no less than any of the dangerous places in the southern wasteland. Moreover, the Nether River was very big. It would take a certain amount of time to cross it. It was precisely because the Nether River was filled with such dangers that Baishan and the other two had always dreamed of going to the 9 continents Huaxia. However, they had never put it into practice. It was probably because they felt that their strength was not enough and did not have much confidence in crossing the Nether River. Therefore, their plan had been put on hold. Ordinary 4th-step celestial venerables did not dare to cross the Nether River rashly unless they could invite a few people with them. The Nether River was a natural barrier that separated the southern wasteland from the rest of the immortal realm. Perhaps it was because of this natural barrier that the southern wasteland had always been regarded as a barren land, and a barren land. Qin Shao, I have a relatively safe path that I can take. I came to the southern wasteland from the 9 continents Huaxia through that path. It can be said that I came out by accident. Relatively speaking, it is indeed relatively safe. If we are lucky, even 3rd-step celestial venerables can safely cross the Nether River. However, if we take that path, we will have to take a lot of detours and waste a lot of time. If we directly cross the Nether River like this, it will save us a lot of time. However, I am afraid that the danger will increase a lot. Moreover, it will be filled with many unknown dangers. The sloppy man said, "Is it dangerous?" Qin Shao curled his lips. However, he did not seem to care. He curled his lips and smiled faintly. If it is dangerous, then it is dangerous. It is nothing. We're going to kill the Black Hawk Overlord. It is a dangerous thing to do. If we can't even cross the Nether River, then how can we talk about killing the Black Hawk Overlord? Let's treat this Nether River as an appetizer for us. If we can't even eat this appetizer, then it will be even more difficult to kill the Black Hawk Overlord. Therefore, there is no need to take a detour. Since we are here, then we will directly cross the Nether River. There is nothing to be afraid of. What he said made sense. Compared to killing the Black Hawk Overlord, crossing the Nether River was not a big deal. The difficulty was definitely lower. Since Qin Shao said so, the sloppy man thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Qin Shao was not afraid. Then what was there to be afraid of? As long as they could kill the Black Hawk Overlord, everything would be worth it. Therefore, the two of them directly entered the Nether River and crossed the Nether River. The Nether River was indeed not easy to cross. Qin Shao and the sloppy man spent a total of 100,000 years to cross the Nether River. It could be said that the time spent was not short. The sloppy man did not tell Qin Shao his name. Qin Shao was too lazy to ask him and directly called him Sloppy. Anyway, this name suited him quite well. He always looked sloppy. In the past 100,000 years, they had experienced many dangers along the way. Indeed, if it was an ordinary 4th-step heavenly venerate, it would not be easy to smoothly cross the Nether River. If it was just the sloppy man alone, it was very likely that he would die in the Nether River. Fortunately, there was a powerhouse like Qin Shao. Every time Qin Shao took action, and the most dangerous time actually forced Qin Shao to use the dual body technique. Of course, Li Sheng did not use the flying dagger. Even so, that time was dangerous enough. It scared the sloppy man quite a bit. After the incident, he sighed with emotion. In his heart, he believed in Qin Zhao's strength even more. He was indeed a heaven-defying monster. His strength was indeed incredible. He had never heard of a 3rd-step heavenly venerate being so strong. Even the outstanding young disciples of the 100 schools of thought could not do this. Perhaps only the outstanding disciples of the Holy Lands and the 5 great clans could do this. In that case, this kid's talent and potential could definitely be considered as one of the rarest in the immortal realms. It was really hard to believe that such a peerless monster could come out of the barren southern wilderness. This gave the sloppy man a little more confidence in this trip to kill the Black Hawk Overlord. The Black Hawk Overlord was located at the edge of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. It was close to the Nether River, and its territory even extended into the Nether River. Being in such a desolate place at the edge of the Nether River, it could be said that the sky was high and the Emperor was far away. No power could control this place. It could be said that it was the king of the land. Soon, the sloppy man brought Qin Shao to the Black Hawk Overlord. He pointed to the gloomy forest ahead and said to Qin Shao, "Qin Shao, the Black Hawk Overlord is ahead. After passing through this dark forest, you will reach the Black Hawk Overlord's place of cultivation. There are many dark creatures in this dark forest, forming a natural barrier that encloses the Black Hawk Overlord's place of cultivation." Chapter 21:18. In addition to the original dark creatures in the dark forest, the Black Hawk Overlord has also cultivated a large number of men of sacrifice to guard his cultivation ground. Even if we pass through the dark forest, we still have to pass through a line of defense. Moreover, the Black Hawk Overlord's cultivation ground has been set up with many formations and restrictions. It can be said that there are layers upon layers of restrictions, and its lethality is very strong. It is also a very powerful obstacle. If we want to see the Black Hawk Overlord himself, we have to go through several layers of obstacles first. During this time, the Black Hawk Overlord has enough time to prepare. Therefore, this also greatly increases the difficulty of dealing with the Black Hawk Overlord. This time, we must have a comprehensive plan before we take action. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to kill the Black Hawk Overlord. The sloppy man frowned and said with a serious face. He was quite clear about the situation here. It seemed that the Black Hawk Overlord was an extremely cautious person. A thorough plan? Qin Shao pursed his lips and chuckled. Now that you mention it, I do have a more thorough plan. Oh. The sloppy man looked at Qin Shao and wanted to hear what Qin Zhao's thorough plan was. Qin Shao said, "The thorough plan is that I will go in and kill the Black Hawk Overlord alone. You wait here for my good news." What? This was the so-called thorough plan? The sloppy man widened his eyes and looked at Qin Shao strangely. Obviously, he was stunned by Qin Zhao's thorough plan. What kind of thorough plan was this? It sounded more like an incomplete plan. Although the sloppy man admitted that he wasn't strong enough and might not be able to help much, he was confident that he wouldn't be of much help. But no matter what, his strength had reached the level of an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerable. He was not weak. Moreover, he was prepared to risk his life. No matter how much he could help, he was willing to participate and kill the Black Hawk Overlord with Qin Shao. Now, Qin Shao asked him to wait here for news. What did that mean? Was he afraid that he would be a burden? Even if he couldn't be of any help, he definitely wouldn't become a burden, right? Therefore, Qin Zhao's actions naturally provoked the sloppy man. But in fact, Qin Shao had his own considerations. If he entered the dark forest with the sloppy man, then it would definitely alarm the Lord of the Black Hawk in advance. Just as the sloppy man had said, once the Black Hawk Overlord was alerted, he would be able to make preparations in advance. In this way, the difficulty of killing the Black Hawk Overlord would naturally increase by a lot. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Shao had his own way of killing Lord Blackhawk. Don't forget that Qin Shao now has a powerful concealment technique, the Mirage Meditation Technique. With such a powerful concealment technique, Qin Shao could easily sneak up on Blackhawk Tribal Lord and kill him with a sneak attack. In this way, the difficulty would obviously increase greatly, and the success rate would naturally be greatly increased. Moreover, with Qin Zhao's current strength, coupled with the Mirage Meditation Technique, Qin Shao was still relatively confident. Although he wasn't 100% confident, he was still 70% to 80% confident. As long as he didn't encounter an extremely powerful fourth-step Heavenly Venerable, there shouldn't be any problems. In fact, Qin Shao had such confidence before, but he didn't reveal it in front of the sloppy man. He didn't want to make it too conspicuous. This was inseparable from Qin Zhao's always low-key character. "Are you sure you're not joking with me?" the sloppy man asked. Qin Shao said with a serious face, "Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking with you? If you believe me, then do as I say. I've already sworn to the heavenly Tao with my soul, so you should be able to believe me. I've promised to kill the Black Hawk Overlord, so I naturally have my own plans and limits. Wait here for my news. After I kill the Black Hawk Overlord, I'll bring his corpse out for you to confirm. What else are you worried about? If you follow me, you'll only ruin my plan." The sloppy man looked at Qin Shao with a deep expression. After a long time, the sloppy man said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll believe you. I'll wait here for your good news. However, I also need to remind you, the Black Hawk Overlord is definitely an extremely dangerous character. He's very sinister and cunning, and he's very difficult to deal with. Therefore, you must be careful. Don't fall into his trap. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. All right, I'll be careful. Qin Shao casually nodded and waved his hand to the sloppy man, after which he resolutely stepped into the dark forest. Looking at the back of Qin Zhao's figure, the sloppy man's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. His mood was somewhat complicated. At this moment, he was a little confused. He didn't know whether his approach was right or wrong. Was it right or wrong to completely bet on Qin Shao? Did Qin Shao really have the ability and confidence to kill the Black Hawk Overlord alone? But at this point, he had no choice but to believe in Qin Shao. He had no other choice. He could only believe in Qin Shao and make a final gamble. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, I hope you can return victorious. Even if you can't kill the Black Hawk Overlord, I hope you can come back alive. If you can really kill the Black Hawk Overlord, then I'll really prostrate myself in front of you. Although I know the possibility may not be high, I have no other choice. I can only give a try. Even if you fail, my loss is actually not that great. But I may have harmed you. The sloppy man shook his head. In his heart, he actually didn't want Qin Shao to die for him. At least, he liked and appreciated Qin Shao along the way. Moreover, Qin Shao had saved him several times in the Nether River. If it weren't for Qin Shao, he would have died in the Nether River. On the other side, as soon as Qin Shao entered the dark forest, he didn't hesitate and directly used the Mirage Meditation technique. With the Mirage Meditation technique, Qin Shao naturally walked in the dark forest as if he was walking in his own backyard. There was no resistance at all. Those dark creatures couldn't detect Qin Zhao's existence at all. Since they couldn't detect Qin Shao, naturally, they wouldn't attack Qin Shao. The dark forest was a dark and gloomy forest. It was dark and gloomy all year round. Obviously, it was incomparably damp and gloomy. It was like hell on earth, filled with the aura of death. Walking in it made people feel very uncomfortable. Even their immortal bodies would be corroded and infected by the gloomy aura. These creatures of darkness truly look very strange. They look a bit like the Netherworld race, but they are also very different from the Netherworld race. Their bodies are also black, a bit like shadows, but much more substantial than shadows. Unlike the Netherworld race, whose bodies are transparent, these dark creatures' bodies aren't transparent. They're solid. However, their bodies are completely black. Some are covered in hair, and some don't even look like humans. They all have their own characteristics. I don't know how strong these dark creatures are. Judging from their aura, they shouldn't be very strong, but there are too many of them. It's not good to provoke them. Fortunately, I have the Mirage Meditation technique, which saves me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it would be very time-consuming and laborious to deal with these dark creatures. Not only would it be time-consuming and laborious, but it would also disturb Lord Blackhawk. The gains would not make up for the losses. No wonder the sloppy man wanted to find a more experienced fourth step Heavenly Venerate to help him. However, the price he can pay is too small, so it's naturally difficult to attract people. I'm really a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Qin Shao didn't spend much effort to pass through the dark forest. It was very easy to pass through. After passing through the dark forest, an open space appeared. In the open space, there were floating boulders in the void, filling the entire space. It looked very dreamy and strange. Below those floating boulders was a huge lake. Perhaps it could no longer be described as a lake, but as a sea. After all, the open space was probably hundreds of thousands of miles wide. It wasn't small at all. At the top of the countless floating boulders, there was a magnificent palace with golden walls. The palace was surrounded by water. The water was mysteriously suspended in the void and didn't fall. It gave people a very strange feeling. The scene in front of them was very magnificent. It made people feel as if they had entered a real fairyland. However, this was only the first impression. After Qin Shao observed for a while, he sensed that there was something wrong with the aura. He saw corpses hanging from trees. On every floating boulder, there was a corpse. It looked very cruel, strange, and eerie. Many of those corpses died in a very gruesome manner. Some had their tongues hanging out, some had their eyeballs popping out, some had their arms and legs broken, some had their hearts dug out, some had become dry corpses, and some had directly turned into white bones. There were even some that had a sharp weapon stuck in their bodies. There were all sorts of corpses hanging there. It was a ghastly sight. It was truly a frightening sight. In addition to the corpses, Qin Shao also saw a group of people in black clothes, wearing black masks and exuding a black aura patrolling the area from time to time. These people should be the men of sacrifice mentioned by the Sloppy Man. The Sloppy Man said that Lord Black Hawk had trained many men of sacrifice who were guarding around his cultivation place. These should be the men of sacrifice. These men of sacrifice only revealed a pair of eyes. Their eyes were extremely cold and emotionless, as if they were walking corpses. Moreover, there were a lot of such men of sacrifice. They could be seen along the way. Of course, there were more corpses than those men of sacrifice. There were corpses on every floating boulder. The number of floating boulders here was like the stars in the sky. They were innumerable. Seeing this, Qin Shao could not help but frown. It seems that this Black Hawk territorial lord is indeed a heinous person who has committed all sorts of crimes. He actually killed so many people. It's one thing to kill them, but he still hung all their corpses here. What's the meaning of this? Such a method is really extremely cruel. And these men of sacrifice, I don't know what kind of cruel method was used to train them. That's why these men of sacrifice have become so numb and live like walking corpses. If that's the case, then I can really kill this Black Hawk territorial lord. Chapter 2119. Looking at those hanging corpses, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a bit of anger in his heart. This was trampling, humiliating, and extremely disrespectful to the dead. There was a saying in a mortal spiritual world that a person's death was important. After a person died, he should be buried in peace and not be disturbed by others. Hanging corpses here was an extremely immoral and cruel way of doing things. From this, it was enough to see the character of Lord Blackhawk. He was indeed an extremely evil person. Looking at those men of sacrifice, he was even more sure that they were extremely evil. Qin Shao had always had light in his heart. He was somewhat righteous and walked the world with justice. When he saw injustice on the road, he would draw his sword to help. He treats other people's lives like grass, and his hands are stained with the blood of countless people. How cruel and merciless is he? Qin Zhao's killing intent towards Lord Blackhawk also surged in his heart, and he quickly approached the palace. There were indeed many restrictions and formations here, but in front of Qin Shao, it was nothing. If Qin Shao was given some time, Qin Shao would be able to crack it and enter easily without any repercussions. Therefore, there was not much resistance along the way. Basically, he walked unimpeded into the palace. All the guards could not see him, and all the restrictions could not stop him. At this time, Lord Blackhawk was cultivating in a palace. The palace was full of gloomy black gas, as if it was covered by dark clouds. It was like hell on earth. The Blackhawk overlord wore a black mink coat and a black hawk hat on his head. It should be a black hawk hat made of a real black hawk. From the aura emitted by the Black Hawk overlord, Qin Shao sensed something. There's a demonic aura. This Black Hawk overlord is a human, but a demonic one? Qin Shao frowned slightly. Lord Blackhawk did not have the aura of the human clan. Instead, he had the aura of the demon clan. Qin Shao recalled that the Black Hawk overlord's name was Black Hawk, and there were Black Hawk carvings everywhere. Even the Black Hawk overlord was wearing a Black Hawk hat. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but make a bold guess. Could it be that the Black Hawk overlord's true form is a Black Hawk, the powerful fourth-step Empyrean Black Eagle? In fact, Qin Shao wasn't very familiar with the Demon Clan and knew very little about them. Qin Shao had been in the immortal realm for nearly 20 million years, and this was the first time he had encountered a demon. In fact, there were some differences between the Demon Clan and the Monster Clan. The Demon Clan liked to transform into human form and rarely showed their true form. As for the Monster Beast Clan, they didn't like to transform into human form. They preferred to maintain their original form and rarely integrated into the human race. As for the demon clan, they were very willing to integrate into the human clan and even saw themselves as part of the human clan. At this moment, it was unknown what kind of cultivation technique Lord Blackhawk was cultivating, but his movements were not small. Moreover, Lord Blackhawk was immersed in cultivation and did not notice the approaching danger at all. This was the best time for Qin Xiao to make a move. It seemed that the heavens were creating a good opportunity for him. Making a sneak attack was originally a dishonorable act. However, Qin Xiao would not be lenient when dealing with an evil person like Lord Blackhawk who had committed heinous crimes. Qin Xiao could be a gentleman, but he could also be a villain. Lord Blackhawk's aura feels strong, but it's not strong to a very high level, right? From what I see, Blackhawk Territorial Lord is probably just a fourth-step Empyrean with some experience. In fact, even if I don't use a sneak attack, I should be able to suppress him. But forget it, it saved me the trouble. If I have a good method, why not use it? It's nonsense to talk about righteousness and righteousness with this kind of person. I'm not so great and hypocritical. Since he wanted to make a sneak attack, he naturally had to be ruthless. He must not give the other party a chance to resist. Therefore, Qin Xiao began to plan in his heart. What kind of method should he use to make a move? In terms of methods, the one with the strongest attack was naturally Li Sheng's Flying Dagger. However, Li Sheng's Flying Dagger was Qin Xiao's most powerful method now. It was his trump card. Since it was his trump card, how could he use it so easily? Then, there was the true word of Lin. After that, there was the dragon transformation art, the berserk technique, the dual body technique, and the 6 true words of Buddhism. They were all not bad. Lord Blackhawk is from the demon clan, and Buddhist methods can restrain the demon clan. Therefore, I'll use the 8-sided Buddha mirror to trap Lord Blackhawk first. Then, I'll use the 6 true words of Buddhism with all my strength. At the same time, I'll use the heart force and the berserk technique to increase my strength several times. In this way, I should be able to suppress Lord Blackhawk in one fell swoop. If it doesn't work, I still have the dual body technique and Li Sheng's Flying Dagger in preparation. I don't believe that I can't kill Lord Blackhawk like this. After calculating in his heart and making all the preparations, Qin Xiao was about to make his move. In the void underworld, Qin Xiao flipped his palm, and the 8-sided Buddha mirror appeared in his hand. The 6 true words of Buddhism, the heart force, and the berserk technique were all ready to be used. Qin Xiao did not hesitate and quickly made his move. The 8-sided Buddha mirror was the first to strike out, directly enveloping Lord Blackhawk. Lord Blackhawk did not have time to react to this sudden attack at all. He was directly enveloped in the 8-sided space. As soon as the 8-sided Buddha mirror trapped Lord Blackhawk, the Buddha's light shone brightly. The Buddha's light and Buddha's might shrouded the entire 8-sided Buddha mirror. However, if it was just an 8-sided Buddha mirror, the Buddha's might was indeed not strong enough. If it wanted to suppress a 4th-step heavenly venerate, it would indeed feel somewhat lacking. Who is it? Lord Blackhawk, who was in the midst of cultivation, immediately jumped up in shock. His eyes widened as he furiously scanned his surroundings. His gaze quickly fell upon Qin Xiao, and his eyes became incomparably deep and cold. Who are you? You're only a 3rd-step heavenly venerable? A Buddhist cultivator? You Buddhist cultivators really have nothing better to do, don't you? Are you so free? You, a mere 3rd-step heavenly venerable, want to deal with me? You're dreaming. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll kill you. Human brat, come and die. Lord Blackhawk was extremely angry. He attacked with all his might and wanted to break the 8-sided space. However, how could Qin Xiao give him the chance to attack? Om Mani Padme Hum. The 6 true words of Buddhism combined with the heart force were used at the same time. Qin Xiao had not used the berserk technique yet. However, just these 2 methods alone were already powerful enough. The heart force directly attacked Lord Blackhawk's soul and will, while the 6 true words of Buddhism could combine the power of the 8-sided Buddha mirror, making the Buddha's might of Buddhism even stronger. Under such a powerful Buddha's might of Buddhism, Lord Blackhawk felt extremely uncomfortable. After all, he was a demon, and demons were naturally suppressed by Buddha's might. Therefore, facing this Buddha's might of Buddhism, he felt extremely uncomfortable. His strength was greatly suppressed. At the same time, Qin Zhao's heart force attack was also extremely domineering, attacking Lord Blackhawk again and again. The two-pronged attack caught Lord Blackhawk off guard. Before he could react, he had already fallen into a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by Qin Zhao. As soon as they clashed, Lord Blackhawk did not have much strength to resist. Under Qin Zhao's powerful attack, Lord Blackhawk finally understood the situation. "May I ask who you are, sir? I don't know how I, Lord Blackhawk, have offended you. Please tell me clearly." "I'm afraid there's been some misunderstanding," Lord Blackhawk said weakly. At this moment, he felt like there was a mountain pressing down on him. It was a little suffocating. Seeing that Lord Blackhawk was begging for mercy so quickly, Qin Zhao could not help but chuckle. He said, "It seems that you, Lord Blackhawk, are only SSO. You're not as strong as you say. You're just a fourth-step heavenly venerate. You're not that strong. At the very least, you're far from the top fourth-step heavenly venerate level. I've overestimated you. If I knew that you were only this strong, I wouldn't have prepared so well." Indeed, after hearing the sloppy man talk about how powerful the Black Hawk Overlord was, Qin Zhao felt that the Black Hawk Overlord must be an extremely dangerous character. Perhaps he had to go all out in this battle. Moreover, he was not completely confident that he could win. He just wanted to give it a try. However, now it seemed that he had overestimated Lord Blackhawk. Lord Blackhawk was nothing at all. He could have dealt with such a fourth-step heavenly venerate a long time ago. Why did he need to specially spend 500 years to make sufficient preparations? "Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. Can you make it clearer?" Lord Blackhawk asked again. He was also a little flustered now. He also knew that Qin Zhao was an existence that he could not provoke. Therefore, he tried his best to show weakness. However, Qin Zhao was here to kill Lord Blackhawk. Why would he care about this? Instead, he sneered and said, "To put it bluntly, I'm here to kill you today. Therefore, you'd better wait for your death obediently. No one can save you." "Kill me? Why?" Lord Blackhawk was stunned. He stared blankly at Qin Zhao. After a long while, he continued, "Sir, you're a Buddhist cultivator. How can you kill so easily? This is seriously inconsistent with your cultivation. Buddhist cultivators are born with the power to destroy all the darkness and evil in the world. Since the Buddha's light can suppress you, it proves that you are also the target of the Buddha's light. Moreover, I'm actually not a Buddhist cultivator. I just happen to know some Buddhist techniques." Lord Blackhawk wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It seemed like this person was determined to kill him today. This was troublesome. This was really troublesome. Lord Blackhawk did not expect that he would end up like this today. How could he tolerate all this? "Sir, even if you want to kill me, you should at least give me a reason, right? I can't die without knowing the reason, right?" Lord Blackhawk said. He now wanted to use all means to get close to Qin Zhao. He wanted to find some loopholes and use them to break through. Qin Zhao looked at Lord Blackhawk and said coldly, "You want me to give you a reason, don't you? Well, I'll give you a few. Listen carefully. First, I saw countless corpses and countless men of sacrifice along the way. These are all the masterpieces of you, Lord Blackhawk, right? You killed so many innocent people. Don't you think you deserve to die? Don't you think you've committed a heinous crime? Second, you have a deep blood feud with my friend. I promised him that I would kill you. Naturally, I can't go back on my word. People like you deserve to die. Your death is not regrettable." Chapter 21:20. No, no, no. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. The Black Hawk Overlord was really anxious. His voice was full of weakness and begging for mercy. Under Qin Zhao's powerful means, the Black Hawk Overlord could not resist at all. He could not rush out of the eight-sided space. He was trapped in the eight-sided space, shrouded and suppressed by the boundless Buddhist light, so he could not rush out at all. Under such circumstances, the Black Hawk Overlord naturally knew that he had encountered a ruthless person this time, so he could only bow his head and show weakness. "Can't kill you," Qin Zhao sneered. "Why can't I kill you?" The Black Hawk Overlord hurriedly said, because killing me will not benefit you at all. This is just a clone of mine. My true body isn't here. Killing one of my clones won't be of much use to you. And because of this, you've completely offended me. My original body will definitely kill you to avenge you, no matter what. So, killing me will not benefit you at all. Qin Shao laughed in disdain and said, "It doesn't matter. It's enough that I can kill your avatar. Whether or not I kill your actual body is not within my scope." From Qin Zhao's words, the Black Hawk Overlord understood some of the meaning. The Black Hawk Overlord continued, "Your Excellency, I don't know you, and we have no grudges. So, I think you want to kill me because you're paid to do so. You don't have any deep grudges against me, so you want to kill me. If that's the case, then I think you have no reason to kill me. Since you want money, then it's very simple. I will give you double the amount that others have given you. No matter what, you should not kill me. If you're willing to let me go, then everything can be discussed. What do you think?" Qin Shao sneered and looked at the Black Hawk Overlord, saying, "I am killing you for someone else. You can say that I am paid to do so. However, some things aren't as simple as you think. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Even if you give me everything you have, I won't talk to you. To put it bluntly, you are now my prisoner. Your life is in my hands. As long as I kill you, everything on you will naturally become my spoils of war. So do you think I need you to give it to me? You're using this to negotiate with me? It's a worthless bargaining chip. Also, I've always abhorred evil. You've killed so many innocent people. You're a sinner who deserves to die. Even if I don't kill you for the sake of others, I will definitely kill you when I see someone as evil as you. So, you don't have to waste your breath, and you don't have to think about anything. Today, you will definitely die." Hearing Qin Zhao's ruthless words, Lord Blackhawk's expression became extremely ferocious. He looked at Qin Shao furiously, gritted his teeth, and said in a voice as cold as a knife, "So there's no room for negotiation?" Qin Shao nodded and said with certainty, "Yes, there's no room for negotiation. Today, I will kill you." Oof. No matter what he said, Lord Blackhawk was extremely angry. He looked at Qin Shao fiercely and said, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Isn't it just a doppelganger? This lord can afford to sacrifice himself. But if this enmity is formed, this lord swears that he will not let you off easily. You can kill me today, but later, I will definitely take your life. I mean what I say. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. The main thing is that if I don't kill you, my original body will die a horrible death. Come on, boy, come and kill me. Come on, come on." Since he was going to die anyway, Lord Blackhawk became extremely crazy at this time. In the face of Lord Blackhawk's threat, Qin Shao did not care too much. Of course, he did not doubt Lord Blackhawk's words. Qin Shao believed that with Lord Blackhawk's temperament, he would definitely hold a grudge and would not let it go. Killing Lord Blackhawk's doppelganger would definitely leave a hidden danger for himself. There was no doubt about it. But so what? No matter what he did, there would be a corresponding hidden danger. This was inevitable. If he thought too much about it, he would not dare to do anything. Qin Shao did not do things without considering the consequences, but he would not think too much about it. Qin Shao had the ability to kill Lord Blackhawk, so he was not afraid of Lord Blackhawk's original body coming to seek revenge. So what if Lord Blackhawk came? He would still kill him. Therefore, Qin Shao did not care too much about this potential threat. Since he had decided to kill Lord Blackhawk, he naturally would not turn back. At this time, Lord Blackhawk had completely fallen into madness. He was not afraid of death, but he still threatened Qin Shao with monstrous hatred. Soon, Lord Blackhawk died in Qin Zhao's hands. After killing Lord Blackhawk, everything on Lord Blackhawk's body was naturally exposed. There were 3 upper-grade immortal weapons, but Lord Blackhawk's original body was not dead yet. Therefore, the 3 high-grade immortal artifacts were useless even if he had them. Moreover, with these 3 upper-grade immortal weapons, he would tell Lord Blackhawk's original body later. He would respect Lord Blackhawk's position at this time. Therefore, these immortal weapons that had been recognized by Lord Blackhawk could not be taken with him. They were casually thrown here by Qin Shao. In addition to the immortal artifacts, Qin Shao was not interested in the other miscellaneous items. Thus, he casually tossed them aside. In the end, he kept all the primal chaos origin rocks. Lord Blackhawk is really a rich man. I did not expect him to have nearly 6 million chaos source stones on him. Qin Shao was indeed a little surprised by such a fortune. 6 million chaos source stones was definitely not something an ordinary fourth step heavenly venerable could take out. This was just a clone, but it had nearly 6 million chaos source stones. It was indeed a little shocking. However, these chaos source stones were now in Qin Zhao's possession. After keeping the chaos source stones, Qin Shao left with Lord Blackhawk's body. Outside, the unkempt man was waiting anxiously. Although Qin Shao had not been in the forest for long, the days of waiting felt long and torturous. In fact, the unkempt man was still worried that Qin Shao could not kill Lord Blackhawk. Therefore, he wanted to go in and help, but he did not dare to go in recklessly. He was afraid that he would ruin Qin Zhao's plan. Therefore, he was conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to help, but on the other hand, he was afraid that he would ruin Lord Blackhawk's plan. These two thoughts struggled in his mind, making him feel even more anxious. Even though only 100 years had passed, it was only a matter of time. 100 years was actually a very short period of time. But soon, the unkempt man suddenly frowned and his eyes widened. This was because he saw Qin Shao walking out of the dark forest. So fast. It had only been 100 years, and Qin Shao had already come out. Moreover, there was a slight smile on Qin Zhao's face, and he seemed to be in a good mood. This gave people the feeling that he was returning victorious. Could it be that Qin Shao had killed Lord Blackhawk? Impossible, right? When the unkempt man saw Qin Shao, many thoughts appeared in his mind. He did not dare to believe that Qin Shao had completed his mission and returned victorious. After all, he had been worried about Qin Shao. He was even secretly worried for Qin Shao. He was afraid that Qin Shao would suffer in the hands of Lord Blackhawk. But now, it seemed that the situation was not so. You succeeded? The unkempt man asked without confidence. In fact, he was doubtful. Qin Shao pursed his lips and chuckled. He said, "Why? You don't believe that I can kill Lord Blackhawk? Look at you. You don't seem to have confidence in me at all. Didn't I come out safe and sound?" The unkempt man was indeed in disbelief, so he asked again, "Did you really kill Lord Blackhawk?" Qin Shao could also understand the unkempt man's heart. In fact, he did not expect that it would be so smooth before, because the unkempt man had been emphasizing in front of Qin Shao how powerful Lord Blackhawk was, and how difficult it was to kill him. Therefore, Qin Shao also preconceived that Lord Blackhawk was indeed very powerful and difficult to deal with. Therefore, he had done his best to make more preparations. He had cultivated the berserk art and the dual body technique to the perfection stage before he came to kill the Black Eagle. But after seeing Lord Blackhawk, Qin Shao realized that he was thinking too much. The unkempt man was also thinking too much. Lord Blackhawk's strength was not bad, but it was not as powerful as described. Therefore, killing Lord Blackhawk was naturally not a big deal for Qin Shao. What's more, Qin Shao had the assassin mirage meditation technique. He could directly launch a sneak attack. Moreover, his Buddhist Tao just happened to be able to restrain Lord Blackhawk. Therefore, with all these factors added together, Qin Shao was able to kill the Black Hawk Territorial Lord without much effort. Originally, Qin Shao was prepared to risk his life, but he didn't expect this result. It really gave him too many surprises. In the end, he easily completed the task. Qin Shao waved his hand, and Lord Blackhawk's corpse flew in front of the unkempt man. Seeing Lord Blackhawk's corpse, the unkempt man was stunned. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze, and then looked at Lord Blackhawk's corpse on the ground. After carefully sizing it up, the unkempt man confirmed that the corpse on the ground was indeed Lord Blackhawk's. There was no mistake about it. In other words, Qin Shao had really killed Lord Blackhawk. He went in alone and killed Lord Blackhawk in just a short 100 years. It had to be said that his strength was too heaven-defying. Furthermore, Qin Shao, was still just a third-step Empyrean Realm person. As a third-step Heavenly Venerate, he was actually able to kill the Black Hawk Tribal Lords so easily, and he himself was completely unscathed. How heaven-defying was this? After confirming that the corpse on the ground was Lord Blackhawk's, the unkempt man was so shocked that he was speechless for a moment. He looked at Qin Shao with a dumbfounded expression. For a moment, he had an impulse to worship Qin Shao. He almost knelt down and prostrated himself before Qin Shao. He had no choice but to be convinced. Qin Shao, you are not human. After holding back for a long time, the unkempt man finally said to Qin Shao and gave him an evaluation. This evaluation made Qin Shao feel strange when he heard it. What did he mean by he was not human? You are a god. But soon, the unkempt man solemnly added 3 words. God? Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. He did not think of himself as a god. Of course, the god here was a question mark, not a god in the ordinary sense. Chapter 21:21. The great thousand world, the vast starry sky, the endless universe. In the depths of the endless universe, see, on a floating continent, in front of a mysterious space, a figure stood there with a face full of resentment. His twisted expression looked unusually ferocious, as if he wanted to eat someone. In his vicious eyes, monstrous hatred, anger, and killing intent flashed. If Qin Shao were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize that this person was none other than the Blackhawk Lord whose clone he had killed, a 4-step celestial venerable realm exalted immortal. However, in front of Qin Shao, he did not even have a chance to fight back and was directly suppressed and killed. Of course, it wasn't that he was weak to the point of being unable to fight back. It was probably because Qin Shao had launched a sneak attack, and as soon as she made a move, she'd utilized the boundless might of Buddhism to suppress him. That was why such a humiliating situation had occurred. This was a great humiliation for Blackhawk Lord, and it was a fact that he could not accept. Even if he admitted that Qin Zhao's strength was above his, what he could not accept was that he was killed without being able to fight back. This was a great humiliation for him. Endless anger drove him crazy, and he wanted to kill Qin Shao and be happy. Plop! Blackhawk Lord suddenly knelt down in front of the mysterious space and said with a resolute face, Master, this disciple is willing to beg you to kill Qin Shao for this disciple. If I don't vent my anger and take revenge, I'm afraid that I won't be able to cultivate and will fall into the demon path. Ever since I followed you, Master, I've never suffered any losses, let alone such a great loss. How can I bear it? How can I not hate him? He knew that his strength was not as good as Qin Zhao's, so if he wanted to take revenge now, he naturally had to ask for help. Soon, a gentle and angry voice came from the mysterious space. Black Hawk, you're not weak, and I've taught you many skills. What kind of person has the ability to kill your clone? Did you get into trouble outside again? Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile in the 9-continent Huaxia? Now that you've gotten yourself into trouble, you want me to settle it for you. What a wishful thinking. Master, it's like this. Lord Blackhawk recounted the situation to his master. When the words came out of his mouth, it was natural for him to exaggerate and make himself sound like he had been wronged. But speaking of which, Overlord Blackhawk didn't get into any big trouble this time. He was just too unlucky. The sloppy man didn't have the ability to kill the Blackhawk Overlord, but he was lucky that Qin Shao could help him kill the Blackhawk Overlord. You don't have to tell me this. You, a 4th-step Heavenly Venerate, were actually killed by a 3rd-step Heavenly Venerate brat. You really give me face. The master of the Black Hawk Territorial Lord obviously knew the character of the Black Hawk Territorial Lord and did not completely believe his words. Lord Blackhawk continued to say in a wrong tone, I am incompetent. I have embarrassed you. But it's precisely because of this that Master should take action. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bullying my sect? Moreover, that brat was extremely arrogant. He said that even if he killed me, what could I do to him? Even if I asked for help, he would still kill me. He also said that he would kill all the demons in the world. Oomph. An angry snort sounded from the mysterious space. Hearing this snort, the corners of Lord Blackhawk's mouth curved into a sly smile. He knew that his master was angry. Once his master was angry, he would definitely take action. As expected, A voice came from mysterious space. Blackhawk, I am now in closed-door cultivation to cultivate a dangerous saint technique. I can't personally come out to kill that brat for you. I'm not sure how long I will be in closed-door cultivation. It could be tens of millions of years, or tens of millions of eras. I can't take action for the time being, so I sent a message to your senior brother and asked him to come back. When your senior brother comes back, you can bring him and meet him. With your senior brother's strength, it won't be difficult to kill that brat. However, your senior brother is temporarily at the edge of the endless universe ocean. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to come back. Hearing his master's words, the Black Hawk Territorial Lord smiled and immediately thanked him happily. Thank you, Master. With my senior brother's help, it will be a piece of cake. It's okay. Just wait for a few more days. That brat won't be able to escape. Waiting for him for a few more million years is nothing. Okay, go ahead. The Black Hawk Territorial Lord's body was killed, and the sloppy man's hatred was avenged. Qin Shao had done what he had promised. This transaction was a perfect ending. Qin Shao, thank you for avenging me. Although I only killed the Black Hawk Territorial Lord's body, I'm already very satisfied to be able to kill one of his bodies. I know that the possibility of killing his real body is not high, so I won't think about it too much. However, this is only temporary. Give me time to grow, and I may be able to resolve this hatred with my own hands. Killing his real body is still my life's great ambition, and it's the goal that I will work hard for in the future. However, I'm sorry that I caused you to provoke the Black Hawk Territorial Lord, Qin Shao. The sloppy man looked at Qin Shao gratefully, but Qin Shao didn't care and waved his hand. He curled his lips and said, "It's nothing. I just killed an evil person. If I can kill his body, then I can also kill his real body. If his real body dares to come to me for revenge, that's good. I'll get rid of evil for life and do justice for the heavens. So, you don't have to worry about me. You should worry about yourself. His real body is not dead yet. With his temperament, he won't be able to take this lying down. If he doesn't dare to find trouble with me, then he will definitely transfer his hatred to you. He will definitely find trouble with you." The sloppy man nodded. Of course, he was aware of this situation, but he was not afraid of anything. He had long been prepared to die. Now that he had fulfilled his wish, what was there to be afraid of? The sloppy man said again, "Qin Shao, I said that as long as you kill the Black Hawk Territorial Lord for me, then I can give you everything, including my life. If you want me to do something, you can just say it. Even if you want me to be your cow or horse, I won't frown. I originally wanted to follow you, but my strength is average. I guess you won't take a fancy to me. I may not have other things, but I still have this life and Scarlet Guts loyalty." Qin Shao smiled faintly and patted the sloppy man's shoulder. "I don't want her life, and I don't want you to follow me. I don't want you to do anything for me. We're just taking what we need. Let's be simple. Just think of it as a transaction. In fact, it's really a transaction. How about the Essence Soul Stone? It's enough for me. Killing the Black Hawk Territorial Lord for you is a condition that I already knew. Since I agreed, it means that I don't feel that I'm at a disadvantage. It's a very fair transaction. You've already thanked me, so there's no need to think about it anymore. If you continue to go to the Southern Wasteland, then if possible, help me take care of my 3 brothers. I don't have anything else to think about. Of course, if you want to stay in the 9 continents, then forget about it. This is not my request to you. It's just that I'm afraid it's very difficult for me to return to the Southern Wasteland, so I can't take care of my 3 brothers. It's beyond my reach." The sloppy man nodded. "I'm indeed preparing to return to the Southern Wasteland, although I'm not from there. But I've been staying in the Southern Wasteland for the past few million years. As you said, the Black Hawk Territorial Lord won't let me go easily. If I stay in the 9 continents, it'll be a lot more dangerous. Therefore, I'm more willing to stay in the Southern Wasteland. This way, the Black Hawk Territorial Lord won't be able to find me so easily. Secondly, I can also take the opportunity to cultivate in the Southern Wasteland." Since that was the case, Qin Shao was relieved. "Good, then we'll meet again someday. I also wish you to break through to the 4th step Heavenly Venerable Realm as soon as possible, and kill your enemies as soon as possible." Qin Shao cupped his fists and said. The sloppy man also gratefully bowed to Qin Shao and replied, Good. Then we'll meet again someday. Take care. I also wish you to shine in the 9 continents, surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries, and set foot on the true peak. One day, I can proudly tell others that I once killed enemies with you. Qin Shao. How happy would that be? Ha ha. Qin Shao smiled and politely replied, Then I'll take your auspicious words. Goodbye. After saying that, Qin Shao didn't stay and directly left. Killing the Black Hawk Territorial Lord gave Qin Shao a lot of benefits. He obtained the Soul Origin Stone Essence, successfully cultivated the dual body technique, and also received 6 million Chaos Source Stones. Originally, Qin Shao was so poor that he didn't even have a single Chaos Source Stone. Now, he finally had some assets. 6 million Chaos Source Stones could be considered a decent amount of wealth. For Qin Shao, who had just stepped into 9 continents, this could be said to have solved an urgent problem. After bidding farewell to the sloppy man and passing through this desolate region, Qin Shao soon saw the beautiful sunlight, green mountains and clear waters, waterfalls and streams, hundreds of flowers blooming, and tens of thousands of birds flying in flocks. It was a beautiful picture. He entered a colorful, dazzling, and colorful world. This feeling was indeed very different. This was an aura that couldn't be felt in most places in the southern wasteland. The immortal spiritual qi was also clearly much denser. Whether it was the scenery, the environment, or the aura, it was obviously much better than the southern wasteland. Even if it was a very ordinary place, it was almost comparable to the Fuda Immortal Palace. Seeing this, Qin Shao finally understood something. No wonder people said that the southern wasteland is a barren, desolate, and barbaric land. Compared to Zhezhou Huaxia, that is indeed the case. If the 9 continents of Huaxia is compared to a magnificent imperial palace, then the southern wasteland is indeed like a shabby thatched cottage. The difference is indeed like heaven and earth. If you don't step into the 9 continents, you won't be able to feel it. Big stage, big scenery, big feeling. To me, this is undoubtedly a new starting point, a new journey. It's also quite good. If I didn't leave the Fuda Immortal Palace because of the dispute with the Fuda Immortal Palace Master, I'm afraid that I would have to think twice before stepping into the 9 continents, the Xia. Now, I don't have any burden in my heart. The past has been cleared. Well, everything can be considered a new beginning. The southern wasteland didn't leave much for me. Other than Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and Princess Xiaoyu, there's only some gratitude from the Fuda Immortal Palace. Chapter 21-22. A green mountain, an old stone, an ancient tree, and a wisp of spring breeze. It looked like a very ordinary scene, but gave people a feeling of something new. At the very least, it touched Qin Shao inexplicably. The mountains and rivers were great, but he could also see the traces left behind by the rings of time and the vicissitudes of life. A flower, a tree, a grass, a leaf, a stone, a mountain, a river, a hill, and a ravine. The Great Path has vicissitudes. The Great Path exists in all things and is everywhere. Although this is the celestial realm, the place where the laws of the immortal path are the strongest, and the place where the laws of the immortal path are the most prosperous. However, the laws of the Great Path still exist everywhere. The 8 great paths of cultivation each have their own laws, and the entire great wide world is composed of these laws, which is why there is such a neat order. Cultivation comes from the bits and pieces of life. The Great Path is hidden in all things. Seeing this mountain and water touched Qin Zhao's enlightenment, which allowed Qin Shao to comprehend some of the true meanings of the Great Path. With this enlightenment, Qin Shao naturally stopped and focused on cultivation. Such an opportunity was rare. Immersed in the mountains and rivers, Qin Shao cultivated and comprehended for 100,000 years. Qin Shao had never cultivated for so long just because of the mountains and rivers. Sometimes cultivation was like this. Sometimes, because of a moment of inspiration, it was like touching a vine. Then, following this vine, one would slowly touch the melon. If one couldn't grab this vine, then one might never touch the melon. Therefore, cultivation often relied on luck, talent, potential, and a flash of inspiration. Sometimes it might be just a thought, but it was the key to opening a palace. The great path of the heavens existed in all things. It just depended on whether one had the keen vision to detect and comprehend it. The smaller the thing, the weaker the embodiment of the great path. However, no matter how weak it was, it still existed in the great path. A ray of light of the great path suddenly descended from the sky. The holy power of the heavenly path and the blessing of the Buddha sprinkled on Qin Zhao's body. This was the baptism of the holy light. This was the reward of the heavenly path. This was a leap in the level of life. Qin Zhao's great way had finally made a breakthrough. He had broken through to the great Tao celestial realm when he was in the primordial universe. However, after entering the immortal realm, he cultivated the immortal Tao and rarely cultivated the great Tao. After all, in the immortal domain, cultivating the immortal Tao was the best and easiest. Cultivating the great path was extremely difficult. Moreover, without the assistance of any cultivation method, it was even more difficult. Qin Zhao definitely would not have deliberately come to cultivate and comprehend the great path if he had not been inspired just now. These 100,000 years of comprehension and cultivation had been exchanged for a great harvest, allowing Qin Zhao to break through to the second step, great Tao heavenly venerate. With the breakthrough of the great Tao, Qin Zhao's highest realm was naturally the immortal Tao, the third step, celestial venerate. The second was the Tao of heart force. The Tao of heart force was at the 8th level, which was equivalent to a third step Empyrean. In terms of the true meaning of power, he had also broken through to the first step heavenly venerable realm. The cultivation of the true intent of power was the slowest. It was also the Tao that Qin Zhao was the least proficient in. The breakthrough of the great Tao brought about the improvement of his body. Qin Zhao was pleasantly surprised to find that the world in his body had started to devour energy and expand again. One had to know that Qin Zhao's current world in his body was already comparable to the size of an ancient sage. He had not expected that the breakthrough of the great Tao would lead to another expansion. However, the expansion of the world in his body required an astonishing amount of energy. It required a large amount of immortal spiritual power. Qin Zhao had 6 million chaos source stones on him. If he took them out, he should be able to support himself. However, this was all that Qin Zhao had now. He could not use it casually. After entering the 9 continents, Qin Zhao still had to rely on these chaos source stones to survive. Therefore, he could not use them recklessly. If he did not use the chaos source stones and instead devoured them from the heaven and earth, the speed would be much slower and it would take a lot more time. However, Qin Zhao did not care about the time. If it took a longer time, so be it. Moreover, he also realized that the spiritual qi here was very rich. Moreover, the improvement this time was not like when he broke through to the third step heavenly venerate realm. Qin Zhao's body was like a huge black hole, devouring the immortal spiritual qi from the heaven and earth crazily. He was like a giant whale that could not be fed enough and wanted to devour the heaven and earth. This crazy devouring made Qin Zhao feel that the world in his body was expanding and growing rapidly. It also brought about an increase in his strength. Qin Zhao gradually figured out the uses of the power of the world in his body during the battle. Sometimes, it was even very useful. Once the power of the world in his body was released, he could create a powerful domain that could seal everything. It took him 100,000 years to complete this breakthrough. In terms of time, it did not take too long. At least, it was much shorter than Qin Zhao had expected. After completing the breakthrough, Qin Zhao's strength was actually not much affected by the breakthrough in the Great Tao realm. It was just that the strength of his body had increased a little. Although it was not much, it was still about 10%. An increase of 10% was actually not a small amount. The most important thing was the expansion of the world in his body. However, it did not expand by much, only about 30%. It was indeed much worse than the breakthrough in the immortal Tao. After feeling it for a while, Qin Zhao pursed his lips and smiled. He felt a little emotional in his heart. I've discovered that there are actually many benefits to cultivating several cultivation paths. Although I'm mainly cultivating the immortal Tao now, every breakthrough in the great Tao, heart force, and the true meaning of strength can bring me many benefits. The strength of my body increases every time. Therefore, although I'm only a third step heavenly venerate now, the strength of my body is already comparable to a fourth step heavenly venerate. There's also the world in my body. Every breakthrough will expand and increase my strength. If this situation continues, then when I break through to the fourth step heavenly venerate realm in several cultivation paths, won't the power of my world and my body reach the level of an ancient sage? Will the strength of my body reach the level of an ancient sage? Thinking of this situation, Qin Shao could not help but have a sudden thought. Every time it increased a little, then when it was stacked up, it would be very impressive. If it continued like this, then he could indeed make a bold guess. Therefore, Qin Shao also found the benefits of cultivating a few more paths of cultivation. Although the great Tao and the true meaning of strength were not very useful in battle, heart force could be used. Heart force, on the other hand, could be of use. However, the main source of power in battle was still the power of the immortal Tao. It seemed like cultivating other Taos was a waste of time and energy. But in the long run, one would realize that there were still many benefits. After all, it's also a cultivation path. There will definitely be benefits to cultivating it. It's a matter of more or less, but it's impossible to have no benefits at all. The strong all need to draw parallels. Generally, drawing parallels is just a side path. The great Tao of cultivation is naturally more beneficial. After thinking about it carefully, this problem could be immediately relieved. After spending 200,000 years, he had a breakthrough in the great Tao, and his strength had increased by a few percent. It could be considered a big gain, and it made Qin Zhao's mood immediately happy. Continue moving forward. After entering the 9 provinces Huaxia country, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. Instead, he planned to walk for a while and break through like this all the way before making plans. His ultimate goal was the White Ming territory for the time being. Qin Shao wanted to find Meng Dali first. The White Ming territory was also close to the Xia territory. He planned to find Meng Dali first, then look for Wufeng City. However, from here to the White Ming territory, he had to pass through more than 10 territories. The journey was still very long. The 9 provinces Huaxia country was divided into 5 great holy lands and 100 territories. The 5 great holy lands were ruled by the 3 sovereigns and 5 territories. The 5 great holy lands also had a supreme status in the 9 provinces Huaxia country. This status was like the 5 great holy lands of the Hongmeng universe. It was supreme, and no other force could shake it. Everyone had to submit to the 5 great holy lands. Under the 5 great holy lands, there were the 100 schools of thought. There were 100 great holy lands, and they were divided into territories. The 5 great holy lands and 100 territories formed the power structure of the entire 9 provinces Huaxia country. The land of each territory was not inferior to the territory of the entire southern wasteland. It could be said to be vast and boundless. It wasn't that easy to go through them. Previously, Wufeng City had given Qin Shao a map of the 9 provinces Huaxia country. Although it was not very detailed, it was enough for Qin Shao to understand the basic situation of the 9 provinces Huaxia country. The distance was so far. It was better to cultivate along the way. Anyway, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. Coming to the 9 provinces Huaxia country, Qin Shao was also aiming for this big stage. The opportunity of cultivation could be found anywhere. There was no need to deliberately pursue it. Moreover, Qin Shao would not deliberately seek refuge with Meng Dali, Wufeng City, and the others. He only said that when the opportunity came, he would meet them. If the opportunity did not come, it did not matter whether he met them or not. Everything was still based on cultivation. Qin Shao withdrew his thoughts and scanned his surroundings. He suddenly discovered something strange. Why are these flowers and trees withered? Why are they not as vigorous as before? Moreover, everywhere he looked, the situation was the same. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it was a scene of withering. It was dim and had lost its vitality. What was going on? It was not like this before. Why did it become like this after he cultivated for a while? Qin Shao thought carefully. Suddenly, he could not help but frown deeply. He somewhat understood what was going on. It seems that it has something to do with the expansion of my inner world. When I broke through just now, I crazily devoured the immortal spiritual power between heaven and earth. Although the immortal spiritual chi here is very rich, it should not be able to keep up with my devouring speed. Therefore, under such circumstances, I devoured a lot of immortal spiritual chi from all the things in the world around me, resulting in this scene. It seems that next time, I really can't break through so casually. I must be prepared. This time, fortunately, my inner world did not expand too much. Otherwise, whether I could succeed or not is still a question. Qin Shao completely understood and secretly thought in his heart. The two previous breakthroughs he had made had also caused a lot of commotion. The first time was in Tianshan City, where the Tianshan City Lord took action. The second time was in Ha Sheng's place, where Ha Sheng took action. Qin Shao suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes swept to a place. In the distance, Qin Shao heard a few screams. There were people there, and they should have encountered some danger. Chapter 21-23. In the valley, a group of men riding on flood horses were surrounded by a group of people. There were about 20 men riding on flood horses, and each of them was riding on 10 flood horses. These flood horses were tall and mighty, much larger than the average horse. Their bodies were comparable to that of a rhinoceros. Their bodies were covered with hard scales, which made them look like armor. However, that was not the case. These were the scales of the flood horses themselves. Their skin was thick, and their defense was good. They were easy to train and had good running abilities. Therefore, flood horses were the most common form of transportation. These mighty flood horses were obviously carefully selected. The men surrounding the group of men had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. There were about 30 to 40 of them, and their aura was overwhelming. Brother Lin Wan, it's the demon clan. Our worst fears have come true. We're outnumbered. What should we do? We're not going to die here, are we? Brother Lin Wan, please think of something. I don't want to die. Brother Lin Wan, we're in trouble. Many of the men on the flood dragon horses started to panic. They were terrified. The one who was addressed as Linamang Bro was a tall man who was the leader of the group. Among the group, he was the calmest. There was no trace of emotion on his resolute face. There was a hint of coldness in his resolute eyes. A powerful aura of battle intent was released, indicating his firm determination. Judging from his aura, he was a second step, heavenly, venerable human immortal. Everyone, don't lie. We, the people of High Mountain Town, are not cowards. If worst comes to worst, we'll fight it out with them. What's there to be afraid of? Lin once said to the crowd. He stared at the leader of the demon clan and said coldly, "You, the demon clan, are bold. How dare you enter the territory of the 9 states kingdom of Huaxia and commit banditry? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the elites of the human clan?" The leader of the demon clan was an unusually coquettish man. He exuded a strong demonic aura. Judging from his aura, he was also a second step, heavenly, venerable demon immortal. The man who seemed to be the leader laughed in a strange way and said, Stop bluffing. This is the border of the 9 continents Huaxia country. Our demon race often comes here, but we are safe and sound. Do you think you can scare me with just a few words? I advise you all to obediently allow yourselves to be captured and hand over everything you have on you. This way, perhaps I can spare your lives and let you leave. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive today. Do you choose to live or die? You have to think carefully. I'll only give you one chance. On Lin Xian's side, there was an uproar again. The current situation was very obvious. The scales were completely tilted in favor of the demon race. No one could see any hope, only despair. If a battle really broke out, then they would all die here. None of them would be able to leave alive. Therefore, he was naturally a little scared. Brother Lin Wan, why don't we surrender? Where there's life, there's hope. If we fight them, we'll still die, and we won't be able to keep our resources. That's right, Brother Lin Wan. Survival is more important. Let's surrender. I believe our clan members will understand what we're doing. Tui, look at yourselves. Surrender at the slightest sign of danger? Don't you feel ashamed? That's right. It was a waste to choose you to escort the resources to Flat Demon City with us. You're so useless. You can only act high and mighty in the town. Now that you're out here, you're all cowards. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. Surrender? How dare you say that? Cultivators like us, why should we fear a battle? At worst, we'll fight to the death. These resources are the result of years of hard work from our town. If we surrender them to the demon race, we'll be the sinners of our town. Are you willing to be sinners? Isn't it just a clone? What are you afraid of? Lin Xian also said with a serious face, Brothers, we have no way out. We can only fight to the death. Don't think that we can live if we surrender. These demon race members don't keep their promises. Even if they do, we can't do that. If anyone dares to talk about surrender again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Everyone, fight with me. We were born lowly, but we will die honorably. What's there to fear? Yes, Brother Lin Wan is right. Let's kill. Kill. Faced with the crowd's high fighting spirit and strong killing intent, the demon race members only laughed in disdain. The leader of the demon race even sneered disdainfully and said with a playful expression, Yo, 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 your fighting spirit is not bad. Since you don't want to live and want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, the leader of the demon race waved his hand. The demon race members who had been rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms immediately charged forward. They were like beasts that had just been released from their cages, charging wildly at Lin Wan and the rest. This was simply a feeling of impending death. How could these people, who were already terrified, have any fighting spirit left? They were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. But in the face of death, they had no choice but to muster their last bit of courage and fight to the death. You are my prey. The leader of the demon race pointed at Lin Wan and said playfully. Lin Wan frowned deeply, but her fighting spirit was completely aroused. She charged forward with a monstrous fighting spirit. The battle started like fire and tea, and blood splattered everywhere. But it was obvious that Lin Wan and the rest were at a disadvantage. They were completely surrounded and killed, and the situation was not good for them. On the other side, Qin Xiao had already rushed over. When he saw that the fierce battle had already begun, he could not help but frown slightly. Demon race? So many demons are besieging a group of humans. These demons are really audacious. How dare they hunt humans in the territory of the 9 continents of Huaxia? Isn't this a challenge to the dignity of the human race? No matter what the situation is, as a human, I can't allow this to happen. After watching for a while, Qin Xiao did not hesitate any longer and directly attacked. Oh no, I don't want to die. A man from the human clan was heavily injured when he was surrounded by 2 demon clan members. He did not have much strength to fight back. At this moment, the 2 demon clan members charged at him again, causing him to fall into despair. He let out a cry of despair and horror. But who could save him now? Everyone could not even save themselves. Even Lin Wan was entangled with the leader of the demons, so she did not have time to care about anyone else. I'm going to die. This was the first time he was so close to death. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Just as death approached him step by step, he was about to be completely taken away by death. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly slashed down, as if a divine power had descended from the heavens. This golden light directly slashed through the demon's body. Its sharpness was unparalleled, cutting through everything. It was unstoppable. The demon race's body was also directly cut into 2 halves by this golden light, causing all of the demon race's movements to stiffen in midair. Boom! Soon, the demon race's corpse fell to the ground. A first-step heavenly venerate demon race had been killed on the spot. The man who thought he was going to die was also frightened at this time. He was dumbfounded on the spot. He looked at the demon on the ground who was cut in half and couldn't be more dead. His mind was blank. What's going on? Did Brother Lin Wan save him? That's not right. Even Brother Lin Wan was not that strong. Furthermore, Brother Lin Wan was being suppressed by the leader of the demons, so she could not help anyone else. Then what's going on? The situation here was immediately noticed by the others, and they all looked over in confusion. Even Lin Wan was stunned for a long time. She obviously did not know what was going on. The demons were even more clueless about what was going on. A handsome figure suddenly walked out, holding a golden sword in his hand. Just as everyone's eyes fell on him, the sword in his hand pierced through the forehead of another demon without any resistance. A powerful force exploded within the mind of that demon, destroying everything in its path and reaping the life of that demon. Another demon was killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 2 first-step heavenly venerables had died in the hands of this man who had appeared out of nowhere. Such an amazing performance stunned Lin Xian and the others. They were all dumbfounded. The man who had appeared was naturally Qin Shao. There were even a few people who looked at Qin Shao with eyes full of worship. Why is there a human here? 3rd step heavenly venerable? No. He doesn't have the aura of a 3rd step heavenly venerable. It's only a 2nd step heavenly venerable. How can he be so strong? Damn it. It seems that I have miscalculated. This man must have hidden in advance and only appeared at the critical moment. I have fallen into his trap. Retreat. The leader of the demons sized up Qin Shao and immediately knew that the situation was not good. Hence, he immediately gave the order to retreat. Qin Shao had used the mirage meditation technique to hide his aura. Hence, in the eyes of others, Qin Shao was only a 2nd step heavenly venerable. Techniques that could hide one's aura well were extremely rare. After all, one's cultivation level represented a kind of recognition from the heavenly Tao. It was a manifestation of one's level of life. It was the most basic form of will and power. It was naturally very, very difficult to change and hide it. If one encountered an extremely powerful 4th step heavenly venerable, they would probably be able to detect it. Brothers, it's time for us to strike back. Don't let these evil demons escape. Everyone, hurry up and kill them. Lin Wan shouted. When the demons received the order, they naturally did not continue fighting. Instead, they all fled. Qin Shao was very powerful. If he wanted to, he could kill all the demons in an instant. However, Qin Shao did not want to reveal too much of his strength. Hence, he only displayed the strength of a 2nd step heavenly venerable. Hence, he did not chase after the demons too much. He only captured a few 1st step heavenly venerables and killed them. The morale of the others was completely restored. They were at an all-time high. One by one, they charged towards the demons. When one side was gone, the other side would gain. Therefore, under the joint efforts of everyone, the battle finally ended. Chapter 21-24. Whoosh! Looking at the 9 demon clan corpses lying on the ground, everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. This was the feeling of escaping from death. Of course, this feeling was wonderful. It was hard to understand if one had not experienced it personally. Just now, everyone thought that they were going to die for sure and had given up on the idea of dying. Indeed, based on the situation just now, it was indeed a dead end. There was no other possibility. However, what no one expected was that, at this critical juncture, an expert would suddenly appear and rescue them from the fire and water. After the shock, everyone's mood gradually calmed down. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao. Lin Xian also walked over to Qin Shao and secretly sized him up. He was actually a little puzzled. He clearly felt that the other party was only a 2nd step celestial venerable. However, based on the performance just now, he really did seem to be a 3rd step celestial venerable. The existence of the demon realm. He asked himself, his strength should be quite good among the 2nd step celestial venerables. However, when facing Qin Shao, he felt that he was no match for him at first glance. Moreover, he felt that he was far from being a match for him. This feeling was like an ant facing a giant elephant. One glance was all it took to understand everything. Thank you for your righteous action just now and saving our lives. We really can't repay your kindness. Lin Xian bowed to Qin Shao gratefully and spoke on behalf of the others. The others also showed some gratitude to Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "It's okay. You don't have to be so polite. I just happened to pass by here. It was just a small matter. Besides, we are all humans. I can't just turn a blind eye to the demon clan slaughtering us humans, right? Although I have never met you before, in front of the demon race, we are all part of the human race. Naturally, we should be united against a common enemy. Qin Zhao's spirit also caused many people to admire him. This was the reason, but how many people would listen to this reason? There were many bad and evil people in the human clan. My name is Lin Xian. How should I address you? Lin Xian asked again. Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao replied casually. Lin Xian cupped her fist towards Qin Xiao and said, "So it's young Master Qin. Nice to meet you. Where does young Master Qin want to go? If you're going the same way, why don't you come with us? With a companion along the way, it won't be so boring." Where to? Qin Xiao smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I came out to gain experience, so I don't have a specific destination. Wherever I go, it doesn't matter. But from the looks of it, it seems like you're going to participate in some important event. The fact that you were targeted by those demons means that you have a lot of valuable items on you. Looking at your formation, you must have something to do, right? Oh, experience walk?" Only then did Lin Xian feel relieved. Generally, second-step Empyreans coming out to train and travel were rare. After all, second-step Empyreans were not considered strong. If they traveled outside, they would inevitably encounter many dangers. It was too dangerous. Generally speaking, only a third-step Heavenly Venerate would have the confidence to travel around and even go to other territories. However, there were also some extremely experienced second-step Empyreans who came out to travel the world. Such situations were extremely rare. Therefore, Lin Xian thought that perhaps Qin Xiao belonged to this category. Those who dare to come out and travel the world must have some confidence, and their strength must be very strong. If they could have Qin Xiao with them, it would definitely be much safer. Lin Xian did not hide anything and nodded. "Young Master Qin, it's like this. We are all from High Mountain Town. We come from different clans. Each of us represent a clan, so there are a total of 20 clans. This time, we are working together to participate in the once-in-a-lifetime Great Gathering in Flat Demon City. We want to exchange some of the items and specialties that our clans have accumulated over the years for some Chaos Source Rocks. Then, we can exchange them for some cultivation resources to strengthen our clans. Human cultivators. The journey to Flat Demon City is rather long. The dangers along the way are unknown. We did not go far before we were ambushed by the Demon Clan. If young Master Qin had not stepped in, I'm afraid that we would have all been annihilated here. High Mountain Town? Qin Xiao obviously did not know where this was. However, it sounded like a small town and should be an extremely small force. Looking at the group that was traveling, it was obvious that such an important matter had to be organized by a very strong team. However, in Qin Zhao's opinion, this team was also very weak. Although there was one second-step Empyrean and 19 first-step Empyreans, it was still very weak. Speaking of which, it was still very weak. Moreover, this was the 9 states Huaxia country. Qin Xiao did not know where Flat Demon City was as it was not marked on the map. If it was not marked, it must be a small city force. It was not a big city, so it would not appear on the map. Flat Demon City? A big market? Qin Xiao looked at Lin Xian. Therefore, Lin Xian gave him a simple explanation. Only then did Qin Xiao understand what was going on. As it turned out, there was only one city within 100 million miles, and that was Flat Demon City. Although the 9 states Huaxia country was extremely rich and prosperous, this was still a border region. Therefore, it was naturally deserted. There were not many humans living within 100 million miles. Other than Flat Demon City, there were about 100,000 towns of various sizes. Therefore, they were rather scattered. The barrenness of this place was similar to that of the southern wilderness. As the only city within 100 million miles, Flat Demon City was naturally responsible for the economic lifeline of this area. It was the center of everything. It was precisely because of this barrenness that the towns that wanted to earn Chaos Source Stones naturally had to go to Flat Demon City. Therefore, Flat Demon City would hold a small market every 10 million years for 10,000 years. Every other epoch, a big market would be held for 100,000 years. The so-called big market was a gathering of all the towns. They would take out some of their specialties and gather them in Flat Demon City to trade. This was something that the Flat Demon City Lord vigorously promoted. It was to maintain the development of Flat Demon City. For a town, the big market was a great opportunity to exchange the accumulated resources of each race for cultivation resources or other things they needed. Normally, there were many things that could not be exchanged or bought. Big Brother Chin, the big market is very lively. It's a grand event that only happens once every epoch. Other than us who can go to Flat Demon City, no one else in our race has the opportunity to go. Why don't you come with us to Flat Demon City to play? It's quite fun. That's right, young Master Chin. Since you don't have a destination, why don't you come with us to Flat Demon City? Who knows, you might be able to find something. After learning that Qin Xiao did not have a clear destination, some people began to invite Qin Xiao to Flat Demon City with them. Lin Xian also wanted to say something. When she heard the others speak up, she said, "Young Master Qin, why don't you come with us to Flat Demon City? The big market is very lively. There will be many transactions, and some good things will appear." Qin Xiao was also thinking about this earlier. In any case, he really did not have a destination, so it did not matter where he went. Hearing this, he felt that he could go and take a look at the big market. When he thought of this, Qin Xiao nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you to Flat Demon City." "Haha, that's great. Young Master Qin, we'll let you ride our dragon horse." "Young Master Qin, ride my horse. My horse is faster." Lin Xian also stepped forward and offered her mount to Qin Xiao. She said, "Young Master Qin, why don't you ride mine? I've tamed this horse for many years. It's very obedient." Qin Xiao did not mind. He said, "There's no need to be so polite. Just be casual. These are all small matters. There's no need to care about such details. Let's set off." And so, Qin Xiao joined the group. The group of people continued on their journey. Because of the addition of Qin Xiao, the whole team's aura seemed to be a lot stronger. Everyone's mood also became more excited. On the other side, the group of demons who attacked Lin Xian and the others fled for a long time before they stopped. "My lord, we fell into the trap of those humans. They deliberately hid their experts and caused us to suffer such heavy losses. How are we going to report this to Master?" "My lord, what should we do now? We didn't manage to get the resources, and we even sacrificed 9 of our brothers. What should we do? My lord, should we report this to Master?" "Shut up, all of you." The leader of the demons shouted angrily at the other demons. His eyes flashed with intense anger. He gritted his teeth, and his hatred was strong. "We've suffered such heavy losses. If we report this to Master now, do you think I've lived too long? You may want to die, but I don't. We miscalculated this time, but it's only a small loss. We managed to preserve most of our strength. If this team doesn't succeed, there's always the next team. There are many people who want to enter Flat Demon City this time. We'll definitely be able to capture many of them. So now, what we need to do is to hunt down the teams from other towns. We have to hunt them down with all our might. Otherwise, we won't be able to report back to Master." You should all know the consequences of not being able to report back. The demons nodded their heads in fear. They naturally knew the consequences of not completing their mission. Just the thought of it sent chills down their spines. The leader of the demons' eyes flashed with intense hatred. "Human brat, you've ruined my plans. I'll definitely think of a way to kill you." "Flat Demon City, huh? I'd like to see how long you can be so carefree in Flat Demon City. Your life is mine. I won't let you return to High Mountain Town alive." There was a cunning glint in his cold eyes. On the other side, Qin Xiao and the others had a smooth journey. Even though their speed was a little slow, they didn't feel bored as they chatted along the way. This was especially the case since Qin Xiao was treated as a guest of honor by everyone. He was their savior. Everyone was extremely grateful to Qin Xiao, and Qin Xiao received preferential treatment. Therefore, they didn't let Qin Xiao get bored along the way. They served him good food and wine while chatting with Qin Xiao. From time to time, they would even express their admiration for him. The group traveled for a full 300 years before they finally caught sight of a gigantic city on the horizon. Looking from afar, the city stretched on endlessly. One couldn't even see the end of it. It looked as though a gigantic dragon was lying down there. Brother Qin, Flat Demon City is just up ahead. Look, there are many teams heading towards Flat Demon City. Lin Xian pointed to the front and said to Qin Xiao. After chatting along the way, he managed to get closer to Qin Xiao. Chapter 21-25. The Flat Demon City was indeed very lively at the moment. One could feel the festive atmosphere coming from the Flat Demon City, even from afar. Hustle and bustle could also be heard from time to time. The closer one got to the Flat Demon City, the more teams one could see heading into the city. The Flat Demon City only had 4 gates, which were divided into the north, south, east, and west gates. Because the Flat Demon City was very big, the 4 gates were separated by a great distance. Many teams were pouring into the Flat Demon City from all directions on the official roads, adding to the liveliness of the city. Most of them were riding on flood horses, while some were driving luxurious carriages. Of course, the carriages were being pulled by tall and mighty flood horses. This was originally a barren land, so there were very few powerful forces. Therefore, there were very few ostentatious occasions. Most teams only had 20 to 30 people. Very few teams had more than 50 people. There were no more teams than that for the time being. Everyone went their own way. Even if they bumped into each other, they would only look at each other a few times without much interaction. It was as if they were all on their guard. It was obvious that there was very little interaction between the various towns. Perhaps it was because they were separated by a great distance. The barrenness of this place felt even more prosperous than the southern wilderness. However, Qin Xiao felt a little relieved when he realized that this was only the periphery of the 9 states Huaxia country. He had yet to enter the real bustling area of the 9 states Huaxia country. Everyone lined up and entered the Flat Demon City in an orderly manner. The city walls were very tall. They were probably thousands of feet high. However, Qin Xiao discovered that there was no powerful defensive array in the Flat Demon City. Generally speaking, large cities would have powerful defensive arrays. Take Linfu City, for example. That was a defensive array personally set up by an ancient sage. In this way, it would not be so easy for foreign enemies to attack the city. However, Qin Xiao felt that any third-step heavenly venerate would be able to blast open the city walls and kill his way into the city. Therefore, Qin Xiao thought that there should not be any powerful people in the Flat Demon City. He reckoned that at most, there would be a few fourth-step Empyreans holding down the fort. This was because along the way, Qin Xiao had learned from Lin Xian and the others that there was not a single fourth-step heavenly venerable in the 100,000 towns in this territory. The strongest was only a third-step heavenly venerable. Furthermore, a town that had a third-step Empyrean overseeing it was already considered relatively powerful. Therefore, based on this, the Flat Demon City should not be very strong. At most, there would be a few fourth-step heavenly venerables guarding it. However, Qin Xiao didn't care about this. He just came here for a stroll and didn't plan to do anything here. The queue to enter the city was very long. Out of the 100,000 towns, every town should have sent at least one team. In that case, there would be 100,000 teams entering the Flat Demon City. Wow, so many people. This is the first time I've seen so many people. Wow, so this is the Flat Demon City. It's so majestic. That city wall had to be at least 1,000 feet tall, right? It looks like it stretches for tens of thousands of miles. I can't see the end of it. Look, what a domineering carriage. It's so extravagant that it's being pulled by 18 dragons. And there are 3 of them at once. TSK. Which town would be so extravagant? They're so rich and imposing. Haha, we're about to enter the city. I'm so excited just thinking about it. This was the first time many people had come out and hadn't seen much of the world. Therefore, they were especially curious and excited. Lin Xian was a little better. It wasn't his first time in the Flat Demon City, and he was familiar with everything here. Therefore, there wasn't much change in his expression, and he was very calm. Qin Xiao was even calmer. He had seen all kinds of big scenes. Naturally, Such a small matter wouldn't catch his attention. Lin Xian also secretly sized up Qin Xiao a few times and secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Looks like Brother Qin has some background. He's much more relaxed than I am. He must be someone who has seen many big scenes." Smack! Suddenly, the crisp sound of a whip hitting someone's body could be heard. Many people were startled when they heard the sound of a whip hitting someone's body. Hearing it was enough to send shivers down their spines. What was going on? Everyone looked towards the city gate. There were still a few groups of people in front of the city gate. For some reason, the group that entered the city gate had some conflict with the city gate guards. Therefore, they were taught a lesson by the city gate guards. The whips in the hands of the city gate guards weren't ordinary whips. When it hit someone's body, it would be extremely painful. It was a pain that could reach the soul. These whips were usually used for torture. They were used to torture people. Who would have thought that the city gate guards would be holding such whips in their hands as well? They were extremely intimidating. But if anyone dared to resist in the slightest, they would be beaten by the whips. "Brother Lin Xian, what's going on over there?" Someone asked worriedly. Looking at this situation, one would have a bad feeling. Lin Xian looked for a while before frowning. It seems like the city gate guards wanted to pay the entrance fee. That group of people argued with the city gate guards. In the end, they angered the city gate guards and were beaten by the whips. Then, they had to pay double the entrance fee before they could enter the city. What? How could this be? It doesn't make sense. Every time we enter the city, it's completely free. Beating people up if they don't pay the entrance fee? Isn't that abusing power for personal gain? Could it be that this time's market is different from the previous ones? I've never heard of the Demon Suppression City Lord giving such an order. Could it be that someone is abusing their power for personal gain and is using this opportunity to embezzle some money? If every group of people had to pay the entrance fee, that would be a huge amount of wealth. Lin Xian frowned and said seriously, "I've never heard of this either. All this while we've never had to pay the entrance fee to enter the Demon Suppression City. What's more, this is a market. There are clear rules. Everything has to be given preferential treatment. Many things have been arranged by the Demon Suppression City Lord, including our food and lodging, as well as the location of our stalls. Everything has been arranged, and it's completely free of charge. This is also beneficial to the promotion of the big and small market. This is a golden signboard of the Demon Suppression City, and the Demon Suppression City Lord has always placed great importance on it. Furthermore, this is the first time a big or small market is held. It's also an opportunity to bring a huge amount of wealth to the Demon Suppression City. So, there's no reason for the Demon Suppression City Lord to throw away a watermelon for a sesame seed. These city gate guards are so rude and unreasonable. They must be abusing their power for personal gain. And they're charging quite a lot, too. No wonder people are complaining. Lin Xian was clearly filled with righteous indignation and was very unhappy about this. Then what do we do? Do we have to pay the entrance fee obediently? Sigh. So what if we know that those city gate guards are abusing their power for personal gain? Do we dare to force them? The way I see it, we can only obediently pay the entrance fee. That's right. An arm can't win against a thigh. Let's just compromise and bear with it. It's better than not being able to enter the city, isn't it? It's just that things like this are really infuriating. But there's really nothing we can do about it. This is the Demon Suppression City. We have to behave ourselves. Lin Xian gritted her teeth and shook her head helplessly. She laughed bitterly and said to everyone, "All right, everyone, don't make a sound later. Leave it to me to handle. We have to look at the big picture. Since the town has handed over the big task to us, even if we have to suffer a little and suffer a little, we have to complete the task." Everyone nodded. That was all they could do. Bear with it for a while. There was no other way. There's really rat shit everywhere. These city gate guards are really bold. If the Demon Suppression City Lord finds out about this, they can't avoid death. But they still dare to do this. They're taking the risk out of desperation just to make a big profit. Qin Xiao pondered in his heart for a while. He naturally scoffed at such a thing. However, Lin Xian and the others had to look at the big picture. He couldn't be bothered to stand up for them and want to keep a low profile. With the precedent of a group of people being severely whipped, the other groups also became much more obedient. Every group obediently paid the entrance fee before leaving. There was no other way. In the face of power, they could only pay to avoid disaster. Finally, it was Qin Zhao's group's turn. Lin Xian walked up respectfully. A shifty-eyed city gate guard walked up with an unruly look on his face. Anyone who saw him would want to beat him up. That pair of shifty eyes scanned Qin Zhao and the others, as if trying to find something. After scanning them, the city gate guard said arrogantly to Lin Xian, "There are 21 of you and 10 flood horses. Each person pays 20 chaos source stones, and each flood horse pays 10 chaos source stones. That's a total of 520 chaos source stones. I'll round it up to 600 chaos source stones. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Once you're done, hurry up and enter the city." What? 600 chaos source stones? Rounding it up to 600 chaos source stones from 520? Wasn't this extortion? It felt like asking for a sky-high price. Such an exorbitant demand truly infuriated everyone. Even Lin Xian, who was mentally prepared, was about to explode. Each person had to pay 20 chaos source stones to enter the city, and the flood horses had to pay 10 chaos source stones. What was going on? How could anyone charge a city entrance fee like that? 600 primal chaos dawn stones was definitely not a small sum to them. They hadn't come prepared this time around, so they didn't have many chaos source stones with them. Even if they pooled their resources together, they might not be able to come up with 600 chaos source stones. Although Lin Xian was very displeased, she could only reply humbly, "Sir, it is true that we did not bring so many primal chaos origin stones with us this time. All of us can only take out 500 primal chaos origin stones at most. Sir, please do us a favor. Do you think 500 chaos source stones will do?" Umph. Lin Xian's words clearly angered the city gate guard. He was extremely displeased. He glared fiercely at Lin Xian and said angrily, "In this day and age, everyone cries when they say they are poor. All of you know how to pretend to be poor." That group of people also said they were poor and didn't bring enough chaos source stones. They couldn't come up with enough chaos source stones and wanted me to do them a favor. Pfft. Everyone wants me to do them a favor. Do you still want the rules? Are you still going to collect the city entrance fee? If you can't hand it over, scram immediately. Don't enter the city. You won't have to pay a single chaos source stone. Isn't that great? Hand over 600 chaos source stones if you want to enter the city. Don't waste my time. There are still many people queuing up. Hurry up. If you say another word, I'll charge you twice as much. Rude and unreasonable. He was indeed incomparably rude and unreasonable. Chapter 21-26. Everyone was getting anxious. If they could really gather 600 chaos source stones, they would grit their teeth and do it. After all, they had to look at the bigger picture. There were 20 clans. If they split it among each clan, they would only get 30 chaos source stones. If they really couldn't, they could only grit their teeth and bear it. After all, they were here on a mission from their clans. If they couldn't even enter Flat Demon City, they would be sinners. However, the problem was that this time, no one had made any preparations for this. "Sir, we really can't gather that much." A young man couldn't help complaining. However, before he could finish a sentence, the guard's expression changed and a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. Indeed, with a ferocious glint in his eyes, the city gate guard did not hesitate. He raised the whip in his hand and ferociously swung it at the young man. Such a scene had truly frightened the youth to the point that he was stunned on the spot. He had even forgotten to dodge. His mind was completely blank as he waited for the punishment to descend. The others were anxious, terrified, and a little angry too. However, they didn't dare to voice their anger. Lin Xian couldn't help but clench her fists. She had the urge to block the whip several times, but in the end, she gave up. If he really made a move, the situation would become even worse. Perhaps there would be no room for reconciliation. Therefore, he could only bear with it. The people lining up at the back either looked at them sympathetically or gloatingly. Whoosh! Just as the black lightning whip was about to land on the youth's body, the youth seemed to wake up from a nightmare. He was so scared that his fists immediately shrank into a ball. Before the whip landed on his body, he could already feel the pain. His soul trembled, and this was an inexplicable sense of fear. However, the world soon quieted down. There was no more whistling of the wind or the crackling of the black lightning on the whip. There wasn't even the sound of the wind. It was as if the entire sky had been frozen in time, falling into a state of silence. What was going on? He didn't feel the whip landing on his body. He didn't feel any pain. He didn't feel anything. The young man hesitated for a moment before he slowly let go of his hands and looked over. What appeared in front of him was a hand that didn't look strong grabbing the whip tightly. It was as if a strong hand was grabbing an electric snake. The whip couldn't move in his hand. Such a scene made the young man feel both grateful and astonished. Who would dare to save him at this time? Offending the city gate guards was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Even if they dared to, who had the strength to grab the whip? Was it Brother Lin Xian? When a young man saw the face, he was shocked again. The person who saved him wasn't Lin Xian, but Qin Xiao. At this moment, everyone was staring at Qin Xiao, dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open. It was Qin Xiao again. However, this time, other than being shocked, they were also more worried. At first, everyone was holding back their anger and didn't dare to voice it out. They were afraid that they would offend the city guards. If they couldn't enter Flat Demon City in the end, they would have nowhere to cry. However, Qin Xiao had made his move. He had forced the situation into a hopeless situation that could not be salvaged. Although this move indeed made everyone feel great, there was a price to pay for it. Crash! As soon as Qin Xiao made a move, it naturally angered those city gate guards. Immediately, a large group of city gate guards rushed forward. There were more than 100 guards at the city gate, and all of them were armed to the teeth. Naturally, they looked even more powerful and inviolable. A powerful aura surged over, and Lin Xian and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back. The flood horses were also trembling in fear and kept retreating. Many people who were taking pleasure in the misfortune of others were delighted to see a good show. In the face of such a fierce situation, Qin Xiao was still calm and composed. His face was as calm as water as he glanced at the city guards. These city gate guards were only first-step heavenly venerables. Even if they were first-step heavenly venerables and were equipped with full armor and immortal artifacts, their strength should still be considered relatively strong. Moreover, the most important thing was that they had the advantage in numbers. There were more than 100 of them. Who would dare to act rashly when they were guarding here? Even a third-step heavenly venerate would have to think about it carefully, right? The guard at the city gate who attacked was obviously shocked by this sudden turn of events. After being stunned for a long while, he finally reacted. His expression suddenly became ferocious and distorted. He looked at Qin Xiao fiercely and said, "How dare you resist, boy? I think you're courting death, aren't you? Humph, you don't know what's good for you. This is not a place where a young boy like you can behave atrociously." After saying that, the city guard tried to pull his whip back, but to his embarrassment, he found that it did not move at all. He used all his strength, but there was no way to move it at all. Therefore, he knew that this inconspicuous young boy in front of him was a second-step, celestial, venerable, human immortal. He was quite strong. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. However, so what? This was the Flat Demon City, after all. They were the guards of the city gates, lords who wielded the power of life and death. Therefore, how could he tolerate such a situation? Clang, clang, clang. When the other guards saw this, they also brandished their spears in unison. The spearheads were all aimed at Qin Xiao, flashing with a strange sharpness. All the rays of light converged on Qin Xiao, as if they were going to pierce through Qin Xiao's body. It was just that this kind of deterrence clearly had no effect on Qin Xiao. "Brat, why aren't you letting go? Don't you want to live anymore?" The city gate guard was even more enraged. Although he was only a small city guard and did not have a high status in the Flat Demon City, he was still the superior. However, the current official was not as good as the one in charge. He guarded the city gate and exercised his authority. At this moment, he held the power to kill. This bone-chilling voice was filled with a strong warning. It was like a final warning. If Qin Xiao still dared to not let go, they would not be polite. Lin Xian opened his mouth to speak, but stopped. He really wanted to advise Qin Shao not to be so rash. If he was not careful, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he was also very cautious about such matters and did not dare to act rashly. However, Qin Shao was not from High Mountain Town and had saved them before. Therefore, he did not know what to say. Qin Shao laughed coldly. He swept his gaze across the ferocious guards and shouted, "As guards of the city gate, you should be dignified and honorable. Because you guard the city gates, you represent the image of the flat demon city. Everyone who enters or leaves the city has to pass by you. The image you create will directly affect the impression others have of the flat demon city. You are wearing the utmost glory. Logically speaking, you should work hard to maintain this dignified image. But you are neglecting your duties and abusing your power for your own personal gain. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the flat demon city lord if he finds out about your audacity? You are destroying the image of the flat demon city by acting so recklessly. For the sake of your own selfish desires, you're willing to sacrifice the glorious image of the entire flat demon city. How dare you do that? Are you really not afraid of being punished by your superiors for doing this?" Qin Zhao's voice was not loud, but his words were like thunder and knives. They struck the hearts of the city guards hard, causing them to turn pale. Inexplicably, a sense of fear welled up in their hearts. If the flat demon city lord found out about this, they would not be able to escape death. But who would dare to let the demon-flattening city lord know about this? As long as everyone behaved themselves, there wouldn't be any problems at all. Besides, there was still that person behind them. So what was there to be afraid of? At this moment, an angry snort sounded like thunder. A figure walked out of the crowd and walked to the front. His eyes were as wide as a bull's as he glared at Qin Shao with intense hatred. Just by looking at this person's attire, one could tell that he was different from the other gate guards. His status was obviously higher. From his aura, it was obvious that he was a second-step, heavenly, venerable human immortal. Obviously, he was the captain of the city guards and was in charge of this side of the city gate. He could be considered the current official here. However, it was clear that the person who had arrived was very unfriendly. He was extremely furious at Qin Shao for ruining his plans and publicly saying such words. There were some things that everyone knew in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. If they said it out loud, the nature of the situation would be completely different. If everyone held back and did not say it out loud, they would treat it as an unspoken rule and let it pass. However, these things could not be exposed to the public. It was not that they would die if they saw the light, but they would naturally become much more dangerous if they saw the light. They were actually worried about such things. If they really made a big mess and it really reached the ears of the flat demon city lord, they would really have to bear the consequences. Therefore, they were both afraid and furious at Qin Zhao's words. At this moment, they naturally wanted to kill Qin Shao, this scourge, and seal his sharp mouth forever. "Kid, who sent you here to spread rumors and mislead the public? We allowed you to collect entrance fees here. How dare you say that we are abusing our power for personal gain? How dare you slander us like this? You are simply looking down on our flat demon city and humiliating us. How can I allow such an audacious person to behave so atrociously here? I think you are deliberately here to cause trouble. You are so young, and yet you have learned to run amok. Do you really think that no one can control you just because you are a second-step heavenly venerable and a genius? Do you think you can make a fuss here just because you can? Today, I will make you understand that our flat demon city is not a place where you can behave atrociously." After saying that, a sinister look flashed across the captain's eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked aggressively. The other guards of the city gate were also prepared to take action. "Retreat quickly." As soon as the battle started, Lin Xian immediately shouted at the crowd and protected them as they retreated quickly, giving way to the battlefield. The people queuing behind them also retreated one after another, distancing themselves from this troublesome place so that they would not be implicated. Looks like I have exposed your ugly face and shameless scheme. Are you angry out of humiliation? This is a sign of a guilty conscience. Is that why you want to kill me, to silence me? You want to seal my mouth? Does no one dare to say it? The truth is the truth. Just because others don't say it doesn't mean that they are fools. All of you are playing with fire. Chapter 21-27. Who is this kid? Why do I feel like he's a hothead? Why is he so reckless? Is he trying to get the whole group killed? Isn't that right? Why is he trying to compete with the city guards here? How can an arm be more powerful than a leg? Isn't he just making things difficult for himself? He's young and frivolous. He thinks he has some talent and strength, so he thinks he's above everyone else. There are plenty of people like him. People shouldn't be too arrogant. Otherwise, they'll die quickly. This kid is definitely going to die here today. This group can forget about entering Flat Demon City. Let's just wait and watch the show. I hope this kid doesn't get us killed. It'll be bad if the city guards are in a bad mood and raise the price for us. That's right. That kid should die soon. It'll save us a lot of trouble if he dies. Qin Xiao could not be bothered to listen to the heated discussions around him. All of them were cursing him. How dare you be so stubborn when you're about to die? You're just spouting nonsense. You deserve to die. The captain of the city guards snorted coldly and charged forward with all his might. He was also a second-step heavenly venerate who had cultivated a mediocre celestial technique. When he attacked with all his might, his power was not weak. His aura surged, and it felt as though dark clouds were covering the sky and the wind and clouds were surging. Such a ruthless method also shocked the others. Obviously, the captain of the city guards wanted to kill Qin Xiao to silence him. Secondly, he wanted to establish his power and intimidate the others so that they would not dare to say anything. Moreover, this battle could not be dragged on for too long. It had to be ended quickly. Therefore, the moment he made his move, he naturally unleashed his strongest ultimate move, not giving Qin Xiao a chance to resist. He knew that Qin Xiao was a second-step heavenly venerate, but he was confident that he could defeat him. Why would he care about an ordinary second-step heavenly venerate? It's just a small trick. However, in Qin Xiao's opinion, his move was just a weak little trick. It felt like a strong adult facing the fist of a 3-year-old child. It did not have much strength and posed no threat to Qin Xiao. Since the other party wanted to kill him, Qin Xiao naturally did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful immortal pressure surged out. With the power of the law, it directly destroyed all the attacks of the captain, causing them to fall apart. The captain's expression changed when his attack was destroyed. He was so shocked that he was forced to retreat. Their gazes towards Qin Xiao changed, filled with shock and disbelief. They were both second-step heavenly venerables. Moreover, the brat in front of him was obviously very old. He had attacked with all his strength. How could he be directly pushed back? What kind of strength was that? Was he a third-step heavenly venerate? However, he could clearly feel that Qin Xiao was only a second-step heavenly venerate. He should be a second-step heavenly venerate. How could he be so strong? This kind of strength was so strong that it instantly shattered his self-confidence, leaving not a trace behind. This kind of strength made him understand very clearly that he was far from being a match for Qin Xiao. If he continued to look for him, he would be the one to suffer. As the captain of the guards who guarded the city gate and a general who ruled over a region, he could be considered to be a person with some power. How could he accept that he had suffered such a big loss? Was this not a challenge to his dignity? However, he did have a guilty conscience about this matter, so he did not have much confidence to make a big deal out of it. If he did not have the confidence to suppress Qin Xiao, he would only provoke the people above him if he went out again and expanded the war. Once the people above him asked about it, he was afraid that this matter would be exposed. The consequences would be even more unimaginable. Therefore, at this time, the captain was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. He was hesitating, thinking about what to do. Such a scene shocked everyone around. They were all dumbfounded. Many people looked at Qin Xiao in a completely different way, especially those who had mocked Qin Xiao just now. At this time, the expressions on their faces became very interesting. They all thought that Qin Xiao would definitely die in the hands of the captain of the guards. There was no suspense at all. Such a person's death was not worth pitying. However, to their surprise, Qin Xiao was still standing there calmly. The The captain of the guards was actually beaten back by Qin Shao. Lin Xian and the others also looked at each other. They knew that Qin Shao was very strong, but they definitely did not expect Qin Zhao's strength to be so strong. This was the captain of the guards, second step heavenly venerate. How could he be beaten back by Qin Shao? Brother Qin, where did you come from? Could your strength really be comparable to a third step heavenly venerate? Lin Xian secretly clicked her tongue in her heart. She was even more curious about Qin Shao, and even more impressed and worshipped him. In High Mountain Town, he was fully deserving of the title of the #1 youth genius. He was a true outstanding talent and a responsible youth. No matter what happened in town, his figure would always be involved. He was also the one who led the team for many important matters. Therefore, deep down, Lin Xian was actually somewhat arrogant. He also felt that he was a genius and was full of beautiful longing for his own future. He had always believed that he would definitely be able to break through to the fourth step heavenly venerate level. This was the goal he had worked hard for all his life. It was the motivation for his perseverance and his strongest belief. However, compared to Qin Shao, he now realized that he was still far from being a genius. Qin Shao could be considered a true genius. This made him redefine the concept of a genius in his heart. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. This is indeed the case. I might not have understood this saying in the past, but now I have a deep understanding of it. Perhaps I have been a little too confident all these years and have become a little complacent. I can't be considered a genius, so I have to work even harder in my cultivation. Otherwise, I won't even be able to reach the fourth step heavenly venerate level. I'm afraid that the third step heavenly venerate level is a height that I will never be able to reach in my entire life. This was a new understanding and a new motivation. The guards at the city gate stiffened as they looked at their captain and waited for his order. Should they fight or not? If they fought, then they would definitely attack together and suppress Qin Shao. The captain of the city gate guards was like a 1,000-year-old viper. His eyes flickered viciously as he glared at Qin Shao. He was angry, he hated, and he wanted to kill Qin Shao. However, he didn't dare make a move rashly. Qin Shao glared coldly at the captain of the city gate guards as he said, "What? Do you still want to continue fighting me? You're no match for me. If you want to fight, then all of you can come at me together. I will accompany you. Otherwise, you can call for reinforcements. You can tell them that someone is causing trouble at the city gate and offending the immortal might of Demon Suppression City. I will just wait here. As a person, I think it's best not to go overboard and be too black-hearted. If you had agreed to pay the 500 Chaos Source Stones and not hurt anyone, then I wouldn't have cared. If some things cross the line, then don't blame us for retaliating. If this matter blows up, it won't end well for you. Therefore, I would like to advise you to stop before you go too far. If you talk nicely now, then this matter can be settled. If you try to bully me, Qin Shao, and take my life, then I'm afraid you will be the ones to die in the end." Arrogant, domineering. Qin Zhao's words were incomparably arrogant to the city gate guards. But to Lin Xian and the others, they were incomparably domineering. He dared to take on the city gate guards with his own strength. It felt as if he was challenging the immortal might of Demon Suppression City. As the ruler of this territory, Demon Suppression City held the power of life and death in its hands. Who would dare challenge the immortal might of Demon Suppression City alone? The city gate was the face of a city, where the immortal might of the city resided. Causing trouble at the city gate was an affront to the immortal might of Demon Suppression City. But Qin Shao dared to do so. How domineering was that? The worst thing was that the city gate guards didn't have the courage to fight Qin Shao to the death. If it were any other day, anyone who dared to cause trouble at the city gate would definitely be punished for offending the immortal might. But today was clearly an exception. The captain of the city gate guards gritted his teeth, weighing the pros and cons in his heart. In the end, he had no choice but to concede defeat and compromise. "Fine, we will give you 500 Chaos Source Stones and let you enter the city." The captain gritted his teeth and said. Hearing this, the tense Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If they pooled together 500 Chaos Source Stones, they would barely be able to scrape together the required amount. Of course, after that, they would be so poor that they wouldn't even be able to afford wine after entering the city. But there was nothing they could do about it. It was already a blessing that they could resolve the matter this way. Lin Wan was just about to ask everyone to take out the chaos source rocks when Qin Shao grunted softly and said, "I think you've got it all wrong. Did I not make myself clear enough? Or do you think that your selfishness is sacred and inviolable? After talking for so long, you're so benevolent and generous that you're willing to deduct 100 chaos source stones with a wave of your hand? If that's the case, then let's not waste our time talking nonsense. Or you can fight me right now. Or you call for reinforcements. Or I'll enter the city directly. You choose." How could Qin Shao agree to such a thing? If he didn't make a move earlier on, the 500 chaos source stones would just be 500 chaos source stones. After suffering such a huge loss, Qin Shao didn't want to cause any more trouble. Furthermore, the chaos source stones were provided by Lin Xian and the others. He could just return his share to Lin Xian later on. Qin Shao could ignore this matter as long as it didn't go overboard. Since he was going to interfere, how could he let them leave with 500 chaos source stones? The captain was so angry that he almost crushed his teeth. He looked at Qin Shao with an even colder and angrier gaze. However, he didn't dare to really flare up. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he said, "I'll give you a 50% discount. How about 250 chaos source stones?" "No, not even one." Qin Shao shook his head and said firmly. The captain of the city gate guards endured for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "All right." With that, he waved his hand and gestured for his subordinates to let them pass. He actually let them pass without even taking a single chaos source stone. Qin Zhao's actions left many people flabbergasted and their blood boiled with excitement, especially Lin Xian and the others. They were so impressed by Qin Shao that they wanted to prostrate themselves before him. From 600 chaos source stones to entering the city without taking a single chaos source stone, Qin Shao was amazing. "Let's go, let's enter the city." After the surprise, Lin Xian didn't hesitate and immediately waved her hand and said to everyone. Chapter 21-28. Seeing Qin Shao and the others swagger into the city, the guard captain gnashed his teeth in anger. His eyes were filled with viciousness. "Humph. You've ruined His Highness the 8th Prince's plans. Don't even think about getting away with it. His Highness the 8th Prince will definitely let you know how to write the word regret." Enraged, the guard captain said to the man in charge of guarding the city, "Those behind you who want to enter the city will have to pay 50% more." Originally, the entrance fee was already very expensive. Now that the city gate guard captain had opened his mouth and asked for an additional 50%, the people who were queuing up to enter the city naturally couldn't accept it. Why should they enter the city for free while we have to pay 50% more? Is there still any law? That's right. It's one thing for you to abuse your power for personal gain. Everyone knows this. Don't you think this is too much? I think it's better if you give us a 50% discount. Perhaps we can cooperate and pay. If you want to charge more, don't even think about it. At most, we'll band together and refuse to pay a single cent. Let's see what you can do. If you want to make a scene, let's make it big. Let the entire Demon Suppression City know about it. That's right. Let's band together. This is too much. This is too much. As long as we don't pay, let's see if he dares to stop us from entering the city. That's right. The Demon Suppression City's Grand Bazaar is a grand event. I don't believe you have the guts to stop us from entering the city. If anything happens and the Demon Suppression City Lord blames us, you'll have to bear the consequences. That's right. We don't want to pay a single cent. Why should we pay the city entrance fee? There's no precedent for this. If you want to abuse your power for personal gain, don't be too unsightly. If each of you symbolically accept a few chaos source rocks, no one will say anything. Who can tolerate you if you play like this? Let's band together. Let's see if he dares to suppress us. I don't care if you pay or not. I'm not paying. If you want to make a scene, let's make it big. You, how dare you? How dare you? You're all rebelling? The city gate guard captain was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His tiger-like body was trembling violently. He was unable to restrain his anger and even had the intention to kill. And this endless anger would naturally be blamed on Qin Shao. If Qin Shao had not come out to stir up this mess, nothing would have happened at all. He could safely and comfortably keep the Chaos Source Rock. When he returned, he would be able to complete his task and receive a generous reward. This was a great opportunity for him to make a fortune, but now it was ruined by Qin Shao. How could he not be angry? However, he did not dare to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other side, the city lord's mansion. The guard captain hurriedly found His Highness the Eighth Prince and explained the situation at the city gate in detail. After hearing the guard captain's explanation, His Highness the Eighth Prince snorted angrily. His cold eyes were filled with intense anger as he swept a glance at the guard captain. The guard captain was scared out of his wits. He knelt down with a pale face and hurriedly said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness the Eighth Prince. I did not do my job well and ruined Your Highness's plan. I know my mistake, and I deserve to die." His Highness Eighth Prince's handsome face was also filled with coldness. His eyes were like sharp blades as he fiercely glared at the guard captain. Then he said, "This Highness truly wants to kill you so that I can feel a bit better. You can't even handle such a small matter. What's the use of keeping you alive? But now I have something for you to do. I'll spare your life." Hearing that His Highness the Eighth Prince did not kill him, the guard captain hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for sparing my life, Your Highness the Eighth Prince. I'll definitely do my best to serve Your Highness the Eighth Prince. But this matter has already caused an uproar. The barbarians outside the city are making a big fuss. Your Highness the Eighth Prince, please instruct me on what to do. If I don't act now, I'm afraid something will happen." A cold glint flashed across His Highness the Eighth Prince's eyes. He fell silent for a moment before he said, "What else can we do now? If this continues and the matter spreads, I'm afraid it will alarm the governor. So we can only do this now. You can handle it well. That brat caused me to suffer such heavy losses this time. How can I let him off so easily? Quickly send someone to investigate the whereabouts of those barbarians and report back to me at any time. If you don't handle this matter well, don't come back to see me." The guard captain immediately nodded and replied, "As you command, Your Highness the Eighth Prince. I understand. I'll handle it properly." After saying that, the guard captain quickly retreated and left the place. Once they entered Flat Demon City, the bustling streets were presented before everyone's eyes. The sides of the wide streets were filled with shops of various colors. They were filled with a dazzling array of goods that dazzled one's eyes. On the streets, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. It was a bustling cauldron of voices. It was a scene of prosperity. For many people, this was their first time seeing such a scene. Naturally, they were very excited. Lin Wan was still all right, but for the others, this was their first time in Flat Demon City. Furthermore, it was the busiest time in Flat Demon City. Therefore, they were all looking left and right, looking here and there. Curiosity was written all over their faces. The matter just now was also thrown to the back of everyone's minds. "Brother Qin, I feel that this is not something that the captain of the city gate guards would dare to do. I'm afraid the truth behind this matter is not as simple as it seems." Lin Wan suddenly said. He was a smart person. He had already seen through some things, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried at this moment. Qin Shao understood Lin Wan's worries and said, "Yes, you're right. The truth behind this matter is not as simple as it seems. A guard captain alone would not dare to do such a thing, even if he was given 100 guts. I'm afraid there's someone with a very high status behind all of this. Those city gate guards are just following orders from others. The person who dares to do such a thing must not be simple." In fact, Qin Shao did not say anything. He already had some guesses about this matter. According to his speculation, the person behind this was most likely a descendant of the Flat Demon City Lord. This matter would definitely not end here. There would definitely be some trouble in the future. Qin Shao also knew this. However, Qin Shao did not care about this. If the person behind this was really so blind, it was not impossible to teach him a lesson. The Flat Demon City Lord, Qin Shao, was not afraid of anything. Lin Wan became even more worried after hearing Qin Zhao's words. He said, "Brother Qin, if that's the case, we may still have trouble in the future. We should be more careful." Qin Zhao patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry too much. There will definitely be some trouble. But I think the person behind this won't dare act recklessly. After all, the Great Fair is a grand event in Flat Demon City. The Flat Demon City Lord is very concerned about it. Even if the person behind this wants to cause trouble for us, his first target will be me. As for you, maybe you will be implicated, but he won't do anything too obvious. Otherwise, if something really happens, the person behind this will not be able to clean up the mess. Since he let us into the city, it means that he won't dare cause trouble." Lin Feng nodded. He thought about it and agreed. During the Great Fair, the rules of Flat Demon City were very strict. Nobody dared cause trouble at that time. Even the people of the city didn't dare cause trouble. Otherwise, the Flat Demon City Lord would punish them. It was a grand event. It represented the prestige of the Flat Demon City Lord. Who would dare cause trouble? Besides, it had already happened. Thinking too much about it was useless. Lin Feng had to think on the bright side. "Little boy, you broke my celestial treasure. Hurry up and pay for it." Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, attracting the attention of Qin Zhao and Lin Xian. This was because the voice belonged to a young man from High Mountain Town. After being yelled at, the young man's face turned pale with fright. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "It's not me, it's not me. I didn't break it. I just touched it. I didn't break it." The shop owner was furious and said, "If it wasn't you, who else could it be? You saw a moment ago. The celestial treasure was fine. Then why did it shatter when you touched it? Now you're telling me it wasn't you? Do you think I'll believe you? Who else could it be apart from you? A lot of people saw it just now. Do you still want to deny it? If you don't admit it, I'll drag you to the court. Let's see if you still dare to deny it then. If you admit it now, you'll just have to pay for it. If you go to the court, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as paying for it." The young man was so anxious that he was about to cry. He was helpless and didn't know what to do. He wanted to explain, but he felt that he couldn't. The others around him were also stunned. They didn't know what to say. Qin Zhao didn't notice what was going on. Now he understood. This shop had placed a very exquisite immortal treasure for sale. And then the youth went to touch it. But strangely, the moment the youth touched it, the immortal treasure shattered. So the shop owner said that the young man had broken the celestial treasure and wanted him to pay for it. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked anxiously. He was chatting with Qin Zhao and didn't notice what was going on. The young man hurriedly explained to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin Xian, it really wasn't me. It really wasn't me. I didn't break the celestial treasure. I saw that the celestial treasure was very beautiful, exquisite, and mysterious. So I looked at it for a while and couldn't help but touch it. But after I touched it, the celestial treasure broke into pieces. I don't know what's going on." Lin Xian frowned and asked, "Then before you touched it, was the immortal treasure in perfect condition?" The young man wanted to say something, but he thought for a while and said, "I think it was fine, but I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on. But I'm very sure that I didn't break the celestial treasure. I really didn't." Lin Xian looked at the others. Most of them shook their heads. They didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to say anything. "That's right, Brother Lin Xian. It shouldn't be A Xiao who broke it. I only saw A Xiao touch it, and the celestial treasure broke into pieces. It's too strange. I think there's something wrong with this." Lin Xian naturally believed A Xiao. They were on the same side, so he definitely trusted A Xiao. So Lin Xian didn't believe that A Xiao broke the celestial treasure. If it was true, A Xiao would definitely admit it. Chapter 21-29. Blackmail. Qin Zhao and Lin Xian both thought of the same thing. This situation was clearly a premeditated blackmail. The human heart was not what it used to be, and it was hard to fathom. Without experience, it was easy to lose out. Lin Xian guessed what was going on, but it was hard to explain. Plus, this was Flat Demon City. Anyone who could open shop in Flat Demon City was a capable person and definitely had a powerful faction backing him. Lin Xian didn't dare offend such a person. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said, "Shop owner, my brother is an honest man. He won't lie. If he really did damage it, he will admit it. There must be some misunderstanding here. I think, however, the shop owner didn't give Lin Xian a chance to finish. He waved his hand at Lin Xian and said angrily, "Humph, of course you're lying for him. An honest man? You are just a bunch of barbarians who came from the mountains. None of you have seen much of the world. You're the most dishonest of all. I've seen too many people like you who pretend to be honest. You just don't want to pay up. You guys look decent, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You dare to do it, but you don't dare admit it. I feel ashamed for you." Being wronged by the shop owner, a Xiao panicked and hurriedly explained, I really didn't. I swear I didn't." "Swear? How much is that thing worth?" The shop owner blocked a Zhao's words with one sentence. Everyone was anxious and angry. They'd run into an unreasonable shop owner. They were clearly trying to bully them. But now that they had entered the flat demon city, they were in other people's territory. "So what?" Lin Xian said. "Shop owner, you can't say that. If you did it, you did it. If you didn't do it, you didn't do it. If you don't believe me, I can have a Xiao swear to the heavens with his soul. There's no problem at all. Cut the crap. I don't believe a word you say. We've always valued integrity when doing business. Our reputation is our foundation. My shop has been here for several universe epochs, and I've never done any dishonest business. You guys broke it, so you guys broke it. You can't deny it even if you want to. In short, if you know what's good for you, pay up quickly. If you pay up, I'll let you leave. I've seen too many little sluts like you. Don't play this old-fashioned game with me. I'm not buying it." The shopkeeper waved his hand and ignored Lin Xian's words. This made Lin Xian even more certain that this was a trap set up by the shopkeeper in advance to blackmail them. She could only blame Ah Zhao's bad luck for falling into the shop owner's trap. Now, she really couldn't defend herself. Moreover, the shop owner was obviously trying to intimidate them. More than a dozen shop assistants also walked up aggressively. The shopkeeper was also a second step heavenly venerable realm human immortal, and there were more than 10 waiters. Although they didn't have an advantage in terms of numbers compared to Qin Zhao's group, these people were from Flat Demon City. They were in their territory, so they naturally had an invisible support. Moreover, it was obvious that the shopkeeper only needed to call for help, and there would definitely be many helpers coming over. This was bullying the customers. So Jacine pressured the people of High Mountain Town until they didn't know what to do. They definitely couldn't fight head-on. They would suffer a great loss. A Xiao looked like he hated himself to death. If he hadn't touched it, this wouldn't have happened. However, it was too late to say all this now. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and Qin Xiao. What should they do now? Lin Xian gritted her teeth and said helplessly, "All right, we'll compensate you. However, let me make it clear first. I'm only compensating you because I can't explain things clearly to you. I'm not certain that we broke it. We'll take it as our purchase." The shopkeeper sneered. "Hee, you young people like to play with empty words. I'm running a business. I don't want to make things too awkward. As long as you're willing to compensate, you can say whatever you want. I don't care about anything else. This 7 treasures glazed jade carving is the work of a top sculptor. It's an extremely precious work of art that has existed for tens of thousands of epochs. It's extremely rare for it to be preserved in such perfect condition. This item is extremely precious. It's the treasure of my shop. I'm only willing to take it out because it's for this big market. I wouldn't be willing to take it out otherwise." Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Lin Xian's expression immediately turned cold and gloomy. Obviously, this was a huge trap. Lin Xian had originally thought that if the shopkeeper's demands weren't too harsh, just a few hundred chaos source rocks, she would grit her teeth and bear with it. But looking at the situation did not look good. Lin Xian couldn't suppress her anger any longer. She said coldly, "Just tell us how much you want us to compensate. You don't have to be so fancy. You're the one who says everything. We don't know." The shopkeeper's fox tail finally showed itself. He extended a finger toward Lin Xian and smiled meaningfully. 1,000? Lin Xian asked with a frown. However, her instincts told her that it wouldn't be that simple. If it was that number, it would be too much. It was just that bad things often happened. After Lin 1 asked, The shop owner shook his head with a cold smile and said, 10,000 chaos source stones. Look at how poor you guys are. I'll be merciful and give you a 9% discount. Consider my bad luck. You guys can pay 9,900 chaos source stones. This price is already very generous. This is the treasure of my shop. In the past, I couldn't bear to sell it even if someone offered me 10,000 chaos source rocks. 9,900 chaos source rocks? What was the difference between that and 10,000 chaos source rocks? How could he act so benevolent? Could he be any more shameless? Hearing this astronomical figure, the people of High Mountain Town were dumbfounded. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Some of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What kind of joke was this? 10,000 chaos source rocks? How is this extortion? How is this robbery? It was simply a death sentence. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to kill him. He didn't care about the life and death of others. 10,000 chaos source stones were enough to purchase a mid-grade immortal artifact. No matter how one looked at it, the so-called Seven Treasures glazed jade carving looked like an ordinary carving. No matter how good the quality of the carving was, it would not be worth so many chaos source stones. 10,000 chaos source rocks was a sky-high price. Many third-step heavenly venerates couldn't even fork out 10,000 chaos source rocks. Lin Xian, who had been enduring silently, couldn't take it anymore. She was furious. 100 chaos source rocks is a price higher than that. We can't afford it. Thank you for thinking so highly of us. Do you really think that we can fork out 10,000 chaos source rocks? I'll say it again. If we didn't break the item, we didn't break it. If you want to bully us, I can admit defeat. However, it has to be within my means. If it's beyond my means, I'd rather die than submit. I won't tolerate it. You're a smart man, but we're not fools. I think we know very well what's going on. You're strong and your shop is big. I admit that you're bullying us outsiders. However, if you want to kill us, I'm sorry. We can only fight with our lives. I've already made it very clear. If it's more than 100 chaos source rocks, we won't pay. Shop owner, if you have any requests, just come at us. We're prepared to fight to the death. Lin Xian had no other choice. She was really at her wit's end. Under such circumstances, she could only retaliate in such a way. She could only fight with her life on the line. They couldn't even fork out 600 chaos source rocks, let alone 10,000 chaos source rocks. Perhaps because of the previous experience, everyone was very united this time. They were also very determined and resolute. They were going to risk their lives to defend the dignity that they should have. No matter how weak they were, they should still have dignity. Oomph. The shop owner sneered in disdain. A sinister smile appeared on his face, as though his scheme had succeeded. You people won't shed tears until you see the coffin. All right. Since you're still so stubborn, I'll fulfill your wish. No one dares to cause trouble in my shop. Lin Xian's resistance seemed to have fallen into the shop owner's trap. At this moment, Qin Xiao suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of the shop owner. She stared coldly at him. Her gaze was as cold as the Grim Reaper's, causing the shop owner's heart to go numb. He had never seen such a terrifying gaze before. It was so sharp that he didn't dare to look directly at it. After a few glances, a sense of fear inexplicably rose in his heart. Why did he have such a feeling? The young man in front of him looked like a second-step heavenly venerate, and he was so young. He was also a second-step heavenly venerate human immortal and had been a second-step heavenly venerate for several epochs. He could be considered an experienced senior. Although he had been stuck at second-step heavenly venerate all this while, his accumulation over the years had given him a lot of confidence. With such strength, how could he be frightened by a young man's gaze? The shop owner felt humiliated. Brother Qin, don't. Lin Xian wanted to persuade Qin Xiao. He felt that this was their High Mountain Town's matter, and they shouldn't drag Qin Xiao into it. However, Qin Xiao didn't wait for him to finish. Instead, he said, "Leave this matter to me." Lin Xian was stunned when he heard Qin Xiao's words. From his tone, he could tell that Qin Xiao was very confident. Did Qin Xiao have a way to resolve this matter? Just as everyone was nervous, Qin Xiao suddenly smiled at the shop owner. Shop owner, Don't be so nervous. I'm not with them. I just met them halfway and happened to be walking together. As for me, I actually want to ask you to take a look at something. I see that your shop doesn't just sell immortal treasures. You also buy immortal treasures, right? This didn't seem right. Wasn't this a little too fast? Lin Xian and the others didn't know how to react to such a big turn. They all looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. They didn't know what Qin Xiao was up to. The shop owner, who was ready to attack, was also stunned. What was going on? Didn't this guy come out to spar with me? After a moment, the shop owner said, "Yes, of course I buy immortal treasures. Why? Do you have something to sell?" Chapter 2130. What Qin Xiao handed over was also a jade carving. It was surrounded by immortal qi and looked like a work of God. At first glance, one could tell that it was a very delicate work of art, and it was not as simple as a work of art. With such a strong immortal qi lingering around it, it also exuded a strong immortal power. It already had some spirituality. This was definitely a very good immortal treasure. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was valuable. The shop owner had been in business for so many years, so naturally, he had developed a kind of occupational disease. When he saw something good, he could not help but want to take it over and take a good look at it. He wanted to take all the good things. The thing he took out just now was actually a relatively ordinary thing. But at this time, the thing in Qin Zhao's hand was a real rare treasure. It was the pinnacle of art. This jade is Agar Industry White Jade. It's actually the rare Agar Industry White Jade. With such a big pile of it, it's really extravagant to use it to carve a work of art. The shop owner immediately discovered the material of the jade carving in Qin Zhao's hand. He was so shocked that his eyes could not help but light up. Seeing such a rare piece of art, the shop owner was naturally very excited. However, this shop owner was obviously a wily old fox. Although he was very excited, his expression was like an ancient well. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. The shop owner's hand was just about to move, but he immediately stopped. He looked at Qin Xiao with a meaningful smile and said, "Young man, do you want to play this game with me? Haha, I won't fall for your tricks. Do you think I don't know those little tricks in your heart? Well, I'll just take a look at it. Don't give it to me. You can put it away." Qin Xiao said with a look of pity, "It turns out that when you open the door to do business, you will also refuse customers. I thought you would not refuse customers. Although I don't know how to do business, I have never heard of such a thing. Since you don't want to accept this immortal treasure of mine, then forget it. I'll go to another shop and ask. I originally wanted to take advantage of this big market to sell it at a good price. It seems that you don't know the value of the goods. Or rather, you're too timid to accept it. Forget it then. I think there will be someone who will be pleasing to the eye. I was thinking of selling this thing to compensate you for your loss, shopkeeper. From the looks of it, we can only think of another way." Lin Xian looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. Was he going to admit defeat? It didn't make sense. This didn't seem like Qin Zhao's style. How could he willingly jump into such a huge pit? That thing was obviously not broken by a Xiao. Even if it was broken by a Xiao, it wasn't worth much. It was just a little fancy. But at most, it would only be worth 100 Chaos Source Stones. The first thing he said was 10,000. It was obvious that he was trying to kill him. How could he take such a huge loss? 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. Even if they sold off all of their resources, they wouldn't be able to gather so many Chaos Source Stones. Along the way, the impression that Qin Xiao gave everyone was that he was strong, not afraid of power, daring to fight and kill. He was kind, but also abhorred evil. When he encountered injustice, he dared to settle it. This was Qin Xiao. He was a genius and a hero worthy of respect. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't understand Qin Zhao's current actions. This didn't seem like Qin Zhao's style at all. Perhaps there was a trick to it? After hearing Qin Zhao's words, the shopkeeper thought for a moment and said, "Wait, young man, are you sure you want to sell it?" Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, what else can I do? Look at us. Do we look like we can afford to pay for that immortal treasure? So, I have no choice but to sell something. Shopkeeper, if you don't want to take it, it's fine. I'll just go to another shop and ask. Flat Demon City is so big. I think there should be people who want to buy it. We're all honest people. We don't want to get into any trouble. But shopkeeper, Don't bully outsiders like us. There are gods watching over us. Humph, humph, there's a god watching from above? The shopkeeper sneered in his heart. He had already categorized Qin Xiao as someone easy to bully. He had 10,000 ways to deal with this kind of person. The shopkeeper also looked a little troubled. He said, "Actually, I really don't want to take this kind of thing. After all, our shop doesn't lack good immortal treasures. However, from the looks of it, you're in a difficult situation. I'll make an exception and take it. Although the craftsmanship of this thing is not bad, and the overall quality is not bad. However, it's not worth much. How about this? I'm unlucky today. I'll give you 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. No one in the entire Flat Demon City would be able to afford such a price." 5,000? Qin Xiao immediately laughed and said, "Shopkeeper, do you think that everyone except you is a fool?" When he heard Qin Xiao's words, the shopkeeper's expression changed slightly. He frowned and looked at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao put the thing away. His expression darkened. He said, "Maybe we're not as smart as you. We're outsiders without much strength. But that doesn't mean we're stupid and willing to be bullied. There should be a limit to everything, right? Shopkeeper, do you really want to force us into a dead end? 5,000 Chaos Source Stones. I can't believe you can make such a price. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll find someone else." This time, the shopkeeper didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled obsequiously and pulled Qin Xiao back. He said, "Young man, don't be in such a hurry. Bargaining is all about doing business. Can't you just quote a higher price? Business is a business between two parties. It has to be consensual. If you're unwilling, it can't be done, right? How about this? You make a price, and I'll see if I can accept it. If I can accept it, we'll have a deal." Qin Xiao smiled faintly. The fish had taken the bait. He said, "Although I'm not too sure about the exact value of this treasure, it should be at least 10,000 Chaos Source Stones." When he heard Qin Xiao's words, the shopkeeper sneered in his heart and called him a fool. How could this be worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? His eyes were really bad. But then again, it was normal. How could a person from a small town have so much knowledge? This time, he was going to take advantage of the situation. 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? Who told you that? A piece of art is worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. That's extremely rare, the shopkeeper said immediately. Qin Xiao pointed at the broken immortal treasure and said, "Didn't you say that your immortal treasure was only worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? This looks very ordinary to me. If it's worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones, why can't mine be worth the same? Shopkeeper, you're still not willing to make a price. I don't think there's anything else to talk about." Qin Xiao's words made the shopkeeper's mouth twitch. His item was only worth 10 Chaos Source Stones. How could it be worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? How could he have an immortal treasure worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones in his shop? Not to mention his shop, he couldn't even find one on this street. However, the immortal treasure in Qin Xiao's hands was indeed worth 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. The shopkeeper hesitated for a while and looked like he was in a difficult position. He said, "All right, I'll take the loss this time. Let's make it 10,000 Chaos Source Stones." "That's great. It's even with the one you broke. Give me that immortal treasure and we'll be even. Hee goodbye." Qin Xiao chuckled meaningfully and didn't say much. She directly bade farewell to the shop owner. The shopkeeper was stunned. He had thought that Qin Xiao would be easy to deal with. It seemed like he should be easy to deal with. However, the situation didn't seem right. Why did he feel like it was a little difficult to deal with this young man? Seeing that Qin Xiao was really about to leave, the shopkeeper pulled on Qin Xiao again and said with a flattering smile, all right. I'll give you a final price. 12,000 Chaos Source Stones. That's definitely my bottom line. I can't ask for more. I don't think there's a second person on this street who dares to offer such a price. You can try. If you can't accept this price, then please leave. However, you'll have to compensate me for this immortal treasure first." With that, the shopkeeper gestured for Qin Xiao to go ahead. He was obviously retreating in order to advance. How could Qin Xiao not know this trick? If he was really selling an immortal treasure, Qin Xiao wouldn't have done this. However, he had a plan now. 12,000 chaos source stones. Qin Xiao pretended to be considering carefully, as if he couldn't accept this price. Seeing this, the shopkeeper began to feel happy in his heart. Based on his experience, generally, people who showed serious consideration would nod and agree. This time, he had made a big profit. It was good to meet such a person who hadn't seen much of the world. This opening was enough for him to eat for several epochs. The shopkeeper didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Seeing that Qin Xiao was still hesitating, he seized the opportunity and said, "Why don't you go to another shop and ask for the price before you come back? I'm not in a hurry. This price is already the best I can offer. I completely believe that no one on this street can offer a higher price than me. If it weren't for the fact that you're honest and can't afford to compensate for my immortal treasure, I wouldn't have offered 12,000 chaos source stones." The shopkeeper's words were full of confidence, as if he had suffered a great loss. In this way, it would give other people a hint. Qin Xiao also pretended to be shocked by the shopkeeper's words. Finally, he nodded and said, "Okay, 12,000 chaos source stones it is. It's fine as long as I can go back and explain." Seeing that Qin Xiao nodded and agreed, the shopkeeper was overjoyed in his heart. This time, he really made a big profit. This feeling was too good. He had been running this shop for so many years, but this was the first time he had made such a big profit. Today, he had indeed run into good luck. "Then give it to me." The shopkeeper reached out to Qin Xiao and motioned for him to give the immortal treasure to him. Qin Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately threw the immortal treasure to the shopkeeper. Seeing that Qin Xiao really sold the immortal treasure to the shopkeeper for 12,000 chaos source stones, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He wanted to say something several times, but in the end, he restrained himself. On the one hand, he felt that Qin Xiao wouldn't do such a big loss. On the other hand, he felt that perhaps Qin Xiao had other intentions. Let's wait and see first. If he spoke rashly, he might ruin Qin Xiao's plan. After receiving the immortal treasure, the shopkeeper immediately put it away, as if he was afraid that it would fly away. He was wild with joy, but his face remained calm. This was not something that ordinary people could have. The shopkeeper threw a space ring to Qin Xiao and said, "Check it. There are 2,000 chaos source stones inside." Qin Xiao took the space ring and checked it. There were indeed 2,000 chaos source stones inside. Chapter 21:31. Haha. When he saw Qin Xiao and the others walking away, the shopkeeper laughed heartily. He was in an extremely good mood. "This bunch of inexperienced little fellows want to play with me. I used a small item worth only 10 chaos source stones to swindle a rare treasure worth at least 30,000 chaos source stones. I was just following orders to make things difficult for these people. I didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward. I've really made a killing today." As he spoke, the shopkeeper took out the immortal treasure and prepared to admire it. But immediately, his expression became very interesting and unsightly. Where's the immortal treasure? I clearly placed it here just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? That's impossible. I clearly took it and placed it here personally. There can't be any problems. How did it disappear? Just now. No. That young man left immediately after giving me the immortal treasure. I made sure to keep it properly. How did it disappear? Was I fooled? In the blink of an eye, a perfectly fine immortal treasure had disappeared without a trace. The shopkeeper's mouth twitched violently at such a huge loss. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. How could this be? What exactly was going on? The shopkeeper tried his best to recall every detail. The more he thought, the paler his face became, the more ferocious his expression became, and the more the anger in his eyes burned. "I understand now. You brat, I actually fell for your trick. You brat, you've been pretending to be weak and foolish. In fact, you've been secretly plotting against me. I really fell for your trick. I originally thought that you were a young chick who was easy to manipulate. I didn't expect you to be such a shrewd fellow. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that the scheming and astute me would fall for your trick. Was that physiognomy just now? Damn it. How dare you play with me? You made me give you 2,000 chaos source stones for nothing. This grudge is formed. Don't think that you'll have an easy time. Qin Shao and the others continued to move forward, but because of what had just happened, they were obviously unhappy. Everyone was in a bad mood, especially Shao. He had been blaming himself. After all, it was all because of him that Qin Shao suffered such a big loss and was ruthlessly ripped off by that store owner. The world was sinister and complicated. Although they had heard a lot from the old people in town, they had never experienced it themselves, so it was hard for them to understand. Brother Qin, why did you do that just now? I don't think it's your style to do something like this when you know you're at a disadvantage. Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. He had been wanting to say something earlier, but he had been holding it in. Moreover, he had always felt that Qin Shao should not do something that would cause him to suffer such a great loss. However, it seemed that things were not as he had imagined. This matter still ended in such a way. The matter was over, but the way it was resolved clearly made everyone feel very unhappy. They were all very sullen. 10,000 chaos source stones. They had been cheated out of 10,000 chaos source stones. This was wealth that High Mountain Town could not accumulate over tens of millions of years. Although it was Qin Shao who had stepped forward to resolve the matter, they still felt that they owed Qin Shao and felt very apologetic. Qin Shao smiled lightly and said, "How is it not my style? Then what style do you think I should use to solve this problem?" Lin Xian was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I don't think you would submit to that store owner and suffer such an obvious loss. If that's not the case, then what do you think I should do? Do you have a better solution?" Qin Shao asked again. Lin Xian was stunned again. Did he have a better solution? Obviously not. If he did, he would have stepped forward to resolve the matter long ago. It was precisely because he didn't know how to bring it up. Was he really going to use force? What had happened just now was indeed difficult to explain. Even if Shao jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. After all, Shao had indeed touched that immortal treasure. Although he didn't know what method the store owner had used to break Zhao's immortal treasure the moment he touched it, the store owner had blamed Shao for it. But the shopkeeper insisted on framing Shao with this, which was also unreasonable. If this matter continued, they would only end up fighting force with force. Otherwise, they would report this matter to the City Lord Manor and let the City Lord Manor decide. However, the store owner was from Flat Demon City. There were probably people in the City Lord Manor who knew him. When that happened, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Therefore, no matter how he thought about it, he still felt that there was no solution. It was precisely because of this that Lin Xian had wanted to spend money to avoid this disaster. He thought that if they only had to compensate him with 100 or even 200 Chaos Source Stones, he would have no choice but to grit his teeth and pay for it. He would just treat it as spending money to buy safety and a lesson. What else could he do? Qin Zhao's solution was indeed out of desperation. However, how could he not feel heartache when he thought about losing 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? Qin Zhao smiled and said, "Lin Xian, you're right about one thing. I definitely won't do something that will cause me to lose out, much less something that will cause me to suffer such a huge loss." Huh? What did he mean? Lin Xian looked at Qin Zhao in confusion. Everyone else also looked at Qin Zhao in confusion. Wouldn't do something that would cause him to lose out? But he had clearly suffered a huge loss just now. Could it be that the immortal treasure wasn't worth 12,000 Chaos Source Stones? But that couldn't be right. The store owner was a sly old fox. How could he have misjudged something so valuable? Besides, they had also seen it. Although they didn't have that kind of eyesight, they could clearly see that the immortal treasure was extraordinary. It was definitely a rare and precious treasure. Therefore, everyone did not understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. Qin Zhao flipped his palm, and the immortal treasure that he had just sold to the store owner appeared in his hand again. Seeing this, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. They were dumbfounded and looked at Qin Zhao in disbelief. What was going on? Just now, they saw with their own eyes that Qin Zhao had clearly given this immortal treasure to the store owner. How could it appear in Qin Zhao's hands again? It didn't make sense. That immortal treasure had already been kept by the store owner. How could Qin Zhao have the ability to take it back silently? Moreover, He had left immediately after giving it to the store owner. No one had seen him do anything at all. But soon, everyone saw that the immortal treasure in Qin Zhao's hand turned into countless starlight and slowly dissipated into the void. Soon, it turned into nothingness. Gone? Disappeared into nothingness? This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They really couldn't understand what was going on. Brother Qin, could it be that you used the art of physiognomy just now? Lin Xian, who had seen a little of the world, immediately thought of a possibility after thinking about it. Qin Xiao nodded at Lin Xian and said, "Yes, you're right. It was the art of physiognomy. Actually, what I gave the store owner just now was just an illusion created by the art of physiognomy. It wasn't real. Therefore, I also earned 2,000 Chaos Source Stones." Qin Xiao rarely used the art of physiognomy. Today, it came in handy. Usually, Qin Xiao wouldn't use the art of physiognomy in a battle. After all, the only people who were worthy of his attention were those who were at the fourth step of the Celestial Venerable Realm. Qin Zhao's physiognomy couldn't do anything to those in this realm. But against the second step Celestial Venerable, the art of physiognomy was still very useful. Therefore, Qin Xiao used the art of physiognomy this time and directly played the store owner ruthlessly. "I'm really impressed. I really admire Brother Qin. I didn't expect you to cultivate the extremely rare art of physiognomy. Moreover, you've cultivated it to such a high level. Both the store owner and I couldn't see any flaws just now. That's a great move." Lin Xian was full of admiration. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and smiled. The art of physiognomy has already lost its effect. The store owner must be hopping mad now. I'm giving him a taste of his own medicine. He tricked us first, and then I tricked him back. I even earned an extra 2,000 Chaos Source Stones from him. I guess I've won this round. When dealing with people like him, you should use more ruthless methods. Qin Zhao's method indeed felt like he was killing people without leaving a trace. Not only did he settle the matter perfectly, but he also earned quite a bit of money. It was killing two birds with one stone. Everyone was finally relieved. Everything was clear now. They admired Qin Xiao even more now. "But Brother Qin, you cheated the store owner of 2,000 Chaos Source Stones. I don't think the store owner will let it go so easily, right?" Lin Xian thought about it and said worriedly. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Yes, the store owner will definitely not let it go so easily. But it doesn't matter. If he can make a move, I can also make a move. It's impossible for him to take advantage of me. This matter is considered over. The store owner is also in the wrong, so he won't easily make trouble for us. If he wasn't in the wrong, he would probably have come after us by now." Everyone nodded. That was indeed the case. Firstly, the store owner was in the wrong. Secondly, the store owner thought that he had gotten a great deal and bought it willingly. Qin Xiao looked at Xiao and said, "This matter is over. You don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. This was a well-designed trap in the first place. You were just unlucky to have fallen into it. However, you do have to be more careful next time. Consider it a lesson for yourself. But generally speaking, legitimate stores won't cheat customers like this, so don't take it to heart. Honesty is the most important thing when doing business. Most stores are not bad. Feel free to look around." Xiao gritted his teeth and nodded. He looked at Qin Xiao gratefully and said, "Okay. Thank you, big brother Qin Xiao. I understand. I will be more careful in the future. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." The group continued on their way after this matter was resolved. Along the way, Lin Xian looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself several times. When he saw this, Qin Xiao sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" Lin Xian glanced at Qin Xiao. He knew that he couldn't hide his thoughts. Since Qin Xiao had taken the initiative to ask, he might as well say it. "Brother Qin, I don't think this matter is as simple as it seems. What do you want to say?" Qin Xiao asked again. "I think that the shop owner must have been instructed to do so. If it was an ordinary scammer, he wouldn't ask for such a sky-high price. It would be more reasonable to ask for 1 or 200. If he asked for 10,000, his purpose was obviously not to get money, but to make things difficult for us." Lin Xian said. Qin Xiao smiled. The situation behind this was certainly not as simple as it seemed. He had long seen that the store owner was instructed by someone. However, he didn't say it out loud for fear that others would be affected. Chapter 21:32. The liveliness and prosperity of Flat Demon City did not attract Qin Shao. In terms of liveliness and prosperity, Flat Demon City was only about the same as Linfu City during its normal days. Most of the people on the streets were first step heavenly venerables. Second step heavenly venerables were rare. Third step heavenly venerables were almost non-existent. The strength of a city could be judged from the number of people on the streets. If most of the people on the streets were first step and second step heavenly venerables and third step heavenly venerables were also common, then this city must be very powerful. Soon, the group arrived at a black market. The so-called black market here was not illegal, but because there were many stalls here that sold antiques. There was a lot of turnover, so it was called the black market. Lin Xian introduced it to everyone. This is one of the more famous places in Flat Demon City. People are used to calling it the black market. It's also known as Treasure Street. Because street stalls are allowed here, many people can bring whatever they want to sell here to set up street stalls. If we want to sell, we can also set up street stalls here. Moreover, the things here are more messy. Many antiques are found from unknown places. Some of them are very ancient, and no one can recognize what they are. Some of them are even buried with powerhouses. They were dug up and sold here. It's precisely because there are many things of unknown origin here that the black market is called. A lot of things that are stolen, robbed, or dug up will flow into this place. There's also an unwritten rule for people who come here to buy and sell things, and that is to leave without asking where the things came from. If you've taken a fancy to it, you can complete a transaction after negotiating a price. This place is also under the protection of Flat Demon City's City Lord. Everything that enters the black market can be sold, and no one dares to cause trouble here. Although the things in this black market are more messy, there are still some good things that come out from time to time. Some people have even bought fragments of holy relics in the black market. Therefore, the black market is also called Treasure Street by many people. Indeed, many people have found treasures in the black market. Qin Shao had seen a few similar black markets before, so he did not find it novel at all. On the other hand, the people from High Mountain Town were curious. After entering the black market, it was indeed bustling with activity. Huge squares were connected by streets, forming a huge market. In those huge plazas, there were many street stalls. As far as the eye could see, there were street stalls everywhere. Aside from the sidewalk, the other places were basically filled with street stalls. All kinds of people were strolling around the black market. Quite a few shouts could be heard, and quite a few people stopped in front of the stalls to bargain with the stall owner. So this place was obviously very lively and noisy. Hey, handsome guys, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Come take a look. I have some freshly baked goods here. This time, I brought out some of my most precious goods. It doesn't matter if you buy it or not. Come and have a look, chat, and make friends. Yo, this brother, I see that this divine soaring wings is especially suitable for you. With this divine soaring wings, your speed will increase by at least 10 times, and your strength will definitely increase greatly. I usually sell this divine wings of soaring heaven for 6,800. Today is a great discount, so it's only 998. As long as 998, you can take this eye-catching immortal treasure away. 998, you won't lose out or be cheated. You'll get real benefits. Opportunity knocks, but once, it won't come again. Hey, big brother, don't go. We can still discuss the price. 660, what do you think? Hey, 258, 258, let's discuss again. Last 30,000 years, because my wife ran away with her lover, dumped the last of your stock, earned some money to buy some good immortal treasures, and settle the score with them. Drop price, really drop price. If you buy something expensive, you'll lose 10 times. If you don't come and snatch it now, you won't have the chance. Listening to the stall owners shouting and saying some funny things, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. Those guys in High Mountain Town who hadn't seen the world were all full of curiosity, looking here and there. There were a few times when they were almost fooled and wanted to buy something, but in the end, they were all pulled back by Lin Xian. You guys, don't speak lightly of those stall owners. All of them are eloquent and can say all kinds of good things. If you believe them, then you've been fooled. Most of the things in the black market are of lower quality. Don't listen to them. They're all flashy and worthless things. They're not worth much at all, and their effects are far from what they're boasting. This is the specialty of the black market. If you want to sell something, you have to rely on your mouth. However, it can only fool those who don't have much experience, especially this time's big market. Many people are coming to Flat Demon Town for the first time, so they're easily fooled by those extravagant words. Lin Xian explained to the crowd. Although some of the items were only sold for a few dozen Chaos Source Stones, which wasn't too expensive, those items themselves were probably worth a few Chaos Source Stones. The dazzling array of items would indeed dazzle one's eyes. Moreover, after the stall owner's boasting, it seemed that those things were really powerful. Therefore, many people were hot-headed and bought it directly. This was also one of the major characteristics of the black market. It was indeed quite interesting to look at. The stall owners in the black market were all shouting with all their might, trying their best to boast about their items. Even if it was a very ordinary item, they could boast about it to the point that the value of their items increased by many times. However, there was an exception that Qin Xiao noticed. Qin Xiao saw a small stall in an inconspicuous corner. It was very quiet there. Interestingly, the other stall owners were all shouting with all their might, and their business was booming. Only that stall owner was half lying on a rattan chair and drinking wine leisurely. He didn't even look at the stall, as if the stall didn't belong to him at all. It was also as if he wasn't there to sell his items, but to drink wine. Such a maverick behavior could be considered a very strange scene. But he didn't shout, and there weren't many items on his stall. There were only a dozen or so items, which formed a sharp contrast with the dazzling array of goods in other stalls. Therefore, not many people went to his stall at all. Some people only glanced at it out of curiosity before walking away. Very few people were willing to stop and watch. It was a strange sight to set up a stall like this. Qin Xiao noticed the stall owner. He was dressed in very simple clothes and looked like an old man over 60 years old. A strong sense of vicissitudes could be seen from him. The traces of time were very heavy. At a glance, one could tell that he was an old man who had lived for a very long time. In terms of aura, he felt that he was only a second step celestial venerable. But what made Qin Xiao feel a little strange was that this aura didn't seem to be real. Qin Xiao carefully sized up the old man for a while. For some reason, he felt that this old man wasn't simple and wasn't like what he appeared to be on the surface. He felt that he couldn't see through this old man. He shouldn't be an ordinary second step celestial venerable like he appeared to be. If he wasn't a second step celestial venerable, how powerful would he be to be able to hide his aura to the extent that Qin Xiao couldn't see through him? In addition to this feeling, the old man's maverick behavior also made Qin Xiao feel that he couldn't see through him. He didn't seem to be here to set up a stall. It was more like he was here to travel the world or to wait for a fated person. Jiang Taigong was fishing, and those who were willing to take the bait were hooked. Qin Xiao secretly observed for a while. There weren't many people passing by, and they all left after taking a few glances. No one stopped. Even if someone went over to take a look, the old man still minded his own business and drank his wine. He didn't even look at them, as if no one was looking at his stall at all. Such an attitude naturally made those people leave. There were so many stalls and so many items in the black market. What couldn't one buy? Brother Qin, that old man is very strange. How can there be someone who sets up a stall like this? He's the only one in the black market. Lin Xian couldn't help but comment when she saw Qin Xiao sizing up the old man. In fact, he had already seen him and sized him up, but he didn't look at him for too long. Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, it's really strange. There must be something fishy going on. I keep feeling that there's something fishy going on here." Something fishy? Lin Xian frowned. She didn't feel that way. There would always be someone who stood out from the crowd. There was never a lack of weirdos. "Brother Qin, don't tell me you want to go over and take a look?" Lin Xian asked. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Yes." After saying that, Qin Xiao walked over. Although Lin Xian and the others didn't understand Qin Xiao's intention, they still followed him. It was fine to take a look. Anyway, They came in to look and couldn't afford to buy anything. Soon, Qin Shao arrived in front of the stall and took a closer look at the old man. The old man turned a deaf ear to Qin Shao and the others. He still didn't look at them. He was still drinking his wine leisurely and immersed in his own world. Everything else, to him, was like floating clouds. Qin Shao squatted down and looked at the dozens of scattered items on the stall. Each of them looked very ordinary and dull. They seemed to be low-quality goods that weren't worth much at all. There was nothing eye-catching about the items they sold, and they wouldn't shout for their wares. That was why the other stalls were crowded with people, but this place was deserted. There was a reason for that. Qin Shao picked up a bronze ball that was a little bigger than an egg. It was glowing with a green color, and it seemed to be an antique that had been around for a long time. However, other than the fact that it was old, the others were dull and dull. He couldn't see any value in it. Qin Shao looked at the bronze ball carefully. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was very ordinary and small. However, Qin Shao penetrated the bronze ball with his consciousness. Although he didn't feel anything, he vaguely felt that there was something hidden in it. He needed to check it carefully to be sure if there was anything hidden in it. Qin Shao wasn't very sure about this. Just as Qin Shao was about to continue to check it, the old man finally said, "Hey, boy, you've been looking at it for so long. Haven't you seen enough? You've seen everything clearly. How can I sell this thing? Buy it if you want. If you don't want to buy it, leave quickly. Don't disturb me from drinking." This stall owner's temper was not small. Chapter 21:33. Qin Shao glanced at the old man and chuckled, thinking that this old man had quite a temper. There was no one else who could do business to this extent. He didn't look like he was here to do business at all. Instead, he looked like he was here to drink. If it were any other time, Qin Shao would naturally ignore him. However, this time, Qin Shao casually asked, "How many chaos source stones is this copper ball in my hand?" The old man glanced sideways and said domineeringly, "Not for sale. Not for sale?" Upon hearing this, many people wanted to vomit blood and curse. How could he not sell his goods when he was setting up a stall here? The things that were displayed should be something that could be sold. Otherwise, why would they be displayed? Wasn't he toying with people? This old man was not just a little eccentric. Cough. Qin Shao choked a little. Why do you not want to sell it when everything was fine? Of all the things on this stall, only this copper ball caught Qin Shao's eye. Moreover, he had a feeling that this copper ball wasn't as simple as it seemed. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to study it carefully. Perhaps he could really pick up a treasure. However, this old man clearly didn't want to give Qin Shao a chance. He directly refused to sell it. Everything should have a price, right? Senior, it doesn't seem right for you to put it here and not sell it, right? Qin Shao said helplessly with a smile. The old man glanced sideways at Qin Shao and said, "I can sell it, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. Whether I can afford it or not depends on how big your appetite is." Qin Shao said. He had 6 million chaos source stones on him now. Perhaps there was nothing here that he couldn't afford, right? No matter how big the old man's appetite was, he couldn't possibly ask for such a price, right? The old man looked a little impatient as he casually stretched out a finger. 100 chaos source stones? Isn't that too expensive? I think 1 chaos source stone is too expensive for this lousy copper ball. Are all the people who do business in Flat Demon City such scammers? Why do I feel like everything can be sold at a sky-high price? Isn't that so? Even children in our town don't play with such copper balls, right? 1 chaos source rock was already very expensive. How could he ask for 100? Do you really think we're pigs to be slaughtered? A Shao and the others said one after another. Everyone had a shadow in their hearts from being cheated. It was just an ordinary-looking copper ball. He couldn't see anything special about it. How could something like this be worth 100 chaos source rocks? 100? Are you blind? Do you really think this old man is a beggar? The old man took a sip of wine and slanted his nose as he replied snappily. What? Not 100? Could it be 1,000? Was it really that scary? How could a broken toy be sold as a rare treasure? Who are you trying to fool? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. It can't be 1,000 chaos source rocks, right? The old man who set up the stall was still unmoved. He only glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, as if he was looking at an idiot. Not even 1,000? Was he crazy? Lin Xian frowned deeply. She looked at the old man with mild anger and said, "You can't be thinking of selling it for 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks, right? 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks can buy a better middle-grade immortal weapon, right? Senior, it's my fault. I really can't tell what's so valuable about this item. Immortal treasures that can be sold for 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks are all rare treasures." Everyone thought that the old man must have gone crazy over Chaos Source Stones. How could he sell a random copper ball for 10,000 Chaos Source Stones? Where did he get his courage from? Could it be that they all treated others as fools? At this price, he had to be able to sell it. Was this another scam? 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks for a broken copper ball? Did water get into his head? Senior, you should be more pragmatic when setting up a stall, right? Who would even look at such a price? That's right. Look at the other stalls. They're all shouting and offering low prices. Who would offer such a sky-high price like you? It's no wonder no one is stopping by your stall. You don't have any unique features. You don't have any immortal treasures. You don't have any customers. It's not easy for someone to ask you for a price and be scared half to death. The old man waved his hand impatiently at the crowd and said, "If you want to look, then get lost. Don't disturb this old man from drinking. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. This old man has no intention of selling it. Things should be sold to the fated ones. If the fated ones don't want to look, then so be it. What's there to care about? If you say 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks, then it means you're not the fated one. 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks meant he wasn't the fated one. That meant he was offering more than 10,000 Chaos Source Rocks. Then if they went higher, wouldn't that be 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks? Oh my God! Lin Xian and the others' jaws dropped when they thought of this possibility. This was beyond shocking. This price was completely insane. Hey, old man, you've gone overboard. You want to sell this broken copper ball for 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks? Do you really think everyone in Flat Demon City is rich? Who else can take out so many Chaos Source Rocks? Unless it's the Flat Demon City Lord, right? That's right. Old man, why are you like this? Why don't you just go to the City Lord Manor and ask him if he wants it? Brother Lin Xian, let's go. We must have met a lunatic. 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks? Don't scare me to death. Lin Xian nodded. They had indeed met a lunatic. He didn't want to stay any longer and prepare to leave. If he stayed any longer, he might turn into a lunatic himself. Lin Xian looked at Qin Shao, but realized that Qin Shao had no intention of leaving. He didn't put down the copper ball in his hand either. Instead, he stood there looking at the copper ball with a deep look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. If the old man had only offered 100 or 1,000 Chaos Source Rocks for this item, Qin Shao wouldn't have looked at it any longer and would have put it back. However, it was precisely because the old man had offered 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks that Qin Shao started to ponder. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his intuition was right. It seemed like this copper ball was not simple at all. But no matter how extraordinary it was, could it be worth 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks? 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks. That was enough to buy an excellent upper-grade immortal weapon. Could this seemingly inconspicuous copper ball really be comparable to the value of an excellent high-grade celestial artifact? This sounded like a fantasy story. If anyone else were to say this, wouldn't they find it impossible? In fact, even Qin Shao felt that 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rock was a little too crazy. It was indeed a little hard for him to accept it. Therefore, Qin Shao was also pondering carefully in his heart. Why did the old man dare to quote such a price? Qin Shao was also secretly sizing up the old man. From his words and actions, Qin Shao could sense that the old man wasn't as simple as he appeared to be. Waiting for the fated person? Willing people to take the bait? Was this a trap, or was there really some other purpose behind it? Qin Shao was also pondering this question. It was a rare struggle for him. There were indeed some mysteries that he couldn't see through. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks was a very high price, even for a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Brother Qin, Lin Xian couldn't help but tug at Qin Shao. 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks? Was he seriously considering it? Was he really that crazy? Lin Xian was also wondering if Qin Shao could really take out 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks. It couldn't be right. Even a fourth-step heavenly venerate might not be able to easily take out 1,000,000 chaos source rocks. Qin Shao was only a second-step heavenly venerate. How could he possibly take out 1,000,000 chaos source rocks? Moreover, even if he could, he wouldn't be so crazy as to spend 1,000,000 chaos source rocks on an ordinary, dull bronze ball, right? However, to everyone's surprise, Qin Shao actually said to the old man, "All right, I'll buy it for 1,000,000 chaos source rock." This sentence was like a bolt of lightning exploding in everyone's minds. Everyone was so shocked that they looked at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly. It was as if they were frozen in time and couldn't utter a single word. This can't be real, right? Did they hear it wrongly? Everyone was wondering if they were hallucinating. However, they couldn't have heard it wrongly. This was the truth. Qin Shao really agreed to this absurd and ridiculous price. This made people feel that the old man who set up the stall was a lunatic, and Qin Shao looked like a fool. A lousy copper ball could actually be sold at a sky-high price. This was too crazy. When he heard Qin Shao agree to buy it, the old man finally sat up straight. He looked at Qin Shao seriously with his deep and profound eyes. After a long while, the old man stretched out his hand in front of Qin Shao and said, "All right, 1,000,000 chaos source rocks. Come, you can have it. It seems like you're really a fated person. You have good judgment, strength, and immortal fate. Not bad, not bad." Logically speaking, Qin Shao shouldn't have bought it at such a price. He felt as if water had entered his brain and he had been taken advantage of. But if he didn't buy it, Qin Shao felt a little unwilling. Furthermore, he had a very strong intuition that told him that whether it was the old man who set up the stall or the copper ball in his hand, they should be extremely extraordinary. Therefore, he wanted to get to the bottom of this. Although the price was indeed a little high, Qin Shao still decided to give it a try after thinking about it for a while. There was nothing wrong with following his instincts. Even if he made a mistake, he could afford to lose 1,000,000 chaos source rocks. Qin Shao didn't care much about money. Since he wanted to do this, he might as well be willful for once. It wasn't a big deal. At worst, he would just lose 1,000,000 chaos source rocks. It wasn't a big deal. With this thought in mind, Qin Shao made up his mind to come. Qin Shao took out 1,000,000 chaos source stones without hesitation and handed them to the old man who had set up the stall. The old man took it and counted it. After confirming that it was 1,000,000 chaos source rocks, he put it away and said to Qin Shao, "All right, the bronze ball is now yours. Let's go." This old man is going to continue drinking. With that, the old man lay back on the chair and drank his wine leisurely. He had just sold a broken copper ball for a sky-high price of 1,000,000 chaos source stones. However, the old man didn't seem to be excited at all. He seemed calm and composed. It was as if this transaction didn't exist. It was as if he didn't feel anything after receiving 1,000,000 chaos source rocks. That was impossible. It was 1,000,000 chaos source rocks. Qin Shao put away the bronze ball and prepared to leave. "Young man, you have to study the thing carefully and grasp it well," the old man added before Qin Shao left. Chapter 2134. Even after a long while, Lin Xian and the others still hadn't recovered from their shock. The shock that this brought to them had reached a point where it could not be any greater. In fact, Qin Shao also felt that he had done something crazy this time. How could one not be crazy when they were young? It was fine to be crazy once in a while. However, Qin Shao trusted his intuition. Perhaps he would reap a huge reward by paying 1,000,000 chaos source stones. One should always think positively. Furthermore, Qin Shao felt that there was a high possibility that this was a good outcome. "Brother Qin, did you really give the old man 1,000,000 chaos source stones?" Lin Xian suddenly asked. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Of course I gave him 1,000,000 chaos source stones. Otherwise, why would he let me take this copper ball?" "Not physiognomy?" Lin Xian asked again. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who would use physiognomy to cheat others? Since it's a fair trade, how could it be so low as to use physiognomy? Previously, I used physiognomy on the shop owner to give him a taste of his own medicine. That was a very reasonable method. This is a trade that I'm willing to accept. How could I use physiognomy? Naturally, I gave him 1,000,000 chaos source stones for real. Lin Xian's jaw dropped. He also felt that it was unlikely that Qin Shao would use physiognomy this time. However, after all, the amount involved this time was a terrifying 1,000,000 chaos source stones. Just this amount alone was enough to crush someone to death. Who exactly was Qin Shao? He was unbelievably strong and didn't seem like a second step heavenly venerate. His wealth was even more terrifying. He could casually take out 1,000,000 chaos source stones. Some things can't be judged purely by appearances. What the eyes can see is often the most confusing. Some things aren't as simple as you think. If you can't understand, it can only mean that your eyesight isn't good enough. Qin Shao knew that Lin Xian was puzzled, so he patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully. He didn't explain much. Lin Xian was also a smart person. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, she naturally understood a little. Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions. The group continued to stroll around the black market. Suddenly, Qin Shao was pulled by a hand. The person who pulled Qin Shao was a stall owner. The stall owner looked at Qin Shao with an obsequious smile. His mouth seemed to have been opened, and he immediately said, "Young master, you are handsome, elegant, and impressive. At first glance, I can tell that you are an extraordinary genius with a bright future. Young master, take a look at my side. I have quite a few good toys. Perhaps there's something suitable for you. Young master, please take a look at this sword first." The stall owner was also very eloquent. He pulled Qin Shao and flattered him for a while. If someone with weak willpower was to listen to him, they would probably be brainwashed by his words. However, Qin Shao was naturally immune to all poisons when it came to such matters. It was rare to see someone as bold as this stall owner who directly pulled Qin Shao and refused to let him go. Fortunately, Qin Shao didn't get angry. Instead, he listened to the stall owner patiently. Lin Xian and the others couldn't bear to listen any longer. The stall owners here all had sharp tongues and were all very eloquent. However, the reason why Qin Shao didn't push the stall owner away and leave was that there was something that attracted his attention. It was a jade statue of the god of war. The carving was very good. It was lifelike, and the details were very well done. Moreover, this jade was very beautiful. It was layered with several colors. In fact, Qin Shao wasn't interested in jade carvings at all. It was just that when he glanced at it from the corner of his eye just now, he caught a glimpse of a transparent image in the jade statue. But when he looked carefully again, he found that he couldn't see it. Later, Qin Shao thought that it might be the problem of the angle, so he kept changing the angle. Finally, he saw the transparent image again. This made Qin Shao think that there might be something hidden in this jade statue. From the transparent image, Qin Shao couldn't see clearly what was hidden in this jade statue. However, Qin Shao thought that to be able to hide something in this intact jade statue, this method was also very unusual. It could be seen that this jade statue didn't have a crack or a trace of being damaged. It was a complete piece. There were also many things to pay attention to when it came to art. If there was a big flaw like a crack, it would be a waste. At least Qin Shao couldn't see any crack. But there was something hidden in it. How did this happen? Qin Shao felt that he couldn't do this. Therefore, this made Qin Shao a little curious. What was hidden in it? Why would there be something hidden in an ordinary jade statue? Was this hidden item precious or not? Come to think of it, there should be some precious items. If it was an ordinary item, there was no need to hide it in this jade statue. Thinking of this, Qin Shao also became interested in the jade statue. The stall owner kept promoting things to Qin Shao, but Qin Shao didn't respond at all. The stall owner wasn't discouraged. He suddenly saw Qin Shao glancing at the jade statue. He immediately took the jade statue with a smile and bragged to Qin Shao again. "Sir, I was wondering why you were indifferent when I introduced so many good things to you. It turns out that you took a fancy to something good. That's why I say you have a good eye. Among so many treasures, you can choose this jade statue at a glance. I can't help but be impressed. Young master, you probably don't know who this jade statue is, right? It's okay if you don't know. I'll tell you about it. There's a very deep Taoism and knowledge in it. This jade statue," the stall owner started talking nonstop, connecting a legendary figure in history together. According to the stall owner, the original shape of this jade statue turned out to be a Buddhist cultivator who had become a Buddha. He was an ancient legendary figure. Buddha? Qin Xiao couldn't help looking at it carefully again. Judging from the shape of this jade statue, it didn't look like a Buddha. In Qin Xiao's impression, the real Buddha was wearing a golden red cassock with a bald head and a solemn appearance. Although the jade statue in front of him was bald, it didn't wear a cassock or hold a wand. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't associate it with a Buddha at first. The stall owner said that this jade statue was a statue of a Buddha. Qin Xiao couldn't help but have some doubts. Qin Xiao urged his Buddhist power to penetrate into the jade statue. However, as soon as Qin Xiao's Buddhist power touched it, he felt a thunderous sound like a flood in his mind. It shocked Qin Xiao so much that he instantly withdrew his Buddhist power. He was suddenly shocked. What a powerful, thunderous sound. What a terrifying, thunderous sound. This was the sound of Buddhism. To think that there was such a powerful Buddha's aura hidden within this jade statue. It was not simple. It was indeed not simple. Qin Xiao was more certain that there must be something precious and important hidden in this jade statue. It seemed that his luck today was really very good. Just now, he bought a copper ball from the strange old man that he hadn't figured out yet. Now, he encountered a jade statue that hid the Buddhist power. These surprises were coming one after another. Boss, stop bragging. If you keep bragging, we will be embarrassed. I think you should just tell us how much it is. That's right. Even if you're not tired of bragging, we are tired of listening to you. No matter how much you boast, it's better to give us a real price. This stall owner was really good at bragging. Lin Xian and the others finally couldn't listen to him anymore. Two of them said one after another. The stall owner stopped and smiled at the two of them. Haha, isn't there a saying that even good wine is afraid of being in a deep alley? My things are good. Naturally, I have to introduce them more. If I don't introduce them in detail, how will you know what's good about my things and why they are worth so much money? Isn't fairness and transparency the most important thing in doing business? Everything has to be transparent, right? As for the price, it's fine. I feel like I hit it off with this young master today. We had a good chat. That's why I'll give you a low price. 100 chaos source stones, and you'll take it. One of the men who spoke earlier couldn't help but say, why don't you just rob a bank? What kind of treasure is this? Why are you asking for 100 chaos source stones? Is 100 chaos source stones so worthless in Flat Demon City? Boss, you're too much. Even if you want to rip off a customer, you shouldn't go that far, right? Another person immediately chimed in. The stall owner said with a wronged expression, Io, my two little brothers, how can you say that I'm ripping off a customer? I've never done anything like that. Qin Xiao waved his hand and interrupted him. All right, boss, stop with the nonsense. We're all smart people. Just give us a real price. If you give us a fake price of 100 chaos source stones, I don't think you'll ever sell this thing. It's just a piece of art. No matter how exquisite it is, it won't sell for a high price. It's not like it's an immortal artifact. There's no need to raise the price like that. Well, this kind of thing is not essential to us. If the price is right, we can buy one. If the price isn't right, we'll just take it as a look. 100 chaos source stones were nothing to Qin Xiao. One had to know that he had just thrown out 1 million chaos source stones. In comparison, 100 chaos source stones were nothing. However, this wasn't the case. Just because it wasn't much, he could just throw it away. Qin Xiao usually wouldn't do something that would cause him to lose out. This thing was indeed far from being worth 100 chaos source stones. Why would Qin Xiao be stupid enough to do it when he knew that he would be ripped off? If he felt that it was worth that much, he would naturally give that much. Whether it was 100 chaos source stones or 1 million chaos source stones, there was no problem. The prerequisite was that Qin Xiao felt that it was worth it. The stall owner thought to himself. It seemed like he had met a veteran today. He didn't want to rip him off. All right. He had to do business. If he couldn't rip him off, he would just earn less. The stall owner was also a shrewd person. He immediately changed his words. All right, since this young master has said so, it would be rude of me to not give you a real price. I'll just treat it as making friends with you today. I won't take a cut from you. Just give me 20 chaos source stones, and I'll take it. What do you think? He had just offered 100 chaos source stones. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had offered 20 chaos source stones. The drop was really huge. Even if it was 20 chaos source stones, he could still make a profit. It was just that the profit wouldn't be much. Qin Shao could accept this price. Chapter 2135. 20 chaos source rocks was a huge profit for the stall owner. With double the profit, it was considered a good deal. These stall owners were all as cunning as ghosts. They would never speak the truth. Although they complained, they still wanted to earn some money. As soon as the jade statue entered Qin Zhao's hand, something strange happened. The jade statue slowly melted in Qin Zhao's hand. The jade on the surface faded away and rays of golden light bloomed. The stall owner, who was feeling smug a moment ago, widened his eyes when he saw this scene. He stared at the jade statue in Qin Zhao's hand. The jade of the jade statue slowly turned into ashes. The golden light became brighter and brighter. This was no ordinary golden light. It was Buddha's light. The Buddha's light surged into the sky. It was accompanied by the arrival of Buddha's Dharma and Buddha's might. Instantly, most of the people in the black market looked over in astonishment. Buddha's light and Buddha's might. Could this be Buddha's Sarira? Qin Shao was also shocked. Through the golden light, he could see that there was a golden bead hidden in the jade statue. This bead was not big. It was only the size of an egg. It was golden in color and emitted Buddha's light and Buddha's might. Buddha's Dharma lingered in it. Qin Shao thought of the primordial thunder he had just heard. Therefore, Qin Shao guessed that this golden bead could be the legendary Buddha's Sarira. Buddha's Sarira was the essence of a Buddha's Dharma. It could only be condensed at the moment of becoming a Buddha. Generally speaking, Buddha's Sarira existed in the essence of a Buddha. Naturally, it would not be taken out. Only after a Buddha died would Buddha's Sarira be revealed. It was eternal and indestructible. Buddha's Sarira could also be seen as a continuation of a Buddha's life after his death. It was the inheritance of Dharma. However, Buddhas were ancient saints. Moreover, Buddhist cultivators stood aloof from worldly affairs. They had no desires or desires. They would enter nirvana and not care about worldly affairs. Therefore, it was extremely rare for Buddhas to die. Because of this, Buddha relics were extremely rare and hard to find since ancient times. If it were truly a Buddha Sarira, it would be a priceless treasure. Even tens of millions of chaos source stones wouldn't be able to purchase it. Qin Shao only knew about the existence of Buddha Sarira, but she had never seen it before, so she wasn't very sure at this time. But from the looks of it, it should be close to the mark. To Qin Shao, obtaining a Buddha Sarira was simply a great fortune and a great opportunity. Naturally, he was very happy. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this was not a place for research. There were so many pairs of eyes watching. Therefore, Qin Shao did not hesitate. He clenched his hand and put the item into his inner world. He would study it later. As soon as Qin Shao put away the thing, the Buddha's aura and Buddha's might immediately dissipated. Qin Shao wasn't prepared at all just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance to expose herself. Although it only lasted for a short time, it attracted the attention of countless people. Even if others couldn't guess that it was a Buddha Sarira, they could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary item. It must be a valuable treasure. Lin Xian and the others were all dumbfounded and speechless. They thought that it was a waste for Qin Shao to spend 20 chaos source stones on such a small thing. But they didn't expect that they would actually buy a treasure. They couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's eyesight. They believed that Qin Shao didn't buy it carelessly. That inconspicuous copper ball cost 1,000,000 chaos source stones. Could it be that the copper ball was also very extraordinary? Although the item was put away, Qin Shao had obviously become the focus of everyone's attention. Brother, don't be in such a hurry to put it away. If you find something good, let's take a look. That's right, that's right. Don't be so stingy. We didn't even have time to take a closer look. I only felt a Buddhist aura. Could it be a Buddhist item? A Buddhist item is a hot potato. Brother, you have to think twice about it. If you want to take a look, why don't you show it to me and I'll give you a better price? Brother, show it to us. I'll buy it at a high price. How about this? I'll buy it from you for 1,000 chaos source stones. Do you like it? Only 1,000? You have a nerve to say that? I'll add another 10 chaos source stones. Tisk, can you be any more thick-skinned? Just add another 10. I'll add another 100. Don't fight with me. I'll offer 2,000. Who dares to fight with me? You want to compete with me in terms of wealth? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Many people surrounded Qin Xiao. They treated Qin Xiao as a delicious cake and wanted to snatch it away. Each and every one of them wanted Qin Xiao to take it out and sell it. Qin Xiao laughed bitterly. He didn't expect to attract so much attention. This wasn't a good thing. How could he possibly sell a Buddhist relic? Qin Xiao wouldn't sell it even if someone offered him 10 million chaos source stones, let alone the ridiculous price that these people were offering. However, judging by the situation, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave this place if he didn't take it out. At this moment, the stall owner felt like beating himself to death. How could he be so blind? He had actually sold a rare treasure like trash for only 20 chaos source stones. He hadn't even taken it out yet, but someone had already offered 2,000 chaos source stones. Furthermore, he had every reason to believe that the price would only go higher. The loss of this deal was enough to make him vomit blood. He couldn't accept it. Therefore, the stall owner held Qin Xiao back and said with a pained expression, "Brother, I'm not selling this item. I'm really sorry. I took the wrong item. It's my fault. I'll return these 20 chaos source stones to you. I'll compensate you for my mistake. Just a little bit. How about this? I'll pay you 10 times the price. I'll pay you 200 chaos source stones. Return that item to me." Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown. He looked at the shameless stall owner and scoffed. "Bully, how can I take back something that I've already sold? We exchanged the money and the goods just now. The transaction is complete. You've already taken the money, so the item is naturally mine. Now that it's mine, how can you take it back without selling it? How can someone like you do business when you don't keep your word? Do you think that's possible? Don't you think you're dreaming?" Lin Xian was also a little angry. "That's right, boss. You're too much. How can you bully someone like that? Although we're not from Flat Demon City, we still have to follow the rules, right? How can you take back something that you've already sold? You can't follow the rules no matter where you go, right? I'm really impressed that you're able to do business like this. What's the matter? Are you going to snatch it back in front of so many people today?" The stall owner's face twitched violently. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Xian and Qin Xiao angrily. He decided to be unreasonable and said, "The item is mine. I have the right to decide whether to sell it or not. It's true that we exchanged the money and the goods. However, the goods have been mixed up. Can I take it back? How can that rare treasure be sold for only 20 chaos source stones? I took the wrong item just now. It was my mistake. I've already agreed to compensate you 10 times the price. What else do you want? Cut the crap. If you know what's good for you, you'd better return the item obediently. I'll give you something else that you've taken a fancy to. If you don't know what's good for you, I won't be afraid of you even if you make a scene at the city lord's residence. There's a reason for doing business. It's only right that I took the wrong item and gave you something back. It's perfectly reasonable. What's the problem?" Since the soft approach didn't work, the stall owner decided to use the hard approach. He was shameless. He was simply twisting the facts. There was clearly no problem with the transaction, but now he was saying that he had taken the wrong item. Such an action was simply shameless to the extreme. He was really willing to do anything for the sake of interest. It was really detestable. "Little brother, he took the wrong item. It's only right for him to return it. Who hasn't made mistakes before? Furthermore, the stall owner has already agreed to compensate you 10 times the price. He's being very courteous. That's right. This stall owner is a very honest person. He's also very sincere. You should know when to stop. 10 times the price. You've earned 200 chaos source stones in one go. The human heart is often insatiable. If you really think you're a big shot, don't end up losing out. Young man, enough is enough. Don't go overboard. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't get anything out of it. Little brother, why don't you sell it to me directly? I'll give you 2,000 chaos source stones. Just ignore those people." A series of sarcastic voices rang out. Many of the people who were speaking up for the stall owner were other stall owners. These people were clearly united against a common enemy. For them to be able to set up their stalls and sell their items, they were obviously very familiar with one another. In fact, they might even have formed an alliance or something. Whenever something happened, they would jump on the bandwagon and use their strength to bully others. If it were any other person, they would definitely be frightened by such a scene. Most of the time, they would have to swallow their pride and suffer a loss. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others were pretty scared out of their wits. There were so many people surrounding them, and all of them were looking ferocious. They were suppressing Qin Xiao with their auras, trying to get Qin Xiao to submit obediently. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Even if this matter were to reach the city lord manor, it would still be beneficial for the stall owner. Since he dared to do this, he must have some confidence in it. If I don't take it out today, I won't be able to walk out of here in one piece, right? Qin Zhao's eyes scanned the surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on the stall owner as he spoke in a cold voice. These words were directed at the stall owner, as well as everyone else present. At this moment, there were many people who were eyeing Qin Zhao's treasure. Many covetous gazes were hidden in the surroundings. Some of them were staring directly at it without hiding anything, while others were hiding in the dark, waiting for the right time to strike. The stall owner was still holding Qin Xiao tightly. He sneered and didn't try to hide anything. Instead, he said bluntly, "Little brother, you're right. In terms of logic, you're unreasonable. In terms of strength, you're nothing. That's why, young man, I advise you to be honest and not be too competitive. The weak will never win against the strong. If you know what's good for you now, then what I said just now will still be effective. Compensating you with 200 Chaos Ore Stones is already a big deal for you. Don't be greedy. If you're still not satisfied, then you won't be able to get a single stone. Not only will you not get a single stone, but I'm afraid you and your friends won't be able to leave here in one piece. So why bother?" Chapter 2136. The stall owner's words were full of threats. It was a blatant threat, and he did not hide anything at all. Many fierce-looking stall owners in the surroundings also used their auras to calm them down, forming a strong oppressive force. It was as if they would not let Qin Xiao leave this place in one piece if he dared not obediently submit to them. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely submit obediently. Even Lin Xian had never seen such a situation before. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The others were even trembling in fear. This feeling was like a lamb entering a wolf's den. The stall owner looked at Qin Xiao with a sinister and playful smile. He looked as if he had Qin Xiao under his control. It seemed that he had done such things many times. Lin Xian only knew about the black market, but he did not know that there was such a dark side to it. It seemed that the black market's name had many meanings. "Brother Qin, I think we should forget about it. Even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. If we compete with this group of scoundrels, I'm afraid we will be the ones at a disadvantage in the end." Lin Xian knew that the situation was very bad and a battle was about to break out. If they really fought, needless to say, they would definitely be the ones at a disadvantage. Therefore, he also tried to persuade Qin Xiao. However, the decision was in Qin Zhao's hands, and he could not make the decision for Qin Xiao. However, their fates were unknowingly tied to Qin Zhao's. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. I will solve it." Qin Xiao replied to Lin Xian and gave him a reassuring look. This made Lin Xian feel quite surprised. Qin Xiao could solve it? How could he solve it? Most of these stall owners were second-step celestial venerables. At this time, there were no less than 20 or 30 of them. With so many second-step celestial venerables added together, it was a very powerful force. Perhaps even a third-step celestial venerable would have to retreat, right? Was he going to admit defeat? However, from Qin Zhao's extremely confident tone, he felt that Qin Xiao did not seem like someone who would admit defeat. Many people looked at Qin Xiao with amusement, pity, and a trace of sympathy. But this didn't weaken their pressure on Qin Xiao. For some people, manipulating others was a kind of pleasure. "All you want it? Then who should I give it to?" Qin Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. She glanced around to the crowd and said lightly. The stall owner pulled Qin Zhao's arm hard and said fiercely, "Boy, You'd better not play any tricks. Hand over the things honestly, or I'm afraid you'll regret it very much. Qin Xiao sneered. She looked at the stall owner and said, So, I've decided not to give it to anyone. Why should I return the things that I found with my own abilities? Not giving? The stall owner was furious. He grabbed Qin Xiao's hand and was about to exert force. But at this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded, like a clap of thunder exploding in the stall owner's mind. Let go! An invisible force, like thousands of sharp arrows, rained down on the stall owner's soul like a storm. The stall owner was only a second step celestial venerate. How powerful was Qin Xiao's heart force? If it was fully exerted, it would be enough to deter a fourth step celestial venerate. Therefore, it was a piece of cake for her to deal with a second step celestial venerate. It was effortless. The stall owner was shocked by Qin Xiao's heart force. He immediately withdrew his hand in horror and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. It wasn't just the stall owner. The people who had pressured Qin Xiao just now were also shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Originally, they had formed a small circle around this place, but at this moment, it had expanded quite a bit. Just now, Qin Xiao's heart force had attacked everyone around him. It was an extremely sharp blow to those who had ill intentions towards him. The effect of Qin Xiao's attack was very obvious. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. The way everyone looked at Qin Xiao suddenly changed. There was no longer the playful and arrogant attitude from before. At this moment, they looked at Qin Xiao with some fear in their eyes. Although the heart force attack just now had only lasted for a brief moment, it was clear that Qin Xiao was giving them a stern warning. If they still didn't know what was good for them and want to make a move, then there would be a real show. It's heart force. What a powerful heart force. What a terrifying heart force. Just now, I actually felt like I was facing death. If he had really used his full strength, I'm afraid I would really have died. What is this young man's background? How can he be so strong? Isn't he just a second step celestial venerate? Forget it, forget it. It's better not to provoke this kind of person. Thinking of that terrifying heart force attack just now, the stall owner still had a lingering fear. Naturally, he immediately retreated. How would he dare to continue bullying Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao looked at Qin Xiao with a calm face and said indifferently, So, can I leave now? The stall owner's expression turned ugly, but at this time, how could he dare to say no? Qin Xiao said to the stunned Lin Xian and the others, Let's go. He patted Lin Xian, and the latter suddenly came back to her senses. Lin Xian and the others were shocked, and they all looked at Qin Xiao with incomparable admiration. They were very nervous just now, afraid that they would cause a disaster. But they didn't expect that such a situation would be resolved by Qin Xiao's shout. God, he was really too godly. After Qin Xiao and the others left, the others consciously made way for them. Who would dare to stop them? Many people looked at Qin Xiao with strange eyes, or they were thinking in their hearts, Who is this young man? He was able to suppress so many stall owners with his own strength. It was really too amazing. Lin Xian and the others still hadn't completely recovered until they left the black market. Qin Xiao's image in their hearts had risen to a very high level, just like a god in the hearts of mortals. Big brother Qin, how did you suppress those people just now? Lin Xian couldn't help but ask. Previously, she had been calling Qin Xiao Brother Qin. Now, she didn't dare to call him Brother Qin anymore. Instead, she called him Big Brother Qin. Big Brother Qin? Qin Xiao frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xian. In fact, in terms of age, Lin Xian was much older than him. It was a little strange that she called him Big Brother. However, in this world, strength was still the most important thing. Only with strength could one have a status. Qin Xiao didn't deliberately dwell on this title. He smiled faintly and said, It's nothing. It's just a little trick. You don't have to ask so much. Do you want to continue shopping? If not, let's find an inn to settle down and have a rest. Along the way, they had caused a lot of trouble. Lin Xian and the others were no longer in the mood to continue shopping. Therefore, Lin Xian said, No, Big Brother Qin. We'll find an inn to settle down first. I also want to have a good drink with you. Soon, Lin Xian found an ordinary inn to settle down in and asked for a small courtyard. It was indeed a little crowded, with more than 20 people staying in it. "I'm sorry, Big Brother Qin. It's been hard on you," Lin Xian said apologetically. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I was born poor and have suffered all kinds of hardships. This is nothing. As a cultivator, it's fine even if we have to sleep on the streets. It's fine to be casual. There's no need to deliberately pursue it." Qin Zhao's simplicity and generosity made Lin Xian admire him even more. He always felt that Qin Zhao's background was not small. However, his way of doing things was similar to his, very simple and honest. After drinking with Lin Xian and the others for a while, Qin Shao returned to his room. He had gained quite a lot from this trip to the black market. Those two treasures were worth his time to study. The jade stone of the jade statue that was absorbed into his inner world had completely dissipated. Only an egg-sized golden bead was left. It emitted Buddhist light and Buddhist power, illuminating Qin Zhao's inner world. Qin Zhao's consciousness seeped into the golden bead. As soon as his consciousness entered, the thunder of the great Tao resounded in Qin Zhao's mind. Boundless Buddhist Dharma poured out. Then he heard the Buddha chanting and passing on the boundless Buddhist power. At this time, Qin Zhao's consciousness was completely shrouded in this boundless Buddhist light. It was also filled with the sound of Buddhist chanting. He was completely immersed in a mysterious Buddhist world. He was listening to the mercy of Buddha and comprehending the supreme Buddhist way. Above such Buddhist power, there was a voice from the depths of Qin Zhao's soul guiding him to put down all his sins, be devout to the Buddha, cultivate the supreme Buddhist power, and step into the Buddhist way. This voice seemed to have a powerful magic power, attracting Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's heart was also moved by it and was about to be converted. This feeling was really wonderful. Qin Shao had the fate of Buddha and a very transcendental Buddhist nature. If he really devoted himself to the Buddhist way, he would definitely achieve something. The more this was the case, the stronger the attraction for Qin Shao. At this time, Qin Shao was also very sure that this was indeed a Buddhist Sarira. The attraction of the Buddhist Sarira was too strong. The boundless Buddhist power seemed to be able to convert all living things. At this time, Qin Shao felt that he was about to be converted and was about to step into the Buddhist way and enter the Buddhist way. But in the depths of his heart, there was a voice, No, Qin Shao, you can't enter the Buddhist way. Absolutely not. You can comprehend the Buddhist power, but you can't be confused by the Buddhist way. You can't enter the Buddhist way. You can't have no desires. You can't cut off your feelings and thoughts. No, absolutely not. You still have a lot of things to do. You have many unfulfilled wishes. Many people are still waiting for you. If you have no desires, see through the mortal world and cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires, then what about Lingwei? What about Yao Shuilian? What about Brother Pure? What about Master's Revenge? Wake up, wake up, wake up. The incomparably strong power of faith supported Qin Shao and reminded Qin Shao at the critical moment. Under the power of this power, Qin Shao finally retreated from the Buddhist way world. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This time, it was a close call. He almost entered the Buddhism Tao. Fortunately, the power of his faith was still incomparably strong. He was still able to maintain a clear mind. Otherwise, once he completely entered the Buddhist way, there would be no turning back. Just thinking about it was enough to make people feel scared. I don't know if it's good or bad to get this Buddhist Sarira. Qin Shao frowned and couldn't help but ask in his heart. Logically speaking, this was a great opportunity, an unparalleled fortune. Chapter 21:37. A Buddhist Sarira was naturally a priceless utmost treasure. The utmost treasure of the Buddhist sect was far more valuable than a Buddhist weapon or an upper-grade immortal weapon. Although the Buddhist Sarira was not a sacred object, its value was probably not much lower than a sacred object. Of course, its value was only for Buddhist cultivators. For other cultivators, although it was a priceless treasure, its status in their hearts was naturally far from being comparable to a sacred object. It was a good thing that he had exchanged 20 Chaos Source Stones for such a priceless Buddhist Sarira. However, If he really tried to comprehend the Buddha's Sarira, he was afraid that he would be in danger of entering Buddhism. This made Qin Shao feel a little conflicted. Should he comprehend the Buddha's Sarira or not? If he did, the risk was too great. If he did not comprehend it, wouldn't he have gotten such a legendary Buddhist treasure for nothing? As long as the Buddha's Sarira was on him, it would always make him feel a little itchy, and he could not help but want to comprehend it. However, Qin Shao was also very worried. If he simply comprehended it, he might not be able to gain much. If he tried to comprehend it wholeheartedly, the deeper he went, the more dangerous it would be for him to enter Buddhism. Towards Buddhism, Qin Shao himself was against it. Therefore, this was a difficult problem for Qin Shao. Forget it. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk about it later. Qin Shao shook his head and did not think about it for the time being. Even if he did not enter Buddhism, he could find an opportunity to sell the Buddha's Sarira in the future. After all, it was a priceless treasure that was terrifying enough to make a half-step sage excited. Fortunately, he put it away in time. No one should be able to guess that it was the Buddha's Sarira. At most, they would guess that it was a Buddhist object. After all, the Buddha's Sarira was a legendary object and was extremely rare. Qin Shao put the Buddha's Sarira aside first. Qin Shao took out the copper ball, which he had spent 1,000,000 chaos source stones to buy. Qin Shao carefully studied the copper ball. It looked very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed ordinary, and there was no special aura at all. However, Qin Shao firmly believed that the copper ball was not that simple. Qin Shao's consciousness seeped into the copper ball again. She wanted to see if there was anything hidden inside the copper ball. However, the copper ball was also completely empty. There was no mystery hidden within it. What's going on? Impossible. This copper ball shouldn't be so simple. My judgment shouldn't be wrong. I must have overlooked something. That old man is definitely not simple. There must be a problem somewhere. Let me study this copper ball again. I need to change my way of thinking. Qin Shao continued to study the copper ball. If the normal way of thinking didn't work, then he would switch to another way of thinking. He tried all sorts of ideas, but even so, after trying over 1,000 methods, he still didn't gain anything. However, Qin Shao still didn't give up. He still felt that his judgment couldn't be wrong. This copper ball was definitely not that simple. His 1,000,000 chaos source stones had definitely not been wasted. Qin Shao continued to study with great confidence. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shao's heart skipped a beat. An idea popped into his head. There are a few strange patterns on the surface of the copper ball. They don't seem to be connected, but I feel that there is an internal connection. Could it be that there is some kind of mechanism? When he thought of this, Qin Shao continued to extend his train of thought. Sure enough, after trying a few times with his train of thought, he finally triggered a mechanism. The copper ball also started to change strangely. After a series of complicated changes, the copper ball turned into a map. It was a real map. There was a line of words on the map. Cloud Mist Region, Cloud Asgard. There were only 6 simple words. There was a red dot on the map. That was where the Cloud Asgard was located. Qin Shao compared it with a map of the Immortal Protectorate and discovered that the Cloud Mist region was located at the border between the Hu region and the Tian region. Furthermore, it wasn't far from the White Mist region. Qin Shao had originally planned to go to the White Mist region to look for Meng Dali. The map is hidden in such an inconspicuous small copper ball. Furthermore, it is concealed by such a complicated mechanism. Even if someone obtains this copper ball, they might not be able to discover the map in the copper ball. The Cloud Asgard must not be simple if it is hidden so deeply and is named after the Cloud Asgard. Could it be an immortal palace left behind by an ancient sage? Or could it be an immortal palace left behind by an extremely experienced 4th step heavenly venerate? Qin Shao pondered over this question. From the looks of it, it should be a land of treasures. However, there was another question that Qin Shao pondered. Since the old man had sold it for 1,000,000 chaos source stones, he must have known the secret of the copper ball. If the old man knew, what did it mean for him to sell it? Did it mean that the old man had already gone to the Cloud Asgard? If that was the case, even if there were any gains, the old man would have already pocketed them, right? If there were no gains, it was obvious that the old man wanted to make a profit by selling it again. Therefore, Qin Xiao couldn't help but wonder if he had been tricked this time. However, Qin Xiao immediately shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. I have a feeling that the old man is not simple. He said that he was waiting for a fated person to take the bait. It seems like he is waiting for someone to buy this copper ball and bestow an opportunity upon them. Regardless of the situation, since I've already bought it and I trust my intuition, I should go and take a look. Who knows, it might really be an immortal opportunity. After pondering for a while, Qin Xiao made a decision. However, this matter wasn't urgent. It was better to follow the original plan and travel around first. When he found Meng Dali in the White Mist region, he would make other plans. On this day, Lin Xian came to find him. Big brother Qin, there will be a grand auction soon. Do you want to go and take a look? It wasn't easy for me to buy 2 admission tickets. Lin Xian said. Auction? In fact, Qin Xiao wasn't very interested in it, but since he had nothing to do now, he might as well go and take a look. After getting Qin Xiao's consent, Lin Xian and Qin Xiao left the inn and rushed to the auction house. The auction house wasn't far from the inn. Along the way, Lin Xian introduced the auction house to Qin Xiao. This auction house was opened by the city lord's mansion, so it had a very high reputation. It was also a major feature of the Flat Demon City. Before every big or small market, a grand auction would be held. It could be regarded as a way to promote the big and small markets. The auction held before each big or small market would be very grand, and there would be a lot of good treasures on display. It was precisely because of this that it attracted a lot of people. The turnover of each auction would always be a very high number. In fact, immortals from other places would come to the Flat Demon City to participate in the auction. But to Qin Xiao, such an auction wasn't very attractive to him. The Flat Demon City's strength was only so. No matter how grand the auction was, what could it possibly sell? Even if it was a high-grade immortal artifact, a secret art, or a powerful immortal treasure, wouldn't mean much to Qin Xiao. He didn't lack these things at all. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the auction house, Qin Xiao and Lin Xian were blocked by a figure. The person glared at Qin Xiao angrily, as if he wanted to eat him alive. The person who blocked Qin Xiao and Lin Xian was none other than the shop owner who tried to cheat Qin Xiao when they first entered the city. Then, Qin Xiao turned the tables on him and earned him 2,000 Chaos Source Stones. Although the shop owner was in the wrong in this matter, he had suffered such a big loss. The shop owner had always been brooding over it. Now that they happened to meet here, he naturally came up to block their way angrily. You brat, you're good. You made me fail miserably. I never thought I'd fall into the hands of brat like you. You've ruined my reputation. You cheated me of 2,000 Chaos Source Stones last time. How do you want me to pay you back? The shop owner said angrily. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and casually tossed a space ring back to the shop owner. He said, You cheated us first, and I cheated you back. So we're even now. As for the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones, I never planned to take them from you. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Since you've come to talk about this, I'll return the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones to you. We're even now. How about that? Qin Xiao had never planned to take the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones from the start. The 2,000 Chaos Source Stones were nothing to him. He just wanted to teach the shop owner a lesson. Since the shop owner had come to ask for them, Qin Xiao would just return them to him. He didn't want to cause any more trouble for such a small matter. Although the shop owner was very detestable, Qin Xiao knew that he was just a pawn who obeyed and did things for others. So, Qin Xiao didn't hold it against him too much. The shop owner checked the space ring that Qin Xiao had handed to him. There were indeed 2,000 Chaos Source Stones in it. He had a lot to say, but now he realized that he couldn't say a single word. He didn't know how to continue. This brat didn't play by the rules at all. What should he do now? If he continued to pester him, it would really make him look like a jerk. They had cheated each other once, and the shop owner had returned the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones to him. They should be even now. If there's nothing else, we'll go in first, Qin Xiao said again. Only then did the shop owner realize what was going on and hurriedly said, Wait, you're still not done? Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows and said coldly. If the shop owner still refused to let it go, Qin Xiao wouldn't hold back anymore. The shop owner said, No, brother, you've misunderstood. It's like this. Let's just treat the unpleasantness between us as a misunderstanding. Since you've returned the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones to me, I have no reason to continue. I think you're going to the auction too, right? Coincidentally, I'm going to the auction too. I'm a senior VIP here, so I booked a private room in advance. I'm alone. If the two of you don't mind, why don't you join me? You won't be disturbed by others if you watch the auction in the private room. Wouldn't it be nice to drink together? Qin Xiao smiled and said, Boss, do you businessmen like to hide things when you do things? We're all smart people. If there's anything, just say it. Chapter 2138. Qin Xiao could tell that the shop owner had invited them on purpose. The person behind him must have instructed him to do so. It seemed like they couldn't avoid this matter even if they wanted to. Since they were already here, why not have a private room to sit in? Since they couldn't avoid it, they might as well solve it. The three of them followed the shop owner into the auction venue and sat in a private room. A private room could only be reserved by someone of a certain status. Furthermore, the price of a private room during such a grand event was very expensive. Furthermore, the private room was suspended in midair and could overlook the entire auction venue. The view was very good. The auction venue was very large, and there were many seats below. There were probably about 1 million seats. As for the private rooms, there weren't that many people. There were only about 1,000 of them. It was precisely because there were so few of them that they appeared especially noble. After taking their seats in the private room, the shop owner looked at Qin Xiao with a half-smile and said, Young man, you've been in the limelight in Flat Demon City these days. First, you made an experienced person like me fail miserably. Then, you bought a rare treasure in the black market for only 20 Primal Chaos Origin Stones. You even scared off the stall owners. It seems like you're quite capable. It's rare to see someone so young with so many tricks up their sleeves. To be honest, I'm starting to admire you. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and smiled faintly. He looked at the shop owner and said, Are you praising me? Aha, what do you think? The shop owner smiled meaningfully as he replied. Qin Xiao shrugged and said, I'll take it as a compliment then. However, there's a hidden meaning in your words. Why don't you just tell me who wants to see me? I like to be straightforward. I don't like to beat around the bush. The fact that I agreed to sit in your private room means that I know what you're trying to do. The fact that I returned the 2,000 Primal Chaos Origin Stones to you means that I know that you're working for someone. Therefore, I'm not too calculative with you. The shop owner was slightly taken aback and looked at Qin Xiao. However, he soon felt relieved. That's right, this young man in front of him was a smart person. This kind of thing naturally couldn't be hidden from him. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anymore. Anyway, he had already made preparations. You'll know later. Don't worry. They should be here soon, the shop owner said. Naturally, Qin Xiao was not in a hurry. He sat there leisurely and casually looked down. At this moment, the auction venue was filled with people, and the bustling crowd quickly filled up the entire venue. Just the ticket sales alone would bring in a sky-high amount of income from this auction. At the very least, it would be worth millions of Chaos Source Stones. Just the thought of it was shocking. Even if the auction itself did not bring in much profit, just the entrance fee alone was enough for the City Lord's mansion to make a huge profit. Lin Xian had never encountered such a situation before. She thought that the person behind the shop owner should be the same person behind the city gate guards. Thinking about it, he must be an important figure in the City Lord's mansion. This was a real big shot. Was it going to be a big shot coming soon? Qin Xiao was not worried, but he could not help but feel nervous. It was not a good thing to offend a big shot. Big brother Qin, will there be any problem? Why do I feel that the shop owner deliberately came here to catch us? Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to Qin Xiao, a little worried. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and replied, Don't worry, the sky won't fall. Even if it does, I'll be there to hold it up. There won't be any trouble. Hearing Qin Xiao's confident and powerful words, Lin Xian was shocked. She looked at Qin Xiao in a daze. These words were simply filled with heroic spirit. Too domineering. To be able to say such heroic words in front of the City Lord's mansion. Could it be that Big Brother Qin's background was even more powerful? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xian felt that this was the only explanation that made sense. Thinking back, she also felt that this possibility was very high. If he did not have a big background, how could he throw out 1,000,000 chaos source stones so casually? How could he scare off so many stall owners with just one sentence? She had always believed that Qin Zhao's background was not simple. Now, it seemed that it might be even more complicated than she had imagined. A powerful aura suddenly descended, filling the entire private room in an instant. It was obvious that the owner of the aura was deliberately releasing his powerful immortal aura to suppress the area. He's here. Qin Zhao raised his eyebrows and looked at the door. Sure enough, a middle-aged man in brocade robes walked in immediately. Judging from his aura, he was a third-step, heavenly, venerable, great immortal. His eyes were like peerless, sharp knives, extremely aggressive. The moment he entered, he locked his gaze on Qin Zhao. He was like a wolf that had spotted its prey. Qin Zhao met the man's eyes and did not show any signs of weakness. His aura did not lose to the other party at all. A third-step, heavenly, venerable, great immortal could not gain the upper hand in front of Qin Zhao. This made the great immortal who had just entered frown. He was surprised. This kid is only a second-step, heavenly, venerable. How can he not show any signs of weakness under my aura? What about him? I deliberately released my aura, but he can still contend with me? This kid is indeed not simple. No wonder he can cause so much trouble in Flat Demon City. How could there be such a young talent in a small town? Shouldn't such a person have made a name for himself long ago? It didn't make sense. The man was also puzzled. He realized that he could not see through the young man in front of him. This kid did not look like someone who had walked out of a small town at all. He looked more like a genius with some background. Greetings, great immortal Eli. The stall owner immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Seeing a great immortal, Lin Xian could not help but stand up as well, her face full of respect. A great immortal in the territory of Flat Demon City was definitely a powerhouse who stood at the top. No matter where he went, he should be respected. Not to mention the territory of Flat Demon City. Even in the entire 9 states of Huaxia, great immortals were qualified to roam the world. Wherever they went, they would be respected. Qin Zhao remained seated, calmly looking at exalted, immortal Eli. He had no intention of rising, nor did he show any respect. Such an action was simply an act of provocation. However, even in the face of such provocation, great immortal Hunting did not flare up. Instead, he asked, I don't think you're from Heim Mountain Town. You shouldn't be a second-step Empyrean, right? Who are you? Where do you come from? Qin Zhao naturally knew that great immortal Eli was probing him. He pursed his lips and smiled faintly. Yes, I'm not from High Mountain Town. As for what realm I am and where I come from, that's a private matter. There's no need to tell you, is there? Go ahead and guess. If you want to bully someone, do you have to know their background first? If that's the case, I think you're a little weak. There's something wrong with the way you're bullying someone. If you want to bully someone, shouldn't you come straight to the point? Is there a need to ask so many questions? Even if I say I'm a descendant of a great family, you'd have to believe me, right? In the 9 states of Huaxia, there were hundreds of great families and hundreds of great families. In each land, there were hundreds of great families. Therefore, in the entire 9 states of Huaxia, there was a saying, the 100 schools of thought, the 10,000 families. The 100 schools of thought were the fixed 100 great families. They were ancient and powerful. Every surname represented a powerful force that ruled over a territory. They were the true overlords of a region. As for the Wan clan, it referred to the fact that each territory had about 100 or so powerful surnames. Combined together, it was a powerful wind of Wan clan standing in great numbers. The 5 great families, the 100 schools, and the 10,000 families formed the power system of the entire 9 states of Huaxia. In front of this 3-tiered force, the other forces appeared to be very insignificant. Great immortal Eli's expression turned ugly at Qin Zhao's retort. He glowered at Qin Zhao. You're Qin Zhao, right? Although I don't know where you're from, it's not important. As you said, I don't need to know where you're from to find you. Let's get to the point. I'm here to talk to you on the orders of His Highness. His Highness is sitting in the private room over there. Qin Shao glanced over there, but he didn't see where the Highness Eli was talking about was. He couldn't see the situation in the other private rooms either. However, he was sure that the Highness Eli was talking about was also here. Which Highness? There should be many Highnesses in the demon-flattening city Lord's Mansion, right? Qin Shao curled his lips. In fact, he had already guessed that it was a Highness in the demon-flattening city Lord's Mansion. The descendants of the demon-flattening city Lord could all be called Highness. Therefore, he didn't know who the Highness was at all. Eli snorted and said, "You don't need to ask so clearly. In short, you just need to know that it's a Highness. This time, you've offended His Highness and ruined his plans. How do you want to settle this account?" At this point, it was already very clear that the matter of the city gate guards collecting the entrance fee was planned by this Highness. Abusing his power for personal gain was simply too audacious. His Highness had obviously instructed the shopkeeper to rip off the customer. Now, His Highness had actually come to settle the account in person. Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders and casually said, "How you want to settle the score depends on how you want to settle it. You want me to settle the account? Then I'll tell you to get lost and stop bothering me. Okay?" "Humph." Eli snorted again and said angrily, "Young man, are you dreaming? You're still so stubborn at this time? You still refuse to lower your head?" "Humph. To be honest, sometimes I really admire you young people. Young and frivolous, supercilious and fearless. You can do all kinds of crazy things regardless of the consequences. I really don't understand. Is a life so worthless to you? I don't care where you come from, but this is the demon-flattening city. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. If His Highness wants to kill you, he has thousands of ways to do so. His Highness just wants to give you a chance. That's why he hasn't decided to kill you yet. It's up to you whether you cherish this opportunity tomorrow night. Whether you live or die is in your hands. If you want to die, it's easy. We'll fulfill your wish. If you still want to live, then be sensible and admit your mistakes obediently. There's only one chance. It'll be too late if you miss it." Chapter 2139. Qin Shao couldn't help but sneer at Grand Immortal Eli's arrogant words. "Yes, you're right. There's no medicine for regret in this world. That's why I'll give you one more chance. Go back and tell your master not to provoke me. I can pretend that nothing happened. It's all in the past anyway. I won't care too much about it. But if he bothers me again, I'll teach him the meaning of regret. Now can you scram?" Qin Shao didn't hold back and gave him a heavy blow. This heavy blow almost made Great Immortal Eli spit out blood in anger. "How arrogant. Kid, you got guts." Qin Zhao's words did sound arrogant to the extreme. Was there anyone in Flaming Demon City who dared to be so disrespectful to His Highness? And to threaten His Highness? Wasn't he just courting death? This was Flaming Demon City. The City Lord's estate had the power to decide life and death. Who gave him the courage to look down on the City Lord's estate? Qin Shao chuckled. "I wouldn't dare call myself gutsy. I'm just protecting my own dignity. I don't offend those who don't bully me. If someone bullies me, I'll fight back with all my might to defend my dignity. No matter who it is, we'll have to see if they have the ability to step on my head. I don't care who your master is, but you want to bully me? Let him measure his own capabilities first." How arrogant. How bold, how bold, how bold. How could there be someone so arrogant and ignorant? Great Immortal Eli was so angry that his entire body trembled. His anger surged, and he was almost unable to suppress it, about to gush out. But this was an auction after all. He couldn't do anything here, no matter how angry he was. Great Immortal Hunting was incomparably sinister, glaring coldly at Qin Shao with overflowing anger. "Are you sure you want to do this, to become enemies with my Highness? Young man, I hope you can do things calmly. Being blindly impulsive will only harm you. While it is inconvenient for me to attack you here, it does not mean that I cannot attack you in the future. As long as you're still in Flat Demon City, you won't be able to escape from His Highness. If His Highness really wants to punish you, don't think that the rules of Demon Suppression City can save you. You have to understand that His Highness is the descendant of the City Lord. Even if he does something out of line, the City Lord will not punish him. Therefore, I advise you to think clearly. Don't forget that you still have those friends. Even if you're not afraid of death, don't implicate your friends. Great Immortal E. Hunting's words were clearly directed at Lin Xian and the others, and there was a hint of threat in them. In fact, Lin Xian had already started to think of a plan in her heart and was extremely worried. However, he couldn't persuade Qin Xiao about this matter. Moreover, he knew that once Qin Xiao made up her mind, no one could persuade her otherwise. Therefore, no matter how worried he was, he couldn't say anything at this time. He could only watch the situation develop and pray in his heart. What else could he do? Threaten? Qin Xiao sneered in his heart. What he hated the most in his life was being threatened by others. To be honest, Qin Xiao really didn't care about the city lord of Demon Suppression City. Qin Xiao really didn't want to provoke too much trouble. He didn't care, but he could implicate Lin Xian and the others, or even the entire high mountain town. After all, Qin Xiao would definitely leave after this matter was over, but Lin Xian and the others' roots were here. They couldn't leave. Qin Xiao looked coldly at Great Immortal E. Hunting. Then tell me, what does His Highness want? This matter isn't my fault. It's that blind guard captain's fault. If he hadn't gone overboard, I wouldn't have bothered to do anything. Great Immortal E. Hunting waved his hand. It's meaningless to talk about right and wrong now. What's done is done. We just need to find a way to resolve it. His Highness is a magnanimous person. You've caused him great losses this time, so you must compensate. But His Highness understands that you don't have much money, so he doesn't ask for too much. He just wants you to hand over the Buddhist item you bought from the black market. Hand over the Buddhist item, and this matter will be written off. You can also continue to participate in the big market in Demon Suppression City with peace of mind. These conditions are considered benevolent enough, aren't they? Benevolent enough? Qin Xiao sneered and snorted disdainfully. You call this benevolence? This was clearly a despicable act of plundering by force. What wrong had Qin Xiao done in this matter from beginning to end? Now, he actually came to ask for a large amount of compensation in the form of a punitive expedition. He even shouted that he was benevolent enough. How could he be so shameless? Do you want to scram yourself, or do you want someone to send you off? Qin Xiao said coldly. What? Great Immortal E. Hunting thought he'd heard wrong. This kid dared to be so arrogant? He wanted him to scram? Damn it, damn it. Great Immortal E. Hunting also understood that there wouldn't be any results today. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more words. You're courting death. Great Immortal E. Hunting was thoroughly enraged. His powerful immortal aura furiously pressed down on Qin Xiao, transforming into sharp swords that stabbed viciously at Qin Xiao. Scram! In the face of Great Immortal E. Hunting's aura, Qin Xiao roared, scram. Of course, Qin Xiao also unleashed a heart force attack at the same time, piercing E. Hunting Immortal's soul intent with incomparable sharpness. Thud, thud, thud. Terrified by Qin Xiao's powerful heart force attack, Great Immortal E. Hunting couldn't help but take a few steps back. The terrifying attack on his soul caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He used all of his strength to deal with this attack, but he still found it very taxing. What frightening heart force! Is this an 8th level heart force cultivator? Could this kid be a powerful heart force cultivator? He's not a simple second step celestial. His immortal Tao is only at the 2nd step of the Empyrean realm. Could it be that the immortal Tao is just a cover? Many thoughts flashed through Great Immortal E. Hunting's mind, and he couldn't help but feel a bit more fear towards Qin Xiao. Judging from this heart force attack alone, he knew full well that he was far from being a match for the young man in front of him. He was a 3rd step celestial, but even he wasn't a match for this young man. Just who was this kid? No wonder he dared act so arrogantly, belittle even His Highness, and act so wantonly in flaming Demon City. He had strength to back him up. What now? What else could he do? He wasn't as strong as this kid, so how could he dare say anything more? Thus, Great Immortal E. Hunting could only scurry away with a cold face. A 3rd step Heavenly Venerate was actually forced to retreat by Qin Xiao, just like that. It was exactly the same as the situation in the black market previously. Lin Xian was once again astonished by this scene. His heart had been in his throat, almost jumping out of his chest. When great immortal Hunting had attacked, he'd really thought he was done for. His mind had gone blank, but he'd never imagined that Qin Shao would once again display a divine skill. Just the word scram had easily forced great immortal Hunting to retreat. However, Lin Xian also knew very well that this wasn't something that could force a third-step celestial to retreat with a single shout. There had to be some sort of powerful technique involved, but he just didn't know what it was. What he was certain of now was that Qin Shao was very, very strong, far stronger than he'd imagined. This gave him a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Qin Shao would really be able to resolve this matter very well. The shopkeeper at the side was also dumbfounded. His mouth was agape, and his eyes were wide open. His expression was extremely exaggerated. It was as if he'd been frozen in time, unable to say a word. He was just a small character. Even great immortal Hunting had been forced back by Qin Shao. What else did he dare to say? I suddenly got up and have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Take this private room as a treat. Goodbye. After being stunned for a while, the shop owner didn't dare to stay here any longer. He casually found an excuse and left. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to care about him. It was good that he'd earned a private room. On the other side, in a private room, bang! A handsome man slammed his palm on the table, directly smashing the table into pieces. It could be seen how angry he was. This man was none other than His Highness, the 8th Prince. Hunting stood in front of His Highness, an ugly expression on his face. He was both furious and ashamed. He was a grand third-step celestial exalt, but a young man had forced him to retreat with a single get lost. This was a great humiliation to him. What an arrogant brat! How dare he? How dare he act so brazenly in Flat Demon City? How dare he disregard this prince? His Highness was furious. He was the Grand 8th Prince of Flat Demon City. Who in a city would dare disobey him like this? He wanted to kill someone. He really wanted to kill someone. Your Highness, if we don't kill this brat, what face will you have left? Great immortal Hunting gnashed his teeth in fury. His Highness's eyes were sinister. How could I not want to kill this brat? But this kid is mysterious, unfathomable, and extremely powerful. He's also a heart force cultivator. Do you have a good plan to kill him? With just the two of us, I'm afraid it's far from enough. Mobilizing too many third-step celestial exalts isn't something that can be done quickly. If we make too much of a ruckus and my forefather learns of this, I'm afraid I'll be punished. Moreover, a battle of this scale cannot be fought in Flat Demon City. We'll have to wait until the market is over before making other plans. That's why we need to take our time and think things through. Great immortal Hunting thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Your Highness is right. We need to take our time and come up with a good plan. However, this grudge must be avenged. This brat must be killed as well, or your Highness's hatred will not be quenched. This subordinate will think of other methods and see if there are any better ones. There was another private room on the other side, in which sat an extremely beautiful woman dressed in luxurious clothing. The beautiful woman was beside him, and there was also a maid serving her. The servant girl radiated the aura of a second-step celestial exalt, and it was very powerful. She was no ordinary second-step celestial exalt. To have a second-step celestial exalt as a servant girl was enough to show that this woman's background was not simple at all. Who's that person over there? He actually scared off great immortally Hunting and angered my 8th brother quite a bit. Someone who dared to offend a royal highness in the Flat Demon City was definitely not an ordinary person. Who was this divine being? Interesting. The beautiful woman glanced at Qin Shao. She spoke to her servant girl in her private room. Chapter 2140. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the auction finally began. Lin Xian also adjusted her mood and began to watch the auction excitedly. Big brother Qin, have you seen an auction before? This is my first time attending an auction. Haha, I'm a little excited, Lin Xian asked. Qin Shao smiled and said, You've attended quite a few. Just watch. It's no big deal. Lin Xian scratched her head awkwardly and said, I rarely travel outside, and my strength is also relatively weak. Moreover, in this territory, the only place I can wander around is Flat Demon City. There's nowhere else I can go. Therefore, I'm really lacking in experience. I'm not like you, Big Brother Chin. You could travel everywhere and travel the world. How heroic and happy is that? Even in my dreams, I want to be like you, Big Brother Chin. I want to travel the world and broaden my horizons. Only in this way can my path of cultivation be smoother, and I can go further. I'm not willing to stop at the second step, Celestial Venerable Realm. I want to cultivate to the third step, Celestial Venerable Realm, or even the fourth step, Celestial Venerable Realm. I want to stand at a really high position. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Seeing Qin Xiao smile, Lin Xian asked in confusion, Big Brother Qin, did I say something wrong? Qin Xiao shook his head and said, No, it's not that you said anything wrong. Most people probably have the same idea as you. There's nothing new about it. However, I feel that you're very confused. There are many things that you don't understand. You don't really understand. Perhaps you're just hot-blooded and spoke of everyone's instincts. But in fact, you don't understand the true meaning of cultivation. The true meaning of cultivation? Lin Xian was stunned and looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. He was really confused and did not understand the meaning of Qin Xiao's words. Wasn't the true meaning of cultivation to make oneself stronger? I'm afraid that all cultivators of my generation want to become stronger, right? This is the meaning of life. It's the mission of all cultivators. Which cultivator doesn't want to become stronger? What about those who don't want to stand at a high position? Wasn't this the true meaning of cultivation? But at this moment, Lin Xian felt that this explanation was a little too superficial, a little too natural, and a little too common. That was what most people thought. However, most people were weak and could not go far on the path of cultivation. Those who could truly go far on the path of cultivation were few and far between. Those who could reach the fourth step of the heavenly venerate realm were even rarer. There were probably only one or two fourth-step heavenly venerates in the entire demon-suppressing city's territory, right? This probability was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xian believed that Qin Xiao was a powerhouse and a peerless genius. What he said should be reasonable, so she listened carefully to Qin Xiao's next words at this moment. Qin Xiao continued, Then let me ask you first. What do you think is the most important thing in cultivation? What was the most important thing? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, It should be innate comprehension, right? Qin Xiao shook her head. Wasn't it? Lin Xian was stunned and said, Could it be the resources and environment for cultivation? Qin Xiao shook his head again. Wasn't it again? Then what was it? Lin Xian did not continue to answer. She looked at Qin Xiao in confusion and waited for Qin Xiao to show her the way. It's the heart, Qin Xiao answered. The heart. Lin Xian still did not understand. Why was it the heart? Shouldn't innate comprehension be the most important thing in cultivation? Therefore, there were geniuses and trash in this world. Some people were born geniuses and were born with better comprehension than others. They would be able to achieve 100 times the result with half the effort in cultivation. They would be able to understand with just a little bit of enlightenment and break through. Wasn't this the most important thing in cultivation? The environment and resources for cultivation were also very important. No matter how good one's innate comprehension was, if one was not given a cultivation method, resources, or any guidance, it would be very difficult for one's innate comprehension to grow. Even if one could grow, the amount of effort and time required would be hundreds or thousands of times more than others. Why was the heart the most important thing? Lin Xian really couldn't understand this. The path of cultivation is extremely long and difficult. It is a path that defies the heavens, a path of no return. Everything depends on the heart. The power of the heart is the rock that determines everything. Why is it the heart? There are indeed differences in innate comprehension. Some people are born geniuses and some are born trash. But in this world, there is another path called defying the heavens and changing one's fate. As long as your power of the heart is strong enough, even if you are born trash, you can slowly change yourself. If you work hard in cultivation, you can slowly transform and become a genius step by step. And if a genius is extremely arrogant, his glory will only be temporary. A genius who cannot grow is not a genius. This world has never lacked geniuses, but not all geniuses can grow. In this world, the majority of people with ordinary innate comprehension are the people. But many strong people come from these unremarkable people. And what do they rely on to defy the heavens and change their fate? They rely on a strong belief, a belief that becomes strong and resolute. Perhaps you will feel that you also have a very strong belief, and your power of the heart is also very strong. Then I can only tell you that your understanding of belief is too poor. A truly strong power of the heart is unimaginable. After listening to Qin Zhao's explanation, Lin Xian understood a little. Indeed, she felt that it made some sense and understood a lot of things all of a sudden. Now that he said it, it was indeed so. However, Lin Xian still had some things that she did not understand. Big Brother Qin, then how can I make my power of the heart become stronger? How can I have a strong heart? My innate comprehension is also very ordinary. In fact, I also know that I don't have innate comprehension, and I also don't have cultivation resources. With my conditions, it is actually a little whimsical to want to cultivate to the third or fourth step of the heavenly venerate realm. But after listening to Big Brother Qin, I feel that there is still a way to go. I hope Big Brother Qin can show me the way. In fact, Qin Xiao also saw this point in Lin Xian. So at this time, he also wanted to give her some pointers. It could also be considered as leaving a good relationship with her. However, how much Lin Xian could comprehend would depend on her own luck. Qin Xiao would not give her too much. The most important thing in cultivation was still to rely on oneself. Giving too much might not necessarily be a good thing. Lin Xian was all right in all aspects. Although she was not very outstanding, she was almost there. Her background was a little poor, and her innate comprehension was also a little poor. Under normal circumstances, unless she could obtain a great immortal opportunity, it was indeed impossible for her to become a fourth-step heavenly venerate realm upper immortal. Being able to cultivate to the third-step heavenly venerate realm was probably a great fortune. However, the path of cultivation was also a path full of magical colors. It could defy the heavens and change one's fate. Let me ask you again, why do you want to become strong? Why do you want to cultivate? Qin Xiao asked again. Lin Xian thought about it seriously, then said with a serious expression, Big Brother Qin, to be honest, I want to become strong for two reasons. First, it is for myself. After all, which cultivator doesn't want to become strong? Second, it is for my family. Although my family has some prestige in Gaoshan Town as a whole, our strength is actually not very strong. Of course, everyone in Gaoshan Town gets along very well, but it may not be a long-term peace. I want to become strong to bring honor to my family and to protect them so that they will not be bullied by outsiders. Third, it is for Gaoshan Town. Gaoshan Town is often bullied by outsiders. I want to become strong and become the guardian of Gaoshan Town. I want Gaoshan Town to never be bullied again. Qin Xiao nodded and said, It's not bad that you have such conviction. However, I feel that your beliefs are not strong enough. Your thoughts are very good, and they will also become your motivation to continue cultivating. But how strong this motivation is depends on how strong your power of belief is. It's proportional. What you need to do now is to turn the thoughts in your heart into a resolute belief and increase the power of your belief as much as possible. Only in this way can you possess a strong heart. Only then can your path of cultivation be smoother. Only then can you defy the heavens and change. However, such a path will definitely be even more difficult for you. Moreover, it will definitely take a long time to hone. It is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Time will make you suffer, and the pain will wear down your will. Your will then affect your beliefs. This is a cycle. The further you walk down this path, the more you have to endure. You have to constantly endure all the pain. It's an endless cycle, a cycle with no end in sight, a cycle with no hope in sight. Either you can continue to persevere, and you will definitely see the light, or you will be defeated and live a mediocre life. Cultivation and belief aren't just a momentary decision. Instead, it's a very long process. You may have to persevere for millions of years, millions of epochs, or even many epochs of the universe. Not everyone can endure such a long period of pain. This test is far too difficult. You must be mentally prepared. Lin Xian fell silent. He had not thought so much before. Now that he heard Qin Zhao's words, he realized how difficult, painful, and torturous it was to go up. Just by thinking about it, he could already imagine how difficult it would be to walk this path. However, at this moment, his conviction was incomparably resolute. He clenched his fists tightly and cheered himself on. Many thanks for Big Brother Qin's guidance. I will work hard. I will adhere to this resolute conviction. I will use Big Brother Qin as a model and as a goal. I will work hard and fight for my life. I will adhere to my beliefs and make myself stronger. No matter how painful this path will be in the future, I must walk it to the end. I will never back down. I believe that I will be able to do it. I will definitely be able to do it. Qin Zhao only patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and nodded slightly as encouragement. Qin Zhao certainly hoped that Lin Xian could do it. However, whether this kind of thing could really go far was another matter. Everyone wanted to become a powerhouse. Everyone worked very hard at the beginning, but eventually gave up. Qin Zhao did not think very highly of Lin Xian in all aspects. His temperament was not very good. He could only be said to be average in all aspects. Therefore, if he really wanted to persevere, the effort he would have to put in would be terrifying and unimaginable. If he could really persevere, it would be very difficult. Chapter 2141. Qin Zhao was naturally not interested in such an auction. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was a little excited because it was her first time attending an auction. However, Lin Xian was very tight on money, so she naturally did not have the spare money to bid for things. To Qin Zhao, the items being auctioned here were nothing in the eyes of Qin Zhao. For example, there were middle-grade immortal weapons, strange immortal treasures, rare materials, and some strange objects. For ordinary people, these things were already very attractive. Finally, when it was time for the auction, the host said that a heavyweight treasure was going to be auctioned after an impassioned speech. The host knew how to control the atmosphere of the scene. He completely aroused everyone's passion and curiosity, making everyone extremely excited and looking forward to it. What kind of treasure was the peerless treasure that the host had boasted about? Those who still had a lot of money were already rubbing their hands in anticipation. Those who did not have the Chaos Source Stone were also waiting to broaden their horizons. Qin Zhao was still not very interested in the peerless treasure that the host had boasted about. What kind of treasure could be auctioned here that even he was interested in? Soon, the two maids pushed out the so-called precious treasure. However, it was temporarily covered by something, so no one could see what was inside clearly. The host seemed to be continuing to whet everyone's appetite. He was not in a hurry to remove the thing that covered the precious treasure. A sense of mystery was also a very powerful force. After the so-called precious treasure was pushed out, a voice suddenly came from the depths of Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness. Qin Zhao, my young friend. Qin Zhao was almost startled when he heard the sudden voice. Fortunately, he had a strong and firm mind, so he did not have any reaction and calmed down immediately. In fact, Qin Zhao had always felt that there was a force hidden in his body. Although he had not been able to detect it, that force had saved him once in the Ghost Valley. So Qin Zhao was very sure about it. However, he had never been able to detect where that power was hidden, so he didn't pursue this matter too much. It had been more than 6 million years since the incident at the departed Spirit Valley, and nothing else had happened. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't think about it anymore. But now, a voice suddenly came out, and this time, it was communicating with him. Senior, how should I address you? Holy Sage Meng Ci? Qin Zhao asked tentatively. In the beginning, when he triggered the restriction in the ancient divine relic, he vaguely felt a voice in his mind. Qin Zhao could not remember anything else, but he vaguely remembered the words, Holy Sage Meng Ci. After Qin Zhao confirmed that there was a powerful consciousness hidden in the depths of his sea of consciousness, Qin Zhao's mind, Holy Sage Meng Ci. The Holy Sage Meng Ci's name's Ancient Sage. Qin Shao did not find it strange that it was an ancient sage Meng Ci. If it was not an ancient sage, it would not have been able to hide in his sea of consciousness for so long. If it was not an ancient sage, it would not have been able to rescue them from the Ghost Valley so easily. Yes, I am Holy Sage Meng Ci, a person who should have been dead for countless years. I'm just struggling at death's door and still have a trace of consciousness left. The voice in his sea of consciousness sounded again. It sounded very old and filled with endless sorrow. This sorrow could even infect Qin Shao. How could a holy sage be so sorrowful? Qin Shao was also puzzled. It seemed like Holy Sage Meng Ci had a lot of stories. Senior, why do you say that? Qin Shao asked. Holy Sage Meng Ci sighed and said, forget it. Let's not talk about the sad past. I am only a remnant soul now. My sacred body is not present. My soul is not complete, and my consciousness has not fully recovered. Only a remnant soul? Qin Shao was relieved. No wonder he could not find the whereabouts of Holy Sage Meng Ci. He could only feel that he was there, but he could not find him. How could a holy sage be reduced to such a tragic state where he was only left with a remnant soul? Moreover, it was only a remnant soul, but it was able to push back the endless white bones in the Ghost Valley. What level was Holy Sage Meng Ci at? He did not feel like a first step ancient sage. He should be at a higher level. Second step ancient sage? Third step ancient sage? Could it be that he was a four-step ancient sage? Such a powerful existence. Who was it that caused him to be in such a miserable state? Why was he so sorrowful? There must be a lot of things behind this. However, Qin Shao couldn't figure out these things, and it was even more inappropriate for him to ask anything. Therefore, he decided not to think too much about it. Is there anything that I can do for you, Holy Sage Meng Ci, to come out so suddenly? If so, please feel free to tell me. As long as it is something that I can do, I will definitely do it. Earlier in the Departed Spirit Valley, it was fortunate that Senior and I, Tong, came to our rescue. Otherwise, my friend, I would have died there. I will always remember Holy Sage Meng Ci's kindness in saving my life. Qin Shao said seriously. Holy Sage Meng Ci should not have come out to talk to him for no reason. If Holy Sage Meng Ci wanted to talk to him, he would not have hidden in his sea of consciousness for more than 6 million years before speaking to him. Clearly, Holy Sage Meng Ci did not want him to know about his existence, so he had been hiding very deeply. Now that he had suddenly appeared, there must be something wrong. Something must have happened. Holy Sage Meng Ci said, Yes, little Qin Shao, you are indeed very smart. You can understand anything. Yes, that's right. I came out to talk to you because I have something very important that I need you to do for me. The item that is being auctioned now contains a fragment of my natal saint weapon. It will be very useful to me. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help. You must get that item. Only that auction item? That was a simple matter. Qin Shao did not think too much about it. He immediately nodded and agreed. Yes, Holy Sage Meng Ci. This is not a problem at all. I promise you that I will definitely obtain this auction artifact. Qin Shao still had 5 million Chaos Source Stones with him. He did not believe that the item that was being auctioned here would be worth more than that. 1 million Chaos Source Stones were enough to buy a superior grade immortal weapon. 5 million Chaos Source Stones were enough to buy a lot of things. It was even enough to buy an extremely dangerous secret technique. With the financial support, Qin Shao was very confident. Originally, Qin Shao was not interested in the auction at all. Now, his interest was piqued. He stared at the treasure. Qin Shao did not believe that the auctioneer had exaggerated the item. Now, Qin Shao believed that it was a treasure. After all, it contained a fragment of a saint weapon. A saint weapon. Qin Shao had never seen a saint weapon before. Just how powerful would the might of a saint artifact be? Little Qin Shao, I might need your help in the future, Holy Sage Meng Ci said. Then, Holy Sage Meng Ci immediately added, Of course, I will repay you for your help. I won't let you help me for nothing. However, I'm only a remnant soul now. I don't have much ability to help you, but I will be grateful to you and repay you in the future. How wonderful would it be to be able to obtain the gratitude of a saint venerable? How wonderful was that? However, Qin Shao did not care too much about this. He smiled and said, Senior Meng Ci, you are too kind. You have saved my life once, so I, Qin Shao, will do everything for you. Therefore, Senior Meng Ci, you don't have to be so polite with me. No matter what you need me to do in the future, just say the word. Regardless of whether I can do it or not, I will do my best to do it. I will do my best to fulfill Senior Meng Ci's order. Holy Sage Meng Ci was stunned. After a while, he said, Little Qin Shao, it seems that I was right about you. I have been sealed in that ancient godly relic for countless years. I don't know how long it has been. I don't know if it has been tens of thousands of universe eras, millions of universe eras, or even longer. I can't remember. There have been countless intruders over the endless years, but none of them could make me feel at ease. It was only when I met you, little Qin Shao, that I saw my last hope. If you didn't appear, Qin Shao, I might have to leave this world with regrets. I'm not willing to do that. Qin Shao couldn't help but rub his nose as he thought to himself, it seems that I'm really a lucky person. For him to encounter such a good thing, perhaps this was luck. Back then, I was a bit of a prophet and knew that a great disaster was coming, so I secretly made some preparations. Although I only have a strand of soul left, my immortal body still exists. However, I stored the immortal physique in my natal saint artifact, then broke it into 9 fragments and scattered them to various parts of the great thousand worlds. Right now, the most urgent thing for me to do is to gather all 9 fragments and let my sacred weapon see the light of day once more. That way, my immortal body can return and I can be resurrected. However, I only have a strand of soul left, so I can't do anything. I can only hide in your body. I can only ask you to search for the fragments of my natal saint artifact. I can sense it as soon as I get close to it. However, the great thousand realms is vast and boundless, and so much time has passed, so it's really difficult to find the 9 fragments now. Moreover, it's not something that can be done overnight. I'm afraid it'll be a very long process. Therefore, I know that this is very difficult for you, but I have no other choice now. I can only choose you and trust you. If you have any conditions, you can state them. I'll do my best to satisfy you. Qin Shao finally understood what Senior Lei Si wanted him to do. Qin Shao smiled and said, Senior Lei Si, you're being too serious. I'll say it again. Senior Sovereign Wan Tong, you're my savior. I should be the one repaying you. Therefore, no matter what you want, just say the word. Whether or not I can do it, I, Qin Shao, will do my best. Chapter 2142. Qin Shao had indeed sensed a powerful force hidden in his body, but he didn't expect it to be the remnant soul of an ancient saint. The fact that a remnant soul could live for so many years showed how powerful Holy Sovereign Nantong was. Qin Shao couldn't help but think of his master, Elder Lu He. Elder Lu He was also a one-step ancient saint, but he didn't leave behind a remnant soul before he died. He only asked Jing Yang to escape into the endless cosmic ocean with some things. Holy Sovereign Nun Tong not only survived with a remnant soul, but also his saint body. Once he found a saint body, he could be resurrected. Such a method was truly unimaginably powerful. However, regardless of how far away a sacred venerate was, this was still a great opportunity for Luo Yunyang. He had to get the auction treasure no matter what. However, he had to handle it carefully. Whoosh! After a series of announcements, the host finally unveiled the mysterious veil and presented the peerless treasure. As soon as the treasure was taken out, a powerful immortal pressure gushed out. It descended majestically and instantly shrouded the entire auction venue. Everyone was enveloped by this powerful immortal pressure. When such a powerful immortal pressure appeared, it caused everyone to be greatly shocked. They immediately felt deep veneration for this peerless treasure, knowing that it was not an ordinary item. The treasure shone with immortal light. It was a sword with a strange shape, a high-grade immortal sword. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown at the sight of the treasure. Didn't Holy Sovereign Nun Tong say it was a fragment of his natal saint weapon? However, What he saw was a complete sword. What was going on? Something wasn't right. Qin Shao soon realized something was wrong with the sword. Holy Sovereign Nun Tong said, "The fragment is hidden in the sword. That's why the sword's immortal aura is so strong, far surpassing that of an ordinary high-grade immortal weapon." This sword forger is quite smart. He actually placed the fragment of a sacred artifact into the sword to improve it considerably. It was originally just a very ordinary immortal artifact, but now it has become an extremely formidable high-grade immortal artifact. Qin Shao was completely relieved after hearing Holy Sovereign Nun Tong's words. So that's what was going on. The host gave another impassioned speech, praising the sword as if it was a high-grade immortal artifact. However, an excellent high-grade immortal artifact was definitely not cheap. Thanks to the host's glib tongue, the high-grade immortal weapon had become a half-saint weapon, and its value had increased by a lot. However, there was a fragment of a saint weapon in the high-grade immortal weapon, so it did emit a trace of saint aura that could be deceived. Because of this, it made people think that the high-grade immortal weapon was a peerless divine weapon. It was most likely a half-saint weapon, a half-saint artifact. Even a fourth-step heavenly venerable would be tempted by it, wouldn't they? However, there weren't many people present who could bid for it. Qin Shao was secretly surprised as well, to think that there would be such an immortal weapon up for auction. Who in the entire Demon Flat City could afford it? Apart from a few people in the City Lord's mansion, no one else could afford it. Finally, the host announced the starting price. It was 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones, which was quite shocking. How many people dared to bid at such a starting price? As expected, no one bid for it after a long time. 1,010,000. After a while, a voice rang out. Finally, someone made a bid. Everyone looked around when they heard the bid. Finally, their eyes fell on the private room of the Eighth Highness. The voice came from there, and many people knew that the Eighth Highness was sitting there. Apart from the Eighth Highness, no one else dared to bid. Or rather, no one else could afford to bid. Such a situation made the auction a little awkward. People couldn't help but wonder if the high-grade immortal weapon was specially made for the Eighth Highness. It was only through the auction process, which was also possible. Otherwise, who would be able to afford a high-grade celestial artifact in Demon Flat City? The Eighth Highness was full of confidence. He calmly made a bid. Moreover, he only increased it by 10,000 Chaos Source Stones. After the Eighth Highness made his bid, the host didn't hesitate. He looked around and asked if anyone else wanted to bid higher. However, he didn't encourage anyone else, nor did he hesitate. Just as he was about to shout, just when everyone thought that the high-grade immortal weapon was definitely going to be the Eighth Highness's, another voice rang out. 1,010,000. 1,010,000? Who made the bid? Who dared to compete with the Eighth Highness for this high-grade immortal weapon? Everyone was stunned when they heard that someone dared to make a bid. Then, they quickly looked around to see who dared to make a bid at this time. Even the host was stunned. He didn't expect someone else to make a bid. To put it bluntly, this auction item was only brought out to broaden everyone's horizons and build up the momentum. He didn't expect that someone would be able to bid for it. The Eighth Highness's bid was merely an empty bid. After all, the auction belonged to the City Lord Mansion. The person who made the bid was naturally Qin Shao. At this moment, countless gazes landed on Qin Shao and stared at him. Who is this person? What's his background? I don't know. Judging from his aura, he's only a second-step heavenly venerate. What background could he have? Isn't that fella? That brother who made a name for himself in the black market previously. Yes. It's him. I was in the black market back then. I recognized him. This brother seems to be quite capable. However, he doesn't seem to have any background. He's really gutsy to dare to go against the Eighth Highness. Perhaps he's just a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. He'll probably start crying very rhythmically later. Isn't that right? It's not a good thing to be in the limelight in the Flat Demon City. Many heated discussions rang out. At this moment, the most furious and displeased person was the Eighth Highness. Your Highness, this brat is determined to fight you to the end. He's really despicable. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. Great immortal Eli said furiously. The Eighth Highness's expression was extremely gloomy and gloomy. If he wants to play, then this Highness will play with him properly. This Highness will definitely not let anyone who dares to make a scene in the Flat Demon City leave this place peacefully. There will be a time for him to cry. Great immortal Eli nodded immediately and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Your Highness is extremely right. This is the Flat Demon City. Anyone who dares to make a scene here will definitely not have a good time. This brat thinks that he can look down on everyone just because he has some strength. He's simply arrogant and ignorant. Your Highness has plenty of ways to kill him. It's just that we're in the middle of the Flat Demon City's big event right now. That's why your Highness is tolerating him. Otherwise, how could this kid still have a life to jump around here?" On the other side, Lin Xian was shocked when she heard Qin Zhao's bid. She looked at Qin Zhao in astonishment. It was a price of 1,000,000 chaos source stones. How terrifyingly wealthy was Big Brother Qin. He had also thrown in 1,000,000 chaos source stones in the black market. Was he going to compete with the Eighth Highness for this upper-grade immortal weapon? The target of this competition was the Eighth Highness. He had already offended the Eighth Highness. Was he going to continue to offend him? This made Lin Xian break out in cold sweat for Qin Zhao. After all, this was the Flat Demon City. If this matter really blew up, it wouldn't be good for Qin Zhao. After all, no matter how fair and just the Flat Demon City Lord was, he would definitely side with his descendants. When the time came, he could just pin a crime on Qin Zhao. 2 million. The Eighth Highness also started a bid. After bidding, he looked at Qin Zhao provocatively as if to say, "Continue bidding if you have the ability." Qin Zhao could no longer measure the value of this item in terms of price. After all, it was something that Holy Sage Wantong wanted. He had to get his hands on it. Even if he had to pay a huge price, Qin Zhao wouldn't hesitate. However, it was clear that he couldn't be too blindly bidding at this time. There had to be some tactical strategy. His Highness the Eighth Prince harbored a grudge against him, and at this moment, he wanted to compete with him. Under such circumstances, it was easy for the price to go up. No matter what, the Eighth Highness was from the Flat Demon City Lord's residence. It wouldn't matter even if the price was a little higher. In the end, there would still be room for negotiation. However, Qin Zhao was different. Therefore, if he wanted to compete with the Eighth Highness, he had to have a strategy. After His Highness the Eighth Prince made this bid, Qin Zhao did not anxiously continue to make a bid. Instead, his face darkened and he had a serious expression on his face. It was as if he was seriously considering it. At this moment, many people were looking at Qin Zhao to see if Qin Zhao dared to continue bidding. On the other side, the Eighth Highness saw that Qin Zhao seemed to be shocked by his price and couldn't help feeling proud. Eighth Highness, this kid definitely doesn't have many Chaos Source rocks. How dare he compete with you? That's a fool's dream, Great Immortal E-Hunting said. The Eighth Highness sneered and said, "The price of this upper grade immortal weapon is more than 2 million. It can even be worth 2 million. This kid knows the value of this upper grade immortal weapon. He just wants to try and see if he can pick up a treasure." That's right. He wants to pick up a treasure? Humph. How can we let an outsider pick up the treasure of our demon-suppressing city lord mansion? 2 million, and he doesn't dare to continue bidding. It seems like that's his limit. Look at this kid. He wants to bid, but doesn't dare to. He's probably still a little unwilling in his heart. Eighth Highness, why don't you take this opportunity to step on him? Great Immortal Eli said in agreement. The Eighth Highness's dark and deep eyes flickered with a strange luster. Seeing that Qin Zhao didn't bid for a long time, the auctioneer was about to call the hammer. At this moment, Qin Zhao bid again. 3 million. Another 100,000 more than the Eighth Highness. As soon as this bid was made, many people who were waiting for a long time breathed a sigh of relief. There was an uproar. Originally, many people thought that Qin Zhao wouldn't dare to bid again. They didn't expect him to really dare. This showed that he was going to go against the Eighth Highness and not give him any face at all. Such a move couldn't be said to not be bold. What kind of background did this brat have? What kind of person was he? How could he be so daring? Humph, kid, You really dare to continue playing. Fine, fine, fine. 1,300,000. It's already so hard for you to return. Let's see how much more foundation you have. If you want to play, then play harder. Chapter 2143. The fact that he'd bid 1.5 million meant that he was determined to win. In terms of aura, he was very confident and didn't hesitate at all when bidding. Hearing this price, Qin Shao looked deeply at His Highness the Eighth Prince, and his expression became even more hesitant. Many people looked at Qin Shao again to see if Qin Shao dared to continue bidding. Would he still dare to continue when he'd already bid at this level? Qin Shao suddenly stood up and looked in the Eighth Prince's direction. His lips curled into a sly smile. Your Highness, it's just the two of us now. Why don't we stop being so stingy? We all know the value of this high-grade immortal weapon. It's meaningless to bid 1 or 200,000 each. Why don't we all just be straightforward? I'll bid 2 million. Your Highness, it's your turn. With that, Qin Shao gestured for the Eighth Prince to go ahead. He was actually taking a gamble. On the other side, the Eighth Prince sneered at the provocation. You want to play with me? You're not qualified at all. Wait, Your Highness, Great Immortal Eli called out when he saw the Eighth Prince about to bid. The Eighth Prince was just about to bid when his heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. No. The Eighth Prince's expression shifted and his heart skipped a beat. No. I almost fell for this kid's trick. The Eighth Prince sneered. Great Immortal Eli immediately agreed. That's right, Your Highness. He's obviously trying to provoke you into bidding higher. 2 million is more or less the right price for this high-grade immortal weapon. He added 500,000 Chaos Source Stones in one go. He's obviously trying to provoke you into bidding as well. If Your Highness adds another 500,000 Chaos Source Stones, the price will exceed the value of the high-grade immortal artifact. What if the kid doesn't increase the price? Doesn't bid? The Eighth Prince snorted. If he doesn't bid, doesn't that mean he's admitting defeat? That's not right either. If he didn't raise the price, he would have admitted defeat. But at the same time, he would have successfully tricked me. He added 500,000, forcing me to add 500,000 as well. In the end, even if I win, the price I have to pay will exceed the actual value. Although it looks like this prince has won, in reality, this prince was tricked by him and suffered a hidden loss. Great Immortal Eli nodded and said, Yes, Eighth Highness, that's what I meant. If Your Highness bids too, 5 million and that kid doesn't bid again, then even if Your Highness wins the auction, you'll be secretly tricked. I really feel like I don't want to try. The Eighth Prince's expression was somewhat gloomy as he said, Then what do you think is the best way for this prince to deal with this? We can't just raise the price and let that kid get it, right? If that's the case, I'll still lose and lose face. What they were fighting for now was nothing more than face and a breath of air. How could they be fighting for some immortal artifact? Great Immortal E. Hunting continued. That's not true, Eighth Majesty. This kid has made a vicious move, so why don't we make a surprise move? Surprise move? The Eighth Prince's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood what Great Immortal Eli meant. You mean to say that I won't raise the price this time and let him win at 2 million Chaos Source Stones? Great Immortal Eli nodded and said, Yes, Eighth Majesty. That's the best plan for now. I don't believe that kid can really take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones. His actions earlier were clearly a bluff. He was deliberately trying to infuriate Your Highness the Eighth Prince. The purpose of this action is self-evident. Therefore, I'm certain that he won't be able to take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones. If he can't take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones to buy the next item, then it'll be considered a malicious bid and he'll definitely be punished for disrupting the auction. That way, the City Lord won't let him off even if Your Highness doesn't do anything. Once that happens, won't Your Highness be able to avenge Your Highness? Isn't that even better? His Highness the Eighth Prince pondered for a moment before nodding. That's right. That's what I think as well. Even I can't take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones. I don't believe that kid could take out 2 million Chaos Source Stones either. An ordinary 4-step Heavenly Venerate wouldn't be able to take out so many Chaos Source Stones casually. How can a second step heavenly venerate kid take out so many chaos soul stones? Even if he's only a third step heavenly venerate, how capable can he be? With that thought in mind, Eighth Highness made his decision. Umph. Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, you're quite good at provoking me. Are you trying to trick me? Don't you think too highly of yourself? Do you think I'll fall for your tricks so easily? 2 million is already the limit. Wouldn't it be foolish for me to raise the price by another 500,000? Therefore, as you wish, I won't raise the price any further. However, kid, you'd better be able to take out 2 million chaos source stones. If you can't, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the 8th prince wasn't going to raise the price. It seemed like it was as he'd expected. The 8th prince had fallen for his trick. Qin Shao didn't want the 8th prince to raise the price any further. That was why he'd deliberately done that. He knew that by provoking the 8th prince wouldn't raise the price by another 500,000. Logically speaking, 2 million chaos ore stones was already the limit for a high-grade immortal artifact. If he raised the price any further, he'd be buying it at a discounted price. Of course, for Qin Shao, he'd buy it even if it was 5 million chaos ore stones, let alone 2.5 million chaos ore stones. However, the situation was different for the 8th prince. Qin Shao knew that the 8th prince would definitely suspect that he was trying to trick him. Therefore, he wouldn't raise the price any further and was certain that he wouldn't be able to take out 2 million chaos ore stones. Everything was going according to Qin Zhao's plan. Things were developing exactly as Qin Shao had expected. However, Qin Shao didn't rejoice too early. When he heard the 8th prince's words, he pretended to look gloomy. The more he looked, the more convinced the 8th prince was that he'd won. After all, the hammer hadn't been struck yet. Therefore, the item wasn't in his hands yet. The auctioneer was in a difficult position now that the 8th prince was on vacation. Originally, this high-grade immortal artifact was only going to be put up for auction. It wasn't really going to be auctioned off. After all, it belonged to Flat Demon City and was a true treasure. However, now that the 8th prince wasn't bidding for it, Qin Shao would win the auction. There was a possibility that this high-grade immortal artifact would fall into the hands of an outsider. Under such circumstances, the auctioneer naturally couldn't handle it. He looked at the 8th prince and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he could only drop the hammer. No matter what, the rules of the auction couldn't be broken. That would destroy the reputation of the auction. Once the reputation was destroyed, it would be difficult to repair it. This was a big deal. In the end, the auctioneer dropped the hammer and announced that Qin Shao had won the high-grade immortal artifact at the astronomical price of 2 million chaos source stones. As you wish, right? How is it? Are you satisfied now? The 8th prince sneered. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. Qin Shao looked at the 8th prince with a gloomy expression and sat down without replying. In the 8th prince's opinion, Qin Zhao's action meant that he wouldn't be able to take out 2 million chaos source stones. There were many heated discussions among the others as well. Is this fella's brain flooded with water? Going against the 8th prince in Flat Demon City? Isn't that just asking for trouble? That's right. Great. He's digging his own grave now. Is it even possible for him to take out 2 million chaos source stones? If he can't take it out in the end, he'll be severely punished. It feels good to pretend for a while, but in the end, he'll just have to wait and cry in the crematorium. Although it feels good to do this, it's a pity that he didn't succeed. I sympathize with this fella. He's courageous, but he didn't use the right method. In the private room, Qin Shao looked depressed on the surface, but he was actually very happy on the inside. To be able to win the high-grade immortal artifact for 2 million chaos source stones was already a huge profit. Big brother Qin. Lin Xian looked like she wanted to say something, but stopped. Qin Shao knew what Lin Xian wanted to say. He only sent her a voice transmission. Don't say anything now, and don't ask anything. You'll understand when this is over. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Everything is under my control. Lin Xian was stunned when she heard Qin Zhao's voice transmission. Everything was under Big Brother Qin's control? If that was the case, then Big Brother Qin was a god. She admired him. However, since Qin Shao said so, he must be very confident. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't say anything else. The auction continued. After a long auction, it was finally nearing its end. It was time for the final auction item. The final auction item was a little novel. The two items up for auction were two stunningly beautiful women. They were so beautiful that they took one's breath away. They were the kind of women who were born with natural charm. She was afraid that most men would be attracted to her at first glance. This kind of absolute beauty was probably extremely tempting to most men. Therefore, when the two items were put up for auction, it immediately caused an uproar. There was a huge commotion. Ice orphan girls? After hearing the host's introduction, Qin Shao learned that the two women were ice orphans. Legend had it that ice orphans didn't belong to the human race. In the mouth of the host, the ice orphan girl was naturally exaggerated to the point that she was priceless. Qin Shao didn't know much about ice orphans. This was the first time he heard about them. Lin Xian, do you know about ice orphans? Qin Shao asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and said, Big brother Qin, I've heard about the legend of ice orphans from the old people in town. However, it's just a rumor. I can't guarantee whether it's true or not. After hearing the host's exaggerated description and thinking about the legend I heard from the old people in town, I think it's quite true. Or, to a certain extent, the possibility is very high. It's said that ice orphans are natural playthings for men. A man only needs to mate with an ice orphan to completely absorb the power of the ice orphan. Therefore, obtaining an ice orphan can help a man make a breakthrough in his cultivation. This time, we are auctioning two second-step Heavenly Venerate ice orphan girls. If an experienced second-step Heavenly Venerate obtains them, they can use the power of the ice orphan girls to break through to the third-step Heavenly Venerate realm. I can't say that he's 100% sure, but at least he'll have a much better chance of improving his cultivation. This kind of opportunity is worth spending a lot of money to obtain the ice orphan girls. Moreover, there are two of them at once. Chapter 21:44. There's such a strange thing. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Qin Shao also clicked his tongue and sighed. It was indeed a very magical feeling. There were indeed all kinds of strange things in the great wide world. It was really a magical thing to be able to directly absorb the power of the ice orphan girl through sexual intercourse. Of course, on the other hand, this kind of thing was also very domineering. There would always be one party who would have to pay the price for this kind of absorption. The one who would suffer would definitely be the ice orphan girl. Once the energy was completely absorbed, she would probably die. Therefore, it was rumored that some people specially raised ice orphan girls and slowly absorbed their power to slowly strengthen their own strength. This speed might be a little slow, but it would always increase their strength. As long as one's financial resources were strong enough to keep the ice orphan girl and ensure that the ice orphan girl's power could recover, this method could continue. This kind of thing was still something that many people were willing to do tirelessly. After all, many people's cultivation path would be difficult to move forward at the end. Their cultivation path would slowly be cut off, and they would no longer be able to move forward. Therefore, this was also a good way. The energy that was forcefully absorbed could be used to improve oneself. There was no need for one to cultivate. This could be considered a shortcut. Big brother Qin, I heard from the old people in town that there was even an ice orphan girl at the fourth-step celestial venerable realm who was raised by someone and then helped that person break through to the ancient sage realm. I don't know if it's true or not, Lin Xian added. There's such a thing. Qin Shao was also slightly surprised. An ice orphan girl at the fourth-step celestial venerable realm could be raised by someone? Wasn't this too inconceivable? A fourth-step celestial venerable realm. In the entire celestial realm, no matter where one went, one should be an extremely powerful existence. A fourth-step celestial venerable realm was already standing among the powerhouses of the great wide world. It was at the top of the food chain. When did a fourth-step celestial venerable realm become so worthless? How arrogant was a fourth-step celestial venerable realm? It should rather die than submit. How could it be raised by someone else? Such a situation really made people unable to figure it out. Moreover, being able to rely on Ice Orphan Girl at the fourth-step celestial venerable realm to break through to the ancient sage realm sounded a little impossible, right? However, since there was such a legend, it might not be false. After thinking about it carefully, there is indeed a sliver of possibility that he could absorb it without limit. Qin Xiao was a little surprised. Were all ice orphans so easy to raise? He saw that the two ice orphans on the stage were like very docile cats, very obedient and obedient. They followed the host's instructions and made all kinds of movements, showing their full range to everyone present. Many people were staring so hard that their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. Their saliva was also flowing all over the ground. Naturally, many people flocked to the legendary ice orphan girl like a flock of ducks, yearning for her incomparably. However, how could anyone obtain such a rare item just because they wanted it? As for the finale items, unless they were really rich, most of them would still fall into the hands of the City Lore Mansion's people. There were probably a few majesties here today, as well as some of the important figures of Flat Demon City. The final battle would probably be between these people. Countless people wanted to have the Ice Orphan Girl, but they could only yearn for it, but not obtain it. Big Brother Qin, it is said that the Ice Orphan Girl is born with a docile personality and easily submits to a master. She is extremely loyal and is willing to sacrifice everything for her master. There's even a saying that the Ice Orphan Girl is a life that is born to be played with and is a gift from nature. However, I only heard this from the elders in our town. I'm not too sure if this is the case specifically, Lin Xian added. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Although the specific situation might not necessarily be exactly like this, it was probably close. At least, based on the current situation, it was close. This kind of life was indeed strange. However, it was not a big deal. After all, the vast Thousand Realms was full of strange things. What he had seen now was probably not even the tip of the iceberg. If one did not travel outside, step onto a bigger stage, and see how big this world was, one would never know how many strange things there were in this world. The Ice Orphan Girl, there are actually 2 second step Heavenly Venerates auctioning the Ice Orphan Girl. This auction is really full of surprises. In a private room, His Highness the 8th Prince was also a little excited. He had only heard the Ice Orphan Girl's name and had never seen her in person. This was the first time he had seen the Ice Orphan Girl. He had long heard some rumors about the Ice Orphan Girl. This time, he had seen the Ice Orphan Girl with his own eyes. Haha, congratulations, Your Highness the 8th Prince. This is an excellent opportunity. Although they are only second step Heavenly Venerates, it is good that there are 2 of them. If you keep them for a long time, it will be of great benefit to Your Highness the 8th Prince's strength. Great Immortal E-Hunting had always been following His Highness the 8th Prince, so he naturally knew what His Highness the 8th Prince was thinking. His Highness the 8th Prince said, "Don't be happy too early. The reason why no one fought with me for the upper Great Immortal Artifact earlier was because everyone knew about it. I just came out to shout. However, the Ice Orphan Girl's price is not that high. There will definitely be a lot of people fighting with me over it. This Highness is already a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable. 2 second step Heavenly Venerables won't have much of an effect on this Highness' strength. However, the Ice Orphan Girl is a natural beauty. Being able to obtain 2 of such stunning Ice Orphan Girls is enough for me to have some fun. This is the most important thing. I think those people are already getting restless. I'm afraid they're going to fight with me. This time, they're going to fight with real swords and spears. I won't be able to take out more than 1 million. The auction for the last item was about to begin. The starting price was 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. 110,000. I bid 120,000. 150,000. No one is going to fight with me today. The bidding was very intense as soon as the auction began. Many people started a bid. There were many people who could afford the price of 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Many 3rd step Heavenly Venerates could afford it. Big Brother Qin, don't tell me you want to bid for it too? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "Not interested. I don't like this kind of thing. If a person has to rely on such despicable means to raise his cultivation level, I think it's a very sad thing. I find such means very shameless." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Yes, I also think that such means are a little too cruel. It's equivalent to sacrificing the ice orphan girls for personal gain. Yes, but I still have to call out the price. Qin Xiao suddenly said, and a strange smile slid across the corners of her mouth. Huh? Lin Xian was stunned. She looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. Didn't he say he didn't want to bid? Why was he bidding again? Could it be? Lin Xian was also a smart person. She immediately understood Qin Xiao's intentions. The bidding was already very intense. Soon, the price reached 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. However, the price of the Ice Orphan Girls, who were second step Heavenly Venerates, would definitely be higher than this. Hence, the price would definitely continue to rise. His Highness the Eighth Prince wasn't in a hurry to bid. Most of the people who had bid earlier were just there to join the fun and didn't have much wealth. Hence, the number of people bidding decreased as time went on. I bid 300,000. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice resounded and immediately suppressed all the voices in the room. It wasn't His Highness the Eighth Prince who had bid. His Highness the Eighth Prince looked over and frowned slightly. His face was filled with displeasure as he said, "Why? Are you interested in the Ice Orphan Girls too? You have the same interests as me." His Highness the Eighth Prince wanted to tell the other party that he had taken a liking to the Ice Orphan Girls. However, the other party obviously had some background. He smiled and said, "Oh, Your Highness the Eighth Prince, it seems like great minds think alike." Ha ha ha. I didn't know that Your Highness the Eighth Prince had taken a liking to her first. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have bid. However, since I've already bid, wouldn't I be slapping myself in the face if I were to stop now? So, Your Highness the Eighth Prince, do you think you can fulfill my wish for once? The meaning behind his words was very clear. He wouldn't back down easily and wanted to compete with His Highness the Eighth Prince. His Highness the Eighth Prince was a little angry. He pointed at the other party's nose and said, "Feng Luo, do you really want to compete with me? Do you think you have the ability to compete with me?" The person called Feng Luo was also a third-step Heavenly Venerate. He didn't show any signs of weakness in the face of His Highness the Eighth Prince's angry accusations. Instead, he said, "Your Highness the Eighth Prince, you don't have to be so angry. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll only know after we compete. It's rare for something to catch my eye. If I don't even compete for it, wouldn't I be too weak? Humph. Then let's see if you have the ability." I bid 500,000. His Highness the Eighth Prince was completely furious. Eli felt indignant for His Highness the Eighth Prince and said, "This Feng Luo is really bold. Isn't he just relying on his relationship with the eldest prince? He doesn't even care about His Highness the Eighth Prince." 600,000. Feng Luo didn't show any signs of weakness and bid again. 700,000. 800,000. 1 million. Feng Luo, come on, bid again. In the end, His Highness the Eighth Prince raised the bid to 1 million in a fit of anger. This was all the primal chaos source stones he could take out for the time being. It could be considered that he had used up all his assets for this gamble. In fact, His Highness the Eighth Prince had estimated that he would be able to obtain about 600,000 to 800,000 primal chaos source stones. He hadn't expected that the bid would reach 1 million now. All of this was because of Feng Luo, who had actually gone against him. It was really abominable. 1 million. This was His Highness the Eighth Prince's last gamble out of anger. If Feng Luo continued to bid, he would have to think twice. Eighth Prince, is it worth it for the sake of 2 second-step Heavenly Venerates? You actually bid a sky-high 1 million primal chaos source stones. You're really generous. Forget it, forget it. This price has exceeded my limit. I have the heart, but not the strength. There's no way for me to continue competing with His Highness the Eighth Prince. I admit defeat. The Ice Orphan Girls belong to His Highness the Eighth Prince. Feng Luo shook his head. He had the heart, but not the strength. He couldn't afford a price of 1 million primal chaos source stones. Hence, he could only admit defeat. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Who gave you such courage? How dare you compete with me? His Highness the Eighth Prince's mood instantly lightened up when he heard that Feng Luo had admitted defeat. Sometimes, people just wanted to fight for their dignity. Chapter 2145. Who would dare to compete with the price of 1 million? Even if they wanted to compete, they were not as wealthy as this person. His Highness the Eighth Prince had shown off in the auction venue today, showing off his wealth. In the previous competition with Qin Xiao, he had pushed the price to the sky-high price of 2 million. This time, he had bid a sky-high price of 1 million, taking the lead. How generous was he? His Highness the Eighth Prince looked rather smug at this time. He was waiting for the auctioneer to drop the hammer and take the two lonely girls to his house. Although the price was indeed painful, it was worth it to spend a few 100,000 chaos source stones to win back his pride. I bid 1,200,000. But just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Swish, swish, swish. Countless eyes looked over and soon gathered on Qin Xiao. That's right, the bidder this time was none other than Qin Xiao. At the crucial moment, Qin Xiao came out again to show off his edge. In the previous competition with His Highness the Eighth Prince, he had forced His Highness to give up bidding. In the end, Qin Xiao won the upper-grade immortal weapon, the most valuable treasure in this auction. It could be said that he had stolen the limelight and was in the limelight for a while. And now, Qin Xiao was playing the same trick as before. Such a situation made His Highness the Eighth Prince's expression suddenly turn from sunny to gloomy. In an instant, he fell to the bottom of the valley and was covered with haze. His anger burned in an instant and was incomparably turbulent. If Feng Luo had continued to compete with him, he would not have been so angry. But he was incomparably angry with Qin Xiao. Previously, Qin Xiao had ruined the matter of the city gate collecting the entrance fee. Just now, during the auction of the upper-grade immortal weapon, he had been outbid by Qin Xiao. Now, Qin Xiao wanted to ruin his plans for the two lonely girls that he was determined to win. How could he not be angry? His Highness the Eighth Prince's eyes flickered with malice as he looked at Qin Xiao. His eyes were filled with endless anger, and a thick murderous intent surged out without any concealment. Humph. You want to play with me again? Very well, this Highness will play with you this time. Let's see how capable you are. His Highness the Eighth Prince gritted his teeth fiercely. 1,500,000. Qin Xiao bid 120, but His Highness the Eighth Prince directly raised the price to 5 million. This price had already exceeded its original value by 2 times. 1 million chaos source stones was enough to make the Eighth Highness feel the pinch. Now that the bid had reached 5 million, he didn't have that many chaos source stones on him. However, he still made a bid to prove himself. Of course, His Highness the Eighth Prince also had some plans there. However, this time, he was destined to miscalculate again, because Qin Xiao curled his lips and chuckled. He spread out his hands and said, "Well, Your Highness, you are indeed wealthy. I have to admire you." Haha. In that case, Your Highness the Eighth Prince. Thinking about it, Your Highness the Eighth Prince is really wealthy. You spent 5 million chaos source stones to bid for 2 second step heavenly venerates. Because of Your Highness the Eighth Prince's generosity, the value of the heavenly venerates has increased tremendously. However, actually, I was just casually bidding for fun. I was scared to death just now. I didn't expect Your Highness the Eighth Prince to fall for it and actually bid. The corners of His Highness the Eighth Prince's mouth twitched when he heard Qin Xiao's mocking words. He finally understood that Qin Xiao had done it on purpose to provoke him into bidding more chaos source stones. This move was really vicious. In that case, His Highness the Eighth Prince would have to pay an additional 500,000 chaos source stones. That was 500,000 chaos origin stones they were talking about. That was a huge sum of money. Just the thought of it gave the Eighth Highness the urge to kill Qin Xiao. Despicable, really despicable. His Highness the Eighth Prince's hatred for Qin Xiao had already seeped deep into his bones and was burning mercilessly along with the anger in his heart. His fists were already clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He really wanted to make a move right now and kill Qin Xiao for good. However, he also knew that he and Eli might not be able to do anything to Qin Xiao given their strength. Therefore, he could only bear with it for the time being and make plans in the future. On the other hand, Qin Shao was in a good mood after tricking His Highness the Eighth Prince. This move had really made His Highness the Eighth Prince bleed. The others were dumbfounded. How could there be such a vicious move? Many people indeed felt incomparable admiration for Qin Shao in their hearts. Of course, they also sympathized with him. It would be very difficult for him to walk out of Flat Demon City after offending His Highness the Eighth Prince. His Highness the Eighth Prince's status in the Flat Demon City Governor's Mansion was extremely high. Ordinary princes could not compare to him. "Princess, may I know who this young man is? He is really bold to be able to mess with His Highness the Eighth Prince like this," the maidservant said to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman had also been sizing up Qin Shao just now, and her eyes flashed with a lot of curiosity. Women were born with a strong sense of curiosity. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "That's right. You are indeed very bold and heroic. You are a real man." His heroic spirit is indeed not something that ordinary men can compare to. I sensed a very special aura from him. He must have a powerful background. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so wantonly in Flat Demon City. However, it seems that he does not have a powerful background. No matter where he is from, he looks very ordinary. Strange is indeed a little strange. However, I do admire his personality in all aspects. The maidservant nodded and said, "Yes, Princess, I also feel that this man is rather special. How should I put it? It can be said that he is very good. At least, in the eyes of women, that is the case. He is a hero and a man. He is also very heroic. In all aspects, he is not bad, and he is also very handsome. His character should be righteous and noble. No matter how I look at it, I feel that he is an excellent candidate." "Candidate? Who is it?" the princess asked. The maidservant snickered and winked at the princess, saying, "Princess, you know what I'm talking about." Of course, the princess knew. She just wanted to ask to confirm. After confirming, the princess gave the maidservant a coquettish glare and said, "Who asked you to talk so much? Be careful that I don't cut your tongue off. How can such an important matter be taken lightly?" Yes. You're absolutely right, princess. I have said too much." The maidservant immediately admitted her mistake. The princess added, "However, we can consider it." In the end, the two ice orphan girls were bought by the Eighth Prince at the high price of $1 million. The auction came to an end. The auction this time was worthy of praise. With the two battles between Qin Shao and His Highness the Eighth Prince, it had undoubtedly added a lot of color to this auction. After the auction ended, everyone left one after another. Those who had won the auction stayed behind to pay for the items they had won. Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He was still sitting in the private room, waiting for others to go first. The Eighth Prince did not get up, but his eyes were fixed on Qin Shao, as if he was afraid that Qin Shao would run away. Qin Shao simply drank wine, looking very leisurely. Suddenly, two beautiful figures walked over. The woman in the lead was noble and gorgeous. She had a stunning appearance and an incomparably noble temperament. She was so stunning that it was somewhat suffocating. It was also the first time that Lin Xian had seen such a beautiful woman with such a noble temperament. Her eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. Qin Shao sized up the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived walked straight into their private room. He didn't seem to be polite at all. He didn't even ask for Qin Zhao's permission before he directly entered their private room. Because of the entrance of these two beautiful women, the small private room seemed to radiate light in all directions. Suddenly, it felt a lot brighter. A third step heavenly venerate with a second step heavenly venerate maidservant. Her status is definitely not ordinary. In Demon Suppression City, I'm afraid that only the princess of the city governor's mansion receives such treatment. She has an extraordinary temperament and is very noble. If I'm not mistaken, she must be a princess. After sizing her up, Qin Shao had a plan in her mind. She said, "May I know why the princess has graced us with her presence?" "Princess?" Only then did Lin Xian react. She hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Greetings, princess." The beautiful princess looked at Qin Shao with some interest. She said, "Oh, how did you know that I'm a princess?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, "This shouldn't be difficult at all, right? It's easy to guess. From her temperament, maidservant, and strength, I'm sure there's no one else other than the princess of the city governor's mansion." The beautiful princess smiled and said, "You're really smart. My name is Lan Xin. What about you? Shall we get to know each other?" Qin Shao did not care at all about who she was and what her name was. Qin Shao had never been interested in beautiful women. In terms of beauty, both Princess Xiaoyu and Ming Yuexin were far superior to Princess Lan Xin. Moreover, Princess Lan Xin had an air of arrogance that Qin Shao did not like. Therefore, Qin Shao was even less interested in Princess Lan Xin. Qin Shao looked at Princess Lan Xin and said, "Then how do you want to get to know me, Princess Lan Xin? If you just want to know my name, I don't think there's a need for me to introduce myself, right? Princess Lan Xin is so smart. It's impossible that you don't know my name. If you want to get to know someone else, I don't think there's a need. Flat Demon City is just a place I'm passing by. I'm just a passerby who will leave Flat Demon City soon. I don't want to claim this honor." In other words, he rejected her. Qin Zhao's rejection naturally caused Princess Lanxin to reveal a look of displeasure. Perhaps it was because she did not expect that there would be someone who would refuse to get to know her. Princess Lan Xion's maidservant said indignantly, "Hey, Qin Shao, what do you mean? My princess admires you and wants to get to know you. Maybe we can become friends. What are you thinking? You don't think that my princess has taken a fancy to you, do you? Are you that narcissistic? The number of people who want to woo my princess can form a circle around the entire Flat Demon City. Where can you be in a line? My princess wants to get to know you because she thinks highly of you. You're still pretending. Don't you think too highly of yourself?" Qin Shao disliked this maidservant even more. However, like master, like servant, this was a very normal thing. Qin Shao could not be bothered to argue with this maidservant. He replied calmly, "I don't think too highly of myself. That's why I don't dare to claim connections." Chapter 2146. Princess Lan Xin was so angry that her nose was crooked. How could there be someone in Demon Suppression City who dared to reject her in such an untactful manner? Since when had she ever been rejected in such a manner? There were so many men who pursued her. Even if they were not countless, they were not far off. She, Lan Xin, was the favorite princess of Demon Suppression City. She could even be said to be second to none. Be in terms of looks, talent, or strength, Lan Xin was definitely one of the most outstanding women in Demon Suppression City. Therefore, she, Lan Xin, had always been held in high regard. She had always been held in high regard and looked down on the world with disdain. No one had ever made her feel the slightest bit aggrieved. However, this time, she actually took the initiative to get to know a man, but was directly rejected. Yes, there was no room for negotiation. He did not even try to be tactful. It was a blatant rejection. This made Lan Xin feel as if she had been given an invisible slap in the face. It was extremely loud and stinging. How could she not be angry? She widened her eyes and glared fiercely at Qin Shao. Then, she left in a huff. "Qin Shao, you really don't know what's good for you. You're too full of yourself." Oomph. The maidservant looked even angrier and felt indignant on behalf of her princess. She glared angrily at Qin Shao and said, "No one has ever dared to provoke our princess. You're the first. You'd better be careful." After sending the two maidservants off, Qin Shao did not take it to heart. He did not take such a small matter to heart. Women were all petty. Qin Shao knew that. "Brother Qin." Lin Xian opened her mouth in shock and stared blankly at Qin Shao. She stuttered, "You've angered Princess Lan Xin." "Yes, you've angered Princess Lan Xin." Lin Xian's voice rose an octave. "Yes, I know." However, Qin Zhao's reply was still very calm. It was as if nothing had happened to him, and he did not care. "This is Princess Lanxin we're talking about," Lin Xian couldn't help but say. Qin Shao pursed her lips and said, "You've already said it 3 times. I've already offended His Highness the 8th Prince. So what's one more Princess Lan Xin? Either way, it doesn't matter if it's your Highness or Princess." Lin Xian was completely convinced. Big Brother Qin's generosity was something that he could never learn. Big brother Qin, will something happen? Lin Xian couldn't help but worry. Naturally, he had heard of Princess Lan Xian's reputation long ago. Moreover, women were obviously more stingy than men. Once a woman went crazy, it was very scary. He was also worried about offending His Highness the Eighth Prince, but the more he worried, the more numb he became. Now that he had offended Princess Lan Xin, Lin Xian naturally began to worry again. However, there was no point in worrying. Don't worry, the sky won't fall. Calm down. There will definitely be troubles, but it doesn't matter. I don't need this kind of trouble, Qin Xiao said casually. Qin Xiao would definitely not lower his voice to curry favor with others. It didn't matter. He really didn't care more. On the other hand, Princess Lan Xian was very angry. She felt that she had never been so angry before. Hateful guy, self-righteous guy, narcissistic guy. What is he thinking? Xiaolan, do you think he thinks that I've taken a liking to him? Princess Lan Xian became angrier the more she thought about it. To other men, she only needed to hook her little finger gently, and they would kneel down to curry favor with her. This Qin Xiao, on the other hand, didn't care about her at all. Xiaolan was naturally very indignant and said angrily, "Yes, princess, this guy is too hateful. He's very annoying. I think he's just a guy who doesn't know his place and thinks too highly of himself. He thinks that he can be arrogant just because he has a little talent, a little strength, and maybe a little background. Previously, I thought that he was very brave and heroic. Now, it seems that he's too arrogant. He doesn't even know who he is. How dare he be so presumptuous in our flat demon city and go against His Highness, the Eighth Prince? He's very stubborn. Princess, why don't we join forces with His Highness the Eighth Prince and think of a way to teach him a lesson?" No. Princess Lan Xian's sudden question made Xiaolan look at Princess Lan Xian in confusion. Princess Lan Xian thought for a moment and said, "Just teaching him a lesson is too easy for him. Wasn't he disdainful of this princess? Then this princess will make him obediently listen to this princess and obediently bow his head to this princess. So, I've decided to choose a prince consort." Huh? Hearing Princess Lan Xian's words, Xiaolan was dumbfounded. She looked at Princess Lan Xian in a daze and said after a while, "Princess, are you sure you're not wrong? You want to choose a prince consort? You want to make that guy your prince consort? Isn't that too easy for that guy?" Princess Lan Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of slyness. She laughed coldly and said, "You're wrong, Xiaolan. Think about it. That guy doesn't even care about His Highness the Eighth Prince. Furthermore, great immortal Eli has fought with him before and suffered a great loss. Even His Highness the Eighth Prince doesn't dare to casually fight with him. It's clear that he's very powerful. At the very least, he's not someone an ordinary third-step heavenly venerate can deal with. So, if I attack him directly, I'm afraid I don't have the power to do so. If I join forces with His Highness the Eighth Prince, firstly, I don't want to owe him a favor. Secondly, I have different goals from His Highness the Eighth Prince. It's inevitable that we'll have some differences. That's why I'll take care of this matter alone. However, I'm not powerful enough. Naturally, I'll have to think of another way. If I ask the ancestor to help me find a prince consort, he'll definitely agree, as long as the ancestor gives the order. Do you think Qin Xiao will dare to resist? Wouldn't he have to obediently agree and become my prince consort? Then, wouldn't I be able to make him listen to me obediently? After torturing and humiliating him, I'll divorce him and let him lose all his dignity. Wouldn't that be great? Ahem. Hearing Princess Lan Xian's plan, Xiao Lan coughed dryly. Why did he feel that this plan was a little strange? This game seemed to be a little too big. Would something happen to him? Was there a need to make such a big fuss just to punish Qin Xiao? Xiaolan really didn't understand what Princess Lan Xian was thinking at this time. In fact, it wasn't just Xiaolan. After Princess Lan Xian finished talking about this plan, her face turned a little red. What's wrong with me? Why would I think of such a plan? Is it worth it to punish Qin Xiao at the cost of choosing a prince consort? Princess Lan Xian asked herself in her heart. Was it worth it? She couldn't give an answer to this question, but that was the truest thought in her heart just now. Didn't you? Qin Shao, disdainous princess? Didn't you think that I've taken a fancy to you? Didn't you look down on me? Are you so unwilling to even get to know me? Fine, then I'll make you take a fancy to me. I'll make you cherish me. Therefore Princess Lan Xian, came up with this plan to choose a prince consort. According to this plan, she could completely control Qin Shao in the palm of her hand and play with him until he died. Of course, she would also have to pay a price. However, she didn't care so much. Let's do it first. After Princess Lan Xian left, His Highness the 8th Prince came again with a mortally lie. His Highness the 8th Prince now saw Qin Shao as his enemy. Naturally, he felt a sense of extreme jealousy when he saw his enemy, and it seemed like he would fight at any moment. Why are you still hiding here and don't want to leave? You can't hide. Since you've already bid for that high-grade immortal weapon, don't even think about escaping. There are many pairs of eyes watching you. You can't escape. His Highness the 8th Prince sneered. He still firmly believed that Qin Shao couldn't come up with 2 million Chaos Source Stones. Therefore, he would have plenty of opportunities to deal with Qin Shao later. Who said I wanted to hide? I just want to drink more wine. What's the rush? Not everyone is left. Qin Shao pretended to be tough, but his tone was a little uncertain. In His Highness the 8th Prince's eyes, he was obviously bluffing. He was still so stubborn even in the face of death. Since that's the case, then come with me. However, you'd better be able to come up with 2 million Chaos Source Stones. Otherwise, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. His Highness the 8th Prince sneered, thinking that he would be able to teach Qin Shao a lesson soon. He couldn't help but feel very happy. Don't be in such a hurry. I'll drink a little more, Qin Shao said again. Qin Shao's actions made His Highness the 8th Prince believe that Qin Shao was scared and cowardly. That was why he didn't dare to claim the auction item. His Highness the 8th Prince looked at Qin Shao playfully and said, "Are you sure you're still in the mood to drink?" Qin Shao looked at His Highness the 8th Prince and said pretentiously, "Your Highness the 8th Prince, how about I give you the high-grade immortal weapon? I'll pay you the original price. 2 million Chaos Source Stones." Ha 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 ha. His Highness the 8th Prince laughed heartily when he heard Qin Shao's words. He was very happy and in a good mood. If he were to show weakness like this, it would be even more obvious. However, His Highness the 8th Prince wouldn't let Qin Shao off so easily. I can't afford that price. You can't afford it either? Then what should I do? How about I'll take a loss and give you one. 8 million Chaos Source Stones? Qin Shao said again. However, His Highness the 8th Prince still shook his head. This put Qin Shao in a difficult position. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you really can't do it, how about one? 5 million Chaos Source Stones? You're the one who made the bid. I'll pay you the price you quoted. You should be able to afford it, right? Look, I've already lost 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. That should be enough, right? Even if I don't want it, according to the rules, I should only have to pay this much, right? Lose 500,000 Chaos Source Stones?" His Highness the 8th Prince laughed loudly and said, "Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, do you really think there's such a good deal in the world for you? You broke the rules of the auction. Do you think 500,000 Chaos Source Stones is enough to let you off? If you want to pay, you'll have to pay until you go bankrupt. You'll have to pay everything you have. Not only that, but if that's not enough, there will be other punishments. The rules are the rules. No one is allowed to break them. Otherwise, once your reputation is tarnished, no amount of Chaos Source Stones will be able to make up for it. Therefore, I don't think you should think about such a good deal. You'd better be honest and come with me obediently." Qin Shao looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. What should he do? His Highness the 8th Prince was even more pleased with himself. He had already started to think about how to deal with Qin Shao. He had already come up with many plans. This time, he had to properly deal with this kid. Chapter 21:47. So I forget it. If I have to die, so be it. Qin Shao had no choice but to shake his head. He looked like he was ready to die. His Highness the 8th Prince looked at Qin Shao with a smile and made a gesture of invitation. He wanted to invite Qin Shao into his trap. The four of them soon arrived at the main hall backstage. A stooped old man stood there with a few men behind him. The auctioneer from before was among them. This stooped old man exuded a powerful aura. He was serious in speech and manner, and there was also a sense of supreme majesty. Judging from his aura, he was a third-step heavenly venerate who was very close to becoming a fourth-step heavenly venerate. His aura was so powerful that no one dared to act rashly in front of him. Clearly, this old man was the person in charge of the auction. Qin Shao glanced around and saw two familiar figures standing not far away. They were Princess Lan Xin and her husband. This woman must be bearing a grudge against him. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. Forget about it. If she bears a grudge, so be it. Qin Shao, come on. Hurry up and take out your 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. His Highness Eighth smiled playfully at Qin Shao as he spoke. The stooped old man looked at Qin Shao with a dignified expression. Although he did not say a word, an invisible pressure was exerting on him. His intention was to tell Qin Shao to abide by the rules. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Eight Prince crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked like he was watching a good show. He was waiting to see Qin Shao fail to take out the Chaos Source Stones. When that happened, he would not have to worry about not having a way to deal with Qin Shao. Eighth Prince was very proud of himself. When he saw that Qin Shao did not respond, he sneered and said, "If you can't take out 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones, you'd better take out everything you have. Perhaps it can even save your life. If you don't know what's good for you and continue to be arrogant, you better think carefully. How dare you challenge the supreme power of the city Lord Mansion? I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Forget it. I didn't really want to buy it. I was just venting my anger. Since your Highness the Eighth Prince has said so, then I will buy it without any difficulty. Not bad, not bad. It's only 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. I can still afford it." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shao waved his hand, and a spatial ring fell into the old man's hand. He said to the old man, "Senior, take a look. Is it really 2,000,000 Chaos Origin Stones?" "What?" Seeing Qin Zhao's actions at this time, the Eighth Highness suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot and looked at Qin Shao with a dumbfounded face. What was going on? Wasn't this guy unable to take out 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones? The stooped old man looked at Qin Shao in surprise. After checking the interspatial ring and confirming that there were 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones, he nodded and said, "That's right. It's 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones." Qin Shao smiled and extended his hand to the stooped old man. "Can I have that?" The stooped old man nodded and tossed an interspatial ring to Qin Shao. Naturally, it contained the high-grade immortal artifact sword. Qin Shao checked the interspatial ring and confirmed that there were no mistakes. Then, he kept the item. He had finally obtained it. With the item in his hands, he could finally be at ease. This was an item that he was determined to obtain. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to obtain it. I've been played. Seeing this, how could the Eighth Highness not know that he had been ruthlessly played by Qin Shao? This guy had been pretending that he couldn't take out 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. He didn't expect him to take out 2,000,000 Chaos Source Stones so easily. At this moment, Eighth Highness finally understood. He had fallen for Qin Zhao's trick from the very beginning. From the very beginning, Qin Shao had not been making a false offer. He had already set his sights on snatching the high-grade immortal artifact. He had done it on purpose to make Eighth Prince think that he was making false bids and didn't dare to continue bidding. In the end, Qin Shao had taken advantage of him. Earlier, he had pretended to be in a difficult position and led Eighth Prince to victory step by step. Despicable, truly despicable. What kind of blow was the greatest? It was to give you hope step by step, to make you believe that you had won and that you had the other party in your hands. However, Eighth Prince suddenly realized that it wasn't the case at all. It turned out that he was the one being played. Thus, His Highness the Eighth Prince's anger had reached an extremely deep level. "How dare you play with me?" Eighth Prince looked at Qin Shao furiously. His eyes were red, and he looked as if he wanted to eat Qin Shao alive. He looked like he was going to kill someone. He thought that he had trampled on Qin Shao ruthlessly this time. However, the result wasn't like that. How could he bear it? At this moment, he really had a very strong impulse to kill Qin Shao at all costs. Only by doing so would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. You're the one who sent yourself to me for a fool. What can I do? Don't blame others for your own stupidity. Therefore, I can only say that you deserve it. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, Deserve it? He actually dared to say that he deserved it? The anger in the Eighth Highness' chest was completely ignited. It was like a volcano erupting and roaring wildly in the sky. You're courting death. Eighth Prince's words were as sharp as a knife and as cold as frost. His aura surged out, and he looked like he was about to attack. Qin Shao glanced sideways at the Eighth Highness and said without showing any weakness, What? Eighth Prince, do you want to fight here? I don't have any objections. Even if there are rules in Demon Suppression City, if you attack first, the responsibility is not on me. If you want to fight, I, Qin Shao, will accompany you at any time. I've already said that I won't provoke anyone, but no one should provoke me. Otherwise, I don't care who you are. As long as you provoke me, unless you're strong enough to suppress me to the point that I don't even dare to breathe. Otherwise, I will fight back with all my might and won't back down. So what if you're Eighth Prince? So what if you're the descendant of the Demon Suppression City Lord? So what if you have a high status? You have the strength to bully me and even humiliate me. That's your ability. If I'm not as good as you, then I admit defeat. However, if you don't have the strength, then I'd advise you to be more honest. Otherwise, you'll be the one at a disadvantage. Don't use the governor's palace to suppress me. I've never provoked the governor's palace. It's you, Eighth Prince, who's been trying to bully and humiliate me. I'm only fighting back. Enough. If the governor's palace is going to be so unreasonable, then I, Qin Shao, will fight with my life. It's no big deal. You. Eighth Prince's face was as white as a sheet. It was an ugly sight to behold. What a detestable brat. Even at a time like this, he still had the audacity to speak with such arrogance. Does he really have no respect for the Demon Suppression City? However, no matter how angry or hateful Eighth Prince was, there was nothing he could do. He was only a prince after all and could not represent the entire Demon Suppression City. He did not have the face to ask the governor for help over a small matter like this. The stooped old man sized up Qin Shao with his deep eyes. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The fact that this brat dared to say such arrogant words showed that he did not have any respect for the Demon Suppression City. How could he feel good about this? However, it was not appropriate for him to intervene at this moment. Hence, he merely looked coldly at Qin Shao. All right, brat, let's wait and see. I'd like to see how capable you are. Eighth Prince gritted his teeth and said angrily. After saying this, he waved his hand and left. After sending Eighth Prince off, Qin Shao did not stay any longer. He had obtained the item, and it was time for him to leave. Princess Lan Xin, who was watching the battle from the side, could not stop her eyes from flickering. Xiao Lan, don't you think that this brat is actually not that detestable? Princess Lan Xin suddenly asked her maidservant beside her. Xiao Lan looked strangely at Princess Lan Xin, as if she did not recognize her own princess. She said, Princess, he's not detestable. He thinks too highly of himself. He's simply condescending. I've never seen such an arrogant person. This is the Demon Suppression City. He's just an outsider. How can he be so arrogant in the presence of the Demon Suppression City? Princess, why do you still think that he's not detestable? He doesn't have any respect for Eighth Prince, and his words are full of disrespect and humiliation. He doesn't have any respect for you, and his words were also very unkind. He doesn't even have any respect for the Demon Suppression City Governor's mansion. Isn't he too condescending? He's so arrogant. I feel that he'll die with a sense of rhythm. I wonder if His Highness the Eighth Prince will deal with him. Princess Lan Xin shook her head and laughed. She said, Xiao Lan, you've overestimated Eighth Prince. If he's really that capable, he wouldn't have been so tolerant. His power in the city governor's mansion is not bad. However, he clearly doesn't have the ability to deal with that brat. That brat has a lot of experience, and he's also very arrogant and full of confidence. Eighth Prince wouldn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swallowed his pride. Furthermore, I won't let 8th Prince deal with him. Qin Shao belongs to me. No one is allowed to touch him. Huh? Xiaolon looked at Princess Lan Xin in astonishment. How did Qin Shao suddenly become hers? It can't be. Could it be that the Princess Lan Xin, could tell what Xiaolon was thinking? She glared at Xiaolon and said angrily, "What are you thinking about? Why would I fall in love with such a self-righteous egomaniac? I should be the one to deal with him." After leaving the auction venue, there were still some people who hadn't left. When they saw Qin Shao, many people turned to look at him. When they saw Qin Shao, discussions broke out again. Some of the braver people even came over to greet Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao didn't pay much attention to these people. Instead, he quickly left with Lin Xian. It wasn't until they reached a quieter place that their footsteps slowed down a little. "Big brother Qin, are you really not worried? Why don't you leave Flat Demon City as soon as possible?" After hesitating for a while, Lin Xian couldn't help but say this. This was also done out of good intentions. Qin Shao naturally knew what Lin Xian meant. He pursed his lips and smiled faintly. "Why should I leave Flat Demon City as soon as possible? I just arrived and haven't even seen the excitement. How can I leave so soon? There's nothing to worry about. Actually, no matter what happens, whether you're worried or not, what's going to happen will happen. What's not going to happen won't happen. There's no point in worrying. Even if you don't worry, the outcome will still be the same. Everything depends on your heart. Let nature take its course. There's nothing to worry about. Didn't I just offend 8th Prince and Princess Lan Xin? It's nothing. How could this be nothing?" Chapter 2148. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the Grand Bazaar finally began. Meanwhile, the 8th Prince, who had been clamoring for Qin Shao to wait and see, did not make any moves. He seemed to have settled down completely. However, whether or not His Highness the 8th Prince had really settled down was definitely a big question mark. This kind of person was very likely to be holding back some big move. Anything was possible. However, Qin Shao did not take this matter to heart. To Qin Shao, this was just a small matter. Regardless of whether it was wind or rain, as long as it dared to come, Qin Shao would dare to accept it. With certainty in his heart, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian and the others were busy with the Grand Bazaar, and naturally did not spend much time with Qin Shao. Qin Shao only went to the Grand Bazaar to join in the fun and left alone. However, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to leave Demon Suppression City. No matter what, he had to wait for the Grand Bazaar to end and for Lin Xian and the others to leave Demon Suppression City safely. Only then would Qin Shao feel at ease and leave. If he left early, who knew what kind of tricks the 8th Prince would play on Lin Xian and the others? Qin Shao did not want to implicate innocent people. On this day, Qin Shao was leisurely drinking wine in a small restaurant. Suddenly, he heard a commotion and attracted Qin Shao's attention. It was probably because the subject of the discussion was related to him. "Hey, I just saw the Demon Suppression City Governor's office make an announcement to the world that they have recruited a prince consort for Princess Lan Xin." "What? Recruited a prince consort for Princess Lan Xin? Who is so lucky to be Princess Lan Xion's prince consort?" "Haha. I'm afraid you won't be able to guess that the prince consort is someone called Qin Shao." "What? Qin Shao? The person who has been in the limelight recently? The person who bought a high-grade immortal weapon at the auction for a sky-high price of 2 million? The person who openly challenged the 8th Prince? Yes, it's him. Other than him, who else is called Qin Shao? That's impossible, right? Why would Princess Lan Xin choose him when she was looking for a prince consort? I heard that he's not from our Demon Suppression City. He's an outsider. In Demon Suppressing Town, there were many suitors for Princess Lan Xin, and there were even a few candidates for the title of prince consort. Who is this Qin Shao? How could he be so lucky as to become Princess Lan Xion's husband? Brother, are you mistaken? There's absolutely no mistake. We've already announced it to the entire city. If you don't believe me, you could take a look. The news will spread soon. Sure enough, my original body also saw the notice. It is indeed that person called Qin Shao. Hearing these discussions, Qin Zhao's brows immediately furrowed. What's going on? That Princess Longsheen has taken a liking to me. Without asking for my permission, you directly announce to the world that you want me to be your son-in-law? Don't tell me that I, Qin Shao, have no sense of existence? Is the demon-suppressing city Lord always so overbearing? You didn't even ask for my opinion on such a matter, and you directly announce that you want me to be the prince consort? Does he really think that I'm a pushover? Seems like Princess Lon Xin is really favored by the demon-suppressing city lord. The fact that the demon-suppressing city lord agreed to such a thing is indeed not simple. But why would I agree to such a thing? This must be Princess Longsheen's scheme. She just wants to take revenge on me. However, I can't help but admire her methods. She's so ruthless that she even dares to put herself in the picture. She's really ruthless. Qin Zhao's eyes were cold, and he was a little angry. This kind of thing could be considered a rare occurrence. Forced marriages were indeed very common. However, it was rare to see someone forced to the extent that they didn't even inform him. Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of Princess Longsheen to begin with. Now, he was even more disgusted with her. Princess Longsheen, 8th Highness, Demon Suppression City Lord, you'd better not go overboard and bully me. Otherwise, when my anger really comes out, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. Qin Shao laughed coldly in his heart. If they really angered him, Qin Shao wouldn't be polite either. Qin Shao had been in Demon Suppression City for some time now. He had a basic understanding of the situation in Demon Suppression City. According to Qin Zhao's understanding, there were only 2 4th-step exalted immortals in Demon Suppression City. There were probably only a few hundred 3rd-step exalted immortals. With all these forces added together, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. If they really forced him into a corner, he would just go on a killing spree. A remote place like Demon Suppression City was not much different from the situation in the southern wilderness. It couldn't intimidate Qin Shao at all. Qin Shao had thought that everything was peaceful and no more trouble would come knocking on his door. However, before he could rejoice, something like this happened. It really made him speechless. Look, isn't that Qin Shao over there? Suddenly, a voice exclaimed. Qin Shao immediately felt many gazes looking at him. Sure enough, many people looked in his direction and recognized him. Yes, it's Qin Shao. I've seen him once. There's no mistake. It really is Qin Shao. Haha, my idol. I admire him so much. I think you'd better not admire him. Who knows? He might be in trouble. After being recognized by many people, Qin Shao didn't want to stay here any longer. He got up and left. However, as soon as he walked out of the restaurant, he was blocked by a man. The man looked very angry and glared at Qin Shao. Qin Shao glanced at the man. He was only a 1st-step heavenly venerable. His courage was commendable. He actually dared to block his way. Why did you take away our goddess? What right do you have to be the prince consort of Princess Lon Xin? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. The 1st-step heavenly venerable pointed at Qin Shao and said. His face was red from holding back his anger. Qin Shao was speechless. Snatch my ass. He was the one who was snatched away, okay? He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He wanted to say that he was wronged. He wanted to ask what was going on. He didn't want to be the prince consort of Princess Lon Xin. Actually, I don't want to be the prince consort of Princess Lon Xin. Qin Shao smacked his lips and said. But as soon as his voice fell, the man immediately scolded angrily. Bah, you shameless person. You took advantage of me, and you still want to pretend to be innocent. Do you have any shame? Why don't you try being shameless again? I think you're already overjoyed, right? Why are you still pretending? That's right. You're a hypocrite. I don't believe that there's anyone who doesn't want to be the prince consort of Princess Lon Xin. Princess Lon Xin is our goddess. You're not allowed to blaspheme her. I want to fight it out with you. Brothers, do you want to join us? Let's teach this arrogant brat a lesson. That's right. How dare he blaspheme our goddess? This is intolerable. It's time for all of us to stand up. He's very powerful. Let's join forces. Yes, I'll stand up too. Instantly, many people stood up and stood in front of Qin Shao. They looked aggressive and wanted to fight Qin Shao. Most of the people who stood up were 1st-step heavenly venerables. Seeing how indignant these 1st-step heavenly venerables were, Qin Shao couldn't help but want to laugh. In fact, These people only liked Princess Lanxin for her beauty and were not her true admirers. To put it bluntly, they didn't have the right to pursue Princess Lan Xian. Hence, Qin Shao felt helpless when he saw these people. He couldn't possibly fight with them, right? They were only first-step heavenly venerables. If he fought with them, he would be bullying them. There was no point. However, looking at these people, it didn't seem so easy for him to leave this place safely. He was having a headache. There's no need for that, right? I'm also a victim, okay? If I said that I didn't know anything about it, would you believe me? Qin Shao added. I wouldn't believe you. Do you think I'm stupid? That's right. How can you say such nonsense? Where's your shame? Where's your shame? You're really shameless. Try saying that again. I'll fight it out with you. You've already gotten our goddess, and yet you're still saying such sarcastic words. How can you let our goddess down? Brothers, for the sake of our goddess, I've decided to fight Qin Shao to the death. Is there anyone who's with me? I'm with you. It's just one life. I can afford to fight for it. Yes, I can too. Qin Shao really wanted to cry. What was this? He was the real victim, okay? Why were they all against him? What kind of logic was this? Most importantly, what was he going to do about these first-step heavenly venerables? He couldn't really fight, right? Hence, he could only deal with these people gently. Qin Shao didn't want to hurt the innocent. Although these people seemed a little crazy, their intentions weren't bad. They didn't deliberately come for Qin Shao either. They were just blindly idolizing him. There were indeed a few crazy people who were ready to fight with their lives on the line. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Everyone, I swear that I really won't marry Princess Lan Xian, okay? I'll take care of this matter. Don't worry, I'm more anxious than you guys. I'm also confused about being recruited as the prince consort out of the blue, okay? Do you really think that I'm willing? So, everyone, don't be like this. Don't hurt each other. I don't want to hurt you guys either, so don't hit me. Otherwise, if you really force me to do it, the consequences won't be good. Qin Zhao's words made everyone look at each other in dismay, and they were quite stunned. Was that really the case? Why did his words sound so strange? No, you still want to blaspheme Princess Lan Xian? If this can be tolerated, what can't? You won't marry Princess Lan Xian. So do you mean that you despise Princess Lan Xian? What do you have to be worthy of Princess Lan Xian? This is the good fortune that you've cultivated for 8 lifetimes. How dare you say that? Kid, you're so arrogant. Did you suffer a huge loss? Do you think you're worthy of our Princess Lan Xian? How dare you? I'll fight it out with you. Qin Shao immediately gestured for them to stop. Aren't you guys being too unreasonable? Are you saying that it's useless for me to say anything now? That's right, stop talking. Prepare to die. Brothers, let's attack together and fight it out with him. Attack. Those people really made a move without hesitation. They were really not careless at all. Seeing that these people were really crazy to the point of attacking, Qin Shao was speechless. He could only retreat as the best strategy. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and directly entered the void. He used the mirage meditation technique, and these first-step heavenly venerables couldn't detect Qin Zhao's figure. Hence, Qin Shao quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. There was no trace of him. Where did he go? Where did he run off to? Don't let him escape. Search the entire city. We must find him. Chapter 2149. What the hell is this? If it weren't for the mirage meditation technique, it wouldn't have been easy for him to escape so easily. After getting rid of those people, Qin Shao found a quiet place to rest. He was speechless. It was said that it was better to provoke a villain than a woman. This was the truth. Women really should not be provoked. Even Qin Shao had to admit that Princess Lanxin's move was indeed ruthless. She had practically pushed herself into an awkward situation that would incur the wrath of both humans and gods. Qin Shao was not a domineering person who liked to kill people. He did not want to hurt the innocent. Hence, when faced with those ordinary first-step heavenly venerables who were fanatical fans of Princess Lan Xian, Qin Shao could only feel helpless. Princess Lan Xian, you want to use this method to force me to submit obediently? That's not so easy. Do you think I will be easily manipulated by you? You want to manipulate me? Unfortunately, you found the wrong person. I, Qin Shao, am definitely not someone you can manipulate. Really, don't provoke me. Otherwise, you will be embarrassed. I have never liked to deal with women, but your behavior really annoys me. Qin Xiao was very sure that Princess Lan Xin did not say that she liked him and wanted to make him her son-in-law. It was purely a desire for revenge. Furthermore, it was a desire for revenge that was somewhat extreme. This kind of desire was actually quite terrifying. Oomph. You want to hide? Let's see where you can hide. At this moment, another cold snort descended from the sky. Following that, a figure quickly arrived and landed in front of Qin Xiao. Following that figure was a powerful aura that formed a domain and sealed the area. It was as if it was going to trap Qin Xiao within it. This kind of sealing technique might be useful against some third-step heavenly venerables, but it was obviously useless against Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao looked at the newcomer and found him somewhat familiar. It was the man named Feng Luo whom he had met at the auction. Qin Xiao still remembered that this guy had competed with His Highness the Eighth Prince for the Ice Orphan Girl during the auction, but he lost in the end. It just so happened that he took the lead and raised the price of the Icy Orphan Girl to 1 million. Then, Qin Xiao came out and stabbed His Highness the Eighth Prince, causing him to suffer a great loss. He did not expect immortal Feng Luo to fancy Princess Lan Xin. He was probably one of the candidates for Princess Lan Xin's fiancé. Hide? Qin Xiao shook her head and curled her lips. Why should I hide? I just don't want to kill the innocent. Great immortal Feng Luo pointed at Qin Xiao's nose and shouted angrily, "Arrogant brat! No matter what time it is, your tone is always so arrogant." From his expression and gaze, one could tell how much he hated Qin Xiao. He, Feng Luo, was originally one of Princess Lan Xin's most ardent admirers and one of the most powerful contenders. He had also been working very hard to win Princess Lan Xin's heart. He wanted to climb up the social ladder and officially become a member of the Demon Suppression City Lords faction. From then on, he would have a meteoric rise. He was ambitious and had lofty ideals and aspirations. He had always thought that he had the greatest chance of becoming Princess Lan Xin's fiancé. Among the contenders, he felt that he had a certain advantage in all aspects. However, he did not expect that a notice would completely stun him. Princess Lan Xin actually directly announced that her fiancé would be Qin Xiao. This was a fact that was set in stone. Who was this Qin Xiao? What did he do to deserve this? He was just a passerby who had come from another place to attend the big market. His background was unknown and his strength was not clear either. Most importantly, this guy had just arrived in Demon Suppression City not long ago. Moreover, he should have only met Princess Lan Xin once at the auction venue. How could he have won Princess Lan Xin's heart if he had only met her once? Therefore, the great immortal Feng Luo naturally could not accept such a situation and was in disbelief. He was so angry that he went to the entire city to look for Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said casually, "It's up to you if you want to think so. It doesn't matter. It's not important. There's no need to fight with you. If you like Princess Lan Xin and want to become her fiancé, please do me a favor. Then I beg of you, please go and deal with that Princess Lan Xin. I will thank you very much from the bottom of my heart." Qin Xiao was speaking the truth, but to the great immortal Feng Luo, it was not the truth. His words naturally angered the great immortal Feng Luo. How could he not want to win over Princess Lan Xin? He had been wooing Princess Lan Xin for more than a day or two. In fact, he had been wooing her for a few eras, but what was the use? He had used all sorts of methods, but he still could not win over Princess Lan Xin's heart. Therefore, when he heard Qin Xiao's words at this time, it deeply stimulated his most sensitive nerve, making him unable to restrain his anger. "Bastard, you're taking advantage of me for granted. You're shameless, despicable, and hateful. What kind of bewitching potion did you feed Princess Lan Xin? Otherwise, how could you have attracted Princess Lan Xin with your qualities? You must have used some despicable, shameless, and despicable method to cheat Princess Lan Xin. It must be you. You're a despicable, despicable person. Today I'm going to expose your ugly face. I won't let you hurt Princess Lan Xin in the slightest. You'd better know your place. Get lost and leave Demon Suppression City. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy." Qin Shao was very displeased by the insults and threats that came out of his mouth. Why was he being impolite to him? What's wrong with my qualities? Am I not as good as you? Great immortal Feng Luo? Qin Shao did not have a good impression of Feng Luo to begin with. Now that he was full of insults right from the start, Qin Shao was even more displeased. Qin Shao was already very depressed by the matter with Princess Lan Xin. Now that he was being insulted and threatened by great immortal Feng Luo, Qin Shao was furious. Therefore, Qin Shao could not be bothered to be polite. He said directly, "You've wooed Princess Lan Xin for so long, but you still can't win her favor. What about me? I've only met Princess Lan Xin once, but I can make her fall head over heels for me. Why is that so? I think you should first look at yourself to find a reason. Maybe it's because you're ugly. Maybe it's because you're not talented enough. Maybe it's because you're not strong enough. Or maybe it's because your character is not good enough, and so on. There's always a reason. Liking a person or hating a person, there must be some factors involved. It won't happen for no reason. If you think so, then I can only say that you're deceiving yourself. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Why can I win the princess's favor? Is there need to ask such an obvious question? Because I'm handsome, because I'm very charming, and because I have a heroic spirit. So, it's not strange at all that Princess Lan Xin likes me. You're indignant because of the jealousy in your heart. You're still not convinced? Facts speak louder than words. Even if you're not convinced, it's useless and laughable. Qin Zhao's continuous bombardment caused Feng Luo to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything for a while. This round of insults was simply too incisive. The killing power was absolutely sufficient. What? You can't even speak properly? Did I hit a sore spot? But it's not your fault. After all, there are some things that you can't change, so it's fine. Firstly, I didn't provoke you, and secondly, I didn't snatch anything from you. So, don't you think it's a little unreasonable for you to come looking for trouble with me? It's also a little ridiculous. If you're upset, I think you should go look for Princess Lan Xin and ask her why she chose me instead of you. Actually, I'm also very depressed, okay? I'm also a victim. Can you understand how I feel when I'm suddenly announced to the world that I've become the prince consort of Princess Lan Xin? No, you don't. It's hard to understand if you haven't experienced it yourself. So, you don't understand how I feel at this moment. If you understood how I feel, you wouldn't be looking for trouble with me. Instead, you would be comforting me and sympathizing with me. But it's not your fault. After all, we're on different paths, and we don't know each other well. So, I don't need your sympathy. But even if you don't sympathize, you can't hit me when I'm down, right? You've gone overboard. Feng Luo was stunned by Qin Zhao's words. Then, he became even angrier. Bastard, you're still humiliating me. It's really the first time I've seen someone who's still pretending to be innocent after gaining an advantage. You're indeed a sharp-tongued person. No wonder you could deceive Princess Lan Xin. I don't care so much. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Great immortal Feng Luo's aura was really not going to let this go easily. He had to make a move. Make a move? Qin Shao was really disdainful. Feng Luo was just a third-step heavenly venerate. Even if his strength was not bad, he could not withstand a single blow from Qin Shao. Qin Shao was not willing to fight with a first-step heavenly venerate because the disparity in strength was too great. It was indeed beneath his dignity to bully others. But if great immortal Feng Luo wanted to make a move, Qin Shao would definitely not be polite. He would definitely teach great immortal Feng Luo a lesson. At this moment, a few more figures descended, exuding the aura of third-step heavenly venerates. It was actually a few more third-step heavenly venerates. Soon, a few more third-step heavenly venerates arrived. So, in a short while, there were as many as 11 third-step heavenly venerates surrounding Qin Shao. All of them were aggressive and looked at Qin Shao angrily. They hated Qin Shao very much. One look at their aura, and Qin Shao understood that they were all love rivals. So, when they saw him, they were especially jealous. The hatred of a love rival was also a great enemy. Although Qin Shao did not want to be these people's love rivals, they had already pinned Qin Shao in the position of love rivals. 11. Third step, heavenly venerates surrounded Qin Shao with powerful auras. This was not a simple formation. Qin Shao, don't even think about leaving here today. Qin Shao, you despicable liar. Hurry up and tell us. How did you deceive Princess Lan Xin? We've pursued Princess Lan Xin for so many years, but she was actually won by an outsider. You must have used some despicable and shameless method. Since everyone is here, let's put aside our past grudges and fight against this guy together. Yes, let's attack together and kill him. Let's see how he can still jump around. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.